Blast TV CSGO Major in Paris kicks off in 2023 with a new and improved format. Teams from all over the world will battle for the lion's share of $1,250,000 in prize money. The Major has 3 phases. The qualifications phase, which includes both the RMR qualifiers and the RMRs, a playoff phase consisting of challengers and legends, and a finals phase called champions. The RMR qualifiers is the only stage at which competition is played online. For the RMR qualifiers only, the 3 regions of the CSGO competitive ecosystem are subdivided. This means that for Asia, China, Oceania, and the Middle East, including Africa, have qualifiers alongside a general Asian qualifier. In the Americas, North America and South America have separate qualifiers. It is only in Europe that competition remains continental with no regional subdivision. Teams that reached the Legends stage at the Rio Major are invited to their region's RMR. All other teams will enter either the open or closed qualifiers for their region's RMR, based on their position in the Valve regional rankings on the 12th of February 2023. For the RMR European qualifiers, the team ranked 1 to 16 advanced directly to the closed qualifier, with all others entering 2 open qualifiers. 8 teams advance from each open qualifier to the closed qualifier, which is played as 2 16-team tournaments with 18 teams advancing to the RMR. For the Americas, the teams ranked 1 to 8 in each subregion are invited to the closed qualifier, with all others entering 2 open qualifiers in each subregion. 4 teams advance from each open qualifier to the closed qualifiers, with 7 teams from each closed qualifier advancing to the RMR. In Asia, the teams ranked 1 to 4 in each subregion are invited to the closed qualifier, with all others entering an open qualifier in each subregion. From the open qualifiers, 4 teams advance to the closed qualifiers, with 2 teams from each closed qualifier advancing to the RMR. The RMRs take place in April and are played offline in each respective region. The European and Americas RMRs are a Swiss format, with the Asian RMR played in a double elimination format. Initial matches are best of 1, while all elimination and qualification matches are best of 3. The Asian RMR is an 8-team tournament with 2 teams advancing to challengers. The American RMR is a 16-team tournament with 4 teams advancing to challengers and 1 team advancing to legends. The European RMR is split into 2 16-team tournaments, European RMR A and European RMR B. From A, 4 teams advance to challengers and 4 teams advance to legends. From B, 5 teams advance to challengers and 3 teams advance to legends. 1 further team advances to the challenger stage from a last chance playoff. Find schedules, team info, articles, and the best live viewing experience of the Blast TV Paris Major on blast.tv/major.
Rules are meant to be broken. Forget everything you thought you knew. This is where everything changes. New histories will be written. A major future redefined. The time has come for a major evolution.
Welcome to Blast TV, America's RMR. We're getting ready to get live with day 2, and we got a lot of action to get through. All 3 of us up here on the desk to start. We've got some extra games today, courtesy of a little scheduling shenanigans. Means we're starting with the BO1s today, Jason.
Yeah, I liked it though. I like that we kind of shifted these over, get everything fixed, everything figured out. Obviously, some technical issues yesterday, so just get it all solved over the night and come into today nice with a clean slate, and just bang it all out.
We all know NA's favorite map. It's DE_Lays.
Underscore what?
Lays.
Lays.
We had some issues yesterday.
I thought you were referring to the potato chip.
Yeah, I was getting hungry here.
That too. Daddy definitely likes those.
Might be lunchtime.
No, we had some issues and we managed to get through the day. I think ultimately once competition did start, we saw a lot of great games. Some teams definitely seemed to struggle at hitting form yesterday. I think despite the extra time, they were just in lopsided matches, which is bound to happen.
And I mean, you're always going to have that in the first games, just top seeds playing bottom seeds, but it's also the format, right? This is a brutal format.
Yeah, it is.
You have best of ones in that first day. It's tough to get through for some teams. We're going to be getting into the best of threes, but the problem is there's not a lot of buffer for these squads, for the teams playing the best of threes. That's an elimination game. If you drop down here, you're done. 2 losses takes you out of the competition here, eliminates you from the last ever CSGO major as we get towards Paris.
Yeah, a slow start in the first day was really, really damning. So yeah, I mean, I don't really necessarily care about the disparity because whatever, it's just the way that tournaments always play out. You're always going to have some tough games as a low seed. I'm just very happy that yesterday we had the favorites in pretty much every match show up and just body and take care of business. FURIA, Liquid, Pain, Complexity, no problems, no issues, got it done, and they're in the driver's seat. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I mean, favorites,
sure.
Favorites. Why not? You look at the teams here, and really, it is that top line that we were looking at. Like, we need these teams to step to the plate, and it feels like consistently, it's the first day that's the one that's the most difficult for a lot of these teams.
It's 16 teams here, obviously, and it feels like there's really like 7 like that you would kind of put in that pool that's really competitive for those 5 spots to go over to Paris. Maybe an 8th if you want to throw in a puncher's chance for somebody. I think the biggest worrying sign, I mean, obviously, I think the 2 big losses yesterday for teams that kind of scare me. Imperial, that one hurt against EG, which is a team that you kind of put on that outside chance of being able to make it through. And they didn't lose, but Fluxo. You know,
that was
very shaky, very, very shaky for a team that there was a little bit of interest and excitement about coming in. We heard Skulls yesterday even kind of say in his post-game interview, Fluxo is a team that's going to be looking very, very good, and that was not a very confidence-inspiring first game.
I think Fluxo is one of these teams they've wowed in domestic competition, right? They've really been the cream of the domestic Brazilian scene for a while now, but sometimes it's been a little bit shakier when they go beyond the borders, and I mean that kind of a match against a team that's pretty much entirely a pug is just not what you want to see.
So for me, there's like the Complexity Pain is like the highlight match of the day. That's the headline.
Absolutely.
That's one you don't want to miss today if you're looking at the Americas RMR. If you go down to the bottom to the 0-1 matchup, MIBR and 0-0 Nation, those are teams that you wouldn't kind of have like definitely going through, but they'd be 2 teams you have fighting for a chance to go through to Paris, and one of them's gone today already. So that one's really painful. I think FURIA and EG, it shouldn't be interesting, but I mean,
it could be.
It could be.
I don't really know.
There's been clashes between the 2 teams in the past. Yeah, it's tough to say. I think that EG looked better yesterday than maybe we've seen from them in the past, so maybe there's a little bit of hype coming into this. We talked about it like it's kind of all or nothing. It doesn't seem to be anything holding them back.
They've also been the team that's been like the punching bag of the Counter-Strike scene for so long, and so now coming to an event where no one actually expected them to be there, it's almost like that weight's taken off. No one really has expectations, so there's no obvious body blows that can land if they fail to meet them, and in some ways that's got to be freeing for the psyche of the players.
Well, we talked about it too. Like this team, by technical standards, was not supposed to be here. They did not make it. Team drops out. They end up getting here. So it's like, okay, we've got nothing to lose.
The obvious one, too, is that FURIA just lost to their, like, I don't know, the EG Black, like, whatever you want, like, whatever you want to call that. Like,
right.
like, that just happened, a week ago.
Shout out to Junior.
I know, it's just so, a little bit weird. Everything's kind of up in the air. So that one could be interesting, but obviously this is going to be the schedule for here on the B stream. I don't even know if we're calling it the B stream. I think it's the HF stream, the Have Fun stream.
B stands for best.
Sure.
That's how I like to
go with that.
I think we do actually have the best matchups today. I think Liquid Flamengo, it should be decisive, but I like
it's not even going to be competitive.
Don't even put that juju on the desk. Come on. Flamengo looked good, but I think that ultimately a lot of that game was MIBR failing to capitalize on mistakes that Flamengo was making, which is why Flamengo was able to win, but also why it took them to overtime to do it.
Yeah, but that's a lot of rounds of prep. That's a lot of rounds of prep.
That's one way to look at it. But I do think that the Complexity Pain game is going to be fantastic. MIBR 0-0 Nation should also be good. And Paqueta Salad is another regional matchup that could go either direction. When we were making our predictions this morning, it's like, okay, like Jason, I think you said, it's like, this is a coin toss.
Literal coin flip.
Yeah.
And just to be clear as well, those first 2 games, those are not elimination. Those are the best of ones. Those are the 1-0 games. That's to move on further into the 2-0 spot. The bottom 2, that's where elimination is on the line. That's where there's going to be heartbreak. That's where teams are going to get sent home.
The other nice thing, too, of like if you win on that first day, right, like you're still in best of ones. You still have like shorter days. I mean, you obviously you don't want to drop it, but I mean, if you're Liquid, you had a best of 1 yesterday, then you got to be done. Now today, if you get done with this best of 1 in the first game of the day, you got the rest of the day to relax, prepare, work on whatever you want before you necessarily know your opponent. But yeah, there's a couple of shorter days earlier as long as you're winning.
It's kind of like a stay fresh day too. Instead of having like a day off, it's like, okay, we're going to come in. Like realistically, the teams were going to practice anyway, so they weren't going to come in today and do nothing. So at this rate, you get a day to like legitimate match play practice, because it does feel like for Liquid, this is ultimately a practice. This is a match that they should be able to win pretty easily. I think that Flamengo is a surprise opponent, but I don't think that's going to catch them off guard in any way, shape, or form.
Is Yekindar breaking out some Tai Chi there? What's going on?
Yeah, he's a crazy guy. I think he's probably doing like an anime move. He's doing some like kind of Kamehameha wannabe type thing. Alicia over there just pointing out his name.
Just in case you didn't know what it was.
Yeah, just in case you didn't know who that 5th player was. Yeah, I mean, this team, when you just look at the names, should have no real issues. Yekindar was a beast yesterday. We felt like he was really feasting on some lower tier competition. Alicia had an okay day. Naf was really the star for this team, but I mean like, whatever. They had no problems across the boards. Doesn't matter who was really performing well. I mean, still we want to see some things out of OC would be nice, but again, I don't think it's necessarily needed quite yet in this event.
He had like 1 or 2 rounds where he looked like, I think he had that one potential like 1v5 opportunity where he got 2 kills out of it, but ended up dying trying to cross window and make it back
trying to get off to the clutch.
Yeah. He had another instance where it was like, what, 2v2 post plan, he misses the planner, and then he misses another corner. It was like, okay. I think he was like a little just rattled because of the scenario. He wants to just get through the game and be done. But ultimately, like, he was serviceable. I don't think that he was bad. He wasn't great. He just sort of did what he needed to do.
And again, like I said, I just don't think it matters necessarily.
Exactly.
Like at this one, it's not going to be a whole lot of levying of criticism just because this team is by far the best team at this event, even despite the struggles.
Yeah, I would agree.
Yeah, occasional the wobble where they don't play to the level that we expect, but it's also always a good sign. I mean, Nitro, maybe he's not popping on the scoreboard, but when we saw them yesterday on Mirage, he was ripping those entries. I mean, flying out of B, full confidence. You could see that they were just so eager to take the fights as well. There was no moment or hesitation where they thought, oh, who's on the other side? It's immediately just, all right, we're better. Flip out the site, hit the site, rip heads.
His job isn't volume fragging, right? It's about impact. It's about quality over quantity with Nitro. That's kind of the role he's in, and he had some of that yesterday. Some nice entries here and there, a couple good headshots, and that's all you really need at him. And with the team behind him as well, I mean, when you consider, yeah, he's going to go first in some of those big set pieces, but you're normally going to be looking at the Yekindars, the Alicias to be the playmakers that are starting to open up rounds, take that initial map control that forces some movement, forces some rotations, and gets the team really kind of going. They're kind of like the engine of the squad in a way.
I mean, looking at that game yesterday, too, it's hard to really take anything away from it because it was such a one-sided affair that at times it felt like they were just doing whatever they felt like doing, and it didn't really matter. Even the rounds that got sloppy, it was really just like kind of curious play coming in from 0-0 Nation, who was feeling kind of getting antsy with the fact that the scoreline was getting so lopsided. So you saw them like charging into mid, just taking wide fights. They'd smoke the molly and then run through it. Kind of interesting style of play. It would work sometimes, but ultimately it really can't look at that game and be like, oh yeah, like those scenarios really mattered because Liquid just crushed 0-0.
Got to throw him a little bit of a bone as well. 0-0 Nation I'm talking about just because, again, in-game leader Taco not being here for a long time. Coldzera's kind of stepped into that position, so there's going to be some miscoordination. But yeah, all that lent up to that stomping we saw that Liquid put out on him.
They did. And I mean, we will get to see 0-0 later on, so we'll see if there is a recovery, if that was maybe just a first-day jitter. But let's talk about this team, because Flamengo, we had a lot of fun watching them last night. Didn't necessarily expect them to be as competitive as they were, but up against MIBR, I mean, they controlled that game, except when they took pauses. Outside of those pauses, absolutely controlled that game. Probably should have won it a little more decisively even, and they may have had those stumbles, but it's always good to see a team be able to recover when the easy opportunity fades away, and then you have to really fight to actually close out a map.
Yeah, winning in double overtime as well. I wouldn't say I was like impressed with this team, but I was pleasantly surprised. I think tactically they had a few cool things on Nuke, the way they kind of worked outside really well. They had a bunch of different looks. I mean, Nissim as well, when he came into the post-game interview, it kind of was deflating to me because I was like, oh, cool, tactical prowess. He was like, yeah, we just have guys who said, you know, I'm in the mood to go into garage this round. I'm in the mood to go secret. So pretty light, pretty chill, but obviously they have like this mix of experience with Showtime, ZQK. They have some young talent as well with guys like Nissim. So they have a good mixture, a good blend, despite the fact that they're one of the older teams at this RMR.
It definitely started better than it finished on Nuke. At first, we were like, wow, this is really impressive. I love what we're seeing from them. And then they sort of fizzled a little bit. I do think the pause led to that a little. I don't know what happened.
You ain't going to get 7 chances to close out a map against Liquid. No. I'm just going to say that. Took them 7 chances. They had 7 match points.
I also don't think you're going to get the glaring Achilles heel. It felt like, you know, we had this just repeated weak spot on for their T side where if they got players down secret, it was like, okay, it's over. MIBR did not know how to handle that, and you're just not going to get those
also,
kind of
remember, Liquid has just recently brought Nuke back into their map pool as well, and it hasn't exactly been like anything stellar that you want to talk about. So that, you know, we haven't seen them on other maps really. We don't really know what they're going to bring. Nuke they had some cool things and some cool tactics and some cool adjustments, but I don't think you're going to get that map in a best of 1 here against Liquid.
No,
I'd be surprised.
That would be questionable.
Looking at Nissim, like, he had a great game, but for me, the player I was trying to keep my eyes on was ZQK, because ZQK would have like rounds where it was like, oh man, ZQK is on it right now. Like, he's feeling it, his form is perfect. But then he had other rounds where he was just literally like scrambling.
It felt like one of those operas where ZQK can like hit some shots and have his cool sequences, but like when he's transitioning or trying to make a decision, he looked very uncomfortable. He was like very hesitant in holding angles, deciding which position to be in, deciding where he's going to watch. So communication within the team might not be exactly perfect. They might not be reading the game exactly perfect. So that would be the worry with ZQK. But yeah, I agree. He had some impressive moments.
Speaking about this guy though, the young gun, he's the youngest by I think about 7 years on the roster. And one of the things that's surprising to me is he plays as their lurk, which is often a role that you see maybe a little bit more of an experienced player going, because so much of it is about feel and instinct and what you've seen before. And so I think he was pretty effective on it on Nuke, you know, playing a lot of those late lobby positions, coming out, finding a kill at a critical time. I mean, certainly the numbers stacked up, and I think maybe those overstate the impact, but it was still impressive for being such a young player within a roster with a lot more experience that he's the guy who's kind of operating as a solo unit.
You can take it kind of in the other direction too. So I mean, the argument you could probably make for both sides of it, where, you know, having your young kind of star player lurking position is very powerful right now in the current meta. And I think too, you know, if you put more experienced players together and you give a young guy who might not understand the game on the same level, he gets to play for himself, and he kind of mentioned that he has a lot of freedom. So like the experienced guys are making things happen on the map, and it's his job to just be like, how do I want to take advantage of this, and what am I feeling in the moment? You don't have to necessarily think about the bigger picture. You're kind of thinking what's happening around you at the moment based off what your teammates are doing elsewhere. So a little bit of freedom in that sense for him, but he certainly delivered yesterday. I think this will be a great test. This is going to be good to see like what kind of a level he actually has as a young player. Because he could be someone that we want to keep our eyes on in the future. That's the other kind of thing about these RMRs. It's not always about, I mean, it is always about qualifying for the major, but at the same time, from the outside, when you're not a player and you're not on one of these teams, it's also who are the guys that we're going to want to watch for the next few years? Who are the guys that a year or two from now, when CS2 comes out, who are the guys that we want to see how they kind of transition over, and we can watch them develop?
This is really interesting in the veto that actually Flamengo take out the nuke, which is surprising perhaps. We're back to the Mirage, so we've seen that from Liquid. It was dominant. It was really decisive. They did a great job of abusing mid control. They did a great job of punishing 0-0 every time they tried to compete for this. I think this is going to be a really tough test for Flamengo.
I would wonder too, if you're Flamengo, if there's a certain element, I mean, I don't know if it'll pay off for them. It is going to be a risk. I'm not sure their exact map stats on Mirage, but perhaps something where they're just saying, yeah, we know we're kind of underdogs at the moment, and they just played Mirage yesterday. Like, we'd be happy to take it there. We at least have the map that we can look at and prepare for. We know Liquid's going to allow it through, so you could kind of go into last night, go to bed last night, wake up this morning with a pretty damn good idea of what you're going to be playing on.
10-4 on the year on Mirage, so it's not a terrible map for them, but it's definitely, you know, a different level of opponent than they're typically used to matching up against. So it's always like add a little asterisk to that stat line because they're not used to playing against a team like Liquid. And again, while their play style yesterday ultimately worked in the end, there were a lot of rounds where they made mistakes and MIBR did not capitalize. Liquid's not going to let you do that. They're not going to let you get away with those mistakes. They understand that that is their keys to victory every single time. So if you make those little tiny missteps, punishment after punishment after punishment, and then they're going to start to get in the heads of the players, and it's going to rattle them.
Just so you guys get a sense of like who Flamengo, when we talk about the step up of competition, who they played on Mirage in their last 3 games, it was a win over Sharks, a win over Red Canids, and then Boca Juniors was another victory after that. Like, these are just teams that you don't ever see and hear about. So yeah, this is gonna put their Mirage certainly to the test. They do have a nice win in the qualifiers for the RMR against 0-0 Nation, 16-14. So at least they have that under their belt. That was a little bit of time ago, but still, I don't think there's a whole lot of confidence you'll be coming into this one with.
I mean, you can see the relaxed vibe here for Liquid as well. I mean, there's full confidence for those guys. They just want to get in the server. They just want to get started on it.
Naf was telling us yesterday it was almost kind of like some of the delays early on like actually worked in their favor. Because like if you know when you're in that situation as a player, it's easy to get kind of frustrated. So like the team kind of focuses on like telling some jokes, being a little bit lighthearted. So like they just got to sit around and, you know, keep themselves and joke around and as best they can in a good mood. And it seemed to actually work a little bit. So yeah,
it's one of the things as well where you said the experience kind of comes into play, because admittedly back in the day, you know, things were longer, schedules were longer just naturally, so you kind of get used to playing these long days. And for some of the younger players in 0-0, they may have never had those opportunities before. That's not going to be an issue for Flamengo, right? They've been back in the day. They've been here. They've been around.
They've been here for a while, for a hot minute. There you have Flamengo on the screen talking things over. Headphones are still off, which means we're a little bit of a way from getting this one started. You can see the admins helping out as well. But yeah, I don't really know where to take the positives for ZQK. I mean, I guess a great game from Nissan would help out, obviously. ZQK being effective with the AWP. I'm curious to see what they're going to do on a map like Mirage, because, well, things on Nuke, they kind of threw some wrenches and made things a little bit tricky for MIBR. Liquid's got all the experience in the world internationally as well. They've played, I mean, you know, they know everything that's going to be happening on this map.
Yeah. I think maybe you look at some of the things we saw yesterday for Liquid, but I don't even know how much teaching tape there necessarily is, how much you can take away, because a lot of it was abusing the soft holds on B, where they knew that Lato played solo most rounds, and fighting for mid control, which
a lot of mid control.
Teams fight for mid control. That's
and
not
it was
exactly
such a beatdown that it's almost like even some of the things, some of the mistakes they probably made didn't even matter.
Yeah.
Like you know, you don't even really get to see kind of what it's like to be competitive and how you put a stop to it, because they just steamrolled. Yeah, it'll be interesting.
I'm curious to see what they want to do with the op on ZQK, right? Because as you said, you know, on the CT side in particular, there were gaps, there were moments, especially with that outside control on Nuke, where he let windows go through, he let players slip through angles and got caught off guard. And, you know, if they're trying to position that in towards mid or towards ticket, sort of the very traditional spots for it, I could see a situation where he's got to be really on point, otherwise the team kind of unravels around it.
So I feel like if you have an opper who's maybe a little bit more antsy and wants to be mobile, let him be mobile. Just put some like heavier shoes on him. Don't rotate so quickly. But if you want to roam around the map, Mirage is not the worst map to do it on. So you like one round, you can put him window, you can put him ticket, you can even have him jump up on van and get an early pick from apartments. If you really want to get aggressive with that op, there's avenues to do it from. I just don't want to see him jump into a position and 3 seconds later he's like, never mind, they're not here. And he goes somewhere else.
Yeah, and I mean, the question, too, is going to be, from what we saw in Liquid yesterday, I mean, they threw a lot of feints in there as well, like a lot of connector control, which can make an opper nervous, and a lot of connector control led towards a catwalk and B split. A lot of it led to just like a B hit. Sometimes they jump through the smoke and actually attack stairs into the A bomb site. So a couple different looks that Liquid was giving out yesterday that are always going to make things a little bit weird, you know, as an opper to find exactly where you want to be comfortable. So yeah, big challenge. I mean, look, big challenge for everyone on Flamengo. No other way to put it.
Big challenge for sure. I mean, it's an uphill climb. It's the unfortunate privilege of being a 1-0 team, but it's a whole lot better than the alternative.
Yeah, I mean, at least this isn't an elimination game, right? It would kind of be a bummer to it would be really a bummer to go up against a team like Liquid in an elimination game. But yeah, they've got a chance at it. They got a we'll see.
I feel like this is a good opportunity for them to learn too, because it's been a while since we've seen some of these like big name players who are on this Flamengo roster who have.
Does that look like a guy who's interested in learning anything today?
He looks like he hates his monitor.
The answer is no.
He's so disgusted. Oh. But I mean, there is a chance for them to like take something away from this and turn it into success in the future. I think it's been a while since they've played against an opponent of this level. So there has to be a level of realization coming into today, like, hey, this is probably going to be difficult for us. We might not walk away with the win, but let's try to just stick to our game plan. Don't veer away from it.
And, you know,
and hope for the best.
Something that I realized reading through some stuff last night, if Flamengo do manage to make it through the major, those stickers are going to go hard. That's one of the biggest football clubs in Brazil, right?
Is it?
Yeah, they would very much like to have some representation within CSGO in the last major. Those would be spicy on the market, I'd say.
There's two teams here with background in that, because Paqueta, if I'm not mistaken, their founder is actually a footballer in Europe. He plays for West Ham. He's actually the sponsor of it's his name, if I'm not mistaken. I think his last name is Paqueta. I don't really pay attention to European football. I'll call it football.
You pay attention to American soccer?
Actually, yes. I'm a big fan of the Philadelphia Union. Let's go. Hey. Watched them play last year and lose in the finals. It was very disappointing. And then the Phillies lost in the World Series that night. Wonderful time to be a fan.
And we lost the Super Bowl.
And we lost the Super Bowl.
Great year for Philadelphia sports and losing the championship. True. Better than not being there. That's the alternative.
I'm used to it. I'm an NA esports fan. We lose everything, so.
I mean, look, good first start for NA. I mean, even the teams that weren't expected to necessarily take wins in Nouns and Year had some competitive things. But it seems like we are ready to hop into the server. We are ready to get going with this game between Liquid and Flamengo. So we will be right back in a moment with the game going live.
finally it's coming.
For a long time, it's a dream for me to play in front of the home crowd in Paris.
The dream is coming true.
The majors winner will always be remembered.
To win a major would mean everything.
It will be the most exciting major ever.
Welcome to your new favorite televised vacation. This is the Launders Show.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Great to have you on.
Thank you.
I've got a lot of great things to say about you, but first I'd like to ask you to say something nice about me.
Whatever makes you happy.
But I have to ask you to wear these glasses. I could see you chugging a chocolate milk at local lands. The few Kinder haters out there in the world.
You're like roasting me here.
Oh, wait.
I had some offers from different teams.
Like whom?
But I thought that maybe I didn't lock the door.
We saw some raccoons, and then Nico came up with the idea, hey, I'm gonna catch one.
I just had my gear in my backpack, and I just told my teammates I need some time alone. He started talking trash a bit about Copenhagen Flames.
Oh, no way. It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
What is the gauntlet?
No. I know how this works, and this is not good for me.
Let's get this show on the road.
It's the f***ing go!
No! What's going on? No!
No way this is last place. No way.
It went really badly, like really.
This is his only chance. He hasn't beaten me for years.
Assistant. Roll at the leaderboard. What do you think you got?
1 minute and 50.
149.
Sub 1 minute.
We're gonna have you sign first.
You always know what to say.
I wouldn't say it's good, because I would say it was great.
Let's go, baby!
That's right, they finally gave me my own show. Watch the Launders Show exclusively on Blast TV.
I was not even doubting at all.
Oh my God! And as always, it's been a blast.
That was good.
And we are back, ready to jump into our first match of the day here for day two. It's going to be Team Liquid versus Flamengo, a difficult matchup for a Brazilian squad that was not expected to make it to this point in the tournament. A lot of people had MIBR picked to beat them, but in a grueling overtime match on Nuke, they end up coming out victors of that best of one and find themselves matched in a best of one against one of North America's finest.
Yeah, it's a tall task. Let's see what they've got with it. It'll be really cool to see if they can provide us something, some kind of resistance against this Liquid team who looked fantastic yesterday. This did not look like a Liquid that was going to come in slow, and that's the jinx for all you Liquid fans out there in the world. Yeah, we just saw the admins type in like, 1 to 2 minutes until live. So, I mean, they should be getting actually freeze times going on right now. So fist bumps are out. Liquid's ready. Smiles across the board. OC's got a big grin on his face. Daps look exactly like he always does, whether he's excited, whether he's sad, whether he's winning or losing. And it's Flamengo with a big challenge in front of him.
I'm actually scrolling back through the history books to see if I can find the last time that Showtime would have potentially matched up against any of these players, because it would have been a long time ago.
Long time ago for him and ZQK. Don't even go down the ZQK route, because you'll be there forever scrolling.
Yeah, this is a rabbit hole I did not intend to dive down. But you talked about it. Liquid really liked the B-Pops, and it seems like they're going to be setting up for something over in that direction yet again. They've got hefty presence currently in the apartments, looking to sign a new lease here on their second match in the Americas RMR, again on Mirage.
I don't think this is exactly identical, but it's very, very similar at the very least to what they did yesterday, which I think was kind of setting Yakinder on his own into a scouting mission and then getting ready to pop out the B hulls, and they've lost Yakinder. That's not great. And now, oh, there's the utility. There's the pop flash. ZQK. Doolies has got the first and the second. Oh, they did their homework all right, and Liquid trying to rinse and repeat and get shut down.
The duelie's just too powerful, waiting around the corner. We talked about ZQK potentially being a little bit impatient of a player. He waits for the perfect time to strike. The flash comes through, and it is lights out as it's down to just Elige alone with the P250 here in the pistol round, and now getting shot from all angles. Doesn't even know where it's coming from towards the end. A fantastic pistol round start here for Flamengo.
That's a statement as well. Like, Liquid just trying to run the same pistol round essentially over again, and I mean, Flamengo's so ready with the pop flash as well on top of everything. That's a great shutdown. Not even a kill for Team Liquid in the pistol round. So 1-0. And we got M4s out on the board, 3 of them for Flamengo, an MP9 and a FAMAS, and it's unarmored pistols for Team Liquid. They want to save up for that third round without the bomb plant, and here we go.
ECS Season 5, May 12th, 2018. I ended up going back and finding the last time that this player would have played against them. That was Showtime's last matchup. It was on Inferno.
That's when Taco was on Team Liquid.
Yeah, this is a much different roster, but still some of the concrete pieces remain.
Yeah, there's still that core 3 of Elige, Naf, and Nitro that were on the team. This should be an easy round for Flamengo to mop up. At this point, it's just if you're Nissim, I mean, just back away, and you could see Liquid kind of readjust to the 8 bomb site because Yakinder's called out that he dinked 1 player. So I mean, man, if they can just get 1 kill with these Glocks, that's a huge return of value. And Nissim's got to be careful. Fasten, oh, good double kill from Spawn. No kills coming out for Team Liquid. It's all over.
This was what we were curious of, was how Flamengo was going to start. Not struggling in the pistol, not struggling in the anti-eco that ensues. But this is where the test comes, matching up against the full brunt of Team Liquid on this T side of Mirage. And even in their ecos yesterday, they didn't have to do a whole lot of them. They did have that 1 eco round win that was kind of even more backbreaking for 0-0 Nation than the rest of the game was.
Yeah.
But that being a pure Glock round, it wasn't likely to happen there.
Ooh, Elige swinging out top mid. This might be one of the first rounds to set the tone, considering yesterday mid control for Team Liquid was so good. Yakinder's going to open things up. That's a quick first kill over the top of the smoke, and that might force the catwalk players back. 2 of them there. And Yakinder very active on the map. They never saw Fasten underneath, and that's a nice trade, a nice equalizer. But Elige is definitely going to find this kill. He's traded as well from catwalk, but the A bomb site in the meantime is lost. Oh, she's planning in the open. Oh, ZQK can stop it. Good lurk in towards jungle and window, and ZQK never peeked and can only get the 1.
There's that patience we were looking for yet again. He holds down his position, waits to strike, but it still falls onto Delboni in the 1v2. The bomb planted and ticking away here on the A site, and you can see Liquid setting up for crossfire in the post plant. It should be a difficult and now impossible retake as he decides it's better off to just escape with my life and the weapon in hand. It'll be the first round on the board for Team Liquid.
First round on the board, but a trade game in middle. That was a bit grimy, a bit scrappy. And I mean, I think that's kind of what I was alluding to is can Flamengo actually fight back in middle? Can they actually neutralize that? Because 0-0 Nation couldn't do it yesterday against Liquid. They had maybe 1 or 2 rounds where they were able to mount some resistance, but not enough. Liquid was able to just build so much off connector control, off of catwalk control, and Flamengo actually does a pretty decent job of just trading evenly, but in the meanwhile, all their resources towards middle, and A bomb site is just overexposed.
Yeah, it started with that kill over the smoke, then Elige goes top rope, then gets immediately taken down. It was a back and forth volley, because Fasten was able to dive into underpass without any detection.
Yeah.
He got in there super quick before the smoke even bloomed in window, before Elige had ever peaked. We'll see if we see more of that as it's more mid presence coming in. I believe the molly clipped. Yeah, that was awkward. So a bit of a dodgeball team attack. The molly pegs into the back of one of these T-side players, not landing where they intended, but the result is still the same. Liquid moves up cap.
Look how much control they have so fast. This was really fast-paced. What a shot from Elige, the opener. Showtime's going to slide over to bench. Elige can't get it done. Naf's there with the trade. And now they're going to move in, and Flamengo's already called the save call. They want nothing to do with it, out of position and beat by the timing. A very quick round from Team Liquid, and it's going to be tied up at 2.
This is something we saw from them yesterday. It felt like a lot of pace control coming in from Team Liquid. They never really let 0-0 Nation get their footing, because every time you felt like things could potentially work out, the setup was all right, Liquid would change pace and immediately catch them effectively with their pants down over and over again. And, that shouldn't happen. Fast spotted him. He knew he was there. Ekandar stands tall, and it's another kill going on the board for one of the star players in yesterday's game as well.
And that's painful too, because next round could have been, you know, there could have been some tools for Flamengo to use, but taking those 2 M4s away right at the end pretty much ensure that next round is going to be a save or a very low pistol buy for Flamengo as the losing bonus builds up for them. And just this one sole M4, rather than being able to build the round 2 that you bring in, you've got very little to work with. So Team Liquid in the gun rounds, 2-0.
The way this was feeling coming into this was basically the rounds that Flamengo was going to get would potentially be off the back of pistol play. So it's concerning if that's the case, because it did start somewhat promising. The pistol round looked great. The anti-eco was pretty strong, if not flawless. But in their rifles, it's not looking so hot. And you mentioned it. Not being able to save those 3 guns really puts them in an awkward purchase position. So they've got the 1 rifle in tow, and it's going to be USPs for the rest. Putting a lot of pressure here on ZQK, who's looking to do some damage through the smoke, ends up getting gushed instead in exchange for doing just 21 damage to Elige.
Yeah, and you can't even really pass that M4 often. I mean, the higher HP on other players, but no armor whatsoever, so no good options. So they're just going to stack over towards the A bomb site and hope it ends in this position. But Liquid very spread on the map. Naf isn't even in Palace, isn't even close to A ramp, so they're really kind of set up to reverse this over towards the B bomb site eventually if they don't kind of get any information. And Yakinder's going to start going on the hunt. The MAC-10, he's willing to risk it all.
Yeah, really reading the situation well, knowing that this is going to be just pure pistols, no armor, and what are you supposed to do point-blank range? That's some nice shots coming in from Delboni.
Yeah, but it gives away, I mean, he killed 1, it gives away the position of 2, so they know if they hit the B-bomb site right now, at most there's going to be 2 players here. So now for Flamengo, it's all about saving that single M4, and really shouldn't be much of a challenge anywhere else. So 3rd round for Liquid, they'll take the lead in the map.
And again, because you mentioned it, they're going to save the M4. They're actually going to stack bodyguards on the sides just to keep him extra safe and guarantee that if he does drop, someone can grab that and take it into the next round for them. An inauspicious start, and the eco definitely proving to be a problem here for Flamengo early on. They are doing almost no damage in these rounds to Liquid. They did have a bumpy round in that 1 round with mid where a lot of trades went back and forth.
Yeah, the first gun round.
But I mean, they were hoping to do a little bit more here, and in the previous round, it just isn't really panning out that way.
No, ZQK just got neutralized really early with that low of HP right out of the gate, and that mid-exchange, there's just not much that he's able to do, even with the M4. But, I mean, look, the positive, the silver lining is that he at least gets to save it and bring it into the next round.
And we were praising potentially his up prowess, even though at times he was a little hyper-mobile, almost to a flaw. We're not going to see that if they continue to struggle like this.
Yeah, he's being held off it for as long as possible. You have to, I mean, with 4,400, he'll get it in the next buy round that they have for sure. Three to 2, round number 6. No one on Flamengo has been able to slow down Yakinder whatsoever. 4-4 for him to start the game.
Keep in mind, that was off of that pistol round and the eco round where they really just didn't get anything done, too. So those early deaths definitely tapering the stats in the wrong direction. Snitcher and Elige to combo quickly. Nafly is there as well from Palace. There's one player still supporting on the A site, stuck in jungle at ZQK. But it kind of feels like the round is already disappearing. It's slipping through their fingertips. That'll be ZQK chiming in with a kill onto OC, but now he's all alone and heavily scratched up. It's Naf to finish off the 3K. Another strong and rapidly played round from Team Liquid.
Such good reactions, though, from Team Liquid. Such good protocols attacking that A bomb site. Nitro gets into a little bit of contact as they're peering down the ramp. Elige has already kind of slid past their vision, so he peeks out while they're dealing with Nitro, finds himself an opening kill. As they're coming up the ramp, the stairs player finds a frag, but it's Naf who pounces to ensure that's just a one-kill engagement. It's really, really well done, and the defense couldn't handle anything. 4-2. Next round will be the AWP on ZQK, so that might change things. That's where we look for and see how impactful that can be.
The concern, though, is the money that is currently just exploding. Naf on 10K right now. Elise just topping himself up to 79.50. As I say that, he gets the kill and adds a little bit more to the tally. The money is starting to look really good. It's going to make it that much harder for Flamengo to find themselves back into this game. There is a kill that comes in from Showtime over towards Cat, immediately traded out as the 5-7 does strike true to OC's head, which also means there's a chance that OC could purchase the AWP coming into next round, not carrying in the AK that was in his hands coming into this one.
Yeah.
We could see the AWP duel.
Yeah, we saw yesterday a couple plays were called for him out of the gate. I think what's most worrying for Flamengo at the moment, I know some of these rounds have been against pistols and low buys and everything like that, but Liquid is not shying away from any of the early fights. They're able to slide in and find opening kills really early in this round, in these rounds. Triple kill for Elige so far here in round 7, cleaning things up.
Got Fasten top mid, currently with a deagle. Nice shot onto Naf. That'll at least do a little bit more damage, but we had already kind of mentioned it. Naf sitting on buku bucks right now, 10,800.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that AK-47 just can't be saved. I mean, Liquid immediately kind of addressed the situation. Elige getting into window aggressively to make sure nobody could pick up the AK-47, so Flamengo don't get to leave the round with any rifles. And this is where we've kind of mentioned this is the round you have to imagine. 7,500 on ZQK. He's buying an AWP. Timeout taken from Flamengo. This time it's not out of a win streak, which is quite nice.
Maybe it'll have the opposite effect.
Yeah, let's hope so.
Yeah, you know, it's the flip side of the Flamengo pause coin. It has been a rough start for Flamengo outside of the pistol and the anti-eco, which both looked really good. It was a great read. They knew exactly what Liquid was going to do in their pistol round. They didn't really struggle in the anti-eco, but since then Liquid has taken over in the buys. That's kind of what we expected, though. This is playing out as one would anticipate looking at this matchup. One could even argue that the 2 rounds on the board are a surprise. And that's not being disrespectful to Flamengo. It's really just being respectful to Team Liquid and everything they've been able to accomplish as a roster.
Yeah, that pistol round's helpful. Over on the other stream, in case you're on Blast.tv watching this, where you can see all the games going on at the same time, we have FURIA taking on EG. It's now 6-5 in the favor of EG. It started 6-1, so FURIA coming back into that, calming down the Brazilian fans. Nobody wants to lose to EG twice in a week.
All right, well, there's the run boost coming out top mid from OC. We do see the op-on-op battle. This time around, though, the op's going to be in ticket. OC takes his towards mid.
Much slower round for Team Liquid as well. Well, they've been really aggressively finding some early duels and early fights pretty quick into the round. This one they changed the pace, make Flamengo think a little bit. And to Flamengo's credit, they haven't exactly panicked and dumped a bunch of utility early to stop any kind of fast aggression. They're going into the mid and late round with a decent amount of nades left to use on defense as Liquid are setting up a B split from Catwalk.
All right, well, there's the missed shot from OC, the player top con. It'll be ZQK who strikes first over towards triple box. As you mentioned, though, Nitro is trying to work his way through the apartments. There's 2 players playing on this B site. The smoke comes down. The flash comes out, though, that pushes Delboni out of position. It's the bench player they have to watch out for as it's Showtime in position. Delboni's in a great spot as well. This has all the makings of a successful round unless they can struggle with that Nafly play.
That's a great read from Flamengo as well. I mean, it felt like they really knew what was coming, especially when you get the kill on Yakinder kind of running up Catwalk. I was a little bit surprised that they tried to execute that Liquid, because yesterday when they ran a similar play, the smoke was at top con. It was smoke that was used in kind of connector control with the Molotov inside of con, the smoke at the top of it so that you would have someone in position to lurk there. And that's the smoke he used to get up Catwalk. This time the smoke's at the base of connector. So the Opera can peer right over it from the A bomb set, exactly what ZQK does to get his kill. And 5-3, the op immediately having impact and getting another round on the board for Flamengo's defense.
We wanted to see that. It was a big part of early success for Flamengo. And if ZQK can continue, it's possible it's the return of the 4-letter Brazilian player. It's just a one-shot op shot. It's not anything fancy. It's serviceable.
I think what was so nice about it, what made it feel like it was such a good read, is as soon as that off kill comes out, Delboni actually slid out from market and made sure that he was in the bomb site to double up on that defense. So they really had a good feel of what was coming.
Ooh. I thought he wanted the jump. I think he did. I think he missed the jump. I actually think that could benefit him, though. That would have been a gutsy play, given how much top mid control Liquid likes to take. Yes, he would have potentially been able to take a fight from underpass or even the fight towards top mid. We'll never know.
Fasten using this one way at connector. He wants to take this battle against Yakinder. There's a gap in that smoke.
I think he saw him.
Yeah, I guarantee you, Yakinder watched some VODs and knew exactly what that was going to look like, knew exactly what kind of fight he was going up against, saw the smoke and knew exactly what was happening. And now it's just Nissim left on this A bomb site all alone, gets caught with the smoke out, and you have to save if you're Flamengo.
Yeah, Fasten like a saucy flapper, shows a little bit too much knee through the edge of that smoke.
Saucy flapper.
And gets gunned down. Listen, I referenced Billy Madison, and apparently that was too old, so I'm just going to take it to the beginning of the century.
Yeah, I was going to say that's some like 1920s humor that you're bringing out now.
Ye old humor. Flamengo, though, again, this is a problem that we've seen already from them. They have very little economic control, and it's making things so awkward for them.
Oh, Yakinder could actually catch another one. Oh, it's the op trained in this position, so he actually might go down. That's a good position for ZQK to take. Oh, my lord, he fell asleep. He fell asleep at the wheel.
I was, oh my gosh, that nade was a little bit more bounce, a little bit more oomph. And that's landing in ZQK's breadbasket. They'd still be able to bring the op into the next round, but this is punishing.
Oh, yeah.
Here's the nade.
I don't know what's going to get there. Nitro from behind, though, might be able to add one more, and Liquid couldn't find him in time.
We're trying so hard.
Oh, my lord. Deep breath for Flamengo. Now, ZQK's got plenty of money. He can drop weapons over to his teammates, and I think he has the silence M4 as well, so we can actually drop 2 M4s if it's actually absolutely necessary. But they've got cash. They got money. 6-3. They're not out of the fight just yet.
Difficult right now for Flamengo to try to chain rounds together. You see that one successful round immediately followed up as it gets just a little sloppy in the early round, and Liquid take control very rapidly, which is what we've seen so far. We've talked about it, their ability to pace control. It seems like actually when they've slowed things down, that's when they've allowed Flamengo a little bit of a window of opportunity. So again, fast going to be the name of the game as they fly into the B apartments. Nitro gets stuck trying to jump out the window. It's Delboni. I don't think they anticipate this player sitting right around the corner either. So Showtime in a great spot to potentially punish this push. Never mind. We got ZQK there with the op, so at least he peeks out from market and does the work that we expected to see from Showtime. But that was awkward as the smoke fades. ZQK actually gets another, and now this is looking problematic for TL.
Yeah, Liquid lost the positioning of ZQK. Elige is peering around those pillars as if he thought he was still sticking around outside market, but the op actually completely disappeared. This was essentially a 3-man defense. One catwalk, one in get right, one in dark, and then the op are actually coming in as well for ZQK. So now it gets really tough in a 2-on-4. But Naf was excellent in these situations, and he's delivered again with the help of OC. However, bomb is still on the ground. 42 seconds for Liquid to figure it out.
I like the position swap. The shot comes out from ZQK. Immediately swap spots with Fasten so the rifle can come in. Naf caught snoozing, looking the wrong direction, and now it's all onto OC. We saw him in a 1v5 opportunity yesterday on this map, and I think he just gets a little too antsy. Second-guessed himself with the molly pull, ends up getting caught by Fast. A good recovery from Liquid, but in the end, Flamengo retains control.
Yeah, a few things go critically wrong for Team Liquid there. Nitro on the entrance, the leading guy who's jumping out the window to create a distraction for his team. Actually, I think he just missed the jump or maybe got shot when he was in the air, but he didn't make it all the way out the window, which doesn't help anything at all. And obviously not realizing that ZQK had fallen all the way back to market due to the smoke, so Elige gets caught out in the open when it's not necessary, but not really a mistake.
No, it just happened.
Just a bad read.
I mean, it could have been far worse, too. You had Showtime and Get Right, and it seemed like Showtime should have been able to do more, and Yekindar just dive bombs the window and immediately eliminates him. It didn't even sound like Showtime fired a bullet.
I think Yekindar's having a good time in this Americas RMR, this level of competition. He's just taking every fight.
No fear. Again, mid-control, the name of the game here for Team Liquid. A smoke we've seen many times thrown out. We'll see how they decide to play off of it. There's the mollies. Oh, you got to hit those. Just firing at ankles as he leaps around the corner. It'll be a little extra safety here. But Yakindar does spot ZQK trying to dive off the stairs, and that'll be a punish that they really could not afford. Okay. Delboni.
Yeah, why not? That's a nice shot onto Elige, who goes down. But there's Yakinder, there's Naf, lurking up the A ramp. However, they're already out. They're already creeping behind the smoke. No one's aware for the moment. Yakinder goes down. Nitro stuck in a really tough spot. He's got teammates in support. Good kill, good headshot. And Delboni's the last one left in a 1v3, and he's got nothing to do. They know his position, no kit. It's time to bug out and go home.
Again, with the money not in a great spot, the fact that this is already a difficult 1v3, I'm not sure they realize how much damage has been dealt to Nitro, but it's really irrelevant. The lack of a kit, the lack of time. Liquid will secure round number 7. They still got a little bit of cash on a few of these players, so it should be a half-decent buy coming into the next round from Flamengo. But Liquid really getting into that mid-control pattern we saw from yesterday.
They're just decisive at the moment.
Yeah.
I mean, there's been a few rounds where it's like these are very fast-paced for Team Liquid. I mean, they're not really waiting around. They've had a couple slow rounds, but for the most part, I mean, that kill happens at 117, and Yakinder's just like, all right, guys, we're going with this kill. We found the opening, and they're just hitting it. 3-round lead and a chance to build upon it. This is an important round for Flamengo to stay in the fight. Out of money after this if they're to lose.
And you can even see the buy they get isn't fantastic. They'll still have the op in play, but it comes at a great cost. Showtime on a lowly SMG, but we've seen it work with used in the right position. Fasten, again, has to surrender control of connector, and there goes both players' cat. That's going to really lopside the defense as they try to figure out how to react to this. ZQK in apartments with that AWP. Now, they're still heading towards A, and that's an awkward fight for Naf, who lands on the ladder. And somehow this round has sort of fumbled into a 2-on-2.
Yeah, I don't think Flamengo rotated as quickly and the way that Liquid expected. I think they expected a lot less resistance at this bomb site, expecting people to try and traverse over to the B bomb site. Yakinder was almost too successful. Because you lose those 2 players on catwalk so quickly, and if you're Flamengo, you're probably thinking, you know, we might not even go for this if they attack the B bomb site. So everyone's stuck around.
And ZQK gets that kill so fast off that fast play coming in off catwalk and realizes there's nothing else there. There's no reason to rotate those players over from A. And at that same time, the players A are starting to make noise. So it really did all just happen all at the same time. It does land on the Nitro. He's here in the 1v1. Does he realize that he's sticking the smoke? He starts the spam. Not able to connect. Flamengo steal a round away from Team Liquid.
Yeah, that's a painful loss to take for Team Liquid. Now, I mean, the other side of the coin is all 5 players go down for Flamengo, so the money concerns and the money issues are still a talking point because it's busted. 3 players beneath 4K starting this round, light on utility. The weaponry's just fine. It's the nades you're missing out on, and Liquid still have a chance to just break this economy now moving forward. But yeah, that's a 5-on-3 that Liquid lets slip away.
It's just awkward timing to everything that happens. The fact that Yakindar, like you said it, too successful on his catwalk play. He gets both players, dies to the op, but they realize there's no one else behind him, so ultimately there's no reason to rotate. And the way that it happens, their A-take is already starting to happen, so the players didn't even shift out of position at all. They were still in those same spots.
And there's a world in which you kind of say in your head too, like, why would Yakinder keep going forward if they're going to attack the A bomb site? But when you get those 2 players on catwalk, you're not expecting 3 players to start B all the time, right? Like, he's walking in to see if the B bomb site is clear to call his teammate back.
Because you don't want them to walk into the stack on A. Exactly. It does make sense, and ultimately, I mean, he's feeling it anyway. So he wants to make those plays.
That too.
There's like that element of just like, hey, I just got 2 kills on Cat. I'm just going to see what else I can find over here on this B site. A lot of variables at play, but an ever important round for Flamengo. As you mentioned, money, very awkward.
Yeah, but look at all the space Liquid have and all the freedom they have. Nobody even knows this is happening. Already close up in connector, doubled up on ramp. That's a nice opening kill. Yakinder and Elige pouncing as the smoke fades just now. All of a sudden, this A defense is in a lot of trouble. Opening kill for Elige. Yakinder's going to find Nissim with a jiggle peek and an easy headshot. Now the problem was utility as well. Not a whole lot of nades to execute any kind of a retake. Not a whole lot of nades to put yourself in good position. And no kit if this bomb is to go down.
Just flashbang after flashbang pouring out from Naf from underneath balcony. Still taken down pretty quickly by Showtime. That nade's right on the money. In the meantime, Yakindar is going to drop 2 from the stairs. Looks for the 3rd. Not quite going to get it, but it is on to Showtime, who's sitting low on health. It'll be a 1-on-2. Again, another clutch opportunity here for Flamengo.
Yeah, but no kits. This has got to be like he's already missed the timing. Like he needs a kill. He needs 2 kills essentially right now, and it's over. It's not going to get it, and he knows it. But now he's trapped, trying to find an escape route. Nitro's not going to let that happen. 8-5, and that's the money gone.
A crushing blow for Flamengo. Now, again, the last round, it was kind of like one of those scenarios where they really shouldn't have even been able to have won it. So they were going to be in this position potentially anyway. And initially, that early aggressive play on ramp looked good. The problem was they had no mid control whatsoever, so they surrendered that, and Palace was not being watched either. So it literally just came to a crunch on those players' ramp. Both players get dropped. Everyone starts to retake from the same position. 3 players coming from Ticket. And Yakindar made quick work of 2 of them. It all came down to Showtime, and at that point, he's pretty low on HP due to the fight he was taking with Yakindar.
Yeah, Yakindar's having no stress with any of his early engagements. Any of the early decisions and fights that he takes is all peachy. There's the jump out of window. Mid-push. Alige is going to slaughter him from behind. Triple kill in the round, 1 remaining. It's Showtime. And you can probably assume he's at the A bomb site as that's executed with the flashbang. And Alige, a little bit of a struggle, but taps away, finds a 4th.
So a little bit of a repeat, round 5 yesterday from their 0-0 Nation game where Alige found 3 in a similar fashion coming through from Underpass. The problem was yesterday they actually almost lost that round. It turned down to a 1v1 now.
It's also against guns.
Yeah, so it was a little bit different, but that kind of gives you an idea of just how differently 0-0 Nation approached the map. They were playing a lot more aggressive on their CT side, that even in gun rounds they were kind of running it down mid.
Well, last round of the first half.
No op.
No op, and that op was key to these gun rounds.
I don't feel like ZQK, like he had that one really, really good round, but I don't feel like he was like having crazy amounts of kills. It was just the impact, like taking down Yakindar over the smoke on Catwalk earlier in the half. It kind of crippled the push that Liquid was trying to put onto that B site. We've seen him have really high impact kills. Not having it here certainly hurts a little bit, and he's already low on HP as well. Fasten also dropped after trying to get aggressive in Underpass, a play we've seen a couple of times already for Flamengo. But we've also seen Liquid really favoring the Underpass. Quick plays coming out from Alige. Did it last round, does it here as well.
Slow creep up Catwalk with this mid control provided by the kill from Alige. How nervous does Showtime get? Pushing forward into Nitro, missed opportunity. And Flamengo have to go for this. Yakindar's in a lurk position in connector, and he can wait and bide his time and make whatever play he chooses to. Liquid's got a free plant with no danger.
He heard that flash, and he tried to capitalize on the timing, but it just did not work out. Delboni goes down to a molly spread. He was just very low on HP, and it just sort of hits his toes.
Yeah, what a weird way to end the half. Either way, 10-5, dominant for Liquid, and we'll be right back with the second half.
The major has 3 phases. The qualifications phase, which includes both the RMR qualifiers and the RMRs, a playoff phase consisting of challengers and legends, and a finals phase called champions. The RMRs take place in April and are played offline in each respective region. The European and Americas RMRs are a Swiss format, with the Asian RMR played.
And we are back yet again, ready to jump into the second half of Team Liquid versus Flamengo. If you missed the first half, Team Liquid looked dominant yet again here on Mirage.
Yeah. They've gotten worse.
That was what I had said, I think, before the show. I was like, I feel like 12-1 was fair. 15-1 is intense.
It's fair.
Yeah, I mean, based on the way we've seen it play out thus far, it does seem to be at least somewhat logical. Now, we did see success for Flamengo in the pistol round to kick things off, and they do get the plant here.
There's no flashes for Liquid to make this turn. It's just got to be dry. Oh, he sees a lot, and they're all going down. Showtime's going to press the issue. Nitro can't get it done, but all 4 in CT spawn. Oh, Elige, try and find a way to escape. 2 headshots. How has he done that? OC's all on his own, and now he needs them both. No kit either. Just going to turn and pray to whatever god he believes in.
He thought for a second he was going to do it. If he had a kit, unbelievably, he could have pulled this off, but this is really well played from Flamengo. The flood of T-side players into CT spawn. There was just so many players from Liquid trying to make their way through. They go for that head stack, and you mentioned it, no utility to really fight for it. So Flamengo win another pistol.
I mean, it's a kind of the call you have to make if you're Flamengo once that first kill comes out. I think it was Nitro who got a kill elsewhere on the map. And like with 3 players already on the stairs, you can't actually hold the bomb site. So all of them push forward and just found Team Liquid transitioning out of watch for a push into start the retake, and just in a weird period where Liquid wasn't ready for that many bodies. Okay, second round bye from Team Liquid.
Confidence.
Yeah, but this is also the kind of confidence that can really punish you and turn this into a close affair.
Yeah, because it's not like they had as dominant a first half as they did yesterday, although, I mean, it was, what, 11-4, so it's really only 1 round off.
It's 10-5.
But I'm saying yesterday was.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah, yesterday was 11-4, so they really didn't have that much more of a dominant half. But you also have to remember, there were some rounds in there that maybe Flamengo could have won.
I actually thought yesterday was worse than 11-4.
It felt like it. The way it played out, it did feel like it.
When you said that in my head, I was like, yeah, it was 13-2 yesterday. I was just making things up.
But, Liquid's just feeling themselves, not wanting to slow down and release the pressure. And, yeah, you start to see why. OC delivers with a shot to the dome from Catwalk.
And now they've cleared mid. Yakinder's going to come up underpass and try and backstab. Elige is going to, I'm not even sure. Ooh, Yakinder, this timing is awkward. Good find on the first, and he's going to be able to get away. That's huge. Now, Nissim has control of top mid, so Yakinder's boxed in. He's fighting to his death. Oh, they know his position. He's gotten away with 1 more. That's huge. Now, Nitro can park himself in the A bomb site. There's 40 seconds for Flamengo to figure this one out.
The fact that he gets 2 out of that, even though they knew he was stuck in that corner, he gets a second. That's massive for Yekindar, as, again, Liquid find themselves in the advantageous position. Body count is up. It's a 3-on-2, and Nissim is low after those early mid exchanges, and easily taken down by OC, who finds his second on the round with his trusty sidearm. It's all on Fasten, a player who was frequently clutch-worthy yesterday, but with the time being what it is, it's over. It's a round for Liquid.
Yeah, he can't do anything. Too many engagements that he'd have to worry about, so Liquid's going to start moving around the map to pick up weapons. Yakinder calling out where the deaths occurred. The weapons have been thrown away. OC's going to try and salvage the M4. He at least gets that. Naf finds an AK at the end of the day, and Nitro even gets an M4 as OC picks up a Galil instead. So 3 rifles salvage, and the quick buy works for Team Liquid.
What does Flamengo decide to do here?
I don't know. This one hurts. This is where, like, you win the pistol round, you lose a round like that. Like, that's where, like, the brain kind of stops churning and stop coming up with ideas. That one's really painful.
There's almost a world where you could justify a timeout here, just to be like, okay, how are we going to reapproach this second half? Even though the value coming into the round is diminished for Flamengo, you almost need that reset to just talk things over. But yet again, it's Yekindar to strike first. It'll be Showtime to fall. He was the first one to die last time. It was OC on Catwalk with the Deagle taking him down top mid. And again, he'll be watching from the sidelines for the remainder. It's a good time to peek from OC, and Yekindar and OC just looking fantastic right now as they've brought it down again to just 2 players remaining. Scout shots are on the money, so he's doing some damage.
And Elise just wants to get in the action. He's like, everyone else is having fun. I'm going to start pushing up. Right. There goes Yakinder. Elise should be able to handle business. Tagged, but finds the headshot, and it's just Delboni who's taken down next. 12-6, and Flamengo without a plant with only 1 kill. They have to save here.
That was like the softening. Liquid was not getting killed, just slightly damaged. A lot of shots to the body, putting them low, but it didn't really seem to slow them down at all.
That's been the story of this game. Just nothing's been slowing down Team Liquid. I mean, outside of rounds 1 and 2 in this map, Flamengo haven't been able to win 2 rounds straight. There was a little bit of a back and forth trade in the middle portions of the first half, but never able to have consistent answers on that defensive side.
See what Elige can do here, as it is a pretty easy round. Ooh, as I say that though, gets dinked immediately. Nitro has to offer up some support. Elige gets deep in the mag. The spray gets away from him, but thank God that Daddy Nitro is in position to save the day. OC even chimes in with 1 kill of his own, and Team Liquid find themselves just a few rounds away from closing out their second match here at the Americas RMR.
Yeah, Elige had a big grin on his face after that. He knew things were getting a little scrappy. He knew he got bailed out. I don't even know if it was Nitro or OC who got the kill that saved his life, but 7-round lead. Liquid marching on to a 2-0 scoreline, looking to get to those best of 3s.
And you can see the full force of the buy coming in again. Will include that AWP for OC on the flip side. Not going to see that from ZQK. And look at this play from Nitro. Look at the play from Nitro. They don't spot him on the other side of the flames. The smoke masking his appearance. And as the flames dissipate, he'll get dropped. Oh. And there is OC catching 2. Great shot on the crossing fasts in. And now, again, Flamengo down in a 3-on-2.
If Yakinder pushes ramp, though, he's going to see the bomb. He's going to be like, oh, okay, we have the bomb still.
And he just saw it.
Yeah, and I mean, Neesum's got to come back for this, but while that's going on, Showtime is taking control of the B bomb site, so he's hoping Neesum can actually handle business on the other side of the map so that his position can actually work.
It's a good molly to force Yakinder off position.
Yeah, but look at Naf. Naf's pushed up towards the end of B halls, so this play towards the B bomb site is no longer possible, and actually Showtime pushing all the way through for a flank. This could be the round-winning play. How aware is OC is the question.
I mean, he's got his head on a swivel. He's looking towards Ticket, and he's looking towards Window. He seems to have an inkling that someone could be in this position.
It really doesn't matter, though, because now that this has taken so long, Naf's already in T-spawn. So, I mean, even if Showtime gets a kill here, Naf, they're never going to expect Naf on this flank.
Oh, Showtime gets the timing. No! Surely not! It feels like that's happened so many times as Showtime gets jebaited, does not hit the shots. OC turns, and what could have been a promising opportunity for Flamengo falls apart due to hesitation.
Yeah, that's a quick shot from OC. You got to give him credit for that.
Absolutely.
I even understand. I feel for Showtime there because I know he's thinking in his head, you're like, if this Opper's not going to be looking in this direction for the moment, let me wait. Let me see if I can line up a second kill really quickly and just make the round-winning play. You can't even really fault him for the thought. Just a really painful sequence to watch go down.
It just feels like he's been the one that's been catching the brunt of scenarios like that. He had that play in the first half where he's get right, and Yakinder just dives out of window and immediately eliminates him. He gets dropped top mid by OC with a deagle here in the second half. He is on the receiving end of far too many unfair circumstances. Nitro will get mollied out of position, and it's a hardcore A-take coming in from Flamengo off the back of some util and some pistols.
Oh, Yakinder spotted 1. There's the kill. Elige with a double over the top. Runs out of bullets. Pistols out. He's dropped by Delboni, but that pretty much destroys the round. Yakinder just Goomba stomping Delboni, and he gets Neesum as well. It's 15-6.
An interesting scenario. Even Dap's cracking up a little bit in the background, just laughing at the set of circumstances. Team Liquid find themselves right on the other side of the finish line in a score line that many of us would have anticipated. Just the way it happens, it's really awkward. Some of the rounds potentially could have gone the way of Flamengo. Flamengo even steal that one round away with smoke defuse. A couple of close situations that probably shouldn't have happened, but Liquid still kind of cruising into a victory.
Yeah. Yeah, nice and easy. Really not a whole lot of danger in this game for Team Liquid. Maybe a couple of rounds in the first half where you thought maybe Flamengo is just going to have enough to provide resistance, but it hasn't lasted. It's a 15-6 scoreline in a map in which Flamengo won both pistol rounds.
Yeah. And unfortunately not winning the ensuing anti-eco. It wasn't even an eco, though. It was a force buy from Team Liquid. They force buy, and it was a very good force buy. Three players survived. They got a ton of rifles out of that scenario. An AK, an M4, and a Galil. A diet rifle, if you would, but still a rifle nonetheless.
And they haven't looked back.
Here comes the take from Flamengo. What do they bring to the table? Again, you've got OC in connector on top of the smoke, peering towards top mid. Flamengo is playing this ridiculously slow by comparison to the way that Liquid played on their T side, very much taking their time as they gather up small bits of control around the map. Nissim likely the one to make first contact as Elige is on top of the box watching Palace.
It's OC who's going to be under the most pressure for Liquid to open things up, and actually not even really all that much. That's a good kill as they jump in towards window. Yakinder going to be forced into aggression due to the Molotov. He handles business. Even the follow-up, not quite yet. Oh, it's looking so good. He's having a great time. Death matching in middle. 3 kills, decimates the attack on his own, and it's Liquid to take the victory on Mirage 16-6.
ZQK at that point too, backing off from Catwalk, understanding that Yakinder is making that fight very difficult. Has to watch window, has to watch connector. There's no smokes there anymore. It's not really a situation you could fault him for. He's sort of just staring around like, am I really going to get out of this situation okay? No, you're not going to get out of that. So Liquid end up decimating competition on Mirage yet again, but it's not entirely surprising. We painted this one coming into the day. This is another short straw draw for one of the underdog teams coming in from the Brazilian region.
Yeah, and I mean also, it just you could just, the level difference that Liquid's had in these opening 2 matches, the confidence, Yakinder especially on his opening plays, there's no resistance the way you see it at like the Tier 1 events as well, and that's always going to make things very difficult because he's just having so much success with it, whatever he wants to do. That's an automatic advantage. Yeah, he really is. He had 26 kills to end the map, 127 ADR. Elige was just behind him at 21 kills with 127 ADR. Like, that's the 2 stars, the 2 kind of fraggers for this team really performing well.
And one of the things we talked about coming into this match too was they needed to get the op in play for Flamengo. They needed ZQK to really step his game up with that op. We talked about it yesterday. He was really good on Nuke, but he was maybe a little bit too mobile at times. It wasn't really a problem here because he only got the op a few times. And when he did have it, it was impactful. It just was very difficult for them to get because you mentioned it. They could not chain rounds together to save their lives. Constantly in a save. How many times did they lose rounds and 3 players were saving? It was like over and over again.
I mean, funnily enough, the saving is what allowed them to have the op so much. Like the round, like 2 rounds where ZQK got a save and M4 just built him up some cash to be able to afford the AWP. But yeah, wasn't able to have consistent impact. But that also falls down to the point where if you're continually battering teams on the openings and the entries, like your opper is always going to be a little bit confused of where he's supposed to go and where he's supposed to be positioned, and it's hard to get into some kind of a safe position as well. So yeah, just a tough game overall for Flamengo, as we kind of highlighted and outlined in the early stage in the pre-match.
I will say this: it's good to see Liquid on top. No hesitation in their opening matches. They're sitting at 2-0. They're just 1 match away from making it to the major, which is what everyone anticipated coming into this. I think for all of us, they were the #1 team coming in. It was like them and FURIA is probably #2. Ironically, I think FURIA right now is struggling against EG. I'm not sure what the scoreline is there, but it was pretty close. And it was looking like actually EG was in the pole position. They were controlling the pace of that game. So to see 2 teams doing what we would expect them to do coming into this is huge. Liquid, you can see the stats there.
Yeah, it's just awesome. I mean, everyone across the board, even OC having some good rounds with the op, just a couple kills. But I mean, like when you have Yakinder and Elige playing like that, like you don't need to have a huge scoreline. You can just, you can just chill, hit your shots when they come. Yeah, and I mean, we wanted to see a little bit more of Nissim potentially, just to see what the potential could be if there was going to be a ceiling that we could kind of identify out of it, and just too much to really ask for. So yeah, overall a great position from Team Liquid and. A nice easy win. Just handling business so far. And actually, as we kind of bring it up and we mention it, we've got Yakinder here on the microphone. What's up, my brother?
Hello everybody.
Congratulations on the win.
Thank you.
How's it? It seems comfortable for you guys so far.
I mean, we played only 2 Mirages. We had some crucial losses against Spain on Mirage and just overall.
Do you think teams are playing it because they may have spotted a weakness there, or do you think it's just Mirage is going to be a map that everyone plays?
I feel that we lost our confidence on Mirage and we kind of lost our game on Mirage for a while, and now we're only starting to get it back, and it's a really good experience to play it in the Mirage now.
Yeah.
And just overall the map seems, I feel like many underdogs teams think that the Mirage is like an underdog map.
The new Dust 2, so to speak.
Yeah.
We personally don't think so. If you play correctly and accordingly, I think it's really hard to win as an underdog.
Yeah. You and Elise particularly had good games today. I mean, it seems even watching yesterday in a bit stronger of a win, and today, you look very comfortable on the entries at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, I had a long while of bad games, and it's a mixture of many things. And I'm hoping to get back. I'm hoping to get back to the level I want to be, and it's working out now. But this is only the RMR, and
yeah, stiffer competition in the future.
But at the end of the day, it does feel like because of the fact that you guys have these 2 back-to-back blowouts, is that a confidence booster for you? Maybe play the game more the way you would like to play as opposed to feeling like you have to hold back because you're worried about how you're performing?
Of course, yeah. I mean, like, winning is nice.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, obviously, you get confidence. The main thing that we need to understand is not to gain false confidence, obviously. We need to understand that, yes, those teams are maybe lower tier than us, but it's still a confidence boost, but we're just not... We are not supposed to get thinking like,
don't take it
we're
too
the
far.
best Mirage team now because we want two Brazilian teams now. So
will we see another map from you guys in a later series potentially?
I'm not sure.
It's the best of three, so yeah, of course you will. But you guys seem to be loving the Mirage play so far, so I wasn't sure if you're going to be playing.
We
anything
always
different.
love Mirage.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think got anything really all that crazy. I mean, would you like to have like a pain? Would you like to get some revenge on them? Obviously, the Washington loss and Blast Showdown had to have hurt. Obviously, prior to that in Pro League had to have hurt, and a little bit of a rivalry there. Would it be good to get a win in that series between them?
Yeah, of course. We're ready to play any team. Pain in particular would be a great opponent. I feel like we learned a lot after the losses in EPL and the Washington qualifier, and they are a strong team with strong individuals. So obviously you want to play the highest opposition and the strongest teams because, like, even if you lose, there's many chances to qualify, right? So you want to make the most out of this tournament and just practice as much as possible and like fix your mistakes and just improve your gameplay.
Sure.
Cool. Well, I think that's all we got for you. So, I mean, congratulations on the big win. And yeah, we're going to head it off to a break, and then we'll be back with the next match.
So I just immediately like,
We saw some raccoons.
He started talking trash a bit about Copenhagen Flames.
Oh, no way.
Hey, I'm gonna catch one.
It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
What is the gauntlet?
No. It's the f***ing goal!
No way this is last place.
it went really badly.
I wouldn't say it's good, because I would say it was great.
Let's go, baby!
As Cadian prepares to take on his toughest challenge yet, let it be known it'll take more than a hero to beat this one. We know he can lead his team to victory, but can he go at it alone? It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
It's time. It's time. Let's beat Dupree's ass, yeah? Okay, so what does the Launders Show have for me here? Rings off, you know. Step one. Let's go. Okay, let's go. This is the one, guys. Off to a good start. We go for the quick entry. No look. What? Buck. Everybody saw that. No. It's the f***ing goal! Okay, I think there might be some system to this is where the boxes will hit or what. I'm not sure. Oh no. No! I failed the bunny hop so bad. We need just a little bit of luck here. Little bit of luck. Let's go quick. No! That's it. We're done. Dupree, he doesn't know what to do about this time. It's too strong. Yeah, I'm number one now.
All right, guys, let's give it up for Cadian. Come on in, Cadian. Well done. Take a bow.
Calm down. It was good, but calm down.
I'm going to ask for your signature in a second.
Yeah.
You're really burning calories on this map.
To be completely honest, I was just chilling. I knew that Dupree don't stand a chance.
Dupree don't stand a chance. You heard it here already. Well, why don't we make it official? Let's see if he lived out his dream of beating Dupree. To find out, we'll have the assistant. Roll out the leaderboard assistant. Come on, let's keep it moving. Don't go out all night. Don't be alarmed by how long it takes me to write this number down. Just be happy it happened. The submission here from Cadian to the Gauntlet Challenge to see if he could beat Dupree. Did he do it, folks? That's right, they finally gave me my own show. Watch the Launders Show exclusively on Blast TV.
Let's go, baby!
And as always, it's been a blast. I want to be a guest on the Launders Show. That chair looks comfy.
The music sounded nice.
It's a vibe. I want to see that set because it looks so good on camera, and I'm very curious about like how they built it out.
Yeah, they've done a good job with it, haven't they?
They have, indeed. Now, we've got a storyline to build out here because we've got a matchup, and it's kind of a banger. It's a heater. These are the 1-0 games again. We got Complexity, we got a Pain, and these are two teams that are super familiar with each other.
I personally thought, we both kind of talked about this being like the game of the day as well for certainly for this stream, although the EG Furia game turned out to be quite a banger as well. Furia edging out a small victory there. But yeah, this is kind of a Pain team that's been on the rise, really talented individually. We just heard Yakinder talk about it as well, a team that's very, very dangerous. It's obviously had their number the past 2 times they've engaged. And Complexity trying to kind of shake off the demons of the last RMR where they fell at the final hurdle and trying to have themselves in a good position to go through in a best of 3. So I don't know, this is a scary game, and I think Complexity might be caught here. I almost feel like I think I was one of the few people who actually predicted Pain to win this one today. But these are the Complexity guys, still on the rise in North America, still trying to really stake their claim. It's a team mostly that's been built off the potential of their players, of guys like Fang, guys like Grim, who's lived up to it. Halzerk has been awesome as an opera for this squad. JT, I think, is relatively underrated as an in-game leader at the moment. But Pain is secretly going to be a pretty tough team to beat.
I don't even know if it's that much of a secret anymore.
Yeah, maybe not secretly anymore, but I still feel like Complexity's considered to be the favorite in this match, and I don't think that's true. I don't think it's the case.
I think it's a question of who's on the upswing and who's maybe at a little bit of a plateau trying to break through, right? We've got momentum for Pain, so it's very exciting to be behind that, to see them on the rise. And then for Complexity, meanwhile, it's like they've been at a certain level for a while. They've had these very promising results that never quite reached the conclusion you'd hope for. You know, just 1 map shy of making it to playoffs at events, or just 1 map shy of qualification to events, or just that last final hurdle where they stumble. And what we're waiting for is we're waiting for that ceiling ceiling crasher, that moment where they ascend. And I mean, a major is like the best time in the world to possibly do it. So this is a complexity team where, I mean, the guy in the center has been the highlight this year. Grim's been incredible.
Yeah, he's been great. I mean, it's cool to see because you saw some of that skill when he was on Liquid. You just didn't see like kind of the full package. And I think now being put in some more star positions with his team, obviously, and delivering upon it has been great. It also helps, obviously, that he's had like, once Holzerk joined this team, entirely different nature versus what they had previously, where just having an Opera who can not only make plays, but isn't going to make mistakes, is going to just play a solid game. And when you have that piece with you, it helps your riflers so much when you have an Opera that's having great impact as well. I think Grim's been one of the better recipients of that benefit in terms of his level of play. But yeah, he's one of those guys that feels like Complexity need him to play well. They need Grim.
They really do. There's sort of those two tentpoles of Grim and Holzerk where they're the necessity, right?
Yeah.
They're like the basic foundational stress-bearing pillars.
Yeah.
And if they're not working, the building's coming down. But you need a little bit more even beyond that, in my eyes, against a team like Pain, where we've seen so much firepower and so much danger.
And sometimes it's Floppy, sometimes it's Fang. Occasionally, every once in a while, you get the game out of JT. I mean, he still delivers some pretty good impact as well as an in-game leader, but it really is kind of the question of who's going to be that third guy, because it feels like it's supposed to be Fang. Like his skills and his potential, but we haven't seen that realized with consistency quite yet. And this is who they're going up against. I think for me, the two big names on Pain Gaming are guys like Skulls, very, very talented, extremely skilled, and then Big Uzera as the in-game leader, who Skulls had a lot of praise for yesterday as well. So those are the kind of the two guys I feel like have a real huge impact on how this Pain team has had success recently.
Absolutely, and it's been so cool to see Big Uzera because he's been part of this team, he's been part of this roster, part of the system for so long, but he's never been at the helm. And so with PKL making the decision to move back, with Big Uzera stepping into that, it was this huge question mark, and he's just so far past every test, looked phenomenal in it, looked like he's absolutely ready to take the reins of power, and he's been delivering on an individual level as well while making that transition, which is usually where you see players stumble, and it just hasn't been an issue. They also did have the asset, I would say, of bringing back in Nikiz, a player who had been with them for so long, who is so familiar with the system.
Yeah.
So that sort of helps maybe give you a little bit more comfort as an in-game leader, but he's still, you've got to put so much praise on what he's been able to do in the role.
Oh, for sure. I think everyone on the team that I've heard has had only positive things to say about it. So I mean, it's been really cool. And I mean, this is a team that's kind of poised, and they've found some momentum leading into this. I still don't think they've had like the tournament-defining run quite yet, but some really good upsets that are allowing them to build some momentum coming into the RMR to a point where I'd have them as favorites to go through as one of the 5 teams that actually make it out to Paris. So this for them is going to be their first big test here in the R. Same really for Complexity. I don't know. I think this matchup is so interesting in a number of different ways, and I think it's going to be a lot of fun to see how this one plays out.
I think my only regret about this is I wish it was a best of 3. Yeah, I wish we got more than just
fair.
one map, because I feel like you're going to get
not
into a
an
situation.
elimination best of 3 though.
Not an elimination. Both these teams deserve a chance to certainly rock on further, but I would love to see one of those more extended drawn-out games, because I think this is, I mean, yes, it's technically SA and NA, but really they've been competing in the same region. So we've seen these matchups before, a lot of familiarity between them, and you know, a lot of healthy respect, I think, between the rosters as well.
This scoreline is mental. I mean, like 23 kills and 5 deaths yesterday. It was against Paqueta, and that's kind of the asterisk that you'd put onto it. But I mean, just if you watched that game, you would have seen like this team hit some level of confidence where they all just wanted to take fights every time they had the chance. There was no real consideration of like a plan B or maybe play this situation passively. It was like, oh, swing for the fights. Everyone go get a battle. And Skulls in particular was just exuding that confidence, hard swinging in every situation, skill on full display. He's a really dangerous player when he hits that peak, when he gets to that point.
And I think it's going to be important for them to deal with that early on, because he is the kind of player who can just rattle your cages immediately. If you're going to give him the space, he's going to take it. He's going to punish you. And he's very good at punishing.
Yeah, he really is.
As we've seen. So for a Complexity team that occasionally has these jitters, stumbles, you know, that they'll get into a hole and not have to dig themselves out. I don't think Pain's a team you want to get in the hole against. They will bury you.
No, and that's always the question too, and like especially in a best of 1, especially at an RMR, the one thing you can always say about Brazilians is like they are like it's exactly what they say, and it's not even like really, I mean, I guess it's I don't even know, I forget the word I'm even looking for, but it is that thing where like they just come in with so much kind of like focus and passion and energy, always invested in emotion into the game, that you know you're never going to question, I feel like, whether Brazilians in like a matchup like this are going to be here to play in my mind. But I do have that kind of sense with Complexity sometimes that I haven't yet seen Complexity really develop like a game face. Like, you know, when you see them in the mornings of a big match and everything, they're still kind of joking around and they're all nice and you're like, no, start being an asshole. Start being a dick. Start being in the mood where you're just going to destroy everyone in the server. And sometimes I don't get that sense, and it's, I mean, it's, look, you can't quantify it. It's whatever you think about it. But that sometimes worries me if we're going to get like the hardcore game realizing what's on the line for Complexity that gets them all focused on this match.
It almost is the killer instinct, right?
Yeah.
Where it feels like Pain are always ready to go for the throat of their opponent, really in any circumstance. And it's something that, I mean, I've gotten the pleasure of casting Pain really on their rise through the ranks of, you know, NA, ECL for years and years and years and years. And they were always cutthroat. They were one of those teams that you expect to always have that level of consistency, which isn't even true of sort of the top dogs at the tier 2, tier 3 level. But Pain was always one where they were showing up, they were consistent, they were bringing that same level, and it definitely does help you. I do have our map veto where we're going to nuke. That's a little bit of an interesting one. I did get to chat a bit with the Complexity gang. They were expecting this veto. I think Pain probably very ready for it as well. So this should be great neutral territory for the two teams.
Yeah, and I mean, it bears that out as well. And then the win percentage is 62 for Complexity, 68 for Pain. So I mean, it's yeah, this is going to be, I think, a happy, comfortable place for both teams, and we're just getting ready to see how it is. And I think we're just about ready. So we're going to send it over to a break, and we'll be right back when the match goes live.
And we're off to the races here on Nuke Pistol Round going live. Complexity get the pleasure of starting on the defense. And in a BO1, sometimes that could make all the difference.
I am so excited for this match. There's an opening for Big Uzera, but the lobby control behind them, so Pain is forced forward. Oh, the jumping dualies from Holzerk. How's he done it? A kill, a headshot, and they got to keep pressing the issue. The bomb is down. JT's got another one. There goes Big Uzera, and it's all collapsed. Hardzao in a 1v4, and he's whittled it down to 3.
Talk about taking the initiative in a pistol round, just flying out the gates, looking for every fight they could possibly get. But let's see. Hardzao, still a dangerous customer. He's alone here, and he knows, and they know, he has to battle in. They're giving him nothing on first face. Fang going to be the contact man, and then the swing from Halzik just puts him down in the dirt. Great use of the dualies there. Love a little jumping dualie to start off the fun.
Yeah, he's doing his best face-off impression. Looked like Casper Troy coming around that corner. Well done from Complexity, really. Nice little pounce on Pain heading towards ramp room. And pistol round goes to the Americans, the North Americans.
They're all Americans.
They're all Americans.
I don't know how long Pain need to compete in NA before we just claim them. I don't think they're quite there yet. They've gone back and forth a little bit, but they've been around. They're one of the Monterrey, not quite native, but adopted Monterrey teams for a long stretch of time. Big Uzera taking a lot of space outside early. The smokes are going to afford him this opportunity. A little bit of spam damage tags him up, so it's not for free, and we've already got Fang down low, ready to anticipate and deal with this, and it is just the one player for the moment. So Complexity haven't seen enough to make them panic, rotate, really open anything up. It's pretty much a stable set here.
No, but I mean, knowing someone gets down to Secret is going to put someone like Floppy defending ramp room on notice, right? Because they're going to try and join up with him. Floppy sees it come and tries to get away, drops down, sticks around for at least one fight. Oh, doesn't get any of the kills he would have liked. He's done damage, but hasn't found a thing. Now it's Holzerk stepping up next, and oh, what a transfer. Triple kill for Holzerk, starting this game strong.
He's one of the players we talked about, the load-bearing pillar, and he is looking straight right now as an arrow, not missing much at all. Big Uzera take it down, so it's just the one blemish. Floppy may be overwhelmed by the numbers a bit, but the quick regain.
That's nice. Yeah, that was a little sketchy from Floppy, but thankfully Halzerk was there. Halzerk may have even overextended, and it doesn't much matter when you get all 3 kills, right? But that could have been a little bit dicey. If he goes 1 for 1 there, then they have an M4, then that gets a little bit weird, and it's Fang who's under the most pressure down low as well, because Big User was cutting off rotations through vents, but thankfully you don't have to worry about any of that. 2-0.
Let's talk about the pace of those rounds, right? I mean, yeah. we're like a minute into the map. We've got 2 rounds done.
All the matches, it feels, of this RMR have been very fast comparatively to what we normally see at the big events. Yeah, they just get into it.
No wasting time. None of these last 15 seconds executes. Just have some fun.
Yeah, smart Counter-Strike sucks. Play dumb Counter-Strike.
We ain't scared of no early engagements here in America.
Yeehaw.
Yeehaw. It's the accent you'd imagine Halzerk would have. It's not quite. It's not quite. He's giving an interview, though. Apparently, he did get a hunting rifle from his dad at like 7.
Beautiful.
7 or 8.
Good for him.
So I think he's living up to the part, you know? He's ready for the Texas move. Fang gonna have another opportunity here from Secret. Grim along with him. That's a lot of SMG prowess against these unarmored pistols, but Fang out of bullets. That's a little awkward. MP9s maybe not going as good as they'd like. Fang in a bit of a tough spot. 1v1, he's down. This is getting a bit more expensive than you'd love if you're Complexity, but the rifles are still around. The advantage is still there. But one more deep shot connects, and we're starting to get a little sketchy in this one.
Yeah, it's not the biggest.
Oh, there it is.
That's the painful kill. It's not the biggest deal in the world when the SMG's hitting the deck, but yeah, when you lose a rifle and now you lose Halzerk outside.
Oh, no.
Okay, Floppy. Let's see what you got in the clutch. 1v2. He knows where both of them are. Now he's been spotted. Drops down into safety. He's got the first. Oh, and he can't convert. Immediate kill from Hardzao, and it's a first round for Pain in a round they should not have won.
That is an absolute heartbreaker. Unarmored pistols. You get the opening kills. You have them right where you want them for that SMG engagement. Everything is going to plan for Complexity until all of a sudden it is entirely not.
Everyone's in fight mode throughout this round. No one scaled it back. No one held back. Some good shots from Hardzao. The immediate dink with the P250. Same with the FAMAS at the end of the day. And that's the first real hiccup for Complexity. But it's Pain who take a timeout to talk this over.
I even like the way Floppy plays in the micro where he realizes as soon as he's spotted he has to go down or he's just going to get double swung, but just can't land that last shot.
Yep.
At the end of the day, headshots do rule in this game we love. Investment coming back in. This is spicy. Okay, we've got an op out, but it's on Fang, so that's a spawn-based thing. He's got the furthest spawn. We've got a scout for Halzerk. This is a bit of a weird round.
Yeah, I'm really curious where Fang is going to take this with the spawn. Like in my head, I'm thinking like maybe he's pushing Hut, maybe he's pushing Ramp Room with it.
Ramp is going to be the case, or play down Secret.
Yeah, I was going to say, he could take it to Secret, but I would imagine it's going to be... Yep. All right. Let's see how this goes. I don't remember the last time I've seen Fang with an AWP.
I think he maybe plays the secondary on Ancient sometimes? Racking my brain right now. Not a typical affair.
Let's find out. We're all in this together.
They're setting up smoke walls outside. He's going to have a chance here. If they go behind it, if this isn't just a fake, we're going to see how the Fang op shapes up.
Well, and I mean, even look at this little confusing thing. Halzerk's in big garage with the scout, so even if he just fires off shots, they might not expect... I mean, he could just be a distraction, a bait, because they won't expect the op to be in Secret now. So yeah, Fang is most certainly going to have a chance.
Got to hit this first shot, though. It's the shot and drop. Here's the contact. Here's the op. There's the connection, and he's away. So this is the point revealed. Problem is he doesn't have a smoke or a Molotov, which is usually what you want to slow things down, but they're not so quick in the chase.
2 tags for Halzerk with the scout as well, so he's whittled a couple players down. Now the problem is, yeah, he has the scout and he's got to watch for them to push towards heaven, and there's nobody in support. Floppy's going to start shifting over now, and he has to do it to keep his teammates in the upper bomb site comfortable.
This is going to open up opportunities for Skulls, but he won't move just yet. So for now, it's Hardzao making his way into heaven.
Skulls has to know there's going to be a lobby crunch coming.
He's ready for it. So very ready for it. So snappy on the aim as well. Grim removed. Now, I mean, Floppy's hearing this heaven play, but he can't do anything really about it. Hardzao's not giving him the free opportunity, so he's just going to make his way up the ladder and not going to be able to execute on the kill. It's all in the Fang with just that 1 AWP, and there's not really even a chance for a save. Skulls will make sure of that.
Skulls just banged him out, and man, there was not a plan B. When Halzerk went down outside, the entire defense was exposed. And even the rotation from Fang back to the upper bomb site is like, it's great, but when Grim is trying to take lobby control from Hut, there's no one to swing off that to take out Skulls, right? Like, that's the point of taking lobby when you lose outside, is you have to actually take it. And if it's only one player, like, and he doesn't win that fight, like, you haven't done anything. Like, you're still just in the same awkward and impossible situation.
Into the round, into the mix of this one, USB's getting mowed down. Neck is dropped, but it's a quick recovery. No real doubt into this round. We'll move on quickly into the 6th. Pain wasting no time there. And Complexity, yes, another buy will come through, but there's not going to be the scopes. There's not going to be the op. It's going to be onto the rifles. There'll be limitations. Not likely to be a kit either. So this, after winning the pistol, is not the way you want a nuke to look early on.
No, not really at all. Payne's done a good job of taking away. I mean, man, that hiccup in round 3, just to Deagles and a P250 just gets absolutely decimated. That's painful, and Complexity yet to recover from it. Round 6. Looks like Payne already setting up for an upper execute, at least upper nades. They're going to triple nade, and ooh, JT survives. Only takes 29 damage.
I think those are the nades for the back spot, right?
Yes,
You're down below
it looked
the
like
tower.
it, yeah.
Well, we are going to get a bit of movement outside. It's going to be Fang again. Man on point. Got a little bit of support from Halzerk in Heaven, maybe again, just to try and find the tags and distract. But at this point, Fang's played Secret on the steps or around it quite a bit early on. So you've got to imagine Payne are going to be wary. For now, it's just a bit of presence. Biguzera and Neck is moving around out here.
Very shallow wall, though. They can actually turn in towards Mini, and there's no eyes on it. Grim can just get trucked. Oh, nice flashbang peek, but they're not as blind as he would have liked. And now the hit is on. Grim's in so much trouble. They know his position. He's taken down inside the bomb site, JT. 2 angles to deal with, and that is the defense absolutely decimated yet again.
Now Floppy has to get out of here, but even that's such a doubt. He knows he's going to have a duel. He's ready for that at the very least. Might afford him the opportunity to save the gun, but they're going to hunt. There's plenty of money here for the Payne side, so they're wasting no time with this. Bomb will eventually make its way into a plant, but I think they'll be very happy to throw these 2 guns into the chase at the very least and see if they can't dig Floppy out of spawn. Nothing.
Man.
Yeah, that summarizes it for Complexity.
What can you say about this one? What a reversal of fortunes. Now they're just getting battered.
I mean, I think we can heap praise on Payne. It's all the pieces we're looking for. It's nice when Hadzao is also popping off. He's not even one we really highlighted in the pregame, but you know, when you've got that firepower on Skulls and Zevi, and then you've got anybody else chiming in, great, phenomenal.
Fang's going to be a little bit frustrated. That flashbang outside, I like the play, I like the setup, and the players just were not blind enough to give him that one free kill that he really needed, because after that defense is just not a whole lot of strength to hold players back from Mini. Grim on top of Hut just gets blinded and stuck with nowhere to go, and then JT's isolated, and it all falls apart. Timeout, and it's got to be from Complexity. It is their first of the game as they talk things over. Everyone's stuck right around 3K. I imagine we'll see some Deagles, some armor, some P250s, but mostly saving up for weapons in the next round.
I think a lot of this timeout has to be more about TC, the coach of Complexity, trying to stabilize the mental. More so, I mean, a strat for the next round, sure, great on the gun round, but really it's about saying, all right, look, we've had this wobble early on. They're clearly starting to build some momentum, but it's fine. There's a lot of CS to play. Steady, boys. Steady as she goes.
Absolutely. I'm curious to see what Complexity brings into this round. Halzerk, they have a full losing bonus at 3,400, so Halzerk's going to have the op in the next round as long as he doesn't spend a whole lot of money. So we're seeing some 5.7s, some Deagles. Halzerk is saving entirely to make sure he's got enough money for armor and utility with that AWP. But Complexity is starting to get in a little bit of trouble. It's just a small hole for the moment.
For the moment. But I mean, I think we talked about this with Payne, right? You don't want to get down at all, really.
Again, yeah, it's that entire concept of like this team like knows how to apply the pressure when they have momentum. They know how to finish things off when they have the advantages. And it's starting to show a little bit early on in this map.
Killer instinct for sure. They've got it in spades. A shift of the presence towards lower, but Payne, I mean, that one kill towards ramp triggers the rotation for Complexity. Payne have all the time in the world to figure out what they actually want to do. Maybe they go lower. Maybe it just there's nothing really to tip this off just yet, but if you're Complexity, you got to make some kind of gamble. Got to do something to try and give these 5-7s a chance to have impact. It seems like we might get the pinch back up towards A, in which case, good luck, Fang. If he gets a kill or two here, maybe they get back up the vents, but even then, tough situation, tough circumstance. And here's coming the hit. Ball making its way over. Okay, utility with it. I was going to say, if they send the bomb out solo, maybe that's the one-way things get pretty weird. But it's not going to get weird at all. Hardzao, very good on the clear. No problem here. No stumble, no stutter, no shakes.
Boom. That's round 5. Done and dusted, nice and easy.
You and I were talking about this. And we were talking about it a little bit before going live, and we kind of felt like there were two worlds with this game, it being a BL1. And World 1 was we get a very competitive game and it goes either way. And World 2 was that Pain absolutely blows the doors off and annihilates.
Yeah, and just steamrolls.
Starting to feel like World 2.
Well, there's time for recovery, right? There's time to change, to get on the alternate timeline where it's a close affair. But yeah, this is it's going to have to start in this next round. You want a little bit of life coming back into Complexity. Gun rounds haven't even really felt all that close whatsoever.
I think Hardzao's sitting right around 15K. So it's been good early.
Yeah, good. That part sucks too. It's not only that, but Skull's at like 11,000. Same with Zevi as well. So now if you're Complexity, not only do you have to find a winning recipe, but you have to do it in a fashion that you can replicate it 2 or 3 times before you get any kind of reprieve. And even then, the losing bonus will build up. And if Pain is still finding bomb plants, then you're still facing off against buys every single round. So Complexity and a situation where this match is at its kind of at its hardest stage that they could have allowed it to get to.
At least we do have the more normal buy. They finally got into a healthy gun round, right? We got Halzerk on the AWP. There's no weirdness based on spawn. It's just purely this is the way we want to hold our defense. Grim, though, naded to oblivion right off the rip. He's got 34 in the health pockets. And it's going to be an outside play. Fang has not been able to have much impact here early on. And once again, he's going to be the guy who's closest to answering the call. They'll allow them down secret unless Fang wants to make a very bold play off this flashbang, which is exactly what he's going to do. Flashbang's good, but the kill is not because they're blind, just spamming the angle he's holding for it, and they can't even get a kill on the Nekiz. This is a problem now. JT spots it. He knows they're coming his way, but how do you respond? The info needs the shots, doesn't have it. Biguzera with another. And this one's starting to look like it's coming undone. Skulls has the flank, he has all the info in the world, but he doesn't get the kill. Floppy! Spidey sense tingling, manages to even get away. There's a chance still into this, but their survival might just hinge on this man in ramp.
Well, I mean, at least for the moment, too. Grim has been able to push up in towards lobby. He's playing in the squeak door at the moment, so that gives some safety. But, I mean, they're very pinned down. Halzerk and Grim don't have a whole lot of mobility to these positions because they have no idea, no concept of where Pain is. Spotted the Heaven player. Now they know. And Grim needs to deliver from squeak door. Halzerk goes down. Position given up, but no kills, and it's a save call. It has to be for Grim and Floppy. No kit, no HP, and Pain once again exploit outside. That's twice now. The flash peek, the flash play outside to activate Fang has looked good, but netted nothing.
It's got to be frustrating too, right? I mean, Biguzera was full blind, as far as we can tell. He was holding the angle, and he finds the shot. So it's the right idea. It theoretically should have caught up Pain, but should have, yeah. And coulds and woulds are very different from did. And then again, as we said, you know, in a BL1, the dids matter a whole lot.
A whole lot. So does this AUG. And with the bomb explosion, Floppy's really in a tough place because he can't go too deep. Oh, that's a big kill. That is a big boy kill, and he survives just barely. 2 HP on Floppy after the bomb blast. And that's an all-important weapon to keep in his hands because now he can drop an M4 over to a teammate. Grim can drop an M4 as well, and they can have another buy, another crack at the apple. Another bite at the apple, another crack. What is it the saying? Crack at a...
I think it's both.
I don't know, okay.
Crack at the pinata, bite of the apple. Bite of the apple is, I think, the way it goes, but I'll take crack.
Crack at the apple, yeah.
Well, it's like
whatever.
Bobbing.
Yeah, bobbing for apples.
There you go.
They're really bobbing right now. Actually, there's no bob. They're just sunk for the moment.
Weaving.
Yeah.
No bobs. Only the weave. Weaving a tapestry of sadness, perhaps, for Complexity. But, you know, Pain, they fancy themselves a little bit of the... I don't know what Weaver? Weaver. Weaver? Is that what someone who makes tapestries is?
It could be. I don't know.
Not my area of expertise.
My tapestry knowledge isn't what it used to be.
Well, we can work on that. Pain, I think, is expecting a response here in the early round. They let some time go off the clock, make sure there's not a lobby crunch coming, make sure there's not really that much aggression outside, and Complexity haven't given them any interesting looks. They've shifted Halzerk in towards ramp. This is the difference maker. He doesn't have the op in this one, so they double up on the ramp's defense. Don't leave Floppy alone, but it means there's really no one who can assist Fang outside, and that's been the vulnerability point, so they are putting a lot of faith on Fang to deliver something here, or at least not give up another kill. And the smokes are going to come in, and they're going to take this space, and this has been working well for Pain, so you really can't blame them for doing it again.
Surely you don't pop him through one more time. It hasn't worked at all. Don't go back to it. Oh, and he goes down. Fang is really struggling outside, really being exploited. And now they book it down secret to the lower site. Floppy has just transitioned over. So is Halzerk, but this lurk from Skulls is everything. Oh, Grim doesn't clear it. Floppy with a double kill before he's being taken down. And somehow Complexity has stayed in the action.
Somehow they've done it. Floppy finding massive impact. Oh, Halzerk with the timing to come out. He does damage. He pulls him off the plant. There's only 13 seconds. Time is everything now. Neck is just trying to find a little bit of cover to get the C4 planted down. And he's going to do so, but JT wants to force the issue. The money at least gained, but there's no health here for Nekiz. Little for his opponents as well, but Halzerk will seal the deal with the USP. Finally, a round on for Cole, but you talked about the fact they needed to find replicability in their CT side. I don't know if that was quite it.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't rely on that round swinging in the favor of Complexity all that often. And again, like the money is so massive for Pain. Almost 16K on Zevi. And Complexity losing 3 players, still in a really rough spot. The op is at least recovered, passed over for free to Halzerk. So they got that going for him. And Complexity's going to have to mount a little bit of a comeback.
It feels like the most reliable piece for them so far has been the AUG in the hands of Floppy. So what meta is this? But, I mean, whatever they can take, right? Wherever they can find the multi-kills. He's the one who's delivered them an opportunity at least to get into this round. Now they need to build.
The question that Complexity is going to be talking about and asking themselves during this timeout is, there's 2 things they have to be concerned about. One, we need to figure out a way to shore up the outside defense. Pain has been getting everything they want. Fang has been neutralizing. The last 3 times Pain have headed in his direction. 2 of those pop flashes that failed. This one as the smokes fade. And then the other question, unfortunately, is going to be Pain is just calling a timeout. So if we send a second player outside and do a setup focused on that part of the map, is Pain just kind of switching things up on us right now? Are they actually going to be there this round? So tough questions for Complexity.
They are going to focus the op outside. Halzerk's going to be headed this way early. No, it's actually the squeaky door peek that he's going for. So never mind. It is a focus inwards.
It's kind of a good middle ground, right? If there's some kind of an upper bust or upper attention early on from Pain, Halzerk is there to handle it, and he can also swing outside at discretion if he needs to out of mini.
Coming up secret now. This is going to be interesting. We've got the player tucked into the shadow of the Schmallow here. That's just going to be Big Uzera holding the angle, and they're looking like they want to set up some sort of smokes outside.
Yeah, but I think this is going to be a little bit of a fake, perhaps. Big Uzera is already in a lurk position, so they can throw these smoke walls and just go elsewhere. Indeed, they're going to chuck them out and go over towards ramp room, but Halzerk stepping forward. Now he's in trouble. Oh, just as it plumes. Set up perfectly for Pain.
That's so punishing now. But the pressure's going to come towards Floppy, so we got a chance again for this AUG to have impact. They're boosting, looking specifically for him. Molotov just baiting him, asking for that one peek that they can punish, and he won't give it to them just yet, but the space is still lost, and it's major pressure on the Floppy.
Yeah, but because of the setup they had with Halzerk downstairs, there's nobody to cover Hell. There's nobody to cover Pain actually coming up the ladder. So the upper defenders, while they don't have pressure on him yet, are feeling nervous.
This is going to need to be a huge performance. We even got Bigu coming in on the flank. There's been no rotation to support. It's all on Floppy here. He's got one and only one, and that's just not going to be enough. They'll still try and make a go of this, but you would imagine, and they're already doing it, they're backing away. They had no presence, they had no pressure, they had no control, and they have no chance back into the round. 7 at a minimum for Pain on this attacking half. It is looking phenomenal for them on Nuke.
7 at a minimum with plenty to go, plenty to build that scoreline up as well. This is just so dominant, and not only like individually wise, some of the shots that are coming out from the Pain guys, as we know they're talented, now just getting worked on the map. This is a round called by Big Uzera that's all predicated on the success they had outside. Once again, put him in a lurk position outside, set up that smoke wall, well. And let's see what the reaction's going to be. Let's see what kind of a setup they're calling since we've punished this part of the map so much. And he just gets a freebie on Holzerk, who's moving up with the AWP.
And credit to Rix, their coach, as well, because that's coming right off of a timeout, and it's like the perfect read for what's coming next. So, timely use of, I'd imagine that even might come in the prep, right? Knowing that they've influenced that so much, what the response is potentially going to be. So, on to the next stage. Complexity, again, searching for answers, searching for anything that they can start to rely on, and it has just been tough to come by. Even, I mean, in their one-round win, that was not a situation you necessarily want to get yourself into a lot of times. So
yeah, I mean, it's what we mentioned too. It's not something you can replicate. They were very fortunate to get back into that round, much less actually take the victory here. And Pain can now start opening up the playbook. They've got so much money to play with. They've got such a lead. Oh, JT, good double kill. Huge play when they needed it most. He's finally taken down, but he's done his job.
The captain stepping up in a big way. They needed somebody to take the initiative. They've gotten a little stagnant in some of their holds, and this time JT makes it happen. That's a good nade. Hud Zhao takes the brunt of that. So now Pain on the back foot, down in the numbers. Not a situation they've been in a whole lot here. How do they want to move? Even if you don't wind up sealing the deal on the round, there's a lot of chance to do prolonged economic damage, and this one's certainly not, settled history just yet. There's a lot to play for. They're going to set up smokes outside. It seems some sort of utility coming over, but no. Actually in towards the site. All the way back for lockers. Fang's ahead of that. But here's going to be a hit towards ramp. They're going to test Floppy again. He's got close support. No, Halzerk in heaven instead. It's all going to be on Floppy here. What's he got? He's got damage on the first. Able to fall away. Not giving the kill just yet. Halzerk's quick on the rotate. It skulls, but he's got no health. 10 HP, 30 seconds, and 3 targets to find. This guy's been incredible, but this would be another level, and he wants to chase up the damage.
Oh, they're both there, though. They're both lined up. Good headshot. You'll never expect this second, but that's a nice little kill at the end on Halzerk. Alp is recovered, and Complexity have 4.
But the problem is, you take down 2 more kills in a 3v4. This is where we talk about the long game. That money is not going to be great here for Complexity. They have to reinvest. It's going to sting the kills that they've lost here.
They've never found their sea legs in this half so far. Everything's a struggle at the moment. That's a huge double kill for JT to open things up and give his team an advantage moving forward into the mid-round. 3-round lead. Still the open play on Halzerk. Door blown open, and they want to go for a peek, and Zevi's got it. Takes off the head of Halzerk clean.
Pressure on again for Fang. He's got to hold this wrap in towards Mini. Does he get cleared? No, not yet, and he's able to strike this time. Neki is also outside. He knew he was here, facing the utility, but not going to be able to find that kill just yet. So a chance for Nekis to maneuver, and he's calling for his teammates to join him as well. They know they've got Fang stuck here, but JT wants to come in and support on the angle, and if they try and cross secret, it's punishable. It's very punishable. Minute 12 still.
Yeah, but
time of plenty.
This whole defense is shifting to help Fang out right now, right? Floppy's come over, Grim has shifted to door, so JT can shift in towards Mini. It's all going to come down around this position of Fang because JT's committed. Oh, he comes back into it, somehow wins that fight. Nekis falls to Fang. Good movement, good change of position, and Complexity have control of the situation.
For once in full control, the bomb dropped down, the healthy player gone, and Hud Zhao to follow soon after. So there we go. There's where the money starts to build. 2 rounds in a row as well, and that's exactly what we needed. We needed them to show up that outside defense. They find an answer.
The question is it a little too late? Pain have already got a lot, and as we mentioned, their money has been so strong that they still have plenty of cash. They've got buys in the next 2 to 3 rounds, which is, they don't have to worry about money necessarily for this entire half. 3rd timeout now even used by Pain. See if they can have another adjustment. And the other worrying sign, we mentioned the pregame, but Complexity feels like a team that need Grim to perform. He's currently struggling. Not only Fang outside, but Grim in the upper bomb site. 3 kills so far in the 12 rounds of play.
It feels like they just haven't necessarily brought the fight to him that often, right? He's been in retake situations a lot.
It's not necessarily, I'm not going to say it's been like a bad game for Grim. The numbers don't look good, but I mean, a lot of it has been him shifting in position, right? Trying to make up for losses in ramp room, losses outside. When they've come towards the upper bomb site, it's because Fang and Halzerk have gone down and they're wrapping upon him, and he's just always in a tough spot. He hasn't really gotten any of those clean looks.
Let's see what Pain's got here. Maybe it's a change-up again. Interesting that they've used the 3 timeouts already. Obviously, those are precious commodity here at the RMR, and there's still another half to play. But if they can get a few more rounds here, that would be devastating for Cole's chances. Smokes outside. Back to the classic, back to what's been working, and this time Feng is not around. He's down in secret. He's holding it a little bit more patiently than he's been before. It's Halzerk looking over the smoke, trying to find a first contact, but he'll even give up that fight. They know they're surrendering Garage. Halzerk's watching for this play. JT in towards Mini. Where do they actually want to take it? With a heavy presence in towards ramp, it seems like Floppy might be the key piece here once again, despite this outside play.
Oh, Big User could be in trouble, though, if he peeks this. Halzerk needs to hit this shot. Floppy's going to be under attention early. They want to take the AWP away from this angle outside. There's the trade. Halzerk legs one. Awkward fight. Awkward to the P250, but he gets it anyways. And now he's going to make his move.
Oh, Halzerk's so stuck. Halzerk's so stuck. He doesn't know which way to look. And it's just a question of who strikes first. He's looking for this kill in towards Hell, knowing that they're coming that way, but Nekis is clearing this. Does he realize he's going to go up top? He might actually miss the AWP. This is getting a little bit weird, a little bit awkward. If another scope goes in, now Halzerk's looking for this. He's aware. I don't know if he got an audio cue, but he's looking for it, and he's going to be able to get the kill. So somehow, some way, that works out for the AWPer, and JT with his deep position, never going to be expected. The bomb dropped down, and JT seals the deal on the round. 3 in a row now for Cole as they start to swell back into this game.
What a big boy play from Halzerk. That with low HP is such a roll of the dice once Floppy goes down. He's in a position where essentially it's like, the timing of that was just so perfect, because if someone actually swings wide in Big Garage behind Big Uzera, he's dead. He's exposed with his back turn, and he's just gambling that nobody's going to peek it. The pathing that it took to get up towards heaven was just perfect for Halzerk to survive. And now the money turns into an issue all of a sudden for Pain. I'm actually quite surprised by that.
Yeah, not where we expected to find ourselves. So,
I mean, they could have obviously invested more in utility, but they're trying to save up to have a strong buy in the next round. So this should just be like a one move round, right? You don't have utility to move around the map to take control. This is just a call and see what you get off of it and go from there. Oh, and they're getting so much.
They've got everything. They've got everything. They've blown the doors off. So many of these rounds where the ramp hold, the lower defense just hinged on that one player, on Floppy and ramp, and this time they just immediately catch that kill and recognize that that affords them so much space. So now they can take the time. They found 2 more kills off the back of it. It's so much pressure on a Grim and Halzerk. You need some sort of a massive hero play if they're even going to think about getting back into this. Halzerk's coming in to maybe be able to pinch, but it relies on Grim finding a lot of kills here, and he's smoked off.
He's entirely smoked out. They didn't even have to use a whole lot of utility for that ramp take. This round is over. Now, I think Complexity...
They can go for it, I think.
I was going to say, you can almost just might as well go for it just because of the money, but Floppy needs a drop in the next round, so maybe they at least want to save 1. They're just thinking, they're just like, it's impossible.
Yeah.
I mean, it probably is. This is like a 1% retake chance.
So backing off, not giving it a look. Pain on to 8, winning the half. Now great position as well to seize the last one, and that was a complete change of pitch from everything else they've done in this half.
But you can say for Complexity, winning 3 in a row, winning 4 of the last 5, at least puts them in contention. It's not going to be a great half. Things hurt. Things are going to be difficult switching sides, but they've got a chance, at the very least, is what they've bought themselves in this half.
A chance to make a game of it. A chance for some momentum, but Pain, I mean, just when it looked like they might have a crack in the edifice of this attack, when the money starts to wear out, they just hit the fast play, they find that 1 kill, immediately propel themselves through.
And I mean, that was the difference. They hadn't attacked, I don't think, ramp in that kind of a capacity for most of this half, so a little bit of a surprise for Complexity. Even the defense shifting over wasn't prepared for how in-your-face Pain actually was. Round 15, up in the hands of Halzerk still.
We're getting aggression out from JT again. He's going to take this hot fight, it seems. No. Holding just outside the doors. Not quite ready for that. Not quite eager to get into the fray, but he's going to be tested. They're coming his way. 3 players ready for this swing. And it's actually Floppy who takes first contact. So now JT, he won't be expected. He won't be expected at all. And he's going to capitalize to the tune of 2. This is a great situation now. The bomb dropped information, and they have to go through the doorway to retrieve the C4. That is punishing. Look at the utility remaining. There's a flashbang on Skulls, and that's it. No smokes to get the easy bomb back. There's no utility or mollies to clear out the back of sight. They're just going to have to do this with the guns, and that's one heck of a way to get started. Still player up on top of Hut. Do they know Grim's here? I don't think he was ever revealed.
They heard him earlier. They were looking for when they came out. The first player was looking up towards Hut. I think they know his position. The question is, do they think he's still up there? Skull's going to wait. Zevi's going for the long play. This is everything is on his shoulders to go up heaven and help alleviate and eliminate these defenders. And I don't think Complexity have an idea that this is happening.
No. I mean,
Grim's watching for it, right? But if he gets the kill on Grim, they're in a lot of trouble.
Halzik's still down lower as well and towards the vent. Now Grim knows, yeah. He's ready for it. The timing, they had to be waiting for something. Here comes the clear, and Grim will just secure it. So there's that star power maybe getting activated here right at the final moments. And we'll be back in just a moment.
Okay, so I have 5 rounds, and if I nail someone in the first shot, I'm gonna walk out the door. Flusher is the first guy I'm gonna get. No, it was not Flusher.
Let's start with simple as the first guess. Let's try.
Okay, let's type Monacy, okay? Let's start with him. I heard he's a really good player.
Okay.
So he's from Europe.
And he's young, it seems like. Let's try.
I'm gonna go further down south. I'm going to say Kenny S, because I'm gonna try and see if I can hit an Arbor.
I guess I can go for Saibu, since that fits.
So he's from G2 and it's an Arbor, so I'm kind of close. G2 and he's an Arbor.
He played the last 2 majors. Monacy, alright? I just have to go for Manesi here, I think.
But Manesi is Russian. Wait, what?
Well done. What?
Is Russia part of Europe?
Wow, I'm actually insane. I told you before that I'm a really good player.
Okay, so I have 5 rounds, and if I nail someone in the first shot, I'm gonna walk out the door. Flusher is the first guy I'm gonna get. No, it was not Flusher.
Let's start with simple as the first guess. Let's try.
Okay, let's type Monacy, okay? Let's start with him. I heard he's a really good player.
Okay.
So he's from Europe.
And he's young, it seems like. Let's try.
Back into the action here, getting ready for that second half. It's close as close can be in the actual score line, but Pain, it felt like we're in the lead and we just had Complexity scrabbling back to give themselves a chance here, Jason.
Yeah, I mean, just barely scraped enough to make it doable. Let's see what they've got in this pistol round. Towards ramp room for 3 players. JT and Fang looking to cause some kind of a distraction at the upper bomb site, blowing open the door. Nekas has a deep spot, but he's taken down by Halzerk. Opening kill provided. Now down to the lower bomb site. No defenders have dropped just yet. So they should be able to get a relatively easy plant and prepare for the retake.
Oh, they want to take the initiative as well. Swinging out of the double doors. They want this fight, and Zevi punishes them for that. So now, everybody's here for Pain. Everyone in the same spot, dancing around with the doors. This is getting a little weird, but the kills come through. A TK as well to boot, and Skulls is the last man left standing. The dualies on top, the defuse, plenty of time for it, and that stray bullet from JT might be coming back to haunt them.
Oh man, and Halzek at the end just never had the communication of where Skulls actually was. He was looking to the right when Skulls was on the controller stairs, so that made the 1v1 easy, but it all came down to that engagement at control doors. Brutal, because Complexity had the pathway. They had it all opened up. And now it's 9-7. I don't think Complexity expected all 4 players of Pain to be there. I think they were like, let's take these 2 guys out and really split this retake, and no dice.
No dice.
However, second round bye, or round 17 bye, second round of the second half. Galil's in an AK, very light on utility. A lot rides on this for Complexity.
It does indeed. It was the unarmored pistol round where things went off the rail in the first half for Cole. Against it, rather. They got a chance to maybe find a little bit of an upset of their own off of a failed pistol.
Yeah, but this is really weird because all 5 players are in lobby, and you don't have really utility to do a whole lot with, so you're kind of just be waiting around.
A lot of counter util coming through. JT's dropping a smoke over towards his teammates. He's going to set up the Molotov. This does look like it's going to be an A execute.
Yeah, but there's no flashes. I mean, they're going right into this MP9 as well, so it can have advantage. There's no like range advantage of those AK-47s unless they can swing wide.
Hartzell's going to smoke to give himself the space. Now he's going for the peek. They're holding for it, but Grim can't get the kill, and this is a shooting gallery. Halzerk survives, but he's still wounded up, and the nade will chase him a little bit further down. The bomb's dropped and committed. JT, he's found some ground, but he's just got a deagle. He's not the one who was supposed to be the key piece in this round. He was just the utility guy, and now it's all left to the lone Norwegian. Health not with him. Situation not in his favor in any way, shape, or form.
What a great round from Hartzell with that MP9 on top of Hut. That was huge. The opening kill on Grim, and even Skulls making the decision to push forward and get aggressive on door. Because once those AKs and Galils can swing wide around that and actually take fights up towards Heaven, that's where the range comes in. Up towards Heaven, back behind the silos of the bomb site, up on top of the Hut as well when they're swinging wide. So the fact that Skulls denies that access with a nice double kill just is the cherry on top. It just seals the round. And Complexity, it felt like the ramp play, once that gets negated by the Molotov and delayed by a smoke after the fact, it's all that gambit because they don't have utility to set anything else up. It's all just let's walk outdoor and see what happens.
And you've got the one saved rifle in Halzerk's hands. Do you chase this money? Do they go for this, or do they try and get healthy into the next? Pretty good into the next. Loss bonus will have built up, right? Off of the pistol. Still, tough circumstance. Maybe they could use a little taste of the Jameson right now.
Yeah, probably.
Probably. Might be a bit of nerves over on that side. And we are going to get a bit of investment, but it's just upgraded pistols here. Money will build regardless of what happens here for Complexity, but they would love to be able to pull back one of these very limited rounds of their own. And Pain, probably not very interested in allowing that. Duel outside. Big Uzera down. Rifle down right off the rip. Good damage onto Halzerk, but advantage for the moment for Complexity.
Yeah, a nice opening kill. At the very least, this can limit some of the money to give Complexity, like keep Pain on the verge of that reset so Complexity could really slingshot back into this game. But who knows, they might actually be able to just steal this round straight up. Giving away outside presence back towards ramp room.
This is a lot of pressure on the Nick. He's alone. You're starting to see Zevi shift around to try and support him. But he's actually got Heaven. So it is Nick is all on his lonesome. They'll brave the Molotov. They'll come racing on in, but the Molly's doing its damage. And now Zevi gets activated. Bomb committed. And Zevi, so good on the spray. So just in the nick of time, that rotation comes over. That's all on the JT. He's got the rifle at least. One bullet will take out Zevi, but he has to clear the flank first. He does exactly that. Oh my goodness, JT. A chance here. Player down below. No information on the last. He's got the idea. He's got the idea. He knows that rotation likely will have come through to control the C4. So JT, brain working in overdrive, is going to take it up top in towards A. A chance at a bomb plant now. No one to defend the site.
Either he heard it or one of his teammates heard it because he was checking ramp hard for that play, and then he was checking towards vent. So he had the information that Hartzell was coming from lower. This would be massive. He had a huge round in the first half to keep Complexity alive on the CT side and get them started in a little bit of a comeback. A clutch here would do the same thing in the second half.
out into mini as well. This gives him a decent chance. It's a little bit more of a conservative angle. Hardzao's not going to spot him on the initial clear. Up in the Raptors, there's the spot! JT, though, cannot seal the deal. His unarmored body just a little bit too soft to hold up, and Hardzao with a snappy shot over.
Oh, that's heartbreaking, but a decent round for just bringing AK-47 into it. So even in a loss, Complexity have to have a little bit of hope. They know they've limited the money. They know they're going to force these rebuys. They're going to bring Pain down just to the edge. And if Complexity can just give them a little push over, all of a sudden they're back into this. They can string a few together, close the gap in this scoreline. But they need that win. And it's so often the conversation of T-side new, because when you have this money at the breaking point, it's great, it's awesome. But if you never get that win to actually complete the reset, it goes the other direction. It gets so painful and so frustrating.
So many cracks at the moment in Pain's hold, but...
Yeah, but the Molotov in the previous round is the real hero. When they're actually trying to come out ramp room, only one player makes it past the Molotov, which makes it easy for the ramp defender, and then everyone else is stuck behind the Molotov fighting the support player coming over to ramp room. It was such a perfect piece of utility. Right here, look at this from Zevi. He's got all the space in the world, an easy clear on the first player, and transfers over.
Another chance to make a game of this for Complexity, but a lot rides on this one. They've got the weaponry this time. They've got the op-up for Halsdurk. That's an advantage they may be able to bring to bear. Hardzao braving the Molotov of his own. He's through Squeaky, but may have ticked that. Made a lot of damage onto him.
I think Floppy might have heard that.
He's not acting like he knows, but he's also not wandering straight into the crossfire.
Yeah, really dangerous position for Hardzao if Complexity ever comes back towards lobby. Or if for whatever reason Pain has to take lobby due to a loss of outside, Hardzao's got a huge advantage moving in.
Lobby's going to shift. Now they're making their way in. They've got some control outside many. It seems like this might be the burst through. AT on the point. A duel with Skulls on deck. Who's going to flinch first? Who's going to round the corner?
I feel like he needs a flash.
Something to pull him off the angle. Timing might also work. Sees the smoke get dropped down. He's got confirmation the player's up there. He's going to know this exactly, but he's not quite got the aim, and Grim as well wanders straight into danger. They're dropped down. That's the C4 lost as well. Fang's got a bit of an interesting spot, but with Necky's all the way back here in spawn, he will be checked. Fang's got that, so there's still a chance into this round. But they need some kills to come their way. Floppy takes care of the ramp presence. That's the op down. And Hardzao's position. Oh, he waited so long for that one, and it still didn't come to fruition. And Big Guzera doesn't realize Floppy stuck around. Skulls once again needs to try and bring this one back, but he is the man to do so. Fang this time, though, is the hero.
I cannot believe it. What a round from Floppy. Watching the flank from ramp room, handling Hardzao, who is patiently in that position the whole time. Man, Pain gets caught wanting to be aggressive and really feeling like they had the advantage after Skull's double kill. And it slips out of their grasp. Maybe try to do a little bit too much of that advantage, and that's the reset. That's a really, really tough round because Pain is back down to pistols on 4 players.
Chasing this money as well with the double eco scenario. You open up the chance for this to get real close real quick. Your cushion, it could disappear. This round lead you had, it's very much at risk right now. Pulled one off with the pistols before. This time they have an M4 as well, but the flashbangs are good. The control is good. Now they've confirmed Skulls. That one big threat into the round has been found. They realize there's a rifle to play against. Floppy taking space in towards lower. Biguzera has a 5.7. There could be something to this. Armor as well behind it. It's not nothing, but he's not going to have a lot of teammates able to help him out if this doesn't succeed. There's a lot of a bet onto the 5.7 and the tag down. Now he is limping. Bomb to be planted. Pressure on, but a kill going back the other way. JT lost up top. That's a rifle that can be saved, and I think these guns are out of there.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, there's a world in which you could go for this if you're Pain, but just save the AK-47s. The economy is the more important thing at the moment. So it'll be 11-9. Complexity coming back with 2 in a row. Within striking distance of Pain's lead.
We're getting into World 1 now. The first timeline. The competitive scoreline.
Yeah, the competitive timeline.
The tight game.
Look at Floppy. What a fantastic game he's having. 110 ADR so far in this. He's been massive. He is far and away above the rest of his team.
It's been the big rounds too, right? I mean, in the first half, it was those ramp defenses where it seemed like he was holding up with multi-kills again and again. He's finding the big moments to shine. And they desperately needed somebody to step up. You're not necessarily getting it out of Grim. Halswick's been good, but you needed someone else to fill that void.
This is nice, though, for Pain that they get to save 2 weapons, because it's armored players as well from the previous round. They get to pass the pistols over to teammates. Nekas and Big Uzera will have those. So, I mean, there's some elements of danger here for Pain that could turn this round on its head.
Floppy point man again. Looking like he wants this ramp fight, and this time, no one wants to give it to him. They're very much stacked in towards A. Heavy presence here with the pistols, trying to put everybody in the same place to maybe withstand an upper A hit if that's what comes through. Anywhere else? And might be GG go next. Ramp will be the answer. Will be the space taken. And with little resistance, a path in towards the lower side is free and available. Complexity, are they paranoid? Do they start to doubt? Do they start to question? Which way do they want to take all of this free real estate?
Ooh, that's a good kill for JT. Even taking the dink. Got to be careful, though. Don't fall prey to this 5-7. Don't get lured right into this. Hardzao from above needs more than one. Oh, dear, it's dangerous. It's getting really dangerous. Big Uzera drops into the bomb site. Skulls pops up, and the bomb is dropped in the upper site, and Fang does not have the HP to take these engagement. Once again, it's going to fall onto Floppy.
It's got to be the hero. Ricky Camry, what have you got for us? They're watching his angle. The headshots are on. They knew exactly what was coming through, having not seen him to that point. So now a 1 HP Fang has to try and bring back a disaster scenario, and there is just no way. Oh, Complexity, all the time in the world, all the space given, and they still managed to stumble right into the trap.
Oh, those 2 weapons from the last round are so painful. What a good shot from Big Uzera as well, coming up heaven right at the perfect moment.
Timeout immediately taken.
Yeah, you have to. That's going to be a little tilting. So conversation for Complexity. 3 rounds back now. And look, that's 2 really painful low econ losses. At least this one had the saved rifles. Remember, back in the first half, it was round 3 that Pain wins with just pistols on the T side that really set them off, got them on a 6-round run. But now another one that you drop the ball on, and this one, it might be a little bit late to recover from. Look at the money as well. JT 25, Grim 24. They've got money on Fang to drop an AK over, so it's not exactly a disaster. But this round out of this timeout is going to be everything for Complexity.
I'd imagine they chase it. JT's shown he's very willing to play on an SMG or a Deagle. It's not a huge limiting factor for them.
Oh, you have to buy here if you're Complexity. You have to.
Seems like we might have a little bit of extra time, just an issue getting sorted out on stage. But maybe that gives Complexity time to reset a bit, or maybe it lets it sink in exactly what just happened.
Gives them time for like just a deep breath.
22 kills for Hardzao, 22 kills for Skulls. Hardzao has had a nutso game here.
Yeah, he's playing super well. I mean, Skulls as well, but we kind of expect that. Hardzao as well has been great. Out of absolutely nowhere.
It's the way they love it to go. Not even needing to rely necessarily on that op and Zevi, not needing Nekiz. Nekiz has had a good tournament so far. I mean, it's just been one game.
Yeah, maybe a tough match for him.
days.
I mean, Grim's having a similar thing. This just hasn't been a great match for either of those 2 guys. Not able to find any kind of a flow or any kind of a feel into the game. Both teams have readied up inside the server, so we're just waiting for things to go live. And we'll be right back into the action.
Where do you take it? Based on what you've seen so far, right? I mean, last time it was the stack for Pain, but do you think they have any real idea of what they need to do here?
Complexity?
Yeah.
I haven't seen them mess with outside a whole lot, which is interesting. Like, they really haven't put a whole lot of pressure there. There's no reason for Pain to kind of think that's going to be a danger position, but I'd like to see with them flirt with it a little bit. We saw how deadly it was to lose control of outside in the first half when Pain was just doing it repeatedly against Complexity. But most of the plays, it feels like for Complexity, have been ramp room, a lot towards the upper bumps. They haven't always had like any kind of a full buy situation, right? Like the first round they win is with like, they had like the AK buys, they had like the force buy.
Still does feel like, I mean, for some of the teams we've had here at the event, right, your nuke philosophy, it almost feels like you're a yard team or you're not a yard team, right? If you don't like it in the first half, there's this gun shyness of like, well, we don't really know how they like to play. And I think with Fang being your outside player as well, and him not necessarily having had, he's had a fine game, but not the best of games in that first half. You're maybe just a little bit gun shy from towing around and seeing what's going to happen if you throw that wall of smokes.
Yeah, you just, I mean, it just, your nuke gets so one-dimensional if you can't go outside, right? Like if you don't have some kind of a philosophy, a tactic, a strategy, something you can run towards outside. So at some point, you're going to have to put some pressure on that part of the map. And I feel like now, more than anything, might be a good time to kind of convert that or switch into that.
Certainly would be if they've got something available for it. This is the 1-0 games, so, you know, there's time still, but...
Scary thing about this is, I mean, the team that loses, and if it's complexity, man, it's going to be a really, I mean, either team, it's just a rough road back. Then you're at that elimination point, and then you've got to fight all best of threes to get back to a point where you can qualify. Neither team wants to drop down this early at the event.
I do think, though, the prize, if you make the 2-0 for either of these teams, is either Furia or Liquid. I believe that's what's waiting for either of these squads. Sure. I'm not quite sure where exactly it goes. I think it depends on the BESTIA Fluxo game, but that's your reward.
Yeah, but you'd much rather play one of them in the 2-0 game, right, than have to like make that grueling kind of trip through the lower, I don't even know, not lower bracket, but like the 1-1 group and then the 2-1 group, and then, I mean, you never know who's going to win and loss, and maybe you'd rather get it out of the way rather than face them at an all-important qualification elimination game at 2-2 or something, or like 2-1. All the numbers are getting screwed up in my head.
I don't even know how to count.
Oh. That's nice.
It's been a long time.
Thank God we got numbers on the screen.
Since my education. I just read them. I'm just a machine that processes what I see in front of me and spits it back out. They call me Mike GPT.
All right. Well, Tech Pause is concluded. We're all ready to go. 12-9. This is that unfortunate complexity just wandering into the trap to the stack. Hardzao up above. The next kill from Big Uzer onto Grim was a massive one. But Skulls has just been a beast this whole game.
This whole year almost, it feels like. Guys, been unreal. Seems like they might be testing outside. There's at least a little bit of a willingness for it, a little bit of a look here from on top of the silo. So time to think about potential answers. And it is just Big Uzera out here. Not really a lot of support for him either. And he's not even really taking too much in terms of the aggression. So they were almost hoping for the aggressive play to come through. Something for them to punish, and not seeing that. It will be Complexity who have to take the initiative here, who have to make the moves. And JT's inching forward. Looking for contact. Looking to set up some utility, and they are going to move behind it. Deep, deep, deep wall of smokes there. Gives the opportunity to go through towards Mini, and that's going to pull Hardzao back to look for it. And they're still running down Secret. They're actually leaving themselves very exposed if there was an op there. Spam through, catches Grim, drops the bomb. That can be recovered, no problem. But it is going to stall them out for a little bit and allow that extra bit of time for the reposition towards lower, which Nekiz will take full advantage of, and bring Zevi along for the ride.
Coming back, though. They showed Secret. It's pulled two players downstairs. Do they want to go in towards Mini and try a wrap around towards Heaven? They've got 35 seconds. Heaven would be a really risky long play. There's the flashbang to take Skulls off the angle. Great shot, great activation. And with two players down below, this is really dangerous. A weakened defense, but it's Hardzao. And he's been a beast so far in this game. Floppy's going to back away. They know his position. Floppy's getting flanked now. One is great for Hardzao. And the post plant coming in.
5 HP just can't hold up. Number's going to be tough here for Complexity. It's these two guys, Halzerk and Fang. What do they got to show for us? Fang up top. That's a strong position, and Halzerk takes the initiative. All on the Fang, all on his back. Justin Coakley, what you got for us? Dancing around in Heaven, and he needs to be their guardian angel in this one. Flashbangs to set up the peak. That's what he wants off the tap. He's going to dump it. And here it goes. Here's the fight. Here's the peak. He's got the first. He hasn't pulled him off the bomb, though. Needs to do it. He's got the kill just in the nick of time, but not the second. The hold strong, the kill good and timely for Nekiz, and the 13th round found for Pain Gaming.
I really like it. I really like the call from Complexity to come back towards Mini. And unfortunately, I mean, losing Grim early on in the cross through the smoke was really, really painful. Just a free kill that they have no chance of having a rebuttal. And it gets really tough from here for Complexity. The plant helps them, and they're going to buy up into this. They're going to force it, and it's not the worst thing in the world. They've got weapons, they've got utility. A couple Galils have to get mixed in for those nades. But they're running out of chances to get back into this. Pain's defense is starting to clamp down.
I think they know they need one of these to crack back their way, so might as well chase it now when you still got the chance to break that defense. But they're not. I mean, when Pain was in this kind of situation, when they were limited, we saw them really accelerate and just fly in towards the take. It's not going to be that for Complexity. They're holding back. They're waiting.
Now Complexity also know part of the reason this force buy is coming in is because they got 4 kills in that previous round. So again, they're really trying to take advantage of when they have Pain on low economy, when they feel like they have them close to that breaking point. I don't know if this would exactly do it, especially if Pain manages to save any weapons in a loss. But Complexity, once again, is looking for that economic reset to slingshot them a couple extra rounds. Smoke wall, this one is much more shallow than previously, so JT can cross relatively safely and quietly.
Hasn't been caught by the spam either. There's a lot of it. They might think these players are a little bit more stacked outside than they are. It seems like this actually wants to come towards A. Everybody hedged here on Squeak. They're looking for that contact. They've got it as well. Hazik takes the first. Pressure onto the next as well. Neki is back into the angle, and he's going to get 2. From up in the rafters, Grim will bring one back, but this is starting to get very touch and go.
And it's
very scrappy.
It's taking so long as well. There's a flank coming into lobby from Zevi.
Might be too little too late, though.
Yeah, it is. They couldn't hold him off. They couldn't hold him at bay long enough. But oh, Grim doesn't expect it. Can they find JT? Yeah, almost a 1v3, almost a chance. Floppy shuts it down, but that got way too close.
Way too close. Zevi nearly bringing out the star power. Still, it is going to be what they sought. It's the broken economy for Pain. They finally cracked through this monstrous defense. It's going to be, at best, pistols. No, they're going in on the force. Okay, this is spicy from Pain. They're betting the house on this one. They had money to spare, but without the loss bonus, they're going to chase this. And now a lot rides on this round. We get another huge swing based on Pain's choices.
I don't know if I like this, but on the other hand, Pain have won 2 like sketchy low-buy rounds of this game so far that have been massive swing rounds. So they're feeling confident in the situation, but they've got some rounds to play with. And it feels like usually in this situation, it's like maximize the amount of full buys you have at this stage in the game.
I think the one thing they're confident about is that Skulls has an M4. And if that's in his hands, if that gun's in his hands, I'm not willing to count them out of any circumstance. He's up top for now. Complexity, I think, expecting something on the partial buy, expecting some sort of aggression. Just get a little damage exchange here towards the ramp. And they'll hold lobby for the moment. Neither team's touching outside yard, by the way. No one has any information here, really. I think Zevi's maybe peeking it. But even that, he's focused inwards. In they go. The pistols trading 1 for 1. That's A-OK. Hardzel will gladly throw himself down for that exchange. And they're rebuffed on the initial phase, so in towards ramp they go. Pressure on Anekis. He's tucked single box.
Do you clear this? Do they clear this late, though? This is an easy position to miss. Oh, they haven't looked at all. They haven't. Oh, a turnaround, but an immediate headshot on the Floppy. That's the bomb on JT. He can't take the engagement. He's got to move forward. Important kill from Holzerk. Disadvantaged situation for Complexity, but the bomb's at least going down.
That's secured at the very least. Something to play off of here. Skull's still alive. A second AK picked up as well. This is getting very hairy. Neki is just trying to draw focus, set up his teammates to maybe come out, do control and double doors. And now the double doors is popped. Skulls finds the first. It's all onto JT. Tucked in the rat hole. There's no way he's getting out of this one. And it's Skulls to seal the deal. That M4 lighting the way. Pain Gaming just completely unwilling to let Cole back into this.
They've done it again with mostly pistols. Unbelievable. This is 3 really tough rounds to swallow for Complexity. And if any of those 3 go in their favor, this is a completely different game. But Complexity just keeps stubbing their toe at a moment where they can take some control of this game. Oh no. This is one of those losses that really, really hurts.
Agonizing. Agonizing.
It's not just the loss, it's the fashion in which you've done it.
They know they're just gonna try and chase it here.
And it's mistakes. It's not clearing the back box when you're going down ramp room. It's up against these pistols. It's losing, Grim not able to win that initial engagement. Floppy spams one through the smoke, but there's going to be so many situations that play themselves out in Complexity's heads at the end of the day.
Unless unless they can wash it right out here. A nice little mouthwash, you know,
Sure.
Get that taste out of your mouth. You got to try and do it though with, let's say, the off-brand. It's Glills, it's a Tech 9. This is not exactly high-quality stuff. Let's see what we got outside. I want to bring the fight here. Haven't seen a whole lot of this in the half. So possibility to catch Big Uzera off guard, perhaps. That's what they're hoping for. And JT will try and take the space. Smoke's down. They're going to move behind this. Spam punished them on this last time, but... Oh, and it catches Grim. This guy's just not had the day, and Fang is out. He's out. Zevi brought the other way, so at least it's an even exchange, but Big Uzera... Get this guy a Battleship Championship right now. He can't see anybody. He's still just finding frag after frag. The bomb's now dropped. It's all spiraling out of control. Halzerk alone. 1 kill at least, but a consolation prize perhaps, and nothing more.
This pressure of the situation of this match has just gotten entirely away from complexity. That's around with Galil's. I mean, they obviously lose 2 through smokes outside, but everything after that is pressing the issue, is attacking through smokes, trying to just make a really wild play that'll catch Pain off guard. And it just crumbles. Pain's not falling for it. They got 5 chances to close this out, and with that kind of a buy in the previous round, Complexity's got nothing to fight with here. 2 AKs, 2 Deagles, a MAC-10. Very, very light on nades.
Neck is. Can have everybody coming his way. Let's see if they can represent from his shoulders. No, he'll find 2 first. And now Zevi right back into the angle. He's got them crunched. He's dropped the bomb. He's dropped all the kills. Fang alone. A 1v3 to just give them a chance to keep fighting here. And he's coming back to clear the flank, but Hardzau's already on. First kill found, utility out. Get that gun out. And Skulls, fittingly, is the one to put this to rest. An absolutely unreal game again for the young rising star, as he has just blossomed Pain into a 2-0 line, 1 step away from Paris.
Yeah, that's a fantastic performance from Skulls. You got to give a shout out to Hardzau as well. He's actually topped the server with 27 frags. Those guys were incredible. And Complexity, that is so... That third round in the first half, the low buy with 2 saved rifles earlier in the second half, that one at the end as well. Those 3 rounds were just so difficult for Complexity to overcome. I'll say this though, that was not the best Complexity we've ever seen. That was not the top play that Complexity can bring out, but you add into that the mistakes, and that was an ugly game.
It was indeed. It really was. It's one that they're going to be... I mean, it's not even one where you could say, okay, well, we just got outplayed in a lot of situations. You're going to feel bad about that. You're gonna really be haunted, perhaps, by some of these rounds. And I mean, this is the reality of what we talked about with Pain. That killer instinct, right? If you give them the opportunities, if you give them the chances to get back in, they are going to seize them, and they are going to run away with it.
Yeah, and they really did, and that's the exact. That's exactly what we outlined, as you said, is just the fact that every time they had a chance, every time they had an opportunity, it was come right back into their face. It was fight back immediately. There was nothing given up by Pain whatsoever. They took every resource and made some way to battle out of it, and that's an impressive victory. So they get to move on to 2-0. Their best of 3s are for qualification now for Complexity. Unfortunately, their best of 3s are for elimination entirely.
Dangerous situation, and a lot of teams down there that you're just not going to want to go up against, right? I mean, this is where things get a little screwy as a quote-unquote favorite for Complexity. Yeah, well, that's tossed out the window.
Yep.
You can't make any mistakes. Yes, at least you get the best of 3s to play through, but the blunders can haunt you.
You also got to paint the picture of the fact that, you know, this Complexity team, you had that heartbreaking loss at the end of the previous RMR to fail to make it to Rio to Imperial, right? Now, if you have it again, this is a situation where you almost have to start thinking in the back of your head, are there going to be changes for this roster? This is 2 majors back-to-back you failed to get to, despite the fact that it felt like you were favorites to be one of the 5 teams going through. So in the next couple days for Complexity are going to decide a lot, in my mind, for this squad, and certainly in terms of what potential they have moving forward.
They absolutely are. I think they talked about it. There's no excuses. You know, this is sort of the must-do event, at least getting to Paris here for the final CSGO major. Halzerk mentioned in an interview he's never had a sticker. This is his last chance to get a sticker in CSGO, and I mean, with his individual form, you'd love to see it for him, but certainly wasn't enough to buoy them to a victory here, despite being top of the frags.
No, I mean, that's even close up. Floppy was right there, JT was right there, but again, it's that like kind of we mentioned like the pillars of Grim and Halzerk. Grim, we touched on him, a very, very quiet and poor performance from him. 8 kills, 50 ADR. Fang as well down there, really struggled. He had some numbers, but really struggled outside on defense in the first half. So yeah, some of these big time players that are supposed to be delivering for Complexity really having an off game today, and a terrible time for it.
I think they were missing that impact. I mean, especially in the first half, that outside presence just didn't feel like it was there at all. There's so many rounds where you just have Pain dictating the flow, and it's hard to get back from.
And I mean, here's the thing. I mean, there's some teams that Complexity can draw. We'll have to see what they get in the next round, where they can have an easier path to that 2-1. They can find kind of an easier game where they're going to be much heavier favorites. This is a pretty difficult matchup considering what we've seen out of Pain, both at EPL and then at the qualification for Blast Washington. I mean, this was always going to be kind of a tough affair. So if they can at least forget that and wash it out of their minds, moving forward, you have at least a path to be competitive and have another shot at making it into the major. But man, we're going to be joined here. What's up? Congratulations on the victory.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Everything worked that we planned, and it was awesome. Unfortunately, you guys don't have Hards out here because his English is not that good, so but it's okay.
He had a game. I mean, it feels like, I mean, obviously you were on this team for a long time, come back into this team. It feels like maybe the spotlight's been on the young guns and Zevi and Skulls, but does it feel kind of nice when one of the more veteran players pops off?
Yeah. Sometimes it's good to have a experienced guy to, you know, show the way to the youngest. So yeah, but hopefully everybody delivered during this game. So yeah, it was awesome, and let's go to the 3-0 right now.
Yeah, you ready to play? Pumped up?
Yeah. If it was today, we're going to be ready for sure. But I think it's going to be tomorrow, right?
Yeah, tomorrow. Well, you guys have had a great run of form recently, not just here, obviously, but in the showdown, obviously, the EPL as well. Some good upsets over Liquid, which has been a budding rivalry. But what's it been? Like, where have you guys come from? What's the biggest change that you felt that's made you hit to this peak?
I'm not sure. I think we are very confident right now since we won a game against OG on Pro League. That was the start of something very great. I felt it back in when we were playing. So yeah, I think that was the start, and right now we are just delivering every game. We struggled a little bit against Imperial during the showdown NA, but I think it was just one misstep. But right now we are on the way to.
It's feeling good.
Yeah, we're feeling very good.
What's it like? Skulls yesterday had some really good words to say about Big Uzera as the kind of the leader of this team so far. What do you have to say? What are your kind
that's
of thoughts
true.
on him?
He's putting a lot of work in tactics and how to IGL during the game and stuff like that. And he's amazing right now. And yeah, it's good, very good for us. I'm speechless, to be honest. But yeah.
I mean, on the subject of that, right? It was the force buy rounds in this game. You guys win that unarmored pistol round in the first half. You win a couple huge forces in the second as well. It felt like every time you guys were at risk and maybe the economy getting cracked or maybe Complexity finding some rounds, there's just that instant answer. Is that coming from Bigu? Is that coming from the coach? I mean, where's
I think the first eco round that we played, we were just like, okay, let's go outside and try to find a kill. And they were, running outside.
They were
fighting, they were fighting, and we were just like, headshotting him. And yeah, that was the truth, to be honest. There was no strat over there. And yeah, everything worked.
Yeah, I mean, you'd love to see it. Congratulations again. Can't wait to see what you guys do in the potential 3-0 matchup.
Thank you very much.
That's going to be sweet, man. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Cool. That's going to be it for us. Good win for Pain. We're going to head it off to a break, and we'll be back with more games when we return.
Last 4 finals, I think. That's 4 finals in 2021 in Copenhagen, in the Arena, with the last dance of the French team. That was like so fun to play. Just we did the final against Navi. We had a lot of fun moments playing against Australia just before in semi-final. Like just I said that a lot. Like just making quiet the crowd.
Yeah.
It was pretty fun to be honest. I just had a really good moment back in the day when the French team stopped at some point, and we had that World Final in Copenhagen. I remember I didn't want to cry, but it came out without like asking. It's still emotional for me to talk about that because that was a really good moment with the French the team, and most likely with Extase we had like a really good like chemistry together, and we did a lot of things, good things together. So, but yeah, it's a good memory.
Round 2. Let's go for a rival, I guess.
So we got one from Europe. So now I'm beating the game, and I think we're going to North America. So I am going to say Elish. Okay, never mind.
Let's type bit. He's AK-47.
Older than 25.
He's not from Ukraine.
So there's a big chance he's a guy from Brazil. So I'm actually gonna say Colzero. But is Colzero old enough?
I'll go for Shocks. Rain. I will write Rain.
He's older than 27.
The mystery player is older. Let's go, guess right. He played more than 14 majors. Insane, who is this guy?
Actually, a European guy maybe, and he's very old. Maybe it's myself. Damn, I'm getting old.
I remember more Monesi clutches.
Right, yeah. You know, it was weird. It happened in Abu Dhabi. Obviously, last year, he starts with that like MIBR clutch.
Yeah.
But you know, in Abu Dhabi, he had like a similar clutch from the same position and nearly the exact same kills versus outsiders.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was so weird. Where I was like, I've seen this exact moment before, right?
He had one good clutch against FaZe as well. For me, that one is the best because he played it out the best.
Okay.
I think it was last Lisbon groups.
I'm also thinking of like the Inferno clutch as well when he stole bomb from outside of apartments.
Yeah, it's against outsiders as well.
Yeah, right. Yeah, two clutches, same maps.
He's just crazy in clutches. Like even in practice, what he pulls off, I don't know how, but he just somehow makes it work.
You can't talk G2 clutch without bringing up Monasin.
I'll go for a young player again. I'll try for an American guy again. Let's go for Breeze.
Guess the Mr. XCS player again. Hunter.
Come on, Leash. You got this one, bro.
No, it was a rifle.
North American, but not American. Well, this guy has to be an AWPer since the weapon he used is not AK and he's older.
Who's older? Okay, simple.
Come on, Colter. No, it cannot be Colter because you only had 9 major appearances and he's older than 25 and Colter was, I didn't check.
It's open. I knew it. He played more than 11 majors. Device?
I'm guessing Fallen here, because that seems likely.
Less than 16 majors. Guardian. JDM. I think. Now it's showing orange box. United States, the same continent. Fallen. Gabriel Toledo.
Let's try. Okay. One. Oh. Fallen.
That was very easy. South America, older than 27, or how old he was, and a lot of major appearances.
And we're back here, ready to get into our best of threes, which is exciting because we get a little bit more meat into each matchup, but a little scary as well because it means teams are going home. Can't take 2 losses here. It's dangerous.
One of these teams is going home, which is not ideal. 0-0 Nation or MIBR is the matchup we're going to have at hand, and obviously elimination game now after their losses yesterday. Both teams looking flat. Obviously MIBR, not a perfect game. 0-0 Nation drew liquid, unfortunately, in their first series, and that was just an absolute beatdown. They didn't look like they really showed up in the server. So yeah, a little bit scary for both of these teams, but you got to feel like both of them have more to give in this series at the very least.
Yeah, you would certainly hope so. I mean, for 0-0, it almost feels like we just didn't have the sample size yet to really be able to draw much. They got absolutely smacked coming out the gate and felt shell-shocked by the end of that map. And then, meanwhile, for MIBR,
that double OT loss to Flamengo.
So much sting there.
Yeah.
You brought it back from 6 match points only to lose on the 7th.
Yep.
Oof.
I know, it's painful, but yeah, I think this is going to be a little bit more straightforward matchup because I really felt like Flamengo outplayed them tactically on Nuke yesterday in the best of 1. But at least here, a team you're probably a little bit more familiar with, a little bit more research to go off of, and players that you're more comfortable going up against because you've done it. You have MIBR here on the screen, Exit, Turtle, Breno, Henny, and Insani. And Insani, obviously, the big one, the in-game leader. A lot of hype around him at the moment. And he showed some good things. Just yesterday, a little bit too late.
Yeah, it is actually Exit who takes the in-game leading roles here, but Insani is certainly the young pop-off star, the exciting one in a lot of circumstances. Didn't necessarily have it in the matchup yesterday. He started to get into the game late with some of those entries, right?
Yeah.
But you'll remember it was in the dying moments of the map where he really started to wake up, and I think this one they're going to be looking to get him activated a lot earlier on.
Yeah, and that was the big thing yesterday. He provided, like, kind of out of nowhere, was like lurking in towards lobby and providing openings from that position, which was pretty surprising. But yeah, if he can get going early on, he is one of those guys where, like, I mean, he can create so much for the team. I mentioned this yesterday as well, and it's been my big talking point for MIBR, is still waiting for, like, Henny to feel more comfortable and consistent within this roster. We'd love to see it here against what I think is going to be an opposition that he's going to be much more suited to playing up against. 0-0 Nation, which is going to be coming up on your screen. coldzera, obviously the biggest name there. Excuse me, this is Henny coming up on the screen. He had a good game yesterday, but it didn't have that, like, trademark flair and impact feel to it. It was like, we see the numbers. It's just like that number doesn't feel like it all the strength behind it that it should.
It's one of those strange situations where he has the biggest number by the end of the map, but you didn't feel like he wasn't the problem.
His AWP wasn't dictating anything.
Yeah, he wasn't the reason they were winning rounds in a lot of situations, and I think that's definitely going to be something they want to look to change as well. But over on the other side, right, you've got a bit more of an inexperienced op in NQZ. You know, it's not going to be quite the savvy moves. It's going to be about the firepower there for him, and there's no one who loves a little bit of a firepower flare off more than Henny.
Yeah, I mean, it would be great to see, and I think he's one of those oppers that feels like momentum plays a big thing. Like, if he gets going with the op early, it's gonna be very, very nice. He can, like, steamroll into a good level. But again, it's also gonna be like just the pressure of these elimination matches now for the major is just like, it's so high. These are the games that are so kind of cool. I love elimination games just because so much happens when you put this much pressure on teams and on players. And yeah, this feels like it could be a very even matchup between these two teams.
It does feel like that, but when you talk about the pressure as well, you can talk about the experience levels of these teams. Obviously, for 0-0, they have the most experienced player in terms of Cold.
Yeah.
He's kind of the only one. Otherwise,
outside
it's a
of
very
that,
young crew.
Yeah, it's a very dark winter outside of that one. You can see him coming up on the screen now. Yeah, I mean, and especially without Taco. You want to talk about experience. Not having Taco throughout this major cycle is going to be a big one that's going to be painful.
I think he was also a player who was a really big comfort to some of the younger players. I mean, he'd been with Dumao and Lato for a long time. He'd been the kind of one who discovered them and brought them up through the ranks and kind of taught them how to be pros. And so I think those young players in particular really relied on Taco both in and out of the server to kind of be that guiding light. And coldzera's had to definitely step up into that role, step up into being, you know, not just the in-game leading, certainly, but also even more of a role model than perhaps he already was in it. He's shouldering a lot of the burden in terms of keeping them calm, keeping them steady. It's him and Chucky, their coach, really to try and keep these young guns dialed in and on the right page.
Yeah, so I mean, with this team as well, especially with coldzera taking over the reins in Taco's absence, you'd look at someone like, I mean, Dumao's been a great player for them, you know, someone like him, and to be able to step up, NQZ as well. Those are guys you'd look towards. You mentioned his op. In the one yesterday, I mean, the guy yesterday, obviously, that really had the rough game was unfortunately Next. I mean, that was just a tough performance, but it's a lot to ask to come in and stand in for a team heading into a major cycle. That's a lot of pressure on someone's shoulders who's not familiar with the environment, not always familiar with the tactics. tactics. Things are going to be a little bit hectic, so tough place for him to be in.
The other thing as well is, right, the role that Taco filled for this roster is kind of doing the dirty work. As Taco has done so many points in his career,
yeah.
A lot of those things that necessarily aren't going to pop off on the stat sheet, but are very key to have dialed in, you know, having the utility in place, having that coordination, maybe being a secondary caller, and those are things that for a player like Next coming in as a stand, and it's just going to be, it's going to be a challenge to really fill that.
Yeah, don't let the stat line deceive you for Dumao. He's a very, very strong player. Yesterday they ran into a very strong Team Liquid, and it's obviously going to be a little bit ugly after a match like that. So don't let this deceive you. This is a guy who's got a lot of talent, a lot of skills, and in this game I think we're going to see him on display far more than we did yesterday.
Where indeed. And I mean, he's somebody who was so impressive, seemed like he was going to be the next big star out of Brazil, and I think the shine's come off a little bit over the course of the last year of play or so, but that's still a sleeping giant, right? He's so young, he's so new into his career that we've seen the promise, we've seen the flash, we've certainly seen the maps within the 0-0 Nation roster as well, and you're always wondering when that potential flair and star power is going to come out, and maybe that killer instinct is going to get activated.
Yeah, I think this matchup's kind of cool in the sense that we touched on it in like the pre-match today as well when we were looking at the day's schedule, and it's just these are two of those teams. Like, remember, like in this kind of an RMR with the teams that are here, there's like probably like, you know, there's like 3 to 4 favorites that you'd have, and then like after that it's kind of like 3 to 4 more teams that you'd have like as the outside chance to kind of make it in. They're going to be really battling for those last few spots. Both of these teams would be in that category. One of them's going home. Certainly coming into it, you would have done. I think after the eye test yesterday, maybe you take 0-0 Nation out of that a little bit, maybe even MIBR, depending on what your level of faith is. But man, having one of these two teams go home and not battling for that spot, it does feel a little bit crazy when you think about 0-0 Nation just in EPL playoffs. MIBR have been a very strong team in Brazil, kind of coming up, you know, through like the tier 2 of Brazil. And I don't know, just feels weird sending one of these teams home this early, to be honest with you.
It really does. It's really wild that one of them is going to be eliminated. But for me, for MIBR, I think there's a bit more of like it would sting even more, right? Because you don't have an asterisk. For 0-0 Nation, you have the asterisks of the stand-in. You have the things that you can discount within your own mind of like, well, no, this doesn't necessarily reflect our best ability to be prepared. There's no excuse for MIBR. They've been with this core for a while. They've been with this roster for a while. They've had some good showings. They've had some good results, but they need to prove it.
Although those asterisks are like on these teams from our perspective. The players don't have those at all in their heads. And I can even just tell you from talking to some of the 0-0 Nation guys yesterday, they felt very confident, very comfortable coming into this. Obviously thought the Liquid game would go much better, as they always do. But for those guys, they're thinking like, we actually have a great chance of making it all the way to Paris. This is something that we can really define ourselves with this trip that we're going to have throughout the RMR and qualify to Paris if we can get there. So I mean, yesterday had to have been a little bit of a splash of cold water, and you don't have a whole lot of time to recover. And I mean, it's even an even matchup when you look at the world rankings. Number 23 for MIBR, number 24 for 0-0 Nation. These guys are like neck and neck, close as can be.
Close as can be, but this time they can put one, you know, head above shoulders over the other. And I mean, look, you take away the cushion, being already down one, but maybe that's just going to make you fight a little bit harder. Maybe that's just going to make you feel a little bit more of the flames at your feet. Yeah, you know, hungry dogs. What's the other cliche? Backs against the wall. Hungry dogs fight the hardest, so on and so forth. I think we may have the maps available.
Yeah, pretty soon.
But it's
don't get ahead of ourselves. Let's wait for that,
I'm
Vito.
just excited.
Let's wait for that pretty little graphic.
About it.
I know, I am too. It's going to be a fun series between these two squads.
The thing about getting into the best of threes as opposed to the best of ones is we actually get to see a map pool. We get to see if you have depth to it. It's not just one map.
It adds a new layer. Yeah, it's like it's not just like coming into a map that you're going to be prepared on and just kind of play the game and see what happens. It's also, okay, now, 3 maps potentially. You have to show us that you can actually play multiple maps, that you're actually prepared, that you're able to actually look at a series the next day and say, okay, we have to be ready on all these different situations across the entire map pool. So it's a whole new dimension to the series.
And I do think that's something that again favors MIBR, just because we've seen a lot of games from them. They've played a lot of Counter-Strike online and on LAN recently, so you've kind of got a big sample size across the pool. Whereas for 0-0 Nation, again playing with Next, we don't know exactly how much they've been able to get in. They've had them for a little while now. But, there's still potential limiting factors into that. They may have been trying to work some of their favorites to make sure that those are comfortable, that they have them in the right place. It's always a question of where you've been able to apply focus that can potentially get exposed as we get into the broader pool.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, that's, man, there's a whole host of issues here. And I just, like, yesterday I didn't feel like we saw the best game out of either one of those teams. So, like, it really is kind of a question of, I mean, I would feel like the MIBR is favorites in this matchup. But after what we saw yesterday, like, I'm not even really sure about that anymore.
Yeah, I'm still going to lean that way, but I recognize that might be my bias from having watched a whole lot of MIBR in North America.
That's what I'm saying. There's like all the reasons in the world to put MIBR as the favorites in this match. It's just like, man, with the flatness of which we saw them start that series, the map against Flamengo yesterday, really just threw so many questions into my head.
It does indeed. I will say as well, I think they are notorious for being a little bit of slow starters in individual series, right? Where the best of 3 warm-up is kind of like a classic for MIBR and especially for some of their players. But you're definitely not going to want to have that issue here. They've had plenty of time to get into the warm-up, plenty of time to get into the server. Well, I'm hearing the chants coming over, and I think we do have the veto, so let's see what we're going to play. I'm excited for this. I think I know which way it's going to go.
You already know what we're going to play. I know it's going to go. Stop selling it to the audience.
I know map 1. I know map 1, and I'm excited.
Okay, we can't show you. Well, then
I'll talk about it. Yeah, we get Anubis. We're going to get Anubis. We're getting Anubis as our first map, and I am so very happy about that. Something more interesting than just a nuke or a Mirage, man.
I know, yeah. We've seen a lot of nuke and Mirage so far these first 2 days, haven't we? Yeah, we get to mix things up. Either way, I think we're going to get into the map fly-through. We're going to get into a little bit of a break. We'll come right back when the teams are ready. We have all the players in the server, and we'll get it underway, baby.
finally it's coming.
For a long time, it's a dream for me to play in front of the home crowd in Paris.
The dream is coming true.
The majors winners will always be remembered.
To win a major would mean everything.
It will be the most exciting major ever.
Welcome to your new favorite televised vacation. This is the Launders Show.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Great to have you on.
Thank you.
I've got a lot of great things to say about you, but first I'd like to ask you to say something nice about me.
Whatever makes you happy.
But I have to ask you to wear these glasses. I could see you chugging a chocolate milk at local lands. The few Kinder haters out there in the world.
You're like roasting me here.
Oh, wait.
I had some offers from different teams.
Like whom?
But I thought that maybe I didn't lock the door.
We saw some raccoons, and then Nico came up with the idea, hey, I'm gonna catch one.
I just had my gear in my backpack and I just told my teammates I need some time alone.
He started talking trash a bit about Copenhagen Flames.
Oh, no way. It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
What is the gauntlet?
No, I know how this works. And this is not good for me.
Let's get this show on the road.
Yes, let's go! Ah! Ah! No! What's going on? No!
No way this is last place. No way.
It went really badly, like really.
This is his only chance. He hasn't beaten me for years.
Assistant, assistant, assistant. Roll at the leaderboard. What do you think you got?
1 minute and 50.
1:49.
Sub 1 minute.
We're gonna have you sign first.
You always know what to say.
I wouldn't say it's good, because I would say it was great.
Let's go, baby!
That's right, they finally gave me my own show. Watch the Launders Show exclusively on Blast TV.
I was not even doubting at all.
Oh my God! And as always, it's been a blast.
That was good.
Rules are meant to be broken. Forget everything you thought you knew. This is where everything changes. New histories will be written. A major future redefined. The time has come for a major evolution.
So I just immediately like.
We saw some raccoons.
He started talking trash a bit about Copenhagen Flames. And
Oh, no way.
Hey, I'm gonna catch one.
It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
What is the gauntlet?
No. It's the f***ing goal!
No way, this is last place.
It went really badly.
I wouldn't say it's good, because I would say it was great.
Let's go, baby!
As Cadian prepares to take on his toughest challenge yet, let it be known it'll take more than a hero to beat this one. We know he can lead his team to victory, but can he go at it alone? It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
It's time. It's time. Let's beat Dupree's ass, yeah? Okay, so what does the Launders Show have for me here? Rings off, you know. Step one. Let's go. Okay, let's go. This is the one, guys. Off to a good start. We go for the quick entry. No look. What? Buck. Everybody saw that. No. It's the f***ing goal! Okay, I think there might be some system to this is where the boxes will hit or what. I'm not sure. Oh no. No! I failed the bunny hop so bad. We need just a little bit of luck here. Little bit of luck. Let's go. Quick. No! That's it. We're done. Dupree, he doesn't know what to do about this time. It's too strong. Yeah, I'm number one now.
All right, guys, let's give it up for Cadian. Come on in, Cadian. Well done. Take a bow.
Calm down. It was good, but calm down.
I'm going to ask for your signature in a second.
Yeah.
You were really burning calories on this map.
To be completely honest, I was just chilling. I knew that Dupree don't stand a chance.
Dupree don't stand a chance. You heard it here already. Well, why don't we make it official? Let's see if he lived out his dream of beating Dupree. To find out, we'll have the assistant, roll out the leaderboard assistant. Come on, let's keep it moving. Don't go out all night. Don't be alarmed by how long it takes me to write this number down. Just be happy it happened. The submission here from Cadian to the Gauntlet Challenge to see if he could beat Dupree. Did he do it, folks? That's right, they finally gave me my own show. Watch the Launders Show exclusively on Blast TV.
Let's go, baby!
And as always, it's been a blast.
That's the first guess. I'll do one of my teammates. Let's do Brokey. See what we get.
Nico.
Alright, now I'm going leash.
Let's try. He's older than Sortuan. Another European player.
He's been at more than 10 meters. Cold Sarah, let's go Cold Sarah. We got this one. Nope.
I guess from my team, like Rain, Carrigan fit that narrative. I'll try for Rain. See what happens.
Has Cold Sarah only been at 9 meters?
Carrigan.
So he's from Europe. He's older than 32. Guys, we're going for Swedish legends or Polish legends now.
I think it might be Taz.
Nope, but it's one of the guys.
Yeah. I'm trying my best. Freiburg. No, he's 30.
I think Neo is playing with Taz, so it will be Pasha in that case. Okay, let's try Pasha beats. Yes, easy.
Let's go. I knew it, I don't know. I had a feeling.
That's so clever.
Pasha beats was on point. Marcus.
So I just immediately like,
We saw some raccoons.
He started talking trash a bit about Copenhagen Flames. And
Oh, no way.
Hey, I'm gonna catch one.
It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
What is the gauntlet?
No. It's the f***ing goal!
No way, this is last place.
It went really badly.
I wouldn't say it's good, because I would say it was great. It's now time for Dupree to show us how much grit he's got. Will he bring vitality to this challenge? Will his movement be good enough? Or will the new map take the spring right out of his step? It's time to start the gauntlet.
ooh, interesting. All right, let's get this show on the road. Ah! So this is another long jump thing. Oh, I jumped too. No, that's very nice.
It's time to jump right into this matchup here between MIBR and 0-0 Nation. We're starting on Anubis, and I'm very, very excited for this one. We haven't got Anubis yet. We're expanding the pool a little bit here at the Americas RMR, and I think this one sets up very nicely for MIBR on the start.
Yeah, teams have played it very conservatively in the best of ones, so now we get to flex a little bit with the map pool. You mentioned MIBR being very good on this map, and we just looked at the little statistics in between this. 0-0 Nation dropped a Anubis game to Rooster, 16-3 just a couple weeks prior.
Yep, not exactly the stiffest of competition. Meanwhile, MIBR has become one of the teams that is like most feared on this map in North America, at the very least. Teams stopped playing it against them. And a lot of it has to do with this guy, Insani. So he's down early in this pistol round. That's going to be a nice start for 0-0 Nation. They get the advantage here. How do they react off of it?
Yeah, well, I mean, the other thing is that they're starting to probe into the A bomb site, 0-0 Nation as well. So about to find that bomb site wide open. Lado's kind of peering in, hasn't made his move, which is bought time for Henny and Exit to move back, shift backwards from that mid-aggression and find some kind of standing. But with the execute, with the smoke up in heaven, going to be tough shooting for Henny. Would love to connect with a kill, but not before they pass. And now comes the mid lurk. Now Nex is in a tough spot, but Dumao helps him out with a headshot onto Exit. Henny and Breno and Turtle have to do something in middle right now.
They have to clear up this presence. If they're even going to have a chance at the retake, they do so. Still, Dumao's made it expensive. Turtle and Henny, someone's going to be the hero here. They got the players hemmed in, but they're making the individual moves, right? One out A main. Turtle with the dualies, and he's done for.
Oh.
So Henny, I mean, there's nothing to really save here. He was the man dropping things to set up his teammates, and I don't think there's a chance back into the round. He wants one kill. He wants some sort of consolation prize, and might just find it onto Dumao, but that's going to be all.
No, that round is decided by the mid-aggression from MIBR on the pistol round. They had so many resources there, so many players, such a risky push as well, and not only getting nothing for it, but actually losing Insanity to it and nothing off the back of that is just, it's so painful. MIBR had no real way to get back into that round. So pistol round for 0-0 Nation, off to a decent enough start. This is MIBR's map pick. 0-0 Nation has elected to start on the T side here on Anubis.
As much as, you know, I'm hyping this up as being a chance for Insani to really strut his stuff and show it, the flip side of it, right, is that, yes, MIBR, a lot of their setups are built around trying to set up Insani, trying to facilitate what he wants to do in towards mid, and then allowing the sort of the rest of the map to kind of flow around it. So, as much as it's an opportunity, it is also kind of a necessity.
Yeah. Certainly in that round, we saw what happens when it goes the other way. Fast dark smoke, I imagine we'll be seeing that a lot of teams falling into that on the T side. Chucking it out from spawn to allow players to creep up very, very quickly. Not being taken advantage of here in the second round. And 0-0 Nation seem to be content to just test the waters for the moment, spread out into a default.
And this is about as vanilla a look as you get from MIBR as well, right? The 2-1-2. Just hold towards sites is a little bit of an aggressive posture here in A main, but that's sort of a classic setup here, especially with the scout, right? You love to run that with the op and then the close-up player, and the scout's going to work much the same way. Insani gives up mid.
This is a lot of time chewed off the clock where 0-0 Nation has done nothing. They've just looked for pushes, so they're not close towards dark at all whatsoever. They haven't even really moved through canals.
They're going to test this A setup too, so the scout has a chance.
It's all about when the smoke fades, because Exit's going to tuck himself in. Oh, he hears the nades. Here's the nades, going to turn. Exit gets one. The scout, Henny doesn't want to peek too wide. They come through the smoke, and that makes things easy for Exit. Double kill. Could have even had a third. Lado's brought down very, very low. The rotation is still quite some distance away, so there's time for 0-0 Nation to get comfortable, and Cold Zera on the lurk in mid.
A lot of this comes down to Cold. If he drops without damage, well, there's the damage he's looking for, and now he's frozen up Turtle as well. Turtle will be able to clean that kill. That's quick. So allows the chance to compete towards this round. They don't have a kit, so they need to get accelerated here. And Sani, the point man with the deagle, can't clear the close angle, though, and they might discount Lotto now. Thinking they have the space. First contact onto NQZ. Damage done, kill found. Lotto, no health, and he's gone. So plenty of time for that defuse. Good recovery from a shaky situation for MIBR. But, I mean, for 0-0 Nation, I think they actually ran out of bullets on that pistol player on exit. If he has a few more, they don't even get into that site.
Yeah, they don't get into that position. He very easily, I mean, very, very close, almost had that third kill. Still, I mean, there was plenty of time, I felt, in the post-plant for those players to get into new positions. That might have been one of the weaker post-plant setups that they had. Nobody was actually watching for any kind of a walk down the step. That's so much easy space. This is the exchange you're talking about. Exit so close to that third kill, and then there's not even really a bomb plant whatsoever.
Was Coldzera going back? Was he just repositioning? Was he expecting somebody to be lurking on top of the lurk?
I think he was expecting the really, really long flank from the B bomb site, and obviously that wasn't going to happen. There's that fast drop smoke again, deep mid smoke for MIBR, so Insanity can actually peek out the window. This is a rush towards the A bomb site, so exit. That smoke ain't going to do anything. They're already past it.
Now he knows. Now he knows. Now he's got the awareness. Just wants to find his damage without giving up the kill, and that's exactly what happens. Conservatively played, but effective. The bomb plan might be conceded. Oh, not even. Not even. They don't allow that. They don't afford the opportunity, so nothing gained out of this round. No money. Only one kill. There's nothing to build upon here for 0-0.
Dang. Nicely done from MIBR. Nicely done from Exit with an opening double kill under some pressure as well. I thought he was going to get caught off by that rush a little bit. It didn't look like he realized they were actually even attacking that fast. Nice recovery. 2-1, and 0-0 Nation going to be stuck onto unarmored Glocks. Glocks.
Glocks. Nothing more NA. And a Glock round. Henny taking the first fight here in towards mid, and Sonic close behind. Just the SMG for Henny, so he wants to try and mix things up early. Don't want to mix up too much.
Yeah, careful there, Henny. Everyone's being aggressive from MIBR. Everyone peeking their respective positions, even trying to get some pushes in.
Now it's fallen back towards the normal shepherd of this spot. And, I mean, for 0-0, without having found a kill early on, taking a little bit of damage, they're going to try and crunch back in towards a mid-fight, going to give Insani some opportunities. He's got a lot of utility as well to play this position if they try and overwhelm. Molotov and a smoke available, and he'll find the first, the second as well. Why not? Just pair them all up. Damage coming in galore. Turtle will take one, so Ace not available here, but a 4K certainly possibly on deck. He's low. Doesn't really want to face. Tags in a teammate to finish the job.
Hell yeah. I like how Insanity was not fooled at all by like the fake pressure that Coldzera's putting on him from the right side. He's like, I know you're just kind of setting it up and trying to cover some people walking along my left. He goes for that hard swing and an easy double kill. Good read.
This is the position. Eventually I'm going to get over this, folks, but I just need to establish this.
Get it out of your system early.
This is the position where the first time I watched Insani on this map, this is what really made me excited for him as a player. Not what we'd seen elsewhere, not even really the rounds or the maps in Kato. It was watching him on Anubis where it clicked for me why he's so exciting. The aim's there, the mechanics are there, but mid on Anubis is a really tricky position to play as an individual because so much of it is about movement. Here we're going to get a B main push. This is a great way to counter the first gun round. We've already got Lotto down for the count. Now major pressure onto 0-0 Nation. Coldzera though, he's up for it. He's shining under the pressure like a diamond, and that's what they needed. So this round is still very much on, but 0-0, now they're going to have to take the initiative. Now they're going to have to try and find some map control.
I'm so surprised at how much aggression we're seeing from MIBR in the early rounds, in these first 5 rounds. We've seen a number of mid pushes, even if it's just to peek out the window towards canals. This time a B push, and they actually pushed into 3 players looking for it, and still were able to get a kill out of the situation. 3-on-3 now, and MIBR is gambled. 2 players at the B bomb site. Exit is kind of shuffling around in CT spawn in no man's land. And unfortunately for MIBR, 0-0 Nation looked to be addressing towards the A bomb site. Next and Dumao, and even Coldzera shuffling over towards A main. They throw out some mid-take utility to keep MIBR frozen in position and a little bit nervous, but it's all a fake, and it's worked perfectly.
This is going to be really interesting. We're going to get a bomb plant, we're going to get a retake, but there's 2 mollies still available here, Jason. There's a smoke.
I think it's just going to be a save, to be honest with you. Exit's kind of shifting over. Everyone's shifting back from the B bomb site, but they're very far out of position, and Insani's got to be careful because mid was never cleared.
They're going past. They want to clear heaven as well, and this might actually afford Exit the chance at the frag. If Next goes looking, there's a chance here, and if he gets this kill, they're in. They're going to make it happen, but Next holds just at the threshold. This is the right call, the right read. Dumao now coming looking, but Exit not having seen anything. And Sonny's still closing the gap, still closing the ground. They're going to pinch in. This is going to be a retake, but it's good positioning for 0-0 Nation. Next, though, back in, into the angle, gives up the first, and now they're looking the right direction for the Next. Utility starting to sail over. Here's those flashbangs heading quick on the scope. There's not a lot of time to spare, but it's just Coldzera, and he's missed the first, gets the second, burns alive, wandering into the Molotov. Is there time? I think there's just enough time on this defuse, so the round for MIBR, and that, I mean, if Next doesn't wander in, I think there almost might have been a cancel call.
I think I'm wondering if maybe like 0-0 Nation and Next had the same idea that I had, that it was just going to be a save. It was quiet the whole time, and I'm wondering if he was just like repositioning because they just already had made the call that CTs were saving. But yeah, that was the kill that really activated that retake, because it didn't look like they had great positioning in the post plant. The fact that they pushed up, yeah, a little bit of a risk early, but at that stage, those positions were very strong, and that was way too easy to get back into the round.
An opportunity here. They've chipped away at some of the economy, but it's been built up, right? Oh, there's Henny sticking around in a Molotov because he wants that kill. Can't quite find it on Coldzera. But it's a bit of a détente here. Coldzera, he's knocking on the door of mid. He's pushed past this threshold, but the utility makes it tough. But he's down to 3. Trying to brave the Molotov, eating a nade. Coldzera barely hanging on to life now.
That's a lot of utility used in mid, though, early on in this game. He drops down into the water. Close towards dark. Breno gets a kill with the AWP. Double up setup for the CT side.
This is something they like as well. That secondary up onto Breno. Gives them some opportunities, and he's going to be right into the right angle. So now a third player as well coming in to reinforce this B bomb site. It's well held. Turtle could be the problem, but he's going to be up to the task. Dumao had an opportunity there. Molotov in towards B main means they can't do anything about it. And QZ even drops Canals, but he's alone. He's pretty isolated here. He's going to try and make a play out the cave, but they're well aware of the possibility. They're holding for it. What's Turtle got? He's got the clear. He's got the round. There's very little we can expect from Lato here.
Yeah, 0-0 Nation did not look comfortable in this round whatsoever. Ops are doing work. 2 kills on Breno. Make it a third. 5-1 for MIBR, and that round is clean. All 5 players survive.
Here's the way it's supposed to look. Right, you remember in their matchup yesterday, it took a little while for Insani to get activated. We didn't have the best game coming through from Turtle. We had maybe Exit a little timid outside at some points. There's no fear here. There's no timidity. They are into the fight. They're looking for it. They want every possible duel, and this is where MIBR thrives.
Well, if you're this confident MIBR is Anubis, imagine how confident they themselves are on Anubis.
They feel it.
I'm amazed at how much CT challenges we're getting right now from MIBR. They are not shying away from any fight. A lot of utility being battled in middle. Coldzera eats a ton of it in the previous round. Ops constantly challenging in dark and B main.
And I think in this situation, it's still very early on in this game. We don't need to sound the panic button just yet for 0-0, but based on the way their game went yesterday, right, this is where you're going to put some responsibility on the shoulders of Coldzera and on Chucky, their coach, to keep the young guns in the right headspace where they got battered yesterday. It's getting rough here on Anubis. Gonna need to keep that wherewithal because there have been a couple rounds where they haven't necessarily been fully in it. This time they've gained all the space towards Canal. They're not being challenged. The B-side players are going to be under pressure. It's just pistols, but that could be a lot if you overwhelm. Turtle trying to keep them at arm's length, and he's good for the first. Looking for more. Overwhelmed here at Glizzy, but oh, the collat coming through from Breno and dancing around the smokes. They're good for it. Next, alone here, ticking the Molotov even just down to 2 HP, making the audio cue, and Breno will collect his third.
I don't know if that was saved the round, the double, because it looked like they were on the verge of being swarmed once Turtle went down. But man, Breno, back-to-back triple kill rounds with the op, looking good. This time, a very fast B play. That's the first time 0-0 Nation has used that fast dark smoke to set up a play. Normally they're just throwing it out to condition the fact that it's going to be there. Doesn't get them anything. Back to AKs and AWP in the hands of NQZ.
It can be tricky to make this work, though, in the openers. He's looking for this initial fight out B main. They're not giving it to him just yet. It's the cave presence, you know, expecting maybe a different look, looking for this B main aggression to come through. That's a tag onto Insani. That's something, but completely unconfirmed. Insani follows the tracers back the other way, and so advantage again for MIBR. They're on fire at this point. 5 in a row it's been. And looking for a 6th is Breno. He has been lethal with this secondary op.
Yeah, and it seems like, I mean, there's a lot of time and resources spent on getting NQZ in a position to actually challenge and find a pick perhaps at that B bomb site, and it yields them nothing. They back away in a 4v5. And where does 0-0 Nation attack next? coldzera and NQZ in middle. Looks like coldzera wants to take that mid control with an AK. He's got the bomb in hand, so Lado's going to have to fall back and actually take control of that with him if it's what he wants to do. But MIBR are comfortable at the moment. There's no pressure applied anywhere on the map. They're not nervous about a single thing. 40 seconds remain for 0-0 Nation to figure it out.
The only potential vulnerability is they don't have great information in the mid, but even then, it's not being challenged. It seems like they are going to bring it this way, but you can see Insani knows he just doesn't want to die here.
I think he's saying, too, with the time that's left, if they go middle, they kind of have to attack the A bomb site, right? Like he's saying that with 20 seconds, with 30 seconds when he made his move, they're not going to be attacking towards B. So here we go. It's also that smoke in A main holding next at Bay is kind of a giveaway at this point. There's so little time for this. They need to get these kills clean, and it's not happening. 10 seconds now, and Sani's going to shut it all down with the help of Henny, and a 7th for MIBR.
And that's that repositioning. That's that control of middle where you're not even looking, but you know based on the time, you know based on your reads and your feelings where you need to be. How to be in the right place at the right time. 7-1 scoreline. A classic for the BR fans.
Yeah, they're loving that.
Always do. Better when it is a BR team beating a BR team. Right?
Sure.
Brazil on Brazil.
There's only 2 kills for 0-0 Nation the last 3 rounds.
Oh.
So money's
that's not great.
Money's very strong, no. And I mean, just more than anything, we touched on it, the 3-16 loss to Roosters back at ESL Pro League. It's clear that Anubis is not necessarily a map that they're ultra comfortable on. So I think just scraping together what they can in this first half, it's looking desperate already.
I think that's also, if I'm not mistaken, the only official they have with Next in the team. So definitely
Anubis,
not the most auspicious of showings. Just looking for a Deagle pick in this one, right? Something, anything to give them an opportunity through, hoping for some sort of aggression to come through from MIBR. But ironically, it feels as MIBR have stabilized, as the confidence has flowed in. They've, especially in these partial buy rounds, been more content to sit back and let 0-0 Nation do something to try and crack the defense. And he's going to be tested. Been a minute since we've seen the A take. An exit. Can they be forced off the angles?
No Molotovs. Normally on an A hit, you'd see a Molotov in towards that site. Exactly where Henny's playing. Exit at the very least is going to be smoked off. Nade goes in. That's good damage. Oh, don't need a Molotov. You got the Deagle like that. Exit. They know he's got to be on that side, so he's going to play it passively. Flashbang over. Insani in support gets 1, and there are the kills and the frags raining out. Bomb hits the deck. No access to the bomb site. The door gets slammed shut.
It's like Exit just needs to get that littlest bit of kill to open up the window and just let Insani come flooding right back in for 4.
Yeah.
He's so quick to respond to it, and it means that for 0-0, if you don't immediately take out the site defenders and get on it, you know there's going to be reinforcements there before you can blink.
And frags are just the problem. Now 3 kills in the last 4 rounds is just not pretty. Not enough productions individually to even make anything they're doing on the map actually work.
Double playing towards mid early. Henny looks like he wants to go for some flare on this one, and he's going to get caught. The spam through. A kill is taken elsewhere, so it is traded at the very least, but the op lost early. That could be a bit of a problem here, and coldzera wants to see if he can't get a little bit more. That was just pure spam, right? That was identifying the utility and knowing they were going for the aggressive peek into canal and punishing.
Well, we've seen MIBR trying to execute that kind of a mid-push just to peek out that window with the smoke very quickly a number of times. Insani's going to come back to it. He's risking a lot. Dumao probably looking down low. Insani gets him and falls back. No issues. Man advantage for MIBR.
Gotta say, nothing does feel better than when you build up a storyline in the pregame and then it plays out right before your eyes.
Feel good moment.
Oh, and Sani, he's just so relentless. 16-3 at this point. We're in the 10th round. He has 16 kills.
This is a spanking.
Oh, if there was one thing to build your players' confidence early into a series, it was absolutely dominating a map, and that's exactly what's going on. Lato and Next. Could certainly use some confidence back the other way. They're going to try and come hunting. All these kills in towards mid, they're thinking maybe the space has been afforded to them, especially with Henny gone. They might be playing duels back towards site. They're right about that, but that is only the first piece of the puzzle. The next is killing Insani, and that has eluded them quite a bit.
Yeah, you're going right at the hot hand. And now he sees the Molotov. He knows what's coming. Turns from the flashbang. Oh, a second one catches him, but it's just changed his position. You still have an op now to contend with, and man, an instant headshot. Doesn't even matter that you found Henny, because Insani's not going to lose that battle. Turtle coming from behind has the frag, and it's 9-1.
I think that was literally a moment where Lato said, I don't want to give him his third, fourth, 4K of the map. I'm out. I'm dying elsewhere.
He's done enough. I'll go somewhere else. Jesus.
Astonishing. Up to what, 18 kills now? Just astonishing. The gas has been fully applied here. And I mean, Insani's at max loss, right? Or not max loss, max money. Max win, as it were. Oh, just astounding play right now. They've shifted him up. They've moved him around the map, trying to disguise him maybe a little bit. Pushed him in towards B. So this is a change-up pitch, and the pressure's coming towards A. So Henny under threat with the pistols. The op's missing. The op's gone wide. An opportunity allowed. And with Asani not here, the void has been filled. And it's been filled by 0-0 Nation. In towards the site they go from the back of Cake. Exit gets nothing. Just damage. And I mean, the money is near infinite. So MIBR is going to give this a look. But otherwise, they would be locked out of sight. Insani finds Dumao. The lurk is gone. 2 players are very low here, Jason. They got to try and get back through these chokes.
Yeah, they can do this retake. They can make this happen with the HP the way it is. So weapons, well, not going to be shuffled around. I tell you what, Henny's got to be frustrated with how this round has panned out. He dropped the ball. He had plenty of opportunities to thin the herd. Now Turtle's going to lead the way. Insani in tow. One way to deal with him is to have him not look in your direction as he comes out. coldzera steps up. He falls next. Those last 2 players, such low HP, and the retake is starting to work, but there's so little time on the bomb. They've got to get on the defuse. Good flashbang. Not attention to the diffuser. And that's going to be another round for MIBR. Double digits already.
And even when you take him off the spot, even when he's not at the scene of action, even when he's trying to retake from the other side of the map, Insani still gets his. He is undeniable here.
That had to have been a round win. 0-0 Nation is not going to get a whole lot of looks quite like that, where you have Henny missing 4 or 5, like 3-4 shots as they actually come in, falling all the way back. You get a wrap on exit essentially for free because he's had no support from the missed op shots. A post plant with 4 players alive. It's not going to get much better than that from what we've seen so far. Another timeout taken. Second for 0-0 Nation. And now they're just fighting for breathing room in the second half.
See meditation coming through as well, trying to center themselves. Ideas coming out. I think that's Lato chiming up. Maybe with an idea of how they might be able to get around on the board. They need it coming from somewhere, right? You need another voice in this team because it's whatever their game plan going in is not working. You can conclusively state that. So whatever ideas you got, spitball, guys. Let's get weird. Let's get creative. Let's throw something at the board and see what sticks.
Yeah, I think part of this is I don't even think there was necessarily a fleshed out game plan. I haven't seen a whole lot that makes me think that there's an overarching idea that of how 0-0 Nation want to approach this. Certainly now you're thinking, let's not go middle. I think Insani is thinking the same thing because he hasn't been in middle for the past couple of rounds. He's just like, yeah, I've exerted my dominance there. They won't touch it. Like, I know they're not going to go to that part of the map. I'm going to go elsewhere.
It's really interesting. I think they're anticipating a fast B main play. We've seen a couple of them through these 11 rounds, and they put Insani here early for now 2 rounds in a row. So they're really thinking this is going to come through and haven't necessarily gotten it. It doesn't look like it's going to happen in this round either. Bomb's position for Canals. It's looking like maybe another A main fight. And Henny will get another opportunity. Make that op do something here. He's going to miss the shot again. Henny's been off.
Yeah, he really has been.
It's weird because they're 10-1, but it's very concerning when your opera's just missing what should be kind of sitters.
Yeah, just like standard shots. Still though, 45 seconds and 0-0 Nation spread out across the map. It almost looks like coldzera and Dumao want to attack the B bomb site, make some kind of a distraction. But now with them going down to the AWPs and now Turtle, it all crumbles and falls apart. It's NQZ with an op left alone, and none of his riflers had any success. So he's got nowhere to go. 11th round for MIBR.
Presumably just wants to save this as well, but he knows.
I mean, you're hunting.
Chase.
Yeah, you're hunting if you're MIBR. You got all the money in the world.
And I mean, you've got Turtle and Spawn right now. Turtle and T Spawn coming back around to try and cut off this op. So there should really be no path to a safe clear. First contact with Insani. Just trying to withdraw here by the carpets. And they are closing that gap. Just don't die after time. Now the timer's gone. The molly down. Does it afford him the space? Yes, with that kill, he will just limp this up into the next round.
Yeah, nicely done. I mean, it's not any kind of feel-good moment. Just a good job keeping the AWP alive. Still yet to find a solution, though. Round 13. Only one round on the board for 0-0 Nation. And it was the pistol.
It was the pistol. You have 4 players who've died 4 times. Breno, the reckless one, 5. It's just been, there's been no fight in most of these rounds.
Here's that B-rush. This time they don't have Insani here. They do have 3, however. Henny, there's a landed shot. Breno gets a dink, but can't complete the kill. And now Henny's going to be called upon once again. He's had some curious misses, but full confidence. He's going to step up as a distraction, finds it through the smoke.
And now the rifle's back into play, and Sani's back on the angle. He spots the last, identifies him, loses his life, but it's a 1v2 for next. They need a hero play. Might as well be the new guy. Henny identified, pushed back in towards Glyph. And now he's going to be cleared from CT spawn, but next somehow finds the headshot. One more bullet to land. He needs it, and he's got it as well. What a time to find a round to give them just that slimmest bit of confidence. Next, the stand-in making it happen.
That's a good clutch, but MIBR dropped the ball a little bit there with that one. They recovered the situation nicely. And maybe a little bit of overconfidence, just taking some one-on-one fights. Everyone just trying to end the round, really. Still in a very strong lead, obviously. 9 rounds up at 11-2. And only 2 rounds remaining for 0-0 Nation to scrape together what they can.
Tomorrow has 2 kills. I mean, it's hard to highlight anyone in particular, but he's someone we would love to see get back to those dominant scorelines, and it's just not been happening. Coldzera won't be the guy in this one.
Well, yeah, you mentioned it was nice having the storylines kind of pop up when you mentioned it. I mean, I brought him up and said, don't worry about that scoreline against Liquid. It's going to be better today. And it's actually worse. Ooh, good shot. There's finally Insani taken down with any impact in the round. They love that. Opens up mid. Let's see what Dumao can do with it.
I'll leave him to operate. They'll leave him solo dolo to hold on to the position, but the clear into canals comes through. This is the response from MIBR. The bombs towards B main. This is a little awkward. It's super isolated. And now the first kill found from Henny. He takes the initiative. They know this is a heavy A main presence. How do they react? Well, Turtle's now activated. He's punishing. Dumao's stuck here. He can't chase this kill. If he drops down, this is such a risk. Such a risk. And Lotto has to do it all himself. Dumao's coming into support.
Uh-oh.
They're not looking. They're not checking. 45 seconds. No one's got the idea. But Turtle, can he adjust in time? No. Pressure from both directions. So they will get a chance at the post plan. A 2v2. And Lotto and Dumao. The dynamic duo. You say Dumao, I say Dumato. Is this a save?
No, no way.
No.
You got all the money in the world. You're going for it. Exit. I mean, they're very far away, so it's going to chew a lot of time off the clock.
Maybe. I mean, I'm not sure they're going to have time for the defuse. Maybe focusing on the kills.
Yeah, actually, I don't think they meant to make it a save, but I think it is now. They might have just been like, let's position for some exit kills. Exit's coming in very, very late. That kill doesn't happen quick enough, and yeah, the round's over now. A little bit weird from MIBR in this one, dropping the ball a little bit here at the end, but they've already got such a huge lead that I don't even know if it's going to have any kind of repercussions to it.
It doesn't seem likely. Still, it's good to see a little bit of action here, right? The idea was there. Lotto distracts coming out of B main. You have the player drop down, find the angle in towards Canal. That's an idea. That's a discussion, and then it's an execution that actually works out. So it's encouraging. It's a sign that they can, in fact, drop something here and can, in fact, maybe hold their own. Just, it's very, very little to take out of an attacking half on Anubis. And, I mean, to say they need this last round is maybe even a little bit much. They need more than they can get.
Okay, well, B main aggression for MIBR this round. Turtle and Breno taking control. 3 players coming back to address the situation. Coldzera's gone early through the smoke. They're lined up, and Lado's got 2. A little bit of life out of 0-0 Nation right at the end of this game. They were blanked for so long. They put 2 together in a row, and they've got a man advantage for a potential 3rd.
But look at this. Insani wants to get activated on the smoke fade. He's taking an aggressive angle, expecting the player to come around. Dumao's holding for this. So everybody on the server is just holding stock still for the moment.
Dumao's ready, and so is NQZ. Both trained on middle.
They know this guy's been unreal. They do not want to let him influence the round. And as he clears in towards Canal, it's Dumao to catch. So now Exit and Henny isolated towards the sites. The veterans of the squad going to need to find something here.
Yeah, and there's no way for them to really work together. So it's basically just going to be an individual effort from one of the two if MIBR want to get a 12th round going into halftime. Final chance for 0-0 Nation to get as much as possible. Exit's looking in the right direction, but it's going to be hard to multi-kill this one.
Pinch on in. What do you got for the in-game leader? He's got the first, no problem. The spacing's bad. He's got a third as well. Exit!
Why not?
Dismantling this to put an extra sting on the back end of this half, and Next can't even find the fight. He wants the fight. He's begging for it. Please, just let me isolate this kill. But no, as he tries desperately to get the plant, Exit may not even allow that. A bomb down at least, but the money certainly doesn't matter. Next has to try and seal this. He's already got one clutch. Is he up for another? Spot on both. He's got the information at the very least. Knows the player's heaven. Dancing around the cake. Trying to whittle time off this, trying to avoid giving away his life, and they need to take the initiative. They need to make a move. And he's spotted out in the open, but he's got the kill, and patience is rewarded. Just an extra stinger on the end of that half of absolute pain.
And Sani ends at 20-7. MIBR went beast mode in this half, and we're going to be right back with the second half.
Easy Katka. Hello? Hello? It's bugged. Hello? I swear, you need to take at least 3 seconds off the time on that one. Ah! Ah! Oh my god, what did I just do? I'm literally too slow. Oh, that was close. No! Ah! Ah! I made it, don't worry about it. Oh! Oh! No! Yes! Woo! Can we call S-Attack and get him in here, please? Movement King, A-Core, maybe Alexi B, something like that. I'm pretty old, so movement is not my key thing, but I excelled in the shooting part, so I think that's fine. I think that was okay.
Dupree, everyone. Well done. I was watching from the sidelines. Let me shake your hand again. First one, the bravest to set a time on the Gauntlet Challenge. How did you feel about your tries?
Started out decent, turned into horrendous, ended up fairly fair.
Like any good career, right?
Yeah, pretty much, yes.
All right, let's make it official. Let's pull in the leaderboard. Assistant? Beautiful. Let's go ahead and reveal your time as the first official contestant of the Gauntlet. That's right, they finally gave me my own show. Watch the Launders Show exclusively on Blast TV.
Let's go, baby!
And as always, it's been a blast.
Our first time Royal Arena, playing in 2017. We want to win the first time on Danish home soil. Device is sick. We have to play with Dennis as a stand-in. I don't sleep 1 second the whole night. I didn't even understand. I remember me 5 in the morning, going outside, going for a run. I was like, what is going on? Why can't I sleep? And then I go back, I try to sleep. My heart is pumping. I was like, why did I do that? Why did I even go for a run? We go to the venue the next day, and I see the makeup artist, and I'm like, you gotta help me. I didn't sleep the whole night. We somehow managed to get to the grand final. Everyone is really happy, and we're 9-0 up on third map.
Easy.
And somehow we managed to lose that. We were 9-0 up on T-side catch. I'm never going to watch that game back. Never ever in my life.
Domination in the first. Let's make no bones about this. This was a slaughter. 3 rounds even feels generous for 0-0 based on what we saw. We think they even have a chance to fight back into this, Jason.
There's always a little chance. It's not a very big one here. If I'm MIBR though, it's like, just put this one away. Like, don't let them linger around. Don't make this difficult on yourselves. Get to the second map, because this has been no problem so far. Breno's going to push all the way up, and he might just walk right through that smoke. There's time, though, for him to let and wait it fade. This is going to be a B-split eventually.
Yeah, this is such strong positioning. If they don't clear out mid, this is such a threat for these 2 players holding. There's going to be the canal drop, I'd imagine, as well. And now the temple play, they just need to wait for the smoke to fade, and the positioning is so ridiculously strong. Here on the site, someone's got to step up strong because the cavalry's going to be cut off. The rotations aren't going to be here, and they're just waiting his BRN for this smoke to fade, and he's going to collect right as it does. Lotto already down, player forced in towards cave. What do you have, Dumal? What can you show us? If you go down, this is over, and it is. Insani waiting for that positioning all the while in mid just to spring the trap. The bomb's down, 2 players survive, and 0-0 never even really got a chance to fight back in this.
I kind of feel bad for Lotto because he knew what was coming. I think he realized when he saw the presence of so many players in B main and he saw the smoke execute, but then he saw them pause and fall back, he realized they were just luring his attention away from Temple, and he kind of knew, just couldn't find the timing on it. That's a lot of pressure for him to be under. So 13-3. And if it was a very small chance previously, it now gets even worse.
The tiniest of embers.
Yeah.
Tiniest little
spark. I got nothing to hype up 0-0 Nation at the moment. I got nothing. I'm empty.
I mean, maybe we hype them up further into the series by saying clearly they don't really know what they're doing on this map, and maybe the next will be better?
Yeah, speaking of the next map as well, because we didn't have the map veto on the screen previously heading into this, Ancient is going to be map number 2. That's 0-0 Nation's pick. So, yeah, perhaps better fortunes there on Ancient.
At least a chance to have a bit more inaction in the game plan here, as this has been a non-starter, and I think this is going to show 0-0. Whatever the perma is, maybe consider Anubis, because this has not been a promising audition here. Lato under massive pressure. Only player here is the stack on A. So what do you got, Lato? With the 5-7. You got nothing. You got nothing. And so this round will likely have nothing unless 0-0 really want to commit into a foolhardy retake. Save your guns. Give yourselves a chance into the next round. I know the opportunities are slim, but this looks like an impossibility. Coldzera, though, creeping closer. He wants to give it a look, and they're clearing in towards mid. So if Coldzera finds something, maybe they push, but Insani, he's even going to find one. Wandering right into the trap. Still manages to find 1 kill. Coldzera's making a move on the smoke fade, tucked in just the corner here. Got a bit of a cheeky angle, but Henny's ever aware of it, and so this one should be done.
Henny took a little bit of a risk, though. Henny was the one that cleared out Dark, or Cave, as you're calling it at the moment. I mean, he had the bomb on his back the whole time and, like, solo cleared it. So that's a little bit dangerous. Obviously, with only 1 player there initially, it's not a huge deal, but could have been a problem in another universe. But MIBR, I think, very shocked to find just 1 defender at that B-bomb site. Really took their time with the plant, but they're going to be up 14-3. And 0-0 Nation's just in the position where buy everything you can at every moment, because you need to just try and get this game. I don't even know. Try and get the comeback started.
Yeah, I mean, it's wildly improbable that you're going to get back into this. So you might as well go for wildly improbable rounds.
You just got to keep fighting and hope that something eventually turns in your favor.
At this point, you need a whale and a bowl of petunias to fall from the sky if you're even going to have a percentage chance of bringing this one through. So why not get weird?
A whale and a bowl of petunias?
Read the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy?
I did not. Okay, that's
10 out of 10 recommend.
I've heard things. Well, here we go. Round 18. MIBR looking good. Okay, mid push. Insani knows, but he eats a flashbang, so he can't really do anything about it. Henny's the next one up. He gets a kill while Turtle falls on the other side of the map. So a decent enough start for 0-0 Nation. But you can see oh my god.
Gap in the Molotov. So NQZ just doesn't even expect a player to be walking through at that point. And Mr. on Molly, and now they've got the site for free. And I mean, this is a disaster now. They're forced back out. Anytime they've had an advantage, it's just instantly swung back the other way. Breno, get your gun out. How does he still win that? How does he still win a fight? I'm not quite sure. And it means that it's going to be Nex who has to pull off another ridiculous comeback into it, 1v2. Gets the first. Gonna get a rifle.
They're giving him all the chances. MIBR is playing a good game of find a way to lose, and they've won. They've won the game but find a way to lose.
That's,
Okay, 14-4.
All right. Well, I mean, look, it was a massive risk. You're talking about getting weird rounds, getting low percentage, getting crazy risks and gambles. They fly out. They leave A completely vacant. They fly 3 down mid. They find that contact. They still somehow lose into an even situation, put a player in towards a clutch, and somehow, some way.
It's not even the aggression. It's like the weapon switch from Breno when he's pushing forward. It's at the end, exit just kind of like turning his attention away. So, I mean, there was just a weird sequence of events that allowed MIBR to get that one, but I don't think it's going to cause any sweat on their brow at the moment with such a big lead. 10 rounds. 2 rounds away from a map one victory. And remember, one of these two teams is going home. At the moment, it's looking like it's 0-0 Nation. We'll see what Ancient has in store.
Next on the smoke fade, he is the only A defender. And this has been what 0-0 Nation have sort of sacrificed to shift players around the map, move chess pieces. They've gone light on A quite a bit, but detecting presence, he'll dump his util and back away. Breno doesn't find the kill he maybe was hoping for, but next playing the smoke fade wants to go through this. Is there a flashbang for him? There is.
Oh, he didn't clear.
He didn't clear.
He didn't clear it deep enough. I think the flashbang actually caught him.
That's going to hurt. That's going to sting. They're going to think they might have a little bit of time here. And meanwhile, Danger is beating right on their door. They're coming and knocking our MIBR, and they're going to let the guns do the talking. Coldzera, good damage, but only 1 kill found. And next going the way. NQZ out. Here's the recovery for MIBR. Bomb down, round over.
Insani's taken all the highlights from the first half, but man, Turtle has kept up with them. 20-8 for Turtle. He's had some nasty shots in this map.
Slow and steady.
And MIBR is going to have 11 chances to close out the opening map of this series.
Not a bad spot to put yourself in.
No, you like having that many chances.
Especially when they have no money.
It feels really comfortable.
No money for 0-0.
Yeah, they have to save. They have to save this M4 and this FAMAS. Okay, so no questions answered about 0-0 Nation. For MIBR, this is a much more convincing than what we saw last night in that double overtime loss to Flamengo. This time, individually, they came out of the gates swinging.
I think the difference as well is it felt like Nuke last night was a map where they were searching for the answers.
Yeah.
And this is one where they held the score sheet the entire time. They've known every answer every step of the way.
Yeah, that's fair. Nuke, I mean, tactically, Flamengo turned the screws on him a little bit to really confuse him. This one, 0-0 Nation, does not have that capability, at least here on Anubis. We'll see if it happens on Ancient, their map pick. But it could all be over right in this round number 20. Okay.
Exit. Okay. Blinded it. All right, there we go. This, yeah, it's looking like it might be over, Jason.
Okay.
Looking like it might be done. All the B-site defenders gone. They committed towards that cave push, and now they're just going to go for more aggression. NQZ finds the bomb. That's the bomb. A little bit of intrigue.
He can't really protect it, can he? No HP, only an SMG as well. He's got nothing for that fight, so it's Coldzera in middle. And 1 minute and 20 seconds that MIBR can just wait and make these last 2 defenders feel really nervous and force them into an awkward play. Coldzera's now been spotted. He does find a kill. 3 on 2.
Something might be brewing here, and Sani's dead. Turtle, maybe the next one to find. It's Breno making an individual play, and NQZ wants to challenge the smoke. Looking for that information, looking for that possibility, gives himself up. Coldzera's dropped down.
They didn't hear it either. A little too far away. Looked like Exit might have been able to have that sound cue, but Breno hasn't reacted at all, so no communication going in that direction. But, I mean, even if Coldzera gets this kill, even if he finds it right now, that gives away his position, and they know exactly how to play it from there.
He's patient on it. Is he going to clear in towards Glyph? Thinking about it, thinking about it. Who's going to get the check? Breno had no idea he could be here. Expected him in the back lines of the half of the map, rather. And actually, as Coldzera tries to rotate out to anticipate what MIBR is going to do, they're going to say, well, we know where he is. Let's go kill him.
Yeah, this is all just a coin flip for Coldzera. The assumption, obviously, okay, there's just a lone player at the B bomb site. They're elsewhere on the map, and the fact that my position is revealed means they'd go away from it. But, I mean, MIBR just comes right back at him. Now, Coldzera, to his credit, is just repositioning to come right back at the A bomb site. So giving himself a chance, and just missed the opportunity for at least one. 16-4 victory, all MIBR from start to finish.
Full control. Full control. I mean, maybe some glimmers there towards the end, but 0-0, we're clearly trying to figure things out on the fly, and I mean, they just were not ready for this Anubis. We knew coming into it was a good map for MIBR. We knew there were potential vulnerabilities. I don't think we quite realized how vulnerable, but that was rough.
Yeah, and I mean, it doesn't help, obviously, when you have an individual pop off the way Insani did in the first half. He was, what, 16-3 at one point, or 17-3, something mental like that. The fact that Turtle caught up to him at the end of the game is really impressive as well. So, I mean, you just had an MIBR that was way, way more comfortable on the map.
That you did. And that's Anubis. That's Anubis for them. They've become one of the best teams competing on Anubis in the North American region. They're clearly showing that here against 0-0 Nation. Here in the Americas in general, they might be one of the top dogs. And it's going to make this an interesting one because we go to Ancient. That's still a map that MIBR like to play. It's not going to be exactly a vulnerability, but what we need to see from 0-0, what we haven't gotten across either of the two maps they played, is any sense of control at any point. They got battered by Liquid. They got battered by MIBR. What do we got?
Is any sense that they're here to play? I mean, look, they've lost 2 maps now, 16-4. That's it. They've got 8 rounds and 2 maps that they've played. So this is a 0-0 Nation team that came into this tournament extremely flat, and man, they're on the verge of getting knocked out. They only have one more chance to actually show us they've got something in the tank, which is crazy to think about when this team kind of felt like they had like a little like outside chance of making it over to Paris. So yeah, this is a head scratcher.
It certainly is, but I mean, there was a reason they maybe came in as the low seed. They had a good performance here right at the tail end, but it felt like that was almost like a last hurrah moment where they changed the collar up and no one had any data on them, and now perhaps things have settled a bit more, and we're finding out that they might be missing that Taco presence.
Yeah, I think this is a team that feels like maybe you can make it through like a short stint with coldzera subbing in as the in-game leader for Taco, but I mean, long term, that's a presence you're really, really lacking, and it's shown in these first 2 maps. So yeah, going to be a weird, tough, quiet conversation between maps, but they've got to find something. The leadership of this team has got to find some way to get these guys fired up and make them believe that Ancient is within their grasp.
Turning our eyes towards that Ancient as well. That is, I mean, what are we going to be looking for as the solution? We're going to be looking for the AWP maybe to have some impact. It's a really good map for MIBR is the thing, right? They like to control mid. They like to play with that double AWP as well. We've seen it already work for Breno as the secondary. Honestly, I mean, frankly, Breno was the more impressive AWPer in this map for MIBR. I think all the pieces that should be working for MIBR are showing through here. And to me, this Vito just... There's no reason to doubt them on any of the 3 maps.
I mean, well, they have a massive win percentage in all 3 maps that have been selected in this series. So even if Ancient goes their way, Inferno as the 3rd map is going to be no easy game. MIBR with an 85% win rate on that. So yeah, this is I think it's just a tough sequence when you look at 0-0 Nation with the issues that we've just kind of highlighted and seen in their first 2 games individually. You also look at it and say, okay, the map pool is kind of a problem now as well. Tactically is obviously going to be a problem with your in-game leader. So I don't know. Every time as we keep talking about it, it keeps being more and more depressing.
It really does. I don't think there is a logic brain reason to think that 0-0 Nation still have a chance here, and that's that. I mean, so they're going to need to play with heart. If you can't use your brain, Jason, you got to use your heart. You got to use your
soul,
spirit.
Brother. Heart and soul.
A little grit, maybe, a little gumption.
Yeah, it doesn't even look like they have that. They've, I mean, capitulated 2 maps. So yeah, again, just more and more depressing. I got nothing positive. I have nothing positive.
It's doom and gloom,
and it's hard because, like,
boom.
you know, the other teams that have been so outclassed at this tournament so far are like, yeah, man, like Paqueta, like, what are you going to say? Like, they haven't really played outside of Brazil. They don't have this experience. This team you look at, and yeah, some young players, but they've got some of that experience, the international experience. They've got coldzera on the team. You know, you'd expect them to be a little bit above.
I mean, even guys like Dumao and Lato, it's not like they're fresh faces.
Right.
They've been on this roster before this roster was with the org. They've been competing internationally for going on 2 years now, maybe longer. Frankly, it's definitely distressing that they just don't seem to have, you know, even really a foot into any of these maps.
Yeah, no, it's a frightening affair. Yeah, it's a head scratcher. It's very worrying. For MIBR, I think you just got to be happy that they came in and kind of, they've done the other thing. They, you know, where they kind of looked a little flat yesterday, they've come in and kind of, you know, show that, you know, maybe it was an off day, maybe it was a slow start, maybe some nerves, whatever it might have been today. It looks like they've corrected those issues, at least here on this initial map. So it all comes down to Ancient. Either MIBR or either 0-0 Nation can actually win it and upset on the map. They've only got a 44% win rate to the 75% of MIBR, or they get knocked out. That's it. That's at the end of the day. 0-0 Nation might just have 1 map remaining.
Well, we are going to be getting ready for that map in just a little bit here, folks. Players, getting their breaks, getting ready to get into the server. Ancient will be on deck to see what that's going to look like. But in the meantime, we are just going to take a little bit of a break here, and we'll be right back with Ancient in just a flash.
The Blast TV CSGO Major in Paris kicks off in 2023 with a new and improved format. Teams from all over the world will battle for the lion's share of $1,250,000 in prize money. The Major has 3 phases: the qualifications phase, which includes both the RMR qualifiers and the RMRs, a playoff phase consisting of challengers and legends, and a finals phase called champions. The RMR qualifiers is the only stage at which competition is played online. For the RMR qualifiers only, the 3 regions of the CSGO competitive ecosystem are subdivided. This means that for Asia, China, Oceania, and the Middle East, including Africa, have qualifiers alongside a general Asian qualifier. In the Americas, North America and South America have separate qualifiers. It is only in Europe that competition remains continental with no regional subdivision. Teams that reached the Legends stage at the Rio Major are invited to their region's RMR. All other teams will enter either the open or closed qualifiers for their region's RMR, based on their position in the Valve regional rankings on the 12th of February 2023. For the RMR European qualifiers, the team ranked 1 to 16 advanced directly to the closed qualifier, with all others entering 2 open qualifiers. 8 teams advance from each open qualifier to the closed qualifier, which is played as 2 16-team tournaments with 18 teams advancing to the RMR. For the Americas, the teams ranked 1 to 8 in each subregion are invited to the closed qualifier, with all others entering 2 open qualifiers in each subregion. 4 teams advance from each open qualifier to the closed qualifiers, with 7 teams from each closed qualifier advancing to the RMR. In Asia, the teams ranked 1 to 4 in each subregion are invited to the closed qualifier, with all others entering an open qualifier in each subregion. From the open qualifiers, 4 teams advance to the closed qualifiers, with 2 teams from each closed qualifier advancing to the RMR. The RMRs take place in April and are played offline in each respective region. The European and Americas RMRs are a Swiss format, with the Asian RMR played in a double elimination format. Initial matches are best of 1, while all elimination and qualification matches are best of 3. The Asian RMR is an 8-team tournament with 2 teams advancing to challengers. The American RMR is a 16-team tournament with 4 teams advancing to challengers and 1 team advancing to legends. The European RMR is split into 2 16-team tournaments, European RMR A and European RMR B. From A, 4 teams advance to challengers and 4 teams advance to legends. From B, 5 teams advance to challengers and 3 teams advance to legends. 1 further team advances to the challenger stage from a last chance playoff. Find schedules, team info, articles, and the best live viewing experience of the Blast TV Paris Major on blast.tv/major.
I think it has to be last 4 finals, I think. That's 4 finals in 2021 in Copenhagen, in the Arena, with the last dance of the French team. That was like so fun to play. Just we did the final against Navi. We had a lot of fun moments playing against Australis just before in semi-final. Like just, I said that a lot, like just making quiet the crowd.
Yeah.
It was pretty fun to be honest. I just had a really good moment back in the day. When the French team stopped at some point and we had that World Final in Copenhagen. I remember I didn't want to cry, but it came out without like asking. It's still emotional for me to talk about that because that was a really good moment with the French the team, and most likely with Extase we had like a really good like chemistry together, and we did a lot of things, good things together. So, but yeah, it's a good memory though.
round 2. Let's go for a rival, I guess.
So we got one from Europe. So now I'm beating the game, and I think we're going to North America. So I am going to say Elish. Okay, never mind.
Let's type bit. He's AK-47.
Older than 25.
He's not from Ukraine.
So there's a big chance he's a guy from Brazil. So I'm actually gonna say Cold Zero. But is Cold Zero old enough?
I'll go for Shocks. Rain. I will write Rain.
He's older than 27.
The mystery player is older. Let's go, guess right. He played more than 14 majors. Insane. Who is this guy?
Actually, a European guy, maybe. And he's very old. Maybe it's myself. Damn, I'm getting old.
I remember more Monesi clutches.
Right, yeah. You know, it was weird. It happened in Abu Dhabi. Obviously, last year, he starts with that, like, MIBR clutch.
Yeah.
But, you know, in Abu Dhabi, he had, like, a similar clutch from the same position and nearly the exact same kills versus outsiders.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was so weird, where I was like, I've seen this exact moment before, right?
He had one good clutch against FaZe as well. For me, that one is the best because he played it out the best.
Okay.
I think it was last Lisbon groups.
I'm also thinking of like the Inferno clutch as well when he stole bomb from outside of apartments.
Yeah, it was against outsiders as well.
Yeah, right. Okay, he had two clutches, same maps.
He's just crazy in clutches. Yeah. Like even practice what he pulls off, it's, I don't know how, but he just somehow makes it work.
You can't talk G2 clutch without bringing up Monosin.
rules are meant to be broken. Forget everything you thought you knew. This is where
And welcome back as we kick things off here for map number 2 between MIBR and 00 Nation, who's doing their best to forget what just happened to them. They're looking for their memento storyline arc, as clearly map 1 was bad, and their match yesterday was
another old
also
school reference out of you.
bad. I know, right?
Jesus.
Yeah, no one's going to get anything that I'm saying. I'm like, oh, remember mid-2000s movies? I got that one at Blockbuster. But it's a brutal start to the tournament for 00 Nation, a team that actually came in with potentially a little bit of a hype train behind them. I think people had higher expectations for them.
I mean, they had to have been higher than 8 rounds in 2 maps.
Yeah.
That's the problem. Is like, yeah, and it feels weird to say now at the level that they brought in, but I mean, I mentioned this yesterday. The Pro League playoff berth that they got obviously gave them a little bit of excitement around them.
Sure.
It was a pretty weak run to get into those playoffs, but I mean, it's better than what we're seeing now. So I think everyone's just kind of a little shocked at what we're seeing, and I think 00 Nation's probably a little bit shocked about what they're bringing to bear, and that's probably not helping at all. That's probably weighing very heavily on their shoulders, and now facing elimination.
I don't think anyone had 00 Nation winning less rounds in 2 maps than Ur did in 1 on their America's RMR bingo card.
Yeah, well, yeah. Let's see what they can do here on Ancient. Let's see what they've got. Starting on the CT side, this is their map pick. However, it is a good map for MIBR as well, so it's not like there's any crazy advantage provided by it. MIBR is going to be very, very pleased with the 3 maps they have in this series. And we might not even get to the third map, which would be Inferno.
I do have a hard time imagining that that is going to be the case. But again, everything does kick off here. And we will see as we've got coldzera waiting with the dualies for the push that's potentially coming towards the A site. They're just waiting for the smoke to dissipate before the pop comes through. There are 3 players here, so there's a potentially strong setup coming in from 00 Nation.
Ooh, exit. Over the top, looking for a headshot on Breno, but they've got out. They've strung right around him, and coldzera gets dropped, and it's just that easy. MIBR crack it open. Even a gush on a next. He does have a kill in return, but it doesn't matter. Dualies fall last, and it's 1-0.
How does that happen so easily?
It's, I mean, the fight taken towards Temple is like, it's a cool angle if that's just like a one-on-one duel, right? Like, because it's a headshot angle, pretty tough to hit at times with a Glock, but you don't have the information of who's running up along the wall. coldzera's pushed up towards the opening of A main, so he can't actually see towards Temple. So they never really, they had to have known it was going to be an A hit, a defensive smoke, a third player rotating over, but I mean, no one had a setup to really help each other in any kind of a way. And then you add in the fact that just individually, 00 Nation has looked off in the first 2 maps they've played at this tournament, and that's how it happens.
Yeah. Well, maybe this will produce a little success as they do dive their way through Cave and Cheetah and pushing up into lane, trying to get the best of them, and so far, so good. It comes down to the MVP from the previous map, Insani, who is now looking at a 1-on-3. Rifle has been scooped up by 1 player. Oh, nice shots onto coldzera. He knows there's one down towards the bomb, and he's still taking tag shots from mid, so he has to be careful. Trying to isolate these 1v1s, and he was actually in a great position to do so. But now they've kind of surrendered bomb control over. But still, again, look at the way they're split. I mean, this is 1v1s on both sides of the map.
Yeah, Dumao's trying to reposition because he gave away his angle earlier and trying to catch Insani, maybe slow playing this a little bit. I actually like this decision from Insani to go in towards Jaguar and forget about the bomb for the moment. Unfortunately, I don't know if he's ever going to expect that Dumao is going to wrap around in his position. So, yeah, this gets a little bit weird. They know he's boxed in. They know he has to address the bomb.
Making his way back towards it. Time is definitely going to be against him at this point. Just 35 seconds left on the clock. And now the CTs that have been spiraling around each other have come to close.
I think the problem now for 00 Nation is I don't think Dumao spotted the bomb when he shifted. Oh, that's going to give away the game a little bit, but it's a fake. It's a fake towards middle. Oh, he spots NQZ looking the other direction. It's worked out perfectly. Now it's a foot race to the A bomb site.
Timing-wise, Dumao's going to beat him here potentially. It's all going to come down to this cross with 10 seconds left. He throws the molly down. That's huge. That buys him enough time for the plant, and suddenly a round that should have been 00 Nations goes the other way. No. How do you lose that? That is so crushing.
Pain. Oh, dear. Oh, my God. A 1v3 from Insani. He's putting together a great series.
I can't walk far enough away from the desk. There's the headphone cable.
That's astounding.
That is brutal.
And if you're 0-0 Nation, that's a round that you feel like you're in a 3-on-1 after that great crunch. You make the call. It works out perfectly. Everything's feeling good, and you feel like this is you getting into the game a little bit, and it just gets ripped out of your hands. Everything that can go wrong for 0-0 Nation in these RMRs is going wrong at the moment.
Well, the momentum built in the previous map seems to carry over.
Yeah, that's a good point too. Like MIBR has got to have so much confidence, so much swagger to their decisions and their gameplay at the moment. And he tagged up down to 27. He does get 1 kill. Lado cleans him out, but that's information about the defensive positioning. That can allow Turtle to activate.
Timing almost working out there for Lado as well, but Turtle is around the corner with a MAC-10, a scary gun, given the scenario.
Yeah, they're really slow playing this MIBR. They're being very, very cautious on this one. They're going to come back towards middle, and NQZ slid into a new position. And would they clear this?
I think part of that's the money, because they lost so many bodies in the previous round. They don't want to surrender anything over. They know that potentially they're going to be set up in some cheeky spots. That one doesn't work out so well for NQZ. coldzera basically going back to where he was in the pistol round with the dualies, where we never even really heard him fire a shot, and the P250 doesn't get many more opportunities either. And it just keeps getting worse here for 0-0 Nation. They get 1 body at least. This was a save, but still not the greatest of starts for a team who came off the back of a 16-4 defeat in the previous map.
Yeah. Well, let's see what they've got. Let's see how they can recover. Op in the hands of NQZ. Well done from all of MIBR. Nobody getting caught out. 3-0. Deep utility. Defense wants to get out of control middle. They've done that with nades. It's only Insani there. Everyone else from MIB are elsewhere on the map, and Henny's going to have some time to peek up with the op into the B bomb site. He'll start creeping behind the Molotov. Nice, easy kill for Next with the flashbang, but that does not scare MIBR away whatsoever.
A continued push in this direction. You do have Henny with the op, but finally they do break check for just a moment. Losing that initial fight didn't initially seem to scare them away, but then the util came out and they do go for a bit of a slowdown. Still, though, they continue to put pressure on this portion of the map. Got a player currently in cave waiting for the push to come through. That's Lado. He's got Next right behind him as well. But look at Insani. Insani's making his way all the way up in mid. Gets the first kill. That's his first death, by the way, of this first half. Sitting at 9-1 now. An incredible performance from a player who we looked at yesterday with his great impact, but potentially an underperforming performance as he ended up falling towards the bottom of the scoreboard. Okay. But this is a good round for 0-0 so far.
Yeah, so far a man advantage. They have 3 players leaning towards this B bomb site. A little bit of utility from Henny might actually keep them in place. 1 player coming back to check mid. Any spot. Oh, that's disastrous. A spot would have been great if he could have survived. But now with middle control, MIBR can really work between the bomb sites. This is a great position for NQZ. I love this. He's got the safety net of being inside A main.
Do they check this left side? They're not going to really get an opportunity. There's the shot that comes out from the op. A follow-up Molotov towards the default position will make it difficult. He's got support as well from Next, and it'll all land on a single player's shoulders yet again. It's going to be exit this time. Last time it was Insani that we saw in this position, but obviously with the clock down to almost 0, it will be the first round for 0-0 Nation. It felt like when they got that kill mid, that could turn, because they had no map control really up until that point.
It's the position of the op that's just great. I mean, there's so much safety in it, and you can re-peek into the bomb site, and it creates such a second angle. Like, it's so hard to worry about Temple, to worry about the CT choke point, and about A main all at the same time when you're trying to plant the bomb, especially late in the round when you don't necessarily have a whole lot of utility. So good positioning from NQZ just to ensure that. It was always going to be a tough battle, but he really secured the round. First one on the board for 0-0 Nation. Oh, this is going to be a timing hit towards the A bomb site. Utility is going to be chucked out from spawn towards middle. And Sani can play this however he wants. He can lurk it. He can play it fast. They've crossed each other inside the smokes.
Insani has to make a big play here. He seems to be looking back in that general direction, and he spots out Dumao. Meanwhile, we've got coldzera now moving over to support onto the A site. You had NQZ playing back in spawn with the AWP. And there's the shot coming out, the first one to take down a member of MIBR as they go for the push. We're at even strength 4-on-4. The spray from coldzera is off the mark. Turtle Shell has just a little bit too much armor.
Man, they're very lucky too that that's a missed engagement from Cold, because that smoke in towards Temple was way too deep. It was way off. He was able to step in front of it with clear vision. A follow-up smoke is going to allow him to get the bomb plant safely. 4 on 3, and I have to imagine 0-0 Nation is going to call for a save here. Very far back. 1 kit on Lado, but nobody's even close to considering a retake. So 4th round for MIBR.
Yeah, 0-0 Nation actually came into this round with very little money. Sub 1,000 on everybody. The closest person was Lado, who had 950. Dumao also had 950. So they really couldn't afford to take too much damage.
Yeah.
Even though they may have found that 1 round.
And at least with this, like, I mean, you can choose to be as kind of, I guess, risky as you'd like, in a sense where you can buy up some pistol and armor on Dumao and Coldzera if you really want to invest. You can even save on them if you'd like to go that route. You can save on everybody and see if these weapons can get you anything. Probably pick up a couple smokes. Some options available for 0-0 Nation, but 3 saved weapons allows them to be dangerous here in round number 6. And they need every round possible to be dangerous to try and stop this run from MIBR.
This was the big kill early on. Insani in mid. Dumao actually had great position inside that smoke. I almost feel like if Dumao just waited or even continued through that smoke, it may have turned out a little bit differently for him.
Yeah, it's easy. Like, I mean, it's
obviously we see things he can't see.
Yeah, and in his perspective, he's probably thinking that there's someone waiting passively, you know, outside the second smoke so that he can't push forward.
Easy for us to second guess a player's decisions when we can see through walls. Funny how that works. Ooh, Turtle tagged down very low. 98 damage dealt initially. And you've got Next in a great position around the corner. This is a shutdown round coming in from 0-0 Nation unless Henny can do something about it, and he too will fall. Actually, it was Exit who went down first. Henny the last remaining.
Yeah, team flash from Henny as he's chucking flashbangs out. Somebody looked right into it. I think that was Breno who's moving up close and just gets taken down for free. So a little miscue on the utility, and there's those saved weapons coming back into great effect. 0-0 Nation have their second, and they've got some money. They avoid the break. It's actually MIBR now with the money problems. Drop down to a Galil on Exit and a pair of Tech 9s for this next round. Some of the plays like heavy towards the B bomb site for MIBR haven't worked. They had that crunch in the second round that was bailed out by Insani's 1v3. This one right here, they had a round where they really challenged up B ramp pretty quickly, and it just gets shut down and delayed. Turtle falls, good trade, but the Molotov does great damage. How much further do they want to take this?
Again, you were just talking about it. Their B pushes have definitely been problematic. And this round, while they do get the opening trade, look at what it cost them. Exit almost dead, Insani at half health, the remainder of 0-0 Nation sitting pretty with still some utility left, and they've got that trusty AWP in the hand of NQZ, unmatched currently from the T side of MIBR.
Another missed smoke for MIBR. The previous one was in Temple. That was too deep. This one is way, way off the mark. So Coldzera's loving life at the moment. That turns into a cheeky little one-way. Thankfully, no one from MIBR is actually falling back to middle, so Coldzera doesn't get a chance to be involved in the action. Tech 9 passed over to Exit.
Now they're just starting to filter away.
I think they're dropping utility for Exit to set up a fake with this Tech 9, because Breno's coming back with the bomb, and I can't imagine that's going to be left alone. And Insani and Henny are going to start joining. They're going to get their hustle on at the moment, back to the A bomb site. So they're just kind of praying that nobody pushes into Exit's position. But I'll tell you what, this is not going to do anything effective. They can't stockpile utility for him on the ground because it'll be heard. So he's got a smoke and a flash, and there's nobody to commit and really sell this fake. With 3 HP, if Exit runs up, it's just, yeah, this is obvious.
It started to pull Coldzera for a moment. Just watching the minimap, you can see him start to run over. Dumao is currently pushed up a little bit towards Donut, and he's holding the position strong, as it'll be Breno to go down first. And the obvious problem, not going to be able to easily get the plant off. The last remaining player is the one who was across the map selling the fake. The fake was never really sold. Coldzera seemed like initially he got the call that a smoke was coming, but they were like, wait, don't rotate. Yeah. Turns back around, holds his ground in mid. And ultimately, it's a third round on the board for 0-0 Nation, just one away from tying their total across their first 2 maps.
Yeah, and the extra pain for that for MIBR is that Exit actually survives the round with just $300 and a Tech 9 and armor. So, I mean, I don't know what you do. Maybe you might as well just buy a smoke and go down to 0 just to have a little bit of fun. But yeah, that's painful not getting any bonus money on him. So, 4-3. 0-0 Nation looking like they're starting to get their feet set into this map, into this tournament. We haven't seen them show up yet. This time, the fast play towards Jaguar actually pans out with a clean opening kill from the Tech-9. He can pass that off and pick up the M4.
This felt like a scenario where this is a perfect time to just go for that quick play in towards Jaguar, and it does work out initially. Again, a little bit of a pause as utility is down. There's a smoke blocking their path from Cave. Look at them. Look at the push coming in from 0-0 Nation.
This actually might be exactly what MIBR need and want, because they don't have utility to create anything. Oh, dear. Oh,
no,
my lord.
the
Burst fire to the temple. Woo. Okay, get spicy now. Careful exit. You've got the only weapon. Nade in deep. That's pretty damn good. That is beefy. It hurts. It stings. And the M4 in Exit's hands has not been able to get involved in the action since he picked it up.
That early push could have potentially backfired horrendously for 0-0 Nation. And initially it does. The burst fire to the side of the head obviously creates an opportunity. But that nade in response did so much damage to the players in Cave, and it slowed things down yet again. And you can see the bomb is now filtering over to the other side. Hi, I'm still here.
You're dreaming.
He may as well have just planted himself on the site. Never moved.
I thought at the very least, like, they'd try and make a play with both of them out Jaguar and just try and trade a kill to force a movement from the A defender, but no. They just they were just like, you know what? Let's just make the guess. Let's just take the risk that all three players are here, and obviously dead wrong.
Not a surprise to see a timeout coming in here from MIBR.
No.
This is a big buy round. They do not want to surrender control over to 0-0 Nation, not wanting to give up the lead.
It's 3 rounds straight for 0-0 Nation, 4 of the last 5. So, I mean, this is the best streak they've had in every game they've played so far at the event.
Important note, too, coming into this event, this was a good map for MIBR this year. 60% win rate on their T side. Pretty solid record in general. On the flip side, Ancient, not a bad map. It's just kind of mediocre for 0-0 Nation. It's not like a good one. It's not a bad one. It just sort of sits in the middle. So the fact that they're off to at least a decent start here, and they've got their money in order as well, boding well for them as they move forward. Fast play into Donut from the CT side as the smokes and flashes came out mid, and it looked like he maybe wanted to aggress, but decided to change his mind and backpedaled his way over towards the A site. You've still got a mid defender currently who is smoked off. That's Dumao who's sending shots through that smoke. You've got players close looking like they want to go through it.
Yeah, step one pretty good for MIBR. They have mid presence, and Insani's going to have access to the red room. And he can just sit and wait here patiently while the rest of his team lines up over towards the B bomb site. He's got to worry about them maybe re-aggressing to clear things. But this position can be so strong if the rest of his teammates can have success forcing back this defense. And here comes that clear in middle. Insani, he's going to get challenged. Good headshot. Can't get the follow-up. Decent damage onto Cold Zero, 1 for 1. And MIBR adjusts.
That was some of the better early round map control we've seen by MIBR. Just despite the fact that the score is even, we have seen a lot of play towards B where they've kind of been stuck back after early pushes come through from Jaguar and even down ramp, which was shocking.
This is scary, though. Like, the re-aggression to take control of Red Room after Insani goes down is really smart. Breno's in a good position. The A defense, if they can take down this Opper, Cold Zero is going to be here as well, but Breno can cut off all the rotations, all the reinforcements in defense. He takes a lot of damage from the Molotov. Oh, you're in trouble, Breno. Yeah, put that smoke down, but you challenge before it plumes. I think this round has slipped away. 24 seconds.
And QZ with the gutsy play. Walking out into the molly. Gets the kill, but goes down to 26 health. You have Henny on site. Turtle is there as well, wrapping Temple. Henny goes for the clear, and now it's Turtle alone.
Yeah.
Just 10 seconds left as well.
They were too slow on this. This was the right idea, but there's not enough time for Turtle to wrap all the way around and open things up for Henny. Could get a double kill at the end of the day. Yeah, he will. Round's over, but that's good damage to the economy. However, 0-0 Nation going to take a lead.
That's also an op recovered, so value gained to a certain degree. I'm not sure how well it'll work for them here on this attacking side.
Yeah, we haven't seen it have a whole lot of impact, but Henny hasn't had it too often. We saw the one round, they really let him challenge it up the B ramp, gave him some time to peek into the bomb site, see if he could get a pick, and he's just negated by utility the whole time. So, yeah, we'll see if the fortunes change a little bit here. They are investing somewhat around the op. Henny's picked up armor on top of it. Other than that, Deagles and light armor for the rest of MIBR, but they're on the back foot for the first time in this series.
And QZ again charges down mid, and then just slinks on over to Donut, holding the position with that op. I don't think they're going to anticipate this. The shots are coming through from Red Room and mid. Oh, he just misses on the jiggle, but at least it lets them know there's an op here. T-side doesn't seem to be too scared. Again, this is mostly a save. You've just got the op coming in from the previous round in the hands of Henny. And you had talked about it, like their B setups just haven't worked. The one time we saw the op, Henny basically got slaughtered by Util. What we've seen thus far is if they go B, the utility that comes in from 0-0 Nation makes it very difficult for them to do anything with ramp. So it really just funnels everything through Jaguar. And while they've managed to make their way in there, they seem to get stopped in cave. And then they have no action ramp, so ultimately it's a very flat take towards the B site.
Well, all right then. Slow and creeping. coldzera here. He's been in this position a number of times. At least he's got his teammate, the op, to take one little piece of attention away from him. Defensive smoke. Oh, that ruins everything for MIBR. They spent a lot of time walking into this position to start setting things up, and a smoke at that junction is going to take this clock down very low. And this is also the part of the attack that is trying to activate things, trying to pull defenders, 0-0 Nation, to rotate into the position of Breno over in Red Room, and a secondary smoke is going to make it even worse. They're going to come through this, but coldzera's got a nasty little off angle.
Not sure if this was intentional or accidental, but it's going to work out well for coldzera, who's going to capitalize on the position of that smoke. He'll actually end up finding 3, may even get the 4th here as Insani's in position coming through from Donut, and he is strucken down by Dumao. This is starting to look healthy now for 0-0 Nation, as MIBR is really struggling with map control early on, and then the clock has just become their worst enemy.
Yeah, it's not been great. It's not been great. And now, I mean, with a little bit of confidence and finally some wins under the belt, some things that can make 0-0 Nation just calm down a little bit and settle themselves into the game, they're starting to see them power on a little bit. I mean, it's great. We were talking about this at the end of the last map. It'd be lovely to see a little bit of life out of these guys. Oh, the new timings in mid. Exit, that's an awkward fight. Almost had a good advantage on 2 players. Drops the ball. Breno and Insani up next, but Turtle falls elsewhere on the map. That's over in Jaguar. And once again, the round has gone all to hell.
I like the idea, the pace changed. Knowing that they've been making that push down mid the last couple of rounds, they tried to take advantage of it. This time, though, it's just not working anywhere for them. That is a flawless round victory coming in from 0-0 Nation. They completely stomp out the push. You mentioned the confidence building right now for 0-0 Nation. Whatever feelings they had coming into this map have hopefully dissipated at this point. They're at 7 rounds looking for an 8th. And again, you mentioned it, 8 total coming into this since day one.
And I mean, this is the first chance that they've had this little stretch they're on, this little streak they're on, to actually have some smiles on their faces. 6 in a row, 7 of the last 8. Finally, a little something to feel good about for 0-0 Nation, and a second timeout taken for MIBR as they've been stumped.
You could just see by their faces too, just the good vibes that came in from map 1.
Yeah,
they've already forgotten about some of that stuff.
Yeah, they gone. And I mean, the tough part now is they haven't really been able to get a whole lot going even when they get the mid control. Their plays towards the B-bomb site have been ineffective as well.
I would argue their plays towards B were objectively bad.
Yeah, well, I mean, either...
I think it's just really good counterplay from 0-0 Nation.
Yeah,
but
bad or just good defense from 0-0. Whatever it is, it's not working.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you probably feel like this map is really restrictive at the moment if you're MIBR. Insani trying to make his way through the smoke, burning just a little bit. Dumao exposed, but that's just spam through the smoke. And full B lane control for 0-0 Nation. Good kill from Insani, even though he takes the dink, but there's a lot of more players here to deal with.
That nade gonna come through? Yes, it is. Right in his lap.
It just gets around the lip.
It was so low on HP, it didn't really need to connect much. Just 12 health remaining. Now they will get the bomb planted on the A site, which they've actually been struggling with just that task. They have not been able to get enough site control to even guarantee a plant.
Well, that fast play actually pulled the defense out of the site. Normally they're getting challenged in A main by the op, by coldzera, and all of a sudden this is doable. They've recovered an AK-47. That's on Breno. And NQZ is going to start leading the way out of Temple. Flashbang is out. Oh, nasty little off angle. I don't know how NQZ recovered. And now steps up next. But he's done as well, and MIBR find 5.
An effective timeout coming from MIBR. I like the idea. The fact that 0-0 Nation dive bombs mid and actually gets value out of that play as well.
Yeah.
They get full B lane control and it still spins the other direction. It's just testament to what MIBR was able to do with the read coming up from A-Long.
It's not anything that like happens at the B side of the map. Like that didn't have enough impact in terms of the kills, but it's the fact that it like pulls coldzera's attention away. It pulls the NQZ away. It allows them to have standing into the A bomb site. They get a plant for free. That was the real success of whatever attention they put on B lane.
Does feel like that's been something they've struggled with, is just getting onto a site with maybe more than 15 seconds left.
Sure.
They have not had great success.
I mean, in that 6-round stretch from 0-0 Nation, there were zero plants, and 2 of the rounds timed out. So they weren't even having like preliminary success, and as you mentioned, even getting into the bomb site seemed to be a dream. 5-on-4, 0-0 Nation recover pretty quickly. They don't let the hiccup in the previous round affect them too much.
Turtle will be watching the round as NQZ was able to connect on the shot with the AWP again. NQZ definitely getting tremendous value out of the op, and we have yet to really see much challenge from the T side op because, again, we haven't seen it all that often, and when we have, it's been quickly ripped out of his hands. But again, like, MIBR just does not have much map control by this point in time, and so much so that 0-0 Nation has actually pushed down B with 3 players. When they turn this corner, it's going to get real interesting. Now, you do have one waiting for them. It's a 3-on-2, so it's a bit of a gamble play with them pushing down that aggressively, and they'll back off. But there's still utility here for the CT side. So now they're going to have to move through this smoke if they want to try to get onto the site. Henny's coming through cave. This is an awkward way to be making your way out onto the site. You've got exit inside the smoke. You've got one around the corner. It's the op holding, and now it's down to just one. It's Henny. We've seen heroic plays in the past, but we mentioned it already. Just 10 seconds left.
Yeah.
MIBR again stall in the mid-round, and it just puts them in this awkward position.
It's taking them so much time to find like comfortable challenge at this B bomb site that when they eventually get there, I mean, rotations are in, crossfires are set up, and they're behind a smoke. Actually, one thing that's gone underrated that we haven't really mentioned, 0-0 Nation's utility usage has been pretty solid. We saw around just a few rounds ago over at the A bomb site where coldzera and NQZ were able to stall them out with smokes. Now it happens here at the B bomb site. A smoke very late in the round prevents any access up B ramp. So yeah, obviously much more comfortable on this map than they were previously on Anubis. And handling business, 8-5.
A lot of value gained off that triple push, even though it was kind of awkward.
Yeah.
Just the fact that they can take those direct fights and, again, slow it down even more. They have the utility to back off after the initial battles. Anything they can do to make it more uncomfortable for MIBR, they will. This is now the 3rd timeout coming in just this first half from MIBR. They are looking for solutions here, and they are struggling to find them.
Yeah, they are. Although, I mean, I will say up at 5, I mean, this map with the changes that have come into this year, it does tend to be a little bit more T-sided than it used to be. Not that it's like a T-side in general, but T-sides are able to get far more rounds on the board than they used to be able to. 5's an okay position. And from what we've seen, 0-0 Nation, not any kind of like tactical geniuses themselves.
Fair. Very fair. They definitely have been maybe a little bit more vanilla at times. We'll see what they decide to do, though, when they switch sides. Maybe, just maybe, this is the map that unlocks the tactical prowess of 0-0 Nation. We'll see if that ends up being the case. So far, their CT side has looked good. Again, you mentioned the utility has been fantastic. And
this round, they're running a little bit low already, though.
And Insani has actually crept up mid pretty far, and there's not really anyone watching it. You've got, I think, NQZ who's watching with an op right now from the backside of this B site, so he's still watching the exit. But what else they can do with it is important.
This double play in Jaguar, though, is it's either going to win the round or it's going to lose the round, and that's just an individual fight. No one there for the trade. Lado gets the kill, but they haven't exposed the second player. And next, Lado finds a double, and now it gets real easy. Now there's, I mean, I don't even know what MIBR is supposed to do after those 2 players go down. 35 seconds, Bomb's going to relocate. You're hoping Insani can provide something. Lado's got 3 individual kills over in Jaguar. And the round is essentially done unless Insani can create something miraculous.
Well, that's the first kill you were hoping for. It's a double op look coming in from 0-0 Nation. You've got coldzera currently in Temple. And he's isolated. So at the very least, they have a 1-on-2 here.
Yeah, but the kill, if he gets it in A main, it's the bomb. And there's 10 seconds left. So if he just kind of slides out a little, that's a good flashbang, but it blinds both of them. So maybe it's a mediocre flashbang. Oh, they've got this plant. This plant is down. It's successful. Okay, this gets interesting. I don't know how it's happened. It's a little bit weird. It's a little bit crazy, but it's good crazy. It's good weird.
Oh, that was some clown fiesta nonsense. The flash goes in, blinds both players. The shot comes out from the AWP. The AK responds in kind. Neither player knew where the other one was, though. The retake starting to come through, and again, it is going to be a little bit clunky because they've got a double AWP here. They're trying to bring that double AWP into the next round. NQC does hit a nice shot, can't find the player inside the smoke defusing. So both AWPs will come into the next round after all, but that could have been very uncomfortable given the double AWP retake.
Yeah.
Instead, they hit that first shot. NQC's been lights out with the AWP, and it just becomes that much more manageable.
Yeah, good hold over towards Temple. I mean, you can see Insani's trying to make his play before the smoke plume, so he knows where the diffuser is, and it just gets caught just right at the last second. 9-5. Good round from Lado as well, as we're seeing the highlights here. 3 kills over in Jaguar, 1 towards the end for a quad kill in the round overall. And 0-0 Nation, finally a little bit of life. Final round of the first half. MIBR still not able to figure things out on this T side of Ancient. And Dumao playing around the edge of that smoke. Okay, giving away his position. Insani's going to chase this one down, but Dumao seems ready.
Surprised Insani actually didn't push through that smoke to chase after him. Given what we've seen from some of these players in the past, oh, he might actually get some decent timing on this. He will. Dumao is backpedaling, not anticipating that play. Meanwhile, over in A main, a missed shot from NQZ, a rare one at that, as he's been pretty solid thus far for 0-0 Nation.
Good job from Coldzera turning around to plug the gap in the defense. And I think this is almost like the timing right now where Insani applied so much pressure in middle that it felt like an A hit. And MIBR is really slow playing, pouncing on this B bomb site. So next is far back. Coldzera and Lotto are rotating over. The bomb site is open. No one's in Cave. No one's in Jaguar. MIBR have a chance at this final round. Some damage early through the smoke, but it is returned. And now a man advantage in the post plant.
And Henny's on this hardcore lurk from A as well. He'll catch NQZ and spawn. This is the first good B look we've seen from MIBR, and it was off the early aggression in mid from Insani that produced success. 6 rounds on the board for MIBR.
Yeah, that's not bad. Good little recovery at the end just to scrape together what you can. 9-6 in the favor of 0-0 Nation. They're fighting for their life, and we'll see if they can keep their chances in the RMR live after the break.
Finally, it's coming.
For a long time, it's a dream for me to play in front of the home crowd in Paris.
The dream is coming true.
The majors winner will always be remembered.
To win a major would mean everything.
It will be the most exciting major ever.
The Blast TV CSGO Major in Paris kicks off in 2023 with a new and improved format. Teams from all over the world will battle for the lion's share of $1,250,000 in prize money. The Major has 3 phases. The qualifications phase, which includes both the RMR qualifiers and the RMRs, a playoff phase consisting of challengers and legends, and a finals phase called champions. The RMR qualifiers is the only stage at which competition is played online. For the RMR qualifiers only, the 3 regions of the CSGO competitive ecosystem are subdivided. This means that for Asia, China, Oceania, and the Middle East, including Africa, have qualifiers alongside a general Asian qualifier. In the Americas, North America and South America have separate qualifiers. It is only in Europe that competition remains continental with no regional subdivision. Teams that reached the Legend stage at the Rio Major are invited to their region's RMR. All other teams will enter either the open or closed qualifiers for their region's RMR, based on their position in the Valve regional rankings on the 12th of February 2023. For the RMR European qualifiers, the team ranked 1 to 16 advanced directly to the closed qualifier, with all others entering 2 open qualifiers. 8 teams advance from each open qualifier to the closed qualifier, which is played as 2 16-team tournaments with 18 teams advancing to the RMR. For the Americas, the teams ranked 1 to 8 in each subregion are invited to the closed qualifier, with all others entering 2 open qualifiers in each subregion. 4 teams advance from each open qualifier to the closed qualifiers, with 7 teams from each closed qualifier advancing to the RMR. In Asia, the teams ranked 1 to 4 in each subregion are invited to the closed qualifier, with all others entering an open qualifier in each subregion. From the open qualifiers, 4 teams advance to the closed qualifiers, with 2 teams from each closed qualifier advancing to the RMR. The RMRs take place in April and are played offline in each respective region. The European and Americas RMRs are a Swiss format, with the Asian RMR played in a double elimination format. Initial matches are best of 1, while all elimination and qualification matches are best of 3. The Asian RMR is an 8-team tournament with 2 teams advancing to Challengers. The American RMR is a 16-team tournament with 4 teams advancing to Challengers and 1 team advancing to Legends. The European RMR is split into 2 16-team tournaments, European RMR A and European RMR B. From A, 4 teams advance to Challengers.
Second half ready to kick off here between MIBR and 00 Nation. MIBR scraped together just 6 rounds in the first half as 00 Nation looked to lock down the B site pretty consistently up until that final round where MIBR found success. We'll see what they do here in the pistol to try to get a little bit of a leg up. Ooh. And that is a nice shot early from Lotto on that P250. That's Breno going down. Henny with the trade, a nice flash assist coming in from Exit as well. It looks like they're going to be pushing towards this B site. You can see him trying to get into the plywood corner. Not going to happen. And this will be a B plant coming in from 00 Nation.
That's a really good call from 00 Nation, seeing all that attention in middle. Those flashbangs are thrown from A, so they had the position of Exit. They saw 2 more players after the opening kill, so they realized there's only 1 defender at the B bomb site, and Turtle just gets wrecked. And Sani going to kick things off. Do they have any idea? Now they spot at least 1. Oh, and next 3 more kills. Give them 4 in the round, and that's the pistol for 00 Nation.
00 Nation must be Cowboys. They know how to square dance.
Yeah, that's not bad. All right.
I think they call them gauchos, though.
Okay. Well, now you've taken it too far. You should have just stopped at square dance.
It was a good move from 00 Nation, the read off of that initial impact over in mid. They take it over towards the B site.
Yeah.
And already off to a great start here. And there's actually a timeout coming in from 00 Nation.
Yeah, I don't mind this. I mean, considering some of the issues that they've had, I mean, I'm just going to take this at face value. I would say they're taking this timeout to be like, all right, guys. The one thing that could really ruin this map to keep us alive in this tournament would be dropping this second round and losing all this energy and all this momentum. So let's make sure we're all on the same page. And let's just handle business and get to the gun rounds.
Lotto having a great game, 17-9. Yeah. We saw multiple high-impact kills, but also massive rounds, specifically in the Jaguar position, which is one that MIBR consistently went back to despite their inability to really do anything with it. Even when they gained access, they would get to cave and then just nothing.
Yeah.
They would just flatten out at that point.
I mean, it doesn't help that MIBR, outside of Insani, they've all cooled off.
Yeah, absolutely.
He's far and ahead leading the way. 16 kills for him. Next closest is Exit and Turtle on 8, at least on Anubis, where they looked so much more comfortable. And to be fair, 00 Nation looked a little bit lost. Turtle was right up there going blow to blow with Insani, so they had a pair. That's a nice double nade to get some damage. That's some nice spam on top of it. Even the timeouts can't save you. I don't know how Breno wins that one, but we'll give him a double kill.
Oh man, he's gonna see feet.
I think he stole the Galil right away from NQZ. They were both reaching for it at the same time.
A little bit of E-spam in the smoke, just looking for it. Can't quite find it. You might be right. Does some extra damage on top. NQZ now down to just 5 HP. You mentioned the pods coming in. We've already seen some timeouts kind of turn the other direction.
Backfire?
Yeah, more than once.
I'll tell you what, though, despite the 5-on-3, MIBR don't really have a good idea of what's happening on the map. Lotto's throwing out a little bit of a fake here. There's a huge gap at the A-bomb site where Insani is the closest defender. Nice kill. Now, even if the plant goes down, they're going for this. And that's an ill-advised peek from NQZ. Swings out a little bit too wide. And next, in a 1v5, Smoke is actually going to help the opposition close the gap on him. Not that there's any necessary chance. I think he's just hoping for the plant, and he does at least get it. And that's a 7th round.
That is a flawless, all 5 up.
Shout out to Breno.
Forced, it's a pistol armor round, and it just completely turns. And it was Breno who started it. Then they steal the Galil away as NQZ's looking for it, do additional damage on top, and even though you get a plant out of it from 00 Nation, MIBR do not lose a body. I think the peak from NQZ is definitely ill-advised. He's sort of backpedaling, he's clearing everything. He wasn't looking towards spawn, he was actually looking back towards long.
Yeah, I called it a peak. I think he just swung out a little bit too wide. I think he was just looking for a plant spot, you know, but either way. Yeah, just wanders right into the crosshair. That's painful. And that's a lot of free weapons over to MIBR. As you mentioned, all 5 players surviving, so they recover all 5 weapons that 00 Nation brought into the round. So money is great for MIBR. An automatic balloon of cash.
Now this will be interesting. This is where MIBR struggled on their T side, was their B executes. You see the execute coming in from 0-0 Nation. We'll see if it's equally as problematic for them. They gain site control pretty quickly, but this MAC-10 around the corner can't do much. Insani is trapped inside a smoke outside of Jaguar, but the site's been lost.
Yeah.
This is a great play coming in from 0-0 Nation.
Second time Turtle gets caught by just a B-pop. It was in the pistol round as well, and he tried to get to the Cubby this time as well. Caught the Molotov to his position, caught by a flashbang, tries desperately to get in towards Cubby, and I don't know, if you're MIBR, you might just back off and save this. You're not getting back into this round. Exit's just now hitting CT spawn, so Insani needs to just back away.
You'd almost think this is the round coming off the timeout.
Sure.
A great execute coming in from 0-0 Nation towards B, as they don't really meet much resistance. Only one player even takes significant damage. And again, it is very identical to rounds we've seen already. You know, it's that fast play towards B, a strong execute, and the players on site just can't find safety. So it'll be a round going for 0-0 Nation that MIBR really did not want to give away because they were hopeful they could start to claw it back. But now we're in this like awkward economy where like money's kind of everywhere. The T side can probably continue to flex what they brought in from the previous round, so they don't have to spend too much, but they do on some. They want full utility, the armor to back it up as well. Dumal's going to be on the MAC-10. 11 rounds for 0-0 Nation. Definitely a much better start to map 2 than what we saw in map 1. It's like a completely different team.
Yeah, entirely different. Which, I mean, good.
Yeah, really.
Okay, here comes Exit through the smoke. Exit's got the first, almost sprays down a little bit more. Insani still alive though, repositions, a new angle, and a triple kill on the defense. Lado's grabbed one in middle. But Henny's going to trade it right off at MIBR back to winning ways. Blow for blow between these two teams to start the second half, jockeying for position. And I can't imagine 0-0 Nation is just going to give it up. I would imagine this is going to be a buy in this next round.
Yeah, they do have money on 2 that is higher, but it's looking like maybe it's just going to be pistols and armor.
Yeah, they don't have the money. I mean, they probably could have dropped some AK-47s over, but look for another fast-paced play. 4 players towards B right out of the gate. Dumal's going to throw some utility towards middle. This time, Henny is brought over to support this defense. And this time, much more passive from Turtle. Doesn't want to get caught in the bomb site.
Early mollies coming out from MIBR. It stalls for only a moment as the push comes through. The flashbang not in. And that'll be Turtle finding 2 on this fast push. They've lost site control and are going for the plant. NQZ is on site. He'll get spammed down by 1. It's down to just 1. So they do get the plant down. At the very least, they'll get some money out of this one, but it will be round number 9 for MIBR.
Yeah, but critically and crucially, they lose that kind of back and forth affair, right? It's going to be MIBR who finally get the economic advantage moving forward, because even with the plant, I think if you're 0-0 Nation, you kind of nurse this lead that you have of 2 rounds, let them close the gap to just 1, save what money you can. You have a little bit of a losing bonus, but you know, do what you can to make sure you're going to have a full buy in the next round. That's the luxury that the rare lead that 0-0 Nation has allows them to do.
Well, you're right. It's more pistols, a little bit of light armor. Not really much purchase coming in from 0-0 Nation.
Very one-dimensional on some of these low buy rounds, right? This is going to be, I mean, it's at the moment, everyone's over at the B bomb site, so we might get a different timing on the hit, but it's going to be essentially 3 low buy rounds towards this B bomb site.
My eyes right now are on Breno, currently over towards Jaguar. Does get the first, but in that same time, they managed to make their way up ramp. He's got Cold Zera sitting on the other side of this smoke. The shots are coming through from Turtle. Quick ones coming out from the Glock of NQZ. And Cold Zera's position pretty much neutralized from the get-go. I thought that maybe you would see like a flash pop through that smoke and they would just pour in to Jaguar and take advantage of that position, but it's not the case. The little utility they had, they seem to throw out over the wall to try to gain access to the site. They don't get it.
Well, and now the last 2 rounds like that you've seen over at the B bomb site for 0-0 Nation, you spotted Henny there as well. There's a third player, because that's been a weakness. It was a weakness in the pistol when Turtle was there alone. It was a weakness later on in round number 3 when a low buy for 0-0 Nation blew up that B bomb site as well. So now that you've seen 3 players at this B site a number of times, I think 0-0 Nation's got to consider for the moment that that option is taken away from them. Because you have to think, MIBR, every single time they feel the economy is at a position where it's going to be Tech 9's armor, pistols and armor, they're going to have a third player to defend that site.
You say that, though, and Henny has actually moved back over to A. They're putting a lot of eggs in this mid basket currently with the player in Donut and one sitting in mid. That's Insani, who loved playing towards mid on the T side. Now on the opposite end, there's a great flash to set things up early, and that will be a 3-piece for the mid players as Lado tries to even out the score. It's a 4-on-2, and again, they haven't gotten anything out of this. There's no map control currently for 0-0 Nation. Might be a quick kill coming in here on Insani, who gets a little bit too antsy, wants to push up further. So it makes it a little bit more manageable, down to a 3-on-2.
Yeah, 0-0 Nation played right into MIBR's hands that round, though. Exit and Insani were setting up that mid trap the whole time, and I don't know if the op scope gave it away. Oh, that's a beautiful shot. I don't know if the op scope from NQZ gave it away, because Insani definitely heard that, and they called for the flashbang. Again, that's Henny over from the A bomb site, chucking it over the wall, and sets it up beautifully.
That's a big tie point from MIBR, because now you're in a position again where 0-0 Nation is looking at their money. Probably going to see more pistols and maybe a little bit of armor. But the last couple of times we saw it, it wasn't really that successful, whereas maybe earlier on in the half, they seemed to have some decent play with the pistols and armor. It seems that they consistently go over towards B, and this is what I want to see, maybe a little bit of action towards mid or even towards A, because in these saves they have been, you said, one-dimensional, running towards the same portion of the map. Now they're running straight into exit. It's actually Insani to get started. Oh, they haven't spotted him. No way he gets this play. They run right past him. He even makes noise before he realizes that they're actually behind him, and he's able to capitalize, finding 3. Accidentally lets them through and ends up working to his advantage.
Yeah, that was interesting. I would have to assume there's some kind of like the chaos of fighting and spamming in middle. Communication from somebody is like is ruining his ability to hear the footsteps, but he was caught completely unawares, and that allowed Henny to go down for free, which might be a little bit frustrating for the poor Opper. But obviously it helps when he recovers the situation after the fact with a double kill and negates any further damage. So 12-11, MIBR have their first lead in quite some time.
That's 5 rounds in a row here for MIBR. 0-0 Nation stalling out on their T side very similarly to how MIBR stalled out. You know, they're not really gaining as much access towards B. That round they tried to make a little bit of a faster play towards the A site through Donut. It doesn't really work out so well for them, but it was sort of incidental. It was just a really strange set of circumstances that led to that scenario playing out. Oh, do they see it? They see the jiggles? Can't quite connect.
That's close. Isaac gets away with one. Nice shot from Henny, that's down in middle. The op now in Donut, 0-0 Nation know it, and they don't want to mess any further with this A bomb site. Gonna back away all 3 of them. Readjust on the map, and Lado's gonna be the pivot point with position and standing in middle.
Not only has the lead returned for MIBR, the smiles have returned. Just looking at the player cams, you know, just their faces, the mood has definitely changed for them. The confidence is back.
Well, I think this is a little bit more dire than the scoreline would suggest. When you think about, we're relatively deep into the second half now, and the only things that have worked for 0-0 Nation are kind of that B hit in the pistol round and then the B hit in round number 3. And once MIBR figured out how to defend against that, just bringing that third player over, they've had no success. Passive defense at the B bomb site, and Sani and Turtle and Breno very far back. No utility on those 3 players though, only a single flashbang, which is a little bit worrying. 30 seconds left, and now the smoke is deployed and the creep up ramp is coming.
They do have a molly, but it's in the hands of Exit. It's over on the A site. That puts a lot of pressure on these direct gunfights. It's Breno getting 2, as the flash actually doesn't work out so well for the T side. And Breno's actually found 3 out of this round. That is a massive crush on the B site.
Yeah.
As MIBR again survive with all 5 players. The money is starting to really overflow. The coffers are filling up.
Yeah, it's over. I think this is done. 0-0 Nation just seemed knocked out of it, where you had the lead and then it's ripped out of your hands in such a fashion. Yeah, I don't think there's any real belief right now in 0-0 Nation's side. MIBR 3 rounds away from knocking their countrymen out of the Americas RMR and staying alive themselves in this tournament.
I feel like they have to win this round. Because you mentioned it, like they're kind of just mentally boomed at this point. This would be a big way to get themselves back into the game. Yes, it is only pistols and armor, but it would be a great way to try to revive this T side. Ooh. And that's not a bad start. Good shot from Lado up on top of the boxes to dispatch of Insani, who has been the top performer, 26 and 14, coming in from the young gun on MIBR.
And that's that third player brought over.
Yep.
To help out shore up this defense. They know, again, the lean towards the B bomb site for 0-0 Nation when in a low economy situation, but he's gone. So now they're going to re-aggress.
I actually like this. This is a half-decent setup coming in from MIBR. Again, we saw this from 0-0 Nation too, where they would get an aggressive. That's a great pop flash. The Deagle spam not connecting. They could potentially overstretch this. You could argue maybe that's what that was.
It's okay. I mean, yeah, a little bit, but at least you have the information of where they're lined up. At least now you know Exit's shift was the right call to make. Oh, that one hurts, though. Turtle trying to catch him unawares. Defensive smoke at top ramp. 0-0 Nation might have got themselves back into this round. Might have got themselves back into this map. Exit, the sole defender at this bomb site. Got to worry about mid as well, but there's a chance he can get a spray down. A multi-kill coming out of Cave.
Exit has to go big from this position on square. You've got 3 players coming out of Cave currently, and again, they don't really have a whole lot. They still have just that one rifle that's been scooped up, so despite the early damage, they haven't managed to beef up what they've got hold up on this A site, or B site, excuse me, but it almost looks like for a second they wanted to go for a save.
I thought maybe Exit was faking it to draw someone out into the open, and that hasn't worked, but Henny's not shifting over, so this is kind of like a one-man attempt at so far for Exit, and they've chewed a lot of time off. Henny was just checking mid for a lurker, but they didn't have time for that. It's done. Save the ult.
That was a really weird... I couldn't tell what they were thinking, if it was a miscommunication or what. Yeah, you don't want to lose that.
Might have bit off more than they could chew. Nate does a lot of damage, forces him back into cover, but Lado comes back for the peak. He opened it up with a Deagle, he ends it with the Deagle as well. And 0-0 Nation, another lease on life.
Said it coming into the round. This is where they needed to get back into the game.
Again,
just kind of, it's a little CPR to the T side.
They haven't won a gun round.
Yeah.
They won the pistol. They won a 4-spy with Tech 9s, and again, this was a round they started with pistols. Deagles and Tech 9s towards this B bomb site. They have yet to win a round with AKs and obviously any AWP they bring into the round. So until that happens, you can't win a half like that. Or maybe you can.
Yeah, I guess it depends on how awkward your money is. How many times you can get those rounds in play. Maybe you should just not buy rifles. Just keep doing what you're doing. Very peculiar in that post plant too, because it really didn't seem like MIBR had a clear idea of what they wanted to do. You saw Exit starting to run away, then he comes back. Henny was still so far away, and that's a great setup. You've got one right around the corner, and I don't think they even saw him yet. As Insani was on site, he starts to change positions a little bit too antsy. Exit's going to put some damage down through the wall, and quickly it turns into a 5-on-3. Those very strong rounds we've seen in the past from MIBR play out here as it's down to just one now. It's NQZ with the op coming out along. He's on site, but the rest of his team currently spectators. And it'll be just 2 kills on the round and a loud roar coming from the MIBR booth.
Yeah, again, just shut down once you have the guns. And MIBR handles business very, very well. Good opening kill from Insani. And as you mentioned, they didn't spot Exit. Coldzera didn't want to go aggressive for the trade, was waiting for his other teammates to start things out. And Exit's able to take complete advantage of it. Good round win for MIBR. This has been a lockdown defense outside of Tech 9s. And even a couple Tech 9 rounds have been shut down as well down the stretch.
For all their faults on their T side, their CT side has been very strong here. And that's what's put MIBR back in the leadership position. 2-round lead over 0-0 Nation, and this buy is pretty much for everything. Although again, given the fact that 0-0 Nation's Tech 9 armors have been so good, even a 15-12 scoreline where Tech 9 armors come in is not guaranteed GG. They try to make their way out long, and it's actually a missed shot. So this is a big opportunity here for 0-0 Nation, one that we haven't really seen just yet.
Yeah, well, let's see how much pressure they can actually apply. Coldzera's boosted up, and Insani's gotten into position with some safety at this headshot angle behind the plant boxes. Henny's got one. Coldzera cannot prevent that repeak. And yeah, you have good standing, but you're not having the impact needed to actually move forward into the bomb site. Now towards middle, Dumao's been spotted, doesn't want to commit. It's Breno alone at B as all the defense has been sucked over towards middle and A. Good shot from Lado. Oh, this is crazy. The bomb's actually going to stick around at A?
So here's the thing, because Exit was in Donut, he heard the footsteps of the run. So he may be assuming, based on not only just that kill, but the fact that he heard the run back, that it's been a full rotate. But
when they spot him falling back from middle, it's good. The game is going to be up. They're going to know exactly what's coming. This is a little awkward, pulled into it, and Insani with 2. And now you should know they were falling back, and now you definitely have the confirmation. The stand-in in a 1v3.
Next, the young gun trying to prevent match point. Does get the bomb planted, but there's just too many angles to clear. It's a 3-pronged approach coming in through Donut, Long, and Spawn. There was just no way he was going to win that one.
Yeah. And again, this is the answer to the question, can you win a half in a map just with winning Tech 9 rounds? And the answer is no. Still 0 gun rounds on the board for 0-0 Nation. Good double from Insani. Again, the impact player for MIBR. He's got 32 kills in this map.
Maybe that's what the 0-0 stands for. I mean, it's been definitely rough. Here's the thing, though. This round could... I don't know, it's actually going to be a pretty strong buy. Not surprised to see a timeout. I was thinking this could be a Tech 9 buy. I was like,
okay.
maybe...
And it's over.
Maybe they're bringing it back. I'm hopeful that the timeout will produce some amount of success. The last time they took a timeout that I remember that had impact actually went the other direction. We saw MIBR capitalizing.
Yeah.
It's certainly a problem now. They've got to win 3 in a row. And just based on what we've seen thus far, chaining rounds is not likely for 0-0 Nation.
No, not likely at all.
Just look at their faces right now. You see them on camera.
Yeah, it looks done, doesn't it?
Yeah, they look checked out.
Yeah, well, hopefully not. Hopefully not, because it's still doable.
Absolutely. This is not over by any means. There's a way they can bring themselves back into the game.
Oh man, but I think what's really scary, look at the utility. Some early damage done. There's only 2 smokes remaining for 0-0 Nation for the rest of this round. They've got good control over in middle. coldzera and Dumao behind the red room smoke at top stairs. But now you need to find a way to apply some pressure to make this positioning actually worthwhile and impactful.
The clock ticking down, both in round and metaphorically here for 0-0 Nation. Backs against the wall, and this is a great play coming from Dumao. Does Insani turn at the last second? I just feel like with the way the game's been playing out, that might happen. He spots both players. This is a huge play. Oh my gosh, no way! Surely that doesn't happen.
Insani is so cracked right now. Okay, Eddie needs to deal with middle. There's no one to really capitalize on the chaos caused by that. Oh my God, he's so good. Insani up to 34. He's gonna save the day. I cannot believe he spun that fast. Oh my Lord, he's got every headshot presented to him. And a 1v2 now for NQZ.
NQZ has been the hero before with them, but it's always been with the AWP in his hands. This time it's going to be an AK. It's a 1v2 post plant. Both players coming through from the same position.
Bro.
He doesn't even get a bullet fired. What a clawback from MIBR, and what a round from Insani. What a game from Insani.
Yeah, give him a hug, give him a steak dinner, buy him some lobster. That guy's done it all. He was just a turret in this game, and he's got, yeah, he deserves that smile. That's absolutely disgusting. But, I mean, congratulations, MIBR, you're moving on. It's got to be painful for 0-0 Nation, who's just flat in every game this tournament. I mean, not a good look for 0-0 Nation.
Yeah. Give them credit. The first half was okay.
I give them no credit.
The second half left a lot to be desired.
I give them nothing.
It was definitely rough. Their gun rounds definitely did not work out well for them at all. While they could make action happen with their Tech 9s and armor, it's just weird that for whatever reason they just couldn't turn that switch on whenever they were on a full buy.
Yeah, it's just a weird, rough affair. This was their map pick as well, and the T side just flat. But I mean, at least we saw some fight out of them. Where previously, I mean, it's what 2 16-4 losses on the first 2 maps, and then obviously this map relatively competitive. But in that second half, just never got anything going. But I mean, man, they're going up against, when you go up against someone like Insani who's playing to this level, like this is crazy. This round is nuts. He's all alone at the A bomb site. Yeah, Cold's holding off the rotation to actually support him. He's doing it all on his own. So absolutely filthy performance. I think Insani ended with 35 kills in this game. Like freakish performance.
Poor Dumao, man. You know he's beating himself up over that, because if he gets that kill on Insani, that mayhem that ensues after that would have never happened.
Yeah.
But he plays the long kill. It's the right play.
Yeah, he follows all the rules.
he did everything the way you're supposed to, but when someone just 180s you that hard, You just kind of throw your hands up in the air and just say, I just don't understand what happened.
Yeah, wild. I mean, Insani just kind of carries. I mean, when you go back to even the first map as well, I think he had like 22, 23 kills at the end of the day on that map as well. So, I mean, the guy puts close to 60 frags up on the board in this series. 126 ADR here on Ancient. That's the performance you want from your star player to keep you alive in an event. The job's not done for MIBR, but this is a good survival, really early survival match for them in this tournament. Probably they didn't expect to be there, but look, at least it answers a question for MIBR where the first day yesterday seemed flat with their double overtime loss to Flamengo, which was relatively shocking, all things considered. At least they came in today, handled business, and gave us that look and gave us that glimpse of what they can be when they're playing well. And now we just got to hope they can ride that momentum and keep bringing it day in, day out for the rest of the event.
And Insani finished 57 and 26
yeah,
across 2 maps. That's just absolutely absurd. He had 111 ADR. He was in like 126 ADR there on the second map. It's just hard to really do anything when a player is playing that well and consistently put them in positions. I mean, some of the early rounds we actually saw successful for MIBR were off the hard work of Insani. There was that 1v3 in that first half. An incredible game.
Well, speaking of the man, we got Insani here. What's up, man? Congratulations.
Hey, thank you, man.
Talk to me. That had to be a feel-good game for you.
Yeah. That was a really good game for me.
At what point in Ancient did you realize you were just on fire and you weren't going to miss?
I was just on my flow, you know? I was just going and shooting at them. And it was working. I could play really well.
That last round was nasty. How much did Dumas surprise you?
I don't know, really. I was just playing my game and playing on the game that our team plays.
Cool.
So it really worked well for us.
Yeah, before we get into the success of today, I want to ask you about yesterday against Flamengo, the nuke game, the double overtime that you guys actually ended up losing. Did that surprise you a little bit, how good they came out on nuke and how good they looked in the map?
Yeah, they played really well. Yeah. It surprised us. So, but like, by that game, we learned a lot from it. So it was really important for us. They really surprised us that they played really well and they won us. So we have some work to do.
Yeah, well, at least you have the bounce back today, so you guys get to keep surviving. Tough regional matchup, like against a Brazilian team, and 0-0 Nation was another squad that was kind of expected to challenge for a spot. So I mean, this has to be a good feeling.
Yeah, the game today, it was really important for us that we got that win, but the job's not done.
Yeah.
So we have still a lot of work to do, and we will stay focused.
Did you ever worry during that first half when they were getting so many rounds that maybe you were going to map 3?
Actually, we were confident on our city side. We know that it is good, so we're still confident in the entire match. But if it in case comes to map 3, we will still be confident.
Yeah, you like Inferno as well, don't you?
Yes.
Talk to me about Anubis, because you guys looked really strong. We had a Mike on the cast as well for that map, and he mentioned that you guys strong, and Anubis is a strong map for you. You guys really enjoy Anubis?
Yes, Anubis is a strong map for us. We are really confident playing it, and that's it. That's a strong map for us.
You might be one of the most aggressive teams I've seen on Anubis. You guys like pushing mid. You guys like challenging things.
Yeah, like I think we are on the meta on Anubis. You know?
I think my only question is, what's your warm-up routine? Because I feel like everyone at home wants to know how they can.
Res, crosshair, all of it.
What do you eat for breakfast?
So I'll share my CFG. You know.
Perfect. Yeah. Throw it up on Twitter for everyone. They're gonna get a lot of downloads today. Either way, congratulations on the victory.
Thank you,
congratulations on surviving. We're going to wish you good luck at the rest of the event. But after that, we're going to head off to a break right now, and we're going to be back. There's one more best of 3 for the day at the Americas RMR. Congratulations over to MIBR. We'll see you guys again soon.
Thank you.
Very well. You too.
rules are meant to be broken. Forget everything you thought you knew. This is where everything changes. New histories will be written. A major future redefined. The time has come for a major evolution.
Finally, it's coming.
For a long time, it's a dream for me to play in front of the home crowd in Paris.
The dream is coming true.
The majors winners will always be remembered.
To win a major would mean everything.
It will be the most exciting major ever.
Welcome to your new favorite televised vacation. This is the Launders Show.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Great to have you on.
Thank you.
I've got a lot of great things to say about you, but first I'd like to ask you to say something nice about me.
Whatever makes you happy.
But I have to ask you to wear these glasses. I could see you chugging a chocolate milk at local lands. The few Kinder haters out there in the world.
You're like roasting me here.
Oh, wait.
I had some offers from different teams.
Like whom?
But I thought that maybe I didn't lock the door.
We saw some raccoons, and then Nico came up with the idea, hey, I'm gonna catch one.
I just had my gear in my backpack and I just told my teammates I need some time alone. He started talking trash a bit about Copenhagen Flames.
Oh, no way. It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
What is the gauntlet?
No. I know how this works. And this is not good for me.
Let's get this show on the road.
It's the f***ing goal!
No! What's going on? No! No way this is last place. No way.
It went really badly, like really.
This is his only chance. He hasn't beaten me for years.
Assistant. Roll at the leaderboard. What do you think you got?
1 minute and 50.
149.
Sub 1 minute.
We're gonna have you sign first.
You always know what to say.
I wouldn't say it's good, because I would say it was great.
Let's go, baby!
That's right, they finally gave me my own show. Watch the Launders Show exclusively on Blast TV.
I was not even doubting at all.
Oh my God. And as always, it's been a blast.
That was good.
So I just immediately like,
We saw some raccoons.
He started talking trash a bit about Copenhagen Flames. And
Oh, no way.
Hey, I'm gonna catch one.
It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
What is the gauntlet?
No. It's the f***ing goal!
No way this is last place.
It went really badly.
I wouldn't say it's good, because I would say it was great.
Let's go, baby!
As Cadian prepares to take on his toughest challenge yet, let it be known it'll take more than a hero to beat this one. We know he can lead his team to victory, but can he go at it alone? It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
It's time. It's time. Let's beat Dupree's ass, yeah? Okay, so what does the Launders Show have for me here? Rings off, you know. Step one. Let's go. Okay, let's go. This is the one, guys. Off to a good start. We go for the quick entry. No look. What? Buck. Everybody saw that. No. It's the f***ing goal! Okay, I think there might be some system to this is where the boxes will hit or what. I'm not sure. Oh no. No, I failed the bunny hop so bad. We need just a little bit of luck here. Little bit of luck. Let's go, quick. No! That's it. We're done. Dupree, he doesn't know what to do about this time. It's too strong. Yeah, I'm number one now.
All right, guys, let's give it up for Cadian. Come on in, Cadian. Well done. Take a bow.
Calm down. It was good, but calm down.
I'm going to ask for your signature in a second.
Yeah.
You were really burning calories on this map.
To be completely honest, I was just chilling. I knew that Dupree don't stand a chance.
Dupree don't stand a chance. You heard it here already. Well, why don't we make it official? Let's see if he lived out his dream of beating Dupree. To find out, we'll have the assistant, roll out the leaderboard assistant. Come on, let's keep it moving. Don't go out all night. Don't be alarmed by how long it takes me to write this number down. Just be happy it happened. The submission here from Cadian to the Gauntlet Challenge to see if he could beat Dupree. Did he do it, folks? That's right, they finally gave me my own show. Watch the Launders Show exclusively on Blast TV.
Let's go, baby!
And as always, it's been a blast.
As the first guess, I'll do one of my teammates. Let's do Brokey. See what we get.
Nico.
Alright, now I'm going leash.
Let's try. He's older than Sortuan. Another European player.
He's been at more than 10 majors.
Cold Sarah. Let's go Cold Sarah. We got this one. I guess from my team, like Rain, Carrigan fit that narrative. I'll try for Rain. See what happens.
Has Cold Sarah only been at 9 majors?
Carrigan.
So he's from Europe. He's older than 32. Guys, we're going for Swedish legends or Polish legends now.
I think it might be Taz.
Nope, but it's one of the guys.
Yeah. I'm trying my best. Freiberg. No, he's 30.
I think Neo is playing with Taz, so it will be Pasha in that case. Okay, let's try Pasha beats. Yes, easy.
Let's go. I knew it, I don't know. I had a feeling.
That's so clever.
Pasha beats was on point. Lost it.
the Americas RMR, the Blast TV Americas RMR, where we got our rootin' tootin' final matchup coming your way. Final matchup of the evening, that is. And it's a best of 3. And that means elimination is on the line here, Mark.
Yeah, this is a difficult series for both teams because neither one really showed much in the previous day. It feels like Paqueta and Solid both got off to a rough start. But to be fair, when you look at the matchups they had, it's kind of tough to say they shouldn't have gotten off to a bad start. Paqueta does draw the short straw in facing off against Pain, and I think Solid played against Complexity.
Yes.
Now, I will say, in that, Solid at least found a few more rounds, whereas Paqueta, I think, only got 2 in the game against Pain. So we didn't really get a taste of what these teams are capable of. So getting to see them in a best-of-3 format means we will get a little bit more of a palate purge from yesterday.
Yeah.
And we'll be able to really get a taste of what these teams can do.
It's kind of interesting because though these are both the 0-1 games, right? Our last ones were the same way, where it's elimination on the line.
Yes.
It feels like it's very different storylines. You're looking at MIBR and you're looking at 0-0. You're looking at teams that have already had those international stints, already had their chances to prove themselves. Meanwhile, you're looking at these two teams, and really, if you're not familiar with domestic Brazilian competition, you're probably not very familiar with the rosters. Some of these players have had international opportunities. When you look at Paqueta, you're talking about Nathan, you're talking about Destiny, and Yell, of course, but it's still very much a story of them looking to prove themselves all over again. And in showing up here, up against Solid, up against an opponent that they're familiar with, they have a chance to prove to us they deserve a shot to make a run into that Paris major.
Here's the thing, too. Yesterday, we saw some teams struggle that came out today looking great. I think MIBR is a great example. MIBR yesterday struggles against Flamengo, a regional opponent that they realistically should have beaten.
Yeah.
They come in today, and they obliterate the competition. The second map a little bit closer, but still it was a good game coming in from MIBR. It was more on form for what we expected from that roster, and 0-0 Nation was eliminated. Paqueta, I think, came into this one, and I looked at them as not necessarily a strong team, but definitely one to watch, specifically because of Venom Zera, one of the younger players coming into this event with a real hot hand coming in from the qualifiers, one of the top-rated players as well. Just 18 years old, very inexperienced, surrounded by some veterans, like you mentioned, Yell and Destiny and Ali as well. Nithon coming in from the Pain Gaming roster. I feel like this team has potentially what it takes to at least do better than yesterday. Like, yesterday's performance really should be pushed aside because it didn't feel like a great indicator of what they're capable of.
To me, Nithon is a really interesting name in this roster for exactly the reason you talked about. His stint in Pain, he put up numbers against domestic competition, right? He was frequently towards the top of the board for them, had some good results, had some good stats, but clearly that maybe didn't show exactly what was going on behind the scenes because they made the change, right? They made the decision to move on from him despite his statistical success. But you're right, this guy, Venom Zera, ignore the numbers. Don't worry about it. They got stomped. The numbers don't mean anything. He's the young gun, 18 years old, hot prospect onto this roster, exciting new talent. It feels like we have this crop of young 17, 18, 19-year-old Brazilian players. You're talking about the Insanis, you're talking about Venom Zera, you're talking about Nissim, right? These really young, potential, like, next class up of players. And Venom Zera is definitely one who's looking to make his case to be considered among the best of those.
Yeah, I think he was sitting in like the top 15 of players coming in from the year. Obviously, add a little asterisk, as we've said many times, because the competition has mostly been regional. We haven't really seen him venture outside of that too much. But the same could be said for Solid, the other roster that we're looking at. And when you talk about name brand recognition, you look at the players on Paqueta that we recognize, it's really hard to point to players on this Solid roster that people would know. There's definitely less history behind this roster. The players, while they've been regional standings, they've been playing everywhere. They have not necessarily ventured outside of Brazil all that frequently, and as a result, I don't think people really know what to expect from this roster, sometimes us included.
Yeah, I think that actually, to me, makes them exciting and intriguing, right? Because I kind of know what to expect from players like Destiny, from players like Nithon, from Yell, but this is fresh snow, right? This is their chance. If they could make it through this Americas RMR, you'd have such an amazing chance to make an impression on the world of Counter-Strike in the final CSGO major. That would be massive. LCM, the standout player there statistically over the last period of time, but again, this is a team that had a decent showing against an experienced complexity roster, at least finding double-digit rounds, but needs to do more here. They just signed to this team, this organization, right before the Blast TV Americas RMR. They were previously known as Fluxo, which apparently is a Volkswagen Beetle.
It is.
Yeah.
As a big Volkswagen fan, I appreciate that. I love German cars, even though this is what they call it in Brazil still. I did love that, because originally I looked it up and like, wait, what the heck? Is this what is this word?
Yeah.
And when I saw it, I was like, oh, that's cool. It's a Volkswagen Bug. Gotta love that. Here's the top performer from yesterday for them as well, LCM, 17 and 20. Again, you mentioned it. They did have a much stronger performance in their first day, despite the loss to Complexity. It was a 16-10 affair. Compare that to Paqueta's honestly abysmal showing in their opening series, 16-2. They were slaughtered by Pain, but I think a lot of people anticipated that to begin with.
Yeah, it was the expectation. I mean, you saw Pain as well taking care of Complexity earlier today. They're a really formidable team. They're a team that we're really tabbing to potentially be, I mean, a favorite to make it through, potentially even threatening for that legend spot, right? This is a Pain roster that's ready to sort of complete their ascension to the top end. So you can't fault them too much for getting a little blown out of the water by that competition. But it does mean you need to be able to hold water with them if you want to expect to make it to the major. So no better time than the present. You get a best of 3 here. You get to show us a little bit more of your map pool, a little bit more of what you expect. And it seems like we're going to get Inferno, we're going to get Overpass, and we are going to get, as a decider, ooh, quick maths, Anubis?
Anubis, yes.
Woo! Potential for more Anubis.
I honestly don't think we're going to get there. I look at the map pool right now, and I just look at the difference between these two teams. I feel like the maps currently in play for maps 1 and 2 are stronger maps for Paqueta in general. And I do feel like Solid just has not had much success on these maps by comparison. Now, it's not to say they can't win and they can't force things to map 3, but I think it's going to be difficult. I think map 1's really where things need to kick off strong, because if they can't get off to an early win, it's possible they just get in their own heads, because yesterday's loss, then compounded by today's early loss in this, would make it very difficult for them to try to rebound and find a second map victory. So it really, to me, it all starts on map 1. Solid has to come out swinging, and if not, I think it could be a quick 2-0 for Paqueta.
That's an interesting one. That's certainly an interesting one. I mean, again, you're going to get into a situation for both these teams where you do have a lot more experience in terms of high-level competition and international competition for that Paqueta side. So if you're talking about the long game, if you're talking about the pressure of elimination, you'd imagine they have more experience handling those kind of circumstances, whereas for Solid, obviously they've had important games before, but this is a whole nother level. This is a whole nother conversation from anything they've seen to this point. We are going to be hopping into the server in just a moment, folks. So we'll be back with the first map of Solid and Paqueta. And we're right back. Okay, right in. There we go. I got so used to those fly-throughs. They juked me out here a little bit. And this is all the better, folks. Right into the action. No hesitation. No time wasted. Just a whole lot of fun Counter-Strike ahead of us.
Production hates this guy. Find out why. Clickbait link.
10 things casters say that production hates. They don't want you to know. Oh, Yell. Looking for first contact here. Not quite having that. So they'll hold them at bay, at least for the moment. Very timid here from Solid, but they want this duel on towards B, and it's being read by Paqueta. Everybody's here. The bomb's not quite committed, but the 3-man lean. Solid are looking for contact, and Paqueta would very much like to give it to them.
You've got Nithon currently on first orange with the dualies, just waiting for the peak to come through. It's probably one of the slower pistol rounds we've seen all day coming in from Team Solid.
They've only seen one, and they're backing out, showing that presence.
Roz is slowly working apartments and hasn't seen anything yet, so they don't realize there's this double hold towards Ivy. Got one potentially with the potential to kind of hide, swing into Cubby. It's exactly what he's set up for. So if Yell takes this early contact, it's actually Destiny to draw blood first. They're not going to anticipate Yell to be in this position, although they do start swinging for it initially. Now he can hide and they can play the double setup, and it works out wonderfully as Destiny finds 3 kills here in the pistol. And it's now down to just Roz. It's actually 4 on the round for Destiny. He'll really clean things up. He's looking for the ace, and you can see it as he works his way around towards the library door. It'll be the ace and pistol round for Destiny.
That's how you get the juices flowing. That's how you get the energy going. And I mean, the thing that stings for Solid is they made the right read. Right, they showed that face towards B. The presence was already there, but they avoid the stack. They hold them there, having shown top B presence, and then they move to take divider control, and Destiny just spanks them. There was nothing to pull him off the angle, nothing to threaten him, and they could not stand for the duel. They also did give him the individual fights, which never really helps. But great find for Destiny early. Puts a smile on Yell's face, his in-game leader, grinning ear to ear off of that.
He said it gets the juices flowing. I've been curious ever since what juice it is exactly.
All the juices, Mark. Every single juices.
Apple?
Yes.
Orange?
Yes. All the juices. It's like when you hold down every button on the soda fountain.
I don't think I've ever done that. I'm not that reckless.
Coward.
I have
Dare
done the
not to expand your horizons.
I have done the
Unlock
every
your
soda
full
flavor
potential.
smoothie, but I can't say I've just gone up and pushed all of the buttons at once.
Push the limits, Mark.
The freestyle machine has ruined your strategy as well. Here, though, it is Solid who's on the pistol armor buy, and right off the rip, they take significant nade damage. You've got GBB down to 22, Danviet 36, Nolks at 81. And they haven't really even spotted anyone yet. So Destiny has soft targets. Could there potentially be back-to-back aces coming our way? Let's see. Nope, never mind. See ya.
Nope.
That was a quick shot coming out.
Oh,
and even
overwhelmed.
Nithon not able to get things done. This is problematic now for Paqueta.
This could be bad. Yell talking in the corner. The SMG on these soft targets is going to be good, but Danviet regains very quickly. And with these two rifles now in the post plant, bomb going to go down. They're up against SMGs, and they're controlling the angles. LCM, a cheeky angle to Boiler. If they're lazy about this clear, which they are, he can't quite punish, but he's stalling time. Okay, first player cleaned up. They're going to gain the apartments, but Danviet taking a cheeky angle around the hay cart. He will make it while the sun shines. Now backing into pit. No utility to dig him out. Such a strong position. He doesn't even need to tuck.
It may not be an ace, but it's impressive 4K, and honestly, almost give him the credit for the ace, given the fact that that started with just a deagle. He turns things around for Solid very early in this first half. A massive round coming in for Solid as Paqueta gets stunned. They had a double porch hold. It should have worked out so much better than it did, but for whatever reason, the first kill comes in cleanly from the deagle. And then Nithon, who has been fantastic, just can't really do much to clean anything up from there.
Sometimes you just get a rip heads. Power of the T side.
You should be a coach.
I would be a great coach. Just click their head before they click your head. Whew. I don't understand what's difficult about that.
It's like
just
a bowling
yelling
coach.
I take attack and I'm just yelling at the players. Like,
Shoot
click
that.
better!
Yeah, what are you doing wrong? Your punishment for not getting that kill is running laps in game.
Laps of the prac room. Venom Zera getting aggressive. Flashbang's good, but not good enough. GBB turned away from it, and actually Danviet had tossed one of his own, so timely on that. While there's damage on the GBB, it's certainly nothing to be able to really build upon. You don't have much left to fight into this, but it was the force buy for Paqueta, so they'd like to get something, anything out of it, and that anything might just be saving the armor into the next. Stack on A. But we saw this before from Solid. Top banana control taken, and then they shift back, so decision's not quite made just yet. With that smoke down, it indicates that, yeah, indeed, they will just go for the easy plant. And it will be freely given to them. Hunting here is a bit of a dangerous prospect, because you could just give up the guns.
Now, these teams have played against one another in the past, but it has been quite some time, and the teams were slightly different at that point. Paqueta had not yet brought in Yell and Nithon. And it was Solid playing under the Union banner who found success in that last best of 3. So it's been several months. Things have changed. But off the rip, they lose the pistol and they return fire rapidly. Paqueta finds themselves now just trying to hold on to these pistols in sight, maybe looking to rip away a gun or two. Strong return fire from Solid in these last 2 rounds.
It's the beauty of it. You win the force buy, it's so much better than anything you could have done in the first place. So much better indeed. Well, that round will in fact see the 2 sets of armor save through, so at least there's a little something for Paqueta here, but they presumably won't invest anything around it, and that means that this round is going to be very limited. They are going in with one hand tied behind their back, and the other hand also 5-7.
It's a tech pause as well, if I'm not mistaken here. So we'll see what's going on with the team as they look to resolve the issue rapidly and so they can get us back into the action here for our final BO3 of the day here.
We never do love to see headsets off.
No.
But we do like to see a little crispy eco hunting.
A little bit of heads off, maybe.
Hey.
That's what we've been seeing a lot of. This was actually a great hold from GBB, playing on the other side of the spammable wall. This is an important round for Solid to maintain their composure. Even though Paqueta comes in with almost no money, very limited investment, trying to stack money early is huge. They already had the benefit of winning off of the pistol armor buy in the second round. Last round was very clean as well. If they can do that again, they put themselves in a position where they can easily sustain a few rounds lost in a row before they have to worry about a save, which is massive on the T side here.
We're gonna have the stack towards B. Why not? You gotta stack something. Might as well be B. Flip a coin, play the shell game. A little bit of aggressive posturing in the apps. That's going to be Destiny, if I'm not mistaken. Just tucked, trying to get a cheeky kill if nobody clears it. And the old 4-man stack. Oh, that flashbang's so good. Oh, that's not so good. It blinded them all up, but the crosshairs were on the right place, so the bomb, or the gun's rather down.
No
They're going to shift the stack. And there's a kill found, rifle gained. Now they can defend in towards the site. This is getting weird. It's getting a little squirrely. Destiny looking for a duel. Dinked. It's a little bit unfortunate, but he's not dead, and that is a blessing, though. Fighting out, LCM will be ready to bring this back to bear, and he's doing a great job here in the pit. Meanwhile, they realize the stack has moved, the stack has shifted, and while he loses his life, the bomb is going to go down. So you mentioned, Mark, they wanted to keep it clean. It's anything but. It's as messy as it gets, and this round, it's not quite settled just yet. Players out of position, no kit. Timing will be an issue, but if danviet gets run over here, game on. But he's good for it.
With the spacing that they had, it was really difficult for them to even get a trade on that, because by the time they realized where the player's at with the comm that comes through, the second player is already running into the doorway. There was almost potentially a realm where it makes sense for Paqueta to save those guns.
It's a decision to make, but
because of the fact that they didn't have kits, right? They had no control whatsoever towards the B site. They have no idea that someone could be pushed up all the way. In fact, they would be safe to assume that one's at least pushed construction, given the amount of time they spent towards the A site battling without seeing more than just the one player who was in pit. I understand the idea, just take guns away, but...
That tantalizing prospect of pulling a round off that you never should have been in. They'll have guns here, so it shouldn't be a huge issue, but obviously it might limit the build if they win here. The big if, and if they don't, well, they'll definitely regret their choices. But a few of them.
I mean, just look at the impact it has on utility, though, right? Like, they're already a little bit light on utility. They don't have kits. So, really playing the pre-plant, trying to take maybe some earlier exchanges, early battles, take players away from Solid, prevent the push from being as strong as it potentially could be, given the fact that they have full util coming in from their side, plus the op as well for LCM. Big round coming in for Paqueta.
Interesting that they go into the 4-man stack, right? Usually you do this when you have banana control, but they don't have it, so it's just a gamble. It's a risk. It's not a calculated one. It's just a straight up, hey, let's see if they go A. And if not, well, this could turn into an early save. Sometimes the name of the game on Inferno. Destiny finds his first. A poke out of apartments, just looking for a little info. Uncoordinated from the team as well. A little bit sloppy from Solid, and they give up the 5v4. Oh, the next duel could be bad. That's going to be a chase. The flashbang good and punishing. Destiny just trying to swing back in, and Yell will try and retake the space. A dink on, but danviet to trade it. Keeps it close. One more player here in defense, but Ali so flashed here. And I mean, this is really wild Counter-Strike. Nithon's just going to now sail back in, and that's the drop in. This is, well, okay. Everybody is chasing like a madman. They're throwing them straight into flashes. Paqueta is playing with very little composure in that A-site defense, and Solid is effectively able to punish it. It's after they get that first kill, it's like a house of cards just comes tumbling down. It's like the first domino falls, and they're all just instantly sucked into the fight.
Yeah, very strange. If you watched early on, too, Venom Zera actually started to rotate from coffins through construction, and it seems like they may have called him off. So he went back towards Dark Spot over on the B site, and at that point the push comes through from mid and bodies just start dropping left and right. There was no reason for him to rotate over unless they managed to do some significant damage, because by the time he would even get there for support, site was already lost. Limited utility on the take too. You've got players coming in from library that are effectively just unsmoked. It's a very peculiar round, honestly, from both teams. You had a player just fly out library door and could have potentially gotten a kill on the cross, but when there's no smoke down, if you don't get that kill, it doesn't matter if you do anyway, because you're going to get traded out. You're literally in the open. And now it's actually going to be Paqueta who's on the save.
Tough spot. They got the one rifle. Let's see if Venom Zera can be the hero, though. Set up a flashbang for him, perhaps to go for a peek, but he's got to wait the molly, and there's another molly. There's the flashbang. Here's the punish. danviet, as always, able to answer back as soon as his vision clears. He has been snappy to start, 9-1 at this point, Mark, and we're only round 6. And if he hunts this up a little bit further, might be 10 on the board for danviet.
Now, I may have framed this up in the pregame as a potential opportunity here for Paqueta to do much better than they did in the previous day. But just based on what I saw yesterday, I do feel like Solid looks stronger. And even in my predictions, I stated that this would be a Solid victory just because it felt like they were more cohesive. Paqueta have the pieces necessary to win a game like this. But it just didn't look good yesterday, and it's not starting out well for them now. Yes, they may have won the pistol, but ever since then, it's been all Solid.
Yell and the smoke fade going to try and pull off the hero play. The lone man left and just going to try and commit, find something, anything into this round, but not being gifted the opportunity, now being spotted and tagged. Options and opportunities are limited, so his armor will not make its way into the next round. And we have 5 on the board for Solid. T-side here doing a great job of limiting the economy over on Paqueta. We'll get another investment. This time we have the op for Nithon, but I think early results are troubling for that Paqueta side. We need to see a little bit more composure, I would say.
Yeah. I mean, one of the things we saw yesterday, like Nithon coming into this was a really strong performer for this roster. Yesterday, a lot of the kills that he had were actually in garbage time. Like, rounds were already pretty much over. So even though statistically his numbers were a little bit higher, his impact was limited. This is a big round for him to really get himself into the game, get himself into the Americas RMR even. As he goes for the op purchase, again, no kits coming in from Paqueta. They have more utility than the last time we saw the buy come in from them, but still a little bit light in comparison to their counterparts over on the T side.
Just little indicators as well. That smoke in towards mid, there's a gap on the left side of it. So slight issues here. If a player was crossing, they could absolutely be spotted by the op bottom mid. No one did. It's not punished, but is in kind of some information, nothing substantial. Gonna get some top banana control. It's a double man setup here. Got Ali, and we got Venom. Win of the show for us. Counter smokes out, slows it down for Solid. 50 seconds on the clock. Plenty of time to work this. And it seems like they want to bring the hit back towards A.
You know, I gotta say, it's a shame that a team like Ur, who does not have org representation, didn't decide to call themselves Gas. Because then we'd have Solid, Liquid, and Gas at this event. Really missed opportunity there.
I'm sure they're crying about it.
Yeah.
Sorrow, sobbing. I don't know if they're pun enjoyers. I don't know.
How could you not be?
I mean, well, they're pretty young. I don't know if those dad joke genes have started to activate just yet. Yell, they're going to need some to activate right now from the pit. He's swinging wide, committing to this, leaves himself exposed so the balcony player can punish. A 1-for-1 trade just not good enough to make that enticing for Paqueta. They're going to back off into the save, try and keep the guns alive into the next round, but the reality is that this is Solid now on the 6. They are ablaze as they'll find their 6th round in a row. And for Paqueta, I think we need to see something that's a little bit of an initiative, right? Because they're very much just playing reactive CS right now, and it's not great reactive CS. What they're waiting for is the hit to come in, and then they just try and fight and trade, and there's not a lot to set it up. There's not flashes, there's not smokes, there's not mollies. It's a little distressing for the CT side.
Utility in general is leaving a bit to be desired. Yeah. Even Solid, who wins that round, they go for a moto smoke, and it's kind of off the mark. So it seems like maybe some of the lineups just not really connecting the way they need to, but it doesn't seem to be impacting Solid's performance thus far, as they do find themselves in a very strong position here on their T side. Paqueta is losing a lot of these early round engagements, and because of the fact that like they've been coming in with pretty weak buys, they don't really have the stopping power you traditionally need on a map like Inferno to really stall things out. So they're surrendering a lot more map control early on to Solid for free.
Time going to be taken by Paqueta here. They are talking things over right now. Discussing what they want to see. Yell getting vocal with his teammates. Oh, everybody's contributing here. So conversation being had, that's nice to see. Multi-directional in this, but the timeout will burn, and now we'll be back into the realm of play. They can get a buy around this. It's limited, right? But they saved the 3 guns, so they're able to keep this economy growing just a little bit. But what do they have to take the initiative back? Because right now, I mean, it's been Dan Viet, 12-1. Talk about that individual performance, but it's also just been the whole team. They've been setting them up very well for these picks, for these fights. And they're going to try it again. Little top banana control, little top banana aggression, and Paqueta looking for a face. Double nade in towards logs, doesn't really get anything for it. And the Molotovs are enough to push them back and concede this map control. Third player not rotating just yet, but if Solid just rock up past this, this could be tough. Ali wants to get aggressive. Flashbang to set this up, presumably. But because he's already taken a face, he doesn't want to peek behind it, so he's backing away. Roz in the apartments, a duel with Yell potentially on deck. Nighton getting aggressive out the apps, but if they just rock up onto B, this angle's not going to matter. We spotted Roz, so that one's taken. Ali gets a kill elsewhere, but tries to chase it down, and that was an overextension. Without further utility behind it, Dan Viet is happily going to be able to take that duel. And now you just have Venom tucked in towards the orange boxes. Playing the second one. Trying to somehow exert some control here, but the player slipped in towards Church. Dan Viet's going to have everything when he rounds this corner. There's no world where Venom expects it. Off a flash, he tries to take initiative, but not seeing anything. The alarm bells don't quite ring in time, and this bomb's going to cross to be planted. It's desperation for Yell now to try and bring this round back in, and he could do no such thing.
Things continue in this rough fashion for Paqueta on their CT side. Nighton left scrambling with the op as he tries to save it and bring it into another round. Despite the heavy investment coming in from Paqueta in their buy rounds, they just can't seem to stop Dan Viet, who is having an incredible first half already. And again, it's just looking sloppy right now from Paqueta.
Yes. I think that's... So the idea that we saw at the top banana fight, right? Ali gets that kill. That's great. But then he just swings the corner.
Mm-hmm.
You get that kill,
He's
you fade away.
15-1.
You've got an equal situation. You swing that corner, and Dan Viet just kills you. That's one of those kills. Yes, Dan Viet has had some really nice entries. That one was just him doing the job, right? That was
Sure.
He didn't need to make a bold play because they delivered the kill back to him. So if you already have a guy who's popping off like that, if you already have a guy who's absolutely on fire, don't feed him. Play safe into those fights, and yeah, I mean, it's just been very uninspiring from the CT side for Paqueta. They're looking for answers, and they don't seem to have any.
The top performer yesterday for Team Solid in their series against Complexity was Roz. He finished 20-20. So Dan Viet is 5 kills away from matching the performance of the top fragger on their team. And that was 26 rounds of play. We're going into round 9. So...
Kill Dan Viet challenge, impossible.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that he only died in what, the pistol round?
The thing that's astonishing is that he is entering into B a lot. He's like first man out, first or second man out. I mean, that last round he pushes tree and he goes into church. It's a very bold play. So it's not like he's playing safe and not dying. He is fighting the whole way through, and they can't kill him. They can't stop him. Nighton will go for this aggressive apartments play again. It got him to kill onto Roz last time around, but this time, Roz might be expecting the position. Is there any utility to push this off? No, the op will have another isolated chance here. Roz going to test it, and Nighton is good for that one. But immediate trade there. Yell in the bedroom is trying to keep his opera a little safe, give him the egress, and he will have no such thing.
Oh!
Destiny catches Dan Viet. There it is. Dan Viet trying to make the bold play, maybe feeling himself a bit too much because he's totally isolated there in the brackets and having to look both ways. He's looking at the wrong one when Destiny rounds the corner.
Roz punished twice now from that aggressive op peek. We'll see if we see a peek in that direction yet again. But again, because of the way they've been winning rounds, look at the money right now for Solid. They can afford to drop around here. They've got 3 players on 5 figures. They have plenty to fall back on. So really, the more guns they can strip away from Paqueta here, the better. If they can get a plant out of this, that would be impressive. Right now, it's interesting positioning right now. As you can see, the bomb and 1 player over towards Banana. You've got 1 starting to sneak out of apartments. This is big. As Nox is able to get 1, but they don't know there's this player porch. It's Nighton who currently has an op. It's not the greatest weapon to be in this position with. That molly lands right on top of him. He's burning alive, barbecue mode, but he still manages to get 1, almost gets a second on the leaping LCM who struggles to make it out of the apartment's balcony. The trade opportunity is going to be limited here as there's 1 coming right around the corner. It's a kill coming through, but it is a 1-on-2. LCM has to watch his back as well. Throws the molly in towards Moto with just 6 seconds left. He has no idea where he is. No way. No way. Surely not. Shenanigans.
Not quite able to slip away, but a cheeky play from LCM secures the plant at the very least. The thing is, they knew Nighton was there, right? Because he's an A-site player, because he's the opera, he always sticks around, so they're wondering, they're trying to puzzle it out. And Molotov nearly burns him alive, and just maybe a little bit Little bit of awkward play there, unable to cross the pit. You understand the conservativeness, the concern about it. But it is so many of these situations where you're just seeing players on an island, really for both teams, right? Where it just winds up being the 50-50 of who's looking which way at what time. Trades, what are those?
Yeah.
What are those, Mark?
I mean, Roz dies apartments to the aggro off peak again. Dan Viet swings wide and mid, dies. First player goes out apartments, does get a kill, but then dies. Second player goes out apartments again, goes into pit. Player comes through Balk, or through Boiler. It was a lot of isolated plays. Didn't really feel cohesive.
We're seeing a bit more of a group play now from Solid. They're massing, and they found the light side. They gained the space. The bomb's still bottom T ramp, so this was just about taking the brackets control early, you know, pushing out that position Nithon was holding in the last, making sure that he couldn't just be tucked there late. And this is what a lot of teams do. You want to establish top banana control, you want to establish brackets control, you maybe want to flow between the two. But Nolx is going to come into the fight past the smoke. Dan Viet's able to trade it, but he's not able to get the next, so advantage for Paqueta here, as again, players isolated are killed. Okay, that's a really nice peek from Roz, reading the positioning from Yell, and now this hold in mini pit would have been phenomenal had it lasted more than about a second. LCM just a solo op push-up short is gonna just try and do it all himself. He's taking the space. He's right, pit's clear. They haven't resumed the control, and he will think better of just going around the corner. I'll wait for GBB to group up with him. 40 seconds. They are coming into the reinforced site, but it is still a 2-on-2 effectively until Nithon gets activated. Player tucked in the corner. That's going to be a good hold. GBB takes out the first. Do they read Destiny's position? Do they know there's another one here? No, definitely not. Gun away. Not a great sign. A 1v1 set up for LCM. And he'll have time enough to plant. Nithon trying to accelerate, but he can't give up his position just yet. So it's all about who's looking which way at what time. LCM using the pillar to his advantage. Nithon waiting to see if the cross will come through. And this pixel's going to be great. Nithon needs to be snappy on it. He spotted him just in time as they dance around the box. Who's got the read? Who's got the shot? Nithon looking to isolate, just spots a pixel, but it eludes him for the moment. And finally, the kill will go his way. Plenty of time for the defuse as well. Paqueta find their third round.
I'm still trying to figure out some of the stuff that seems to be happening here. A very confusing play. A lot of the mid-rounding is super sloppy from both teams.
You're assuming that there is mid-rounding. I think it's a lot more about players making individual reads based on where they are.
It's very reactionary. But I'm looking again. I see that smoke again over towards Moto. That seems to be off the mark. But just really weird plays. It comes down to a 1v1 between the ops. There was a world where LCM ends up taking that one. Just the dance around the boxes favors his opponent. So Nithon's able to spot him out initially. LCM never saw Nithon. He had no idea where he was. He was really just trying to play timing. He's playing around the boxes. I don't think he realized that he had snuck around towards the default box and was starting to round sight from in front of Graveyard. It'll be the first timeout coming in from the side of Solid. But this is already a great half for them, even if they manage to lose out, which I think is unrealistic, given the fact that they probably could push button at least one more round out of this.
I mean, what they recognize as well is this is a huge opportunity. Yes, it's already a solid half, if you will, but from here on, you can press the advantage further. If you win this, only one survived in the last, right? Nithon brought the op through, but he was the only one. This is a full reinvestment. The bank is drained.
Yes,
if you can take out Paqueta's defense here, this is turning from a good half to a great half, and that's what they're looking to do.
I love this play from LCM, trying to get aggressive in the mid with the op. The molly goes down to prevent a push out, but he gets in front of it. However, neither player really able to take an early exchange. The op does back off.
The dragging the fourth player over. Venom is jump spotting from the half wall. So if they show presence on towards Banana, it's presumably going to pull this hold away. But for the moment, at least, Roz is clearing out apartments. We've seen players in towards the bedroom. He's now going to show a little bit of presence there on the spam. He's putting them on notice. He's trying to keep the stack here, trying to keep the numbers here while his teammates work control towards Banana. And Venom's got to be real careful. He's spotted, drops a molly, backs away. But does this trigger the rotation? Does this bring in a teammate? Not yet. Now they're starting to make the shift. Ali wants to come in to support his teammate. They're still hesitating.
Yeah, but look at the bomb.
Way back.
Way back. It doesn't seem like it's really a thought right now for Solid. They're finally sending someone back to retrieve it. That'll be LCM, who has to run all the way back to the bottom of alt mid. And given the fact that they really haven't done much to this point with 40 seconds left, yeah, they have a little bit of mid control, but it's really deep mid control. So that's a bit of an issue as they have to send a player back. They do get a 1-for-1, but they're going to be going towards this A site just out of convenience.
30 seconds, chance to bail out isn't really here unless you get a really instant call on this smoke fade. GBB looking for it. He needs to signal his teammates. They are shifting. I don't know what they've seen. Maybe just the lack of a fight here. But GBB is going to call them in, and they are going to have the space. And that kill from Roz. Ooh, does this sell this? Ollie's actually reading it because that's the lurker towards A. He's now trying to shift in to support his teammate, but it's too little too late. He's caught out of position. Time is going to be an issue, but they are getting the plant, and with that kill, they seal the deal. Yell alone shouldn't even really attempt this. Is giving it the slimmest of looks, but realizes how hopeless the situation is, and here's the reset. Team Solid find a very important attacking round, and Paqueta shattered.
Well, I may be a little bit confused by the ult-mid bomb drop. Ultimately, that was textbook Inferno. That's how you play this map. Very slow, methodical, read your opponent, find the weak side of the defense, catch them on a rotate. They realized early on that, hey, maybe there's only one player playing towards this B site, as they only ever really spotted or heard Venom's era. So they make noise towards A. They send out a fake execute as some smokes go out over the wall, some flashes as well. They keep one lingering. That's Roz, who's the lurk player. And then you isolate that one player on B. And even though they didn't have a cross for flower pots, they had no smoke there. It didn't matter. They take the direct flight with Ali. They win it, which has kind of been the story of this half so far, as Solid has been winning a large portion of the gunfights. And then it's just Venom on that at that point. If he had stopped the plant, it would have been great, because there was, what, 7 seconds left when the plant started? I think the closest player was probably Nubox. There's a world where they don't get over quick enough, just react fast enough to go grab the bomb and plant it. But Paqueta reduced back down to just pistols. Only one player even with armor. It's Destiny. And he may be even over-invested in the round. He's down to 1,400. Potentially some frustrations building here for the CT side, as they've struggled to get things started well for them on the CT side. They've given the lead at half over to Solid now. The question is, how much bigger can they make it?
Catch on the first. Time maybe becoming an issue as we're sub a minute, but Yell's been spotted. This is the entirety of the A presence, and it's gone. They're going to rock in towards B, so this is the quote-unquote strong site. But USPs, they'll take down GBB, but that's all they get. No problems here, and now Solid knocking on the door of double digits. There have been rounds that are few and far between for Paqueta. They need these last few. I mean, 5 at a minimum, you'd imagine, based on what we've seen so far. We need to see something from Paqueta.
Solid look very happy as well. It smiles across the board, and you can't blame them. 9 rounds here on the T side is fantastic, especially given coming into this. Paqueta actually had a bit of a decent record. It was an even strength, if I'm not mistaken, 4-4 on the year, whereas Solid was 4-7, but they did have that impressive loss, which is funny to say out loud, against Complexity, where they put up 10 rounds. It wasn't a terrible performance compared to what we saw from Paqueta in their opening series, where they only put up 2.
A tick from Venom. Trying to challenge the Molotov. They're getting aggressive down Banana. This is something we haven't really seen, and it's going to be punished.
Oh,
maybe that's why.
Goodness.
GBB taking all 3. And so the site is gone. The round is realistically done. And their regression, well, they got spanked.
Yeah, it was already a save call coming out from the 2 remaining players. Yell's the only one left. He's done some significant damage.
Damage doesn't matter, though, at this point.
No, the money is too good. It's really irrelevant.
Just survival. Survival is the only thing that matters, and he knows they're hunting. So he sides on the library to try and defend this. He's built his little fort here. Needs to rebuff the invaders. Down Viet on one side. LCM down towards brackets. They're going to want to push this envelope, but they also want to wait until they're absolutely sure he doesn't have enough time for this defuse. So good patience and better kill from Don Viet. What's his number up to? What's his number up to, Mark? It's something stupid. It's something ridiculous. 18-4. Yeah. Ooh, he's cooled off. That's actually slowed his pace, but it's still pretty bonkers.
Yeah. Another timeout coming in from Paqueta as well, as Yell es muerte en la biblioteca. It's not a good half coming in for Paqueta right now. It just keeps getting worse and worse and worse and worse. Because the rounds that look like they should be good, like that round, they triple peak B. You would assume they'd at least get 1. GBB gets a mowdown on 3 players, and all he does is hold timber.
I mean, there's a flashbang for it, right? But there's no Molotovs or nades necessarily behind it.
At least it's a pace change.
It is a pace change. It's a little bit of a different call. It's Paqueta looking for answers, but
maybe that's why he was in the library.
Maybe that's
studying.
Why. He's trying to find the answers in an ancient tome. a scroll from another civilization that says, I don't know, bro. Paqueta.
That's the Book of Darf. The prophet hath spoken. Click heads, win games.
I think that's what Paqueta is trying
Thus
to do.
saith the Darf.
Might need a little extra dimension than the Book of Darf. Nice nades in. Venomzera punished. Honestly, happy that he gets away with only that. But he won't escape. Not quite yet. And that flashbang is awkward. Catches ninth on more than it does anybody else. Now, damage onto Ali, a headshot through the bricks. I mean, there's just really no sense saving what little you have here. You need the rounds, but this is desperation. This is looking like an impossibility. We've got Ali, a P250, and 20 points of health, standing between Solid and another bomb plant, and that's a ripper of a shot. Okay, you've killed the unkillable man in Don Viet, but, well, there's still 4 more to find. Roz is looking to find some space here. It is a solo dolo move, so he could be punished, but he won't be. And with that control, now they can wrap A. Now they're bringing the bomb back over. Let's see what you got, Yell. You're the next contestant here. A weakened GBB. There you go. Bomb drop. Raw's found. This round is getting way too interesting. 45 seconds. LCM has the B site, but what does that profit you when you don't have the bomb? Now he's going to need to come back in. They'll try and pinch these 2 CTs, but Paqueta, this is one of their best situations in ages. Can they capitalize, Mark? Can they capitalize? Yell's got the right idea. He's going to catch the player coming out of Boiler if he holds his nerve, if he holds his patience, but now he's going looking. And they're waiting for LCM to make the contact. Knife out, just to buy a little bit of time. He gets the kill right before dropping. Now confirms Ali's position, but it's just going to be a duel in towards the site. There's no health here. And Nulx thought he was library. The comms were wrong. The read was wrong. And finally, Paqueta is able to capitalize.
This is feeling very similar to our last map, where in the previous series, the buy rounds, not good. But for whatever reason, the eco rounds kind of work out a little bit. It comes down to a 1v1, but Paqueta gets a round they really desperately needed.
They did. They need this as well. You have that sweet taste now, a little bit of the taste of victory, a taste of chance. That's something you could do here and head it into your attacking half. If you can get a 5th, maybe there's a little something more to talk about this one. Heavy presence top Banana. They're going for the stack here, Mark. They're bringing the bodies in, and it looks like Solid want to give them the fight as well. Oh, that nade. Oh, GBB limping out of this one. But they'll leave Knife on with the op, and they'll try and shift the stack on over. This is going to get wild.
I think maybe Roz heard them, but I don't think he anticipates this. It seemed like he was looking towards porch roof. He might be calling that one out. There's the flashbang to lead them in. And surprise, it actually didn't work out so well for the players on the porch side, but it's Venomzera to finish off the damage that was done. That's 2 kills.
They have a minute. They don't need to accelerate this. They've got the kill on B. What are they doing now? They're just going in solo. That leaves the player completely on an island. Maybe the comms aren't coming in quick enough, but now a very wounded GBB needs to try and recover in a 1v1 instead of... Oh my goodness. Okay. All right. Ali, a chance to put a 5th round on the board here. We don't need to focus on how he got here. The point is he did. And now he has the chance to really punish Solid for their overconfidence and not even checking his GBB out of the round. A 5th round found. A chance here for Paqueta to redeem themselves when we head into the second half.
Our first time Royal Arena, playing in 2017. We want to win the first time on Danish home soil. Device is sick. We have to play with Dennis as a stand-in. I don't sleep 1 second the whole night. I didn't even understand. I remember me 5 in the morning, going outside, going for a run. I was like, what is going on? Why can't I sleep? And then I go back, I try to sleep. My heart is pumping. I was like, why did I do that? Why did I even go for a run? We go to the venue the next day, and I see the makeup artist, and I'm like, you gotta help me. I didn't sleep the whole night. We somehow managed to get to the grand final. Everyone is really happy, and we're 9-0 up on 3rd map.
Easy.
And somehow we managed to lose that. We were 9-0 up on T-side catch. I'm never going to watch that game back. Never ever in my life.
It may have been solid to start, but a phase change taking place towards the tail end of the first half as Solid turns to Liquid and Paqueta takes advantage. It's a 10-5.
Well, I think if Solid were turning to Liquid,
yeah, that would actually be an improvement. You're right.
They'd probably be pretty happy about
maybe
this one.
Maybe they did turn into gas.
I think maybe they just got a little overconfident those last few rounds, didn't calm as much, tried to make individual plays because they still looked like they had the reads in the position. They just sort of gave away some scenarios. I mean, that last 2v1, obviously one where you're thinking, oh, they've got the clear sight, they still have a minute, why are you facing? But still found double digits on their T side of Inferno. That's a huge opportunity. We need to see what they've got on the defense, but for Paqueta, I think they need to prove a lot to us. Utility into this pistol round, going to set them up for a B take. This is very straightforward, but they're finding the site with light numbers. So in towards the hit they go. On and over, a missed cross smoke. That's a little rough. And missed utility has haunted them before. It means that this USP, well, it's going to be dumpstered, so it's actually all good. The guns will make up for the mistakes of the utility, but Mark looks like he's about to lose his mind over next to me. A few missed nades as well in the first half for both teams, and that seems to be continuing here.
Well, we know what we're practicing tonight, boys. We're practicing our lineups, or I guess lack thereof. A missed cross smoke here, multiple missed moto smokes in the first half. Neither team, again, we kind of say this, it's a 10-5 half for Solid, but it was definitely sloppy from both teams. It felt like a lot of opportunities were squandered, and it felt like some of the rounds, the way they played out, it's very peculiar, but the utility has left a lot to be desired. And a missed opportunity there from Solid to capitalize on the missing cross smoke as it lands in water instead. But it is still the round going the way of Paqueta. Again, they had a rough start to their first half. They picked up the pistol round, and then it was just round after round after round after round for Solid. Dan Viet at like 6 rounds deep had 15 kills. He had a 4K in an eco round. Finally, Paqueta at least padded out that first half with a few rounds towards the tail end. And as a result, they put themselves in a much more manageable position. But again, watch out for this round because we saw what happened in the first half. They underestimated the 4-spy coming in the second round. While it might not be as successful here on the CT side, it's certainly something to be aware of.
CM. Ooh. All right. Yell. That's a disgusting peek. And another one going to go in this setup. Looked all right, but they're getting nothing out of it.
Okay.
Ooh, no,
he gets that
fade away. There you go. Why not? He's got the rifle as well. Now picked up from his comrade's corpse. Spread out the FAMAS. The rotation coming in as well. He's going to have teammates here, and they're actually wrapping around from dividers. So the late play from Venom could come to bear here. He gets cleared, he gets checked, but I don't think he was seen. Oh my goodness, they're past. They've dropped the bomb now down. It's completely turned around. Yell is low in the pit. He can't really move. In the mini pit, the clear in from Dan Viet is checked. So this gets real weird. They want to clear out mini pit. In the meantime, they'll succeed in doing so. So now GBB can address his focus onto the first player, and he'll just commit to the fight. It's so bold. He just completely bets on himself and says, I'm going to play out in the open and swing. And, well, it's Venom Zera who wins this one. Not really playing the percentages or the margins, just totally relying on the crosshair there. And this time, at least, Paqueta come out on top. They can keep building, but that gets shaky.
Of all the deagle shots to hit, too, for some reason, it's like that last runaway bullet.
Sometimes the deagle be like that.
I guess. Live by the deagle, die by the deagle.
Sometimes the fade away be a thing of beauty. But no round win here means an eco. A little bit of a deco. I do love the deco. K-Ota. Is it K-Ota if it's your 4th one out of the magazine?
I think
it's still
it's a
K-Ota.
4-deeg.
The best is when you body shot someone and then you headshot them. That's still a 1-deeg.
No, it's
Everyone
not.
knows that.
No.
Everyone knows that. It's science, folks. Facts, logic, science. 4 players here. The stack is present. And if Paqueta wait too long... Ooh, cheeky flower pots boost. There's the check on the deagle. Now they've spotted the players. Are they going to bail out, or are they just going to fight into it? Bailout would be the logic. The bomb is shifting back, but Nithon's stuck. Doesn't know if they pressed further into the... And they're coming back. They're coming back. Okay, this is interesting. The stack's actually moved off. They tried to preempt and shift 2 players away, so now you just got a little bit of a softer defense. But I've been seeing nothing really towards A, and now a cross smoke comes in. This time they got to move behind it. GBB finds the timing. He checks. He catches a kill. This is getting very shaky. 40 seconds is still a player here. And the swing off of it through the smoke. It's chaos. Venom Zera again to try and bail out his team. But he's backing out. 30 seconds on the clock. Outliers found space on A, but look at this pinch up Banana. Now he knows he's stuck. 25 seconds. He wants to go back through. LCM just has a USP, but that could be enough. Outliers not going to be here in time, I don't think. Venom trying to go ahead of it, trying to chase in this kill, and now the Banana player is going to be back on the angle. 15 seconds. They need to cross. A rifle picked up. A Galil, but the kill not found. They are just bringing that through. Heart rate up here, Mark. But they don't lose it to the pure eco.
Still not great rounds coming out from them either. They can't afford to lose that many guns in a scenario like that. That was very losable. I think that Solid potentially had the right read. You have the player coming down from mid. Roz with just a P250 dive bombs towards the stairs, spots the player on Banana. They realize the bomb is stuck. The big play would have been the player coming in from spawn. Had he been able to come around and get the kill on the player construction, it may have made things a little bit easier for Paqueta, but some mistakes made for both teams. And it's the team with the advanced firepower that walks away successful, albeit barely. Look at the aggression we're seeing already here from the CT side. A deep smoke on Banana allows Danviet all the way down. And it's a double porch play with another setup on the other side.
This Halls pop could catch him off guard. It's kind of the perfect read here. It might segment these players in towards short. Now the op's in such a tough spot. Doesn't realize they've dropped many already. But he's got one. Traded out. It was Roz actually to take the kill. And now Nighton coming in towards mid-late. This is going to work out. He wants to press the smoke. That's bold, to say the least. And on the fade, he will be punished. So a 3-on-3 into the retake, but the bomb will be down. You got control in towards the pit. Yell doesn't need to face. 2 players actually back through and 1 in the apartments. There's a lot to like about this setup for Paqueta, especially as Venom goes forth and takes down GBB. This might just be a bail call once the molly's gone. Danviet thinking whether he wants to go for this.
Nice nade.
But it's only the start, and yeah, he's going to back away. They'll make the call to back away. They've still got a bit of a lead here, but it has fast dwindled.
Right now, if you're Solid, you're definitely getting a little bit frustrated, and Paqueta is starting to build up some confidence after an abysmal first half that ended at least manageable with a 10-5. Could have been far worse with the way that things were going early. But to see that lead reduced down to just 1 round, this is not a surprise. Here comes the timeout. Was basically predicting this would be the case, as they are in a difficult position. They've got 2 rifles saved. They can drop guns and buy. But they need to find a solution. They lose that. They are broke again. All of a sudden, Paqueta's got the ability to take the lead away, which would be the first time they've had the lead since what? Like round 1?
1, yes.
Yeah, they tied in round 2, and it's been all Solid ever since.
I'd imagine the conservative play here would be to put upgraded pistols around, right? Keep everybody above 2K and be able to buy into the next regardless. You get a pretty strong buy, honestly. You could put an SMG around. That seems to be what they're doing here. So Deagles, SMGs on these remaining players, it's not a bad buy by any measure. You're not going to have the utility necessarily for a prolonged engagement, but actually you can get some decent nades around. This LCM will be saving for the op, presumably. There's not nothing here. There's some teeth into this round, and I mean, based on the wild and crazy CS we've seen, there's certainly a threat into this one. Paqueta, this is definitely a must-win if they want to continue their campaign here on Inferno.
This is going to be a great nade.
Oh, Yell.
Oh, no, it actually clips the corner. Oh,
he misses the logs nade, clears the close side. I mean, that actually might have been a choice. It's just a different clear, right? We'll give him the benefit of the doubt on that one.
I won't.
But it looked like it was going to be good, and instead, now we got to play through the flashes. Excellent, but Venom Zera able to line it up. MP9 didn't have the killing power. Maybe if the nade had landed,
exactly.
But not without it.
If the nade had landed, Yell would have died a whole lot faster. He was the player that was stuck towards Timbers. But even still, some damage dealt early. You've got Roz right around the corner with just a lowly SMG waiting for the push to come through. But it's very patient play here from Paqueta. And Solid wants to get antsy. I can't blame them given what they've got to bring into this round. But it's the hero. He's been this kind of driving force for the side of Solid. He'll get caught off guard by Venom Zera. We are at a tie score, and you can hear the yells now from Paqueta. They're starting to get into this game much more so than they were in that first half. They were very deflated. You could see the faces of the players. Whenever we would go to the cams, it was just a lot of slack jaws and bent necks.
Well, I hope they can hear the yell. He's the in-game leader.
Ha, 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 ha.
Another buy-in. Saving the last one means that they've got the full investment here. LCM with the op. That's a difference maker potentially for Solid. So here's their chance to try and deny Paqueta before they really just slide in towards the lead. LCM. Oh, he's sticking around. He's sticking around a long time here without support. His teammates in towards the pit. LCM gonna bet on himself, and he's got it! It was the collide as well. Damage onto the second, but not the kill. Means he is chased down in a 4-on-4. Even with a wounded Destiny is not a bad opportunity for Paqueta now.
Here's a Darth Mike level pun. It's not just his butt, it was his body. He said damage onto the second butt.
Hey.
I figured if you got the yell pun, I'm going to bring out the butt puns.
Nothing like having to explain your joke, though. Immediately after making
you know. It wasn't supposed to be good. It was just supposed to sort of poke fun. If they were to wander towards this B site, they do have a solo anchor currently who's going towards the dark spot.
GBB.
And this is actually a great play. We'll see if they decide to clear it. They throw the molly down towards Nubox. They're clearing out everything except for this spot. Now the rounded corner becomes the issue, and it's Yell just drive-bying GBB.
The thing is, it's one of those situations where if this was a 4-on-3, yeah, maybe they'd assume that somebody had actually cleared out and they were going for the stack. But you know there's somebody here. You know there's somebody here, so you're clearing everything.
Yeah,
if you're Paqueta, there's nothing to sell it. There's no flashbang from a teammate to set up a peek out from GBB. And so as he goes down, it's just going to be the save for the remaining 3. And Paqueta, 6th round off the jump in this half, slides straight into control.
Because GBB does not get a kill there, that's why they make that play. And even though he's cooled off, Dan Viet's numbers still look impressive. 23 and 10, 104 ADR, 20 and 17 for GBB.
That's a lot of our ADR for Destiny. So he's contributing, man. I mean, even if he's not necessarily getting eye-popping kills,
leaving some empty buckets too.
$100 ain't bad.
Yeah, a lot of great damage rounds that didn't result in kills necessarily. But Paqueta, as much as we looked at their CT side as being rough, very rough. They've woken up here on their T side. They've stolen the lead away from Solid. Solid are able to fund another buy coming into the round due to the rifles that were saved. And it will include the ops, so they've got a strong buy coming into this. This has to be a stop.
The ops over towards B initially here, right? Last time they left LCM very much on an island for that brackets control. Look at this down mid. Look at this down mid. Oh my goodness. What is happening here? Noak's just flying out with no support, trying to make a play towards ult. He gets the duel he was looking for, but Destiny, though he is wounded up, he finds his kill. And now we've got an advantage again for Paqueta and Solid. Clearly feeling the pressure if they're making plays like that. It's not a bad call if everybody else joins you in committing to it, but isolated, that's a tough one, and LCM will just make an individual play to try and bring that back, peeking with no utility to try and claim banana control that he had no information on. Now the B side of the map is completely given up. Dan Viet's trying to rotate into this, but frankly, might be better served by a save. A flashbang for a peek, he's been spotted, he realizes, a bit of an adjustment. And desperation spray, but not finding anything on it. You'd imagine Solid are thinking about backing away, and indeed, they shall. I think Nerve's starting to show through here for Team Solid. They're the less experienced roster, and I mean, when you see 2 individual peaks with no support from a teammate, no coordination there, you got to start wondering what the comms are like.
As confident as Solid was with their first half, I feel like at this point, they're on the flip side of that coin. They're feeling like Paqueta was in that first half, just kind of like, what is happening? We had such a good lead. It could have even been 11-4 or even 12-3. 10-5 was still strong, but they are just finding absolutely nothing. And what's happening now is they're trying to push the issue. They're trying to find openings by getting aggressive, and it does not feel like it's working out too well for them.
I don't mind a little bit of aggression, but to me, the issue is that it's players, not the team, making the choice, right? If you want to compete for banana, get your economy healthy, bring a third player over, throw the Molotovs for deep, drop a smoke, then clear it out, right? There's a lot of protocols here. It's looked a little bleak. The nades are here for Solid. There are no excuses. I know these buys have maybe been strung along a little bit, but they've got enough utility to compete for this. We won't see any of that deep banana control. They're actually holding back more in towards the default. So they're not going for the aggression. They're not going for the wild swings. Instead, they're going to try and play in a pretty standard setup and see if Paqueta can crack it. Nade? Nice timing on it.
See what they can do with this. They do take some damage early from that nade. Lands right in Venom Zera's lap. They are pretty heavily stacked over towards the A side, mostly in apartments and mid from the side of Paqueta. But no need to commit to this at this point. No shifting coming in from Solid as well. This is potentially that slow round play that we saw previously, and we'll see if we get that again. You still got two players playing over towards B, but it seems like they're going to accelerate the push over towards A as they take control of mid. You've got LCM in position towards Moto. He had the op, but he decides to back off. You've got one coming out of apartments. This is a nice wrap coming in towards the A site, one of the strongest plays we've seen just yet, and LCM is stuck in a terrible position as a result. You've got the double pit play, but the Opper had no support whatsoever. They're still finding value out of these kills. Nithon gets dinked 2 quick shots from the op, and hold on just a second. It's a 2-on-2, and it's Yell and Nithon. They've got bomb control, but the smokes are starting to fade, so they need to get it planted, and it just gets abandoned. You've got Nithon now, 7 HP, 18 seconds left on the clock, has to go for the fight because you mentioned it, the bomb was stuck towards the bottom of Graveyard Stairs. It is an op, so it's a single shot to the backside. It's a Paqueta round, but it wasn't easy.
Slimmest of margins. I mean, the thing that I'm wondering here is where's the utility to clear out the pit? I mean, Yell, I don't know about the other players who died, but I know Yell had a Molotov, and he's trying to hold the flank. He's trying to hold the push through, so he doesn't throw that in towards the pit. If there was one Molly in there, that defense is so much more rattled out from Solid, and I think for Paqueta, they're very fortunate that Nithon managed to bring that one through. He's done that a couple times for them now, sealing the deal on rounds that looked a little touch and go, but Solid, I mean, the reality is everybody was committed, all the guns were lost. The loss bonus is maximized at this point, so they'll be able to reinvest, but you're running out of opportunities here.
Part of this money, too, is off the back of the saves that we've seen previously, so LCM will be able to afford an op again. Unfortunately, in that instance, LCM rotates off the Moto position to try to support site. I'm not sure what the call was. It is probably a miscomm because he goes back into site despite the fact that they've got a double pit setup. He is not needed in that position. There is no one watching Moto, so they're able to push up Ivy and wrap because there's no one in that position. I really don't know what the comm was, where the call came from, but a miscommunication that results in success for Paqueta, although it was hard fought. And LCM is probably like, bro, what's going on? I just got shot in the side of the head. How does that even happen?
A reminder here, though. Oh, Destiny almost down off the spam. That would have been a nice start. The reminder is that this is Solid's map pick. For the second half, going disastrously, not encouraging, but Dan Viet, the hero of the first, now finding an early pick. Start things off in round 24. Better get started late than never. Nithon just peeking into clear LCM. No flash, no smoke for that one. Holding on to their utility, but losing the bodies in turn. And they still want to duel with LCM. It's a single swing, and LCM will punish that. Yes, identify the opera and then peek them one by one. That's not a recipe for success, especially when you're dying with a smoke and a flash on your person. Oh, a bit of a head scratcher in this, but a fight back in for Roz. Wanted to see if the space was cleared, and it's not indeed. So a chance maybe given over to these two players. Damage is useful even if the round can't be won. So they'll come fighting in towards B. It's a crossfire setup. They have a smoke to clear. They've got a couple flashes to come in. No mollies to clear out spaces. So this new box position for GBB should be powerful. Just about dodging the flashes, staying alive, waiting for support maybe. Don Viet, the timing on that peak. Now he's got confirmation. Does he have utility to dump out? No. It's all about the gun. GBB's a bit isolated here. But having seen Don Viet, do they think this is a lone play? The flashbang comes through from a teammate. Now he knows the last is in pool as well. They're just going to push the smoke, and that's going to finally get a round in the second half on the board for Team Solid.
8 straight rounds for Paqueta. Finally, Solid gets something going here on their CT side. But after a 10-5 first half that could have even been better, their CT side has fallen flat. Since they finally get the round on the board, at least there's hope, a bright spot for the future potentially. But we'll see what they can do here. This is where you need to really put your foot down. If Paqueta win this, I feel like everything you just built on is gone.
Yes, absolutely. But getting through that relatively clean as well, it gives them something to fall back on. It's very nice. That was about the op of LCM, right? That was about LCM being challenged without utility and him taking full advantage of it. This time they shift that op around to play for top banana. So Paqueta will use some utility to try and take this control, to try and clear these angles, but with the smoke still up on it, I think there might be the temptation for LCM to come back into this. He's thinking about it. flashbang to set this up. Venom Zera blind, but he's tucked in towards log, so it's not an issue. They can't hold these players here forever. So the Maul is going to get dropped, and Rotate's going to be here. They're leaving the op alone. He doesn't have vision down, Banana. Just that first corner. LCM's going to have to be very quick on his feet after this. He's got a Molotov at least to drop, but they're bringing the bodies to bear on A. Player tucked into the cubby, one playing Moto in Library. Damn, Viet, is he playing Exposed in the smoke? That's so bold! Yeah. And on the fade, Destiny will collect. That was a really risky gambit, and having seen Don Viet here, they know the presence is light on towards B, so they're funneling in. The molly might be enough to allow the rotation through. LCM got his kill and faded. But the question is, what can GBB do to help him out? First shot missing. Section off by the smokes here. It's all about LCM trying to clear it back out. GBB buying space, but not the kill. And LCM down now means they're locked out. Destiny on the flank, catching one with the lurk. It's over. No money saved through. Solid have melted.
They still have a little bit of money to fall back on because, like you said in the previous round, there was at least a few bodies left standing. But the confidence they had built in just that one instance of success instantly removed. And it's no surprise that we've got a timeout coming in from Solid, who has watched Paqueta chisel away at the lead and then build on their own. That felt like the way you should play Inferno. Much slower, methodical, taking control across the map. And effectively, it's a last second, 25 seconds left when they start going towards the B site. And even though you've got the op back site, he's sort of isolated because the utility is salvaged at that point for Paqueta to do that take at the last second. You've got Destiny playing slowly, coming through from Boiler Room, catches a player rotating over from Pit as they cross their way towards the library door. A solid look from Paqueta, one that they needed. They are now just 2 rounds away from closing out map number 1 after a very, very rough start.
To say the least. We're getting the peak down mid. LCM can't stick around here forever, so he'll have to give up the angle, back away. And Nython's hungry for a frag. Might take some damage. A lot of damage. That's a chunky nade. 100 damage between 2 players. That's about as good as you're going to get out of an HE. And here comes the push around. Down Viet holding the corner. Op shot doesn't land, though. Well, it does, rather. Sorry, he's down to 18. Destiny is burning. The Molotov just extinguished in time to save his life. Destiny just limps out of this exchange. Hefty on the damage both ways. That one will funnel Paqueta back in towards this A take, but Don Viet's coming over to support. He's only got 3 HP. Man's basically a ghost, but he can tuck into an off angle. And it seems like, fittingly, for his proximity to death, he's going to settle into the graveyard. Here comes the approach.
This is actually a great position up on top of that little balcony. Solid needed an opener here, and they do end up getting it. But it doesn't seem like it scared Paqueta away. You've got Roz and Pitt slowly sneaking on top of the bike. Decides to not do it. I think so as well. You've still got one in Graveyard too. Dan Viet has not peaked with just 3 HP. You can't blame him. There he stands up, immediately taken care of. But the fact that he gets a kill out of that is huge.
Massive. And Destiny's low. He's the only other element to this. They're bunched in towards short. Destiny, one bullet might just take him out, and that mini pit player may be the one to deliver it. Roz tucked in here, over the corner they go. He gets the kill. He's delivered the bomb as well. So now he doesn't have to flinch. He doesn't have to move a muscle. And Paqueta are backing away. They're trying to save. And Nython won't even be afforded that opportunity. So it's just Destiny limping out of this. And while the hour has grown late, Solid are firming up. Ooh. Little late game heroics.
Some interesting decision making going on in this game. We'll just call it that. Methodology that I don't think we've seen in previous Inferno matches.
Spice. It's spicy, Mark.
Sure, that's a word.
Spicy, Mark.
That is an adjective.
It's exciting. It's a thrill ride. Do I know where it's going to end? No, not particularly, but I'm excited to be along for the ride. LCM going for the ultimate peak. Oh, gives that up almost immediately. It's such a risky one. You don't want to stick around, but he wanted a little looky-loo. And there were a lot of bodies here, though. He won't know it. Still away, uncontested, unpunished. And damage onto Ali, not quite sure where that came from. Might have just... Oh, it must have been an ultimate peak? It wasn't towards Banana. I'm not sure where that damage came through.
Looks like Paqueta building up towards Banana, at least currently. Would love to see them go back to that slow read style of play that we saw from them just a few rounds prior. But utility is a little bit lighter on their side due to the fact that they come into this one with limited money. You've got the Galil in the hands of Venom instead of an AK, but they do have the op for Nithon. That is a huge molly as it's going to split this attack. You've got two players now stranded on Banana. It puts all the pressure on the lead three. Danviet going in front of the smoke does significant damage to Destiny as well before escaping. The sidearm's going to come out. Does he get it? He's looking for it. Great work already, and now the smoke's going to start fading as well. The bomb's been dropped inside the smoke with 33 seconds left. I think you call it. You've got two players who are so low on HP. You've got the op as well. You can see Ali's already like, dude, I'm gone.
Mark, they didn't
Go
even,
next.
They didn't need to wait for the smoke to fade. There was a big chunky gap on one side of it on the cross. So Danviet, once he escapes, he realizes what he has. The rotation's coming in from the teammates. I mean, even if they had gone through with that, there would have been such a prime opportunity for Solid to punish. So we're going to close the gap to just one round. And this is starting to smell like a map where we're going the distance one way or another. One round that separates these teams. Paqueta, it has come to a shuddering halt. And with these players saving on the T side, now you've got a money choice. Do you save here? Do you trust what you brought in from the last? Do you go for maybe a slightly softened buy in the next? Or do you chase this with the op and the AK brought through? Seems like they'll take the save. Nithon picks up armor to put behind that AWP. He's been tossed it over. But for the most part, they will play for round 29. Unless they find some heat here. Destiny tagged up. One of the armored players. Oh my goodness, GBB's here, but Nithon reads it. He's aware. He knows his shenanigans. He knows his tricks. I don't know whether GBB was spotted, but somehow Nithon knows to check. And he'll live for the moment.
A nice shot from Nithon. That should have been a strong advantage for Solid. They would have been taking away the op presence. And they would have had firm control of bottom mid.
They're clearing out everything here. They're very wary. Seeing that player go down, they're wary that somebody else could be in a cheeky spot. And now they're going to withdraw, regroup, regain, and reroute to fight this Banana hold. It's a strong hold, to be fair. Danviet's pretty committed, but he's used all his utility already. So it's going to be up to Roz to set him up. That's the last Molotov they've got. They've got nothing else here. It's going to be the guns. It's just going to be the guns, Mark.
And he's lost his support, too. So effectively, it's just Danviet. Yeah, they've rotated that player over towards mid. Here comes the funnel. And he only gets one out of that. It's actually a nice shot from Nithon, and I think Nithon may have tagged his teammate with the op as well, so a little bit of extra help provided. Here's a follow-up Molotov. They can't really run past this. Look how low their health is. They have to wait. With just 25 seconds left, that gives Roz the time to get over towards Coffins, and the round is becoming harder and harder. 20 seconds now. The missed shot from the op, making it even more difficult as they make their way onto the site. They have to get this kill as they go for the plant. Not gonna happen. Solid ties things up at 14 apiece.
Wild, absolutely wild, some of these setups that are coming through. I mean, really from both sides. When you see, okay, so the angle that Danviet holds bottom mid, that one's cheeky. It's wild to do that without a smoke. To leave a player so very committed without a smoke, a Molotov in front of him, but then they challenge. And I mean, holy cow, zone. It manages to work out, even without him having much impact, with him being cleared out. Wow. This every round seems like it's coming down to the absolute last second, and at this point, now fully committed, I want off Mr. Bones' wild ride. But these players, they're just getting started. 29, that's the round we're fighting for here. And a map point for one of these two teams. Somebody's got to emerge from it. And a very limited buy for Paqueta.
And they buy down to next to nothing as well, spending every dollar they have to secure round number 15, whereas on the opposite side, Solid actually has a little bit of cash to fall back on. So it feels like even though you don't want to lose this round and fight for overtime, Solid would be in a better position should that happen. Great Molotov coming out. they're just going to run through it. They're going to take the damage and fight against the op, but they actually decide to make their way through into CT spawn. This is huge. This gives them B-split potential, and it seems like that's what they want to do because they know the op is there. They've actually got 3 players all in the same position. We've seen this look from Solid once already, and it didn't work out so well for them. It's really going to be down to this player in construction.
Viet might challenge this. He's in the smoke. We know he likes to play a smoke fade. This could get really weird. He's already got 30 kills. He's going to need to be the hero to somehow bail them out of a really tough spot. The A players are doing nothing to help. They're so far away in this rotation, but time is short. So if Viet and GBB Tuck now can find some sort of damage, this could still work out. Molotov will force GBB wide. He's still going to get a kill. One is something there. LCM now into the activation. Viet doing damage. It's an advantage for Solid. This will be a retake. There's enough to commit them in, and just in the nick of time, that bomb goes down. Yell and Nathan, what do you got for us? Someone's got to be the hero. Flashbang to stall this just a tick, but it's only going to set up LCM to throw his own to try and get them over the line. Nathan top. First oranges around the fountain goes Yell, but he can't connect the shot. Nathan fully committed, dropping off, and he's down. Solid have done it. The recovery here late in the second half, it's enough. Map point found, but now, Mark, can they close?
You saw the look they were going for with 3 players retaking from Banana. They have the op far back with the only flash they had. It's well placed. It blinds both players. Now the player who's first orange kills one, but doesn't realize that another came in right underneath him due to the flash. So as he drops down to take the battle with the op, who is now making his way towards top Banana, there's a player already behind him who killed his teammate who was in dark. Solid steal the round away. Because of the plant, though, it gives Paqueta just enough to fund a purchase. So we will have a full buy coming in from the T side here in round number 30. As Team Solid try to pick up where they left off after an impressive first half and close out this first map in the series. Again, important reminder, this was their selection.
Yeah, so now they could close. Now they could make good on it, bring us further on down the chain of madness, the excitement. Make good. It doesn't matter how you win at the end of the day. It just matters that you do. 16-14 might as well be a 16-5. Apartments control, rested away. Ali will be left here. They're shifting the bomb back, maybe just to set up some utility, and that seems to be the case. Lining up nades. 3 players committed in, including Viet, who's been the absolute hero of this map. And it seems like this is going to be the commitment from Paqueta. They're not being challenged just yet. How do they read this? How do they expect this to be coming through? Here comes the exec. This better be a good flash.
He's lining it up. It's going to be a good flash. It's this player in Graveyard that has to go big. The player Pit has to lock down Moto.
Oh, the lineup.
That's the double coming in, and it's all down to Venom's era. Somehow, someway, Team Solid close things out. 16-14. The comeback, not quite strong enough.
They stall in that final round. They stall out just a little bit, trying to make sure that they're setting up the right util, but that gives the opportunity for the Graveyard player to strike. And with them lined up in apps, once that bomb is dropped, it's just chaos. It all springs at one moment. Solid. It looked impressive here. They were the more impressive team in the first half. I think the wheels really came off when they had to mount the defense, but maybe a little bit of nerves, a little bit of that situation when you lose the rounds off of the pistol, kind of upsetting them and offsetting what they were expecting to do. And from there on out, it just, oof.
I feel like both teams can look at that first map and learn a lot. Utility definitely was not hitting the way that it needs to, sometimes flashing their own teammates. Smokes landing in awkward positions, like they were just kind of missing their lineups. But it is still Solid who walk away with the victory. So even though there's things to learn, it's a dub nonetheless.
It's a dub nonetheless, and I mean, that's the ideal, right? Now you move further on into this series, having taken your map pick, having an opportunity to do a little bit more damage here, perhaps. And based on what we've seen from Paqueta, based on what we've seen from Solid, I don't know if, you know, there's going to be a whole lot more control as we go further into the series. I think these are going to be very spicy rounds, very spicy games. It seems like a lot is being left just onto the individual plays. We're headed to Overpass. It's not traditionally a map where you would think it's outsized individual presence, but then again, so neither is Inferno. So I think we're promised some fireworks down the stretch here, Mark.
Overpass, a really good map, though, for Paqueta. 7-2 coming into today. That's a strong set of maps playing out throughout the region. And again, this is a regional matchup, so these teams are at least a little bit used to playing against each other. There is some history there, mostly going back to the old roster, pre-Solid, pre-Fuscal 1500, back when they were called the Union. And it was also a Paqueta with a different roster going back to the tail end of last year, looking at the fall. This was definitely one of the games we've seen today. 16-14 victory for Solid. Nonetheless, they have to be thrilled with the fact that it at least ends the way they would have liked it to. Just how they got there was problematic. Danviat with a huge performance as well.
Yeah.
But it felt like he was, what, 15 kills just a few rounds into that first half?
15 and
Probably
1.
could have gone even crazier had he continued in that form.
I mean, you still got to give him full credit, especially in that first
absolutely.
half. Those entries were a thing of beauty. He was seeking out contact, seeking out fights, and taking it, and taking command. And I mean, in the second half as well, we saw him maybe take some more risks, some that were unnecessary, get caught out a couple of times. But we also saw the big plays, especially late in towards the takes when Paqueta weren't necessarily leaving themselves the time on those B takes. Him and GBB, they did a great job of staying alive, of giving fights to themselves in their advantage, of avoiding that initial salvo of utility, and then punishing the lack of a second round.
I mean, that rat play on the B site, he gets 1 kill, doesn't really have a ton of numbers on the round, but that 1 kill slows things down, makes things a little bit more awkward, gives his team time to rotate down mid, coming over from the A site and get the triple retake coming from Banana. Definitely the star of the match for Team Solid. You can see the stats right there, 32 kills, 16 deaths, a 30 bomb, 103 ADR. I mean, he was sitting at very high numbers very early on, but still strong performance coming in from him. Even outside of that, he was 15-1, so he goes 17-15 after that. That's not exactly terrible. It's still a decent game.
I'm going to trust your math because I refuse to do it.
15 plus 17 is...
I'm not going to do that math, Mark. We're live on air. I don't know how those work.
15 plus 1.
So anyways, Danviat, do the good shooty, clicky the heady head, and we're going to be headed to Overpass here, Mark. We're going to have a little bit more CS to play, a little bit more action going just after this break. That's not, you don't remember. Not really. Can I watch it?
Rules are meant to be broken. Forget everything you thought you knew. This is where everything changes. New histories will be written. A major future redefined. The time has come for a major evolution.
Finally, it's coming. For a long time, it's a dream for me to play in front of the home crowd in Paris.
The dream is coming true.
The majors winner will always be remembered.
To win a major would mean everything.
It will be the most exciting major ever.
Welcome to your new favorite televised vacation. This is the Launders Show.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Great to have you on.
Thank you.
I've got a lot of great things to say about you, but first I'd like to ask you to say something nice about me.
Whatever makes you happy.
But I have to ask you to wear these glasses. I could see you chugging a chocolate milk at local lands. The few Kinder haters out there in the world.
You're like roasting me here.
Oh, wait.
I had some offers from different teams.
Like whom?
But I thought that maybe I didn't lock the door.
We saw some raccoons, and then Nico came up with the idea, hey, I'm gonna catch one.
I just had my gear in my backpack and I just told my teammates I need some time alone.
He started talking trash a bit about Copenhagen Flames.
Oh, no way. It's time for the Gauntlet Challenge.
What is the gauntlet?
No. I know how this works. And this is not good for me.
Let's get this show on the road.
Yes, let's go! Ah! Ah! No!
What's going on? No! No way this is last place. No way.
It went really badly, like really.
This is his only chance. He hasn't beaten me for years.
Assistant, assistant, assistant. Roll at the leaderboard. What do you think you got?
1 minute and 50.
1:49. Sub 1 minute.
We're gonna have you sign first.
You always know what to say.
I wouldn't say it's good, because I would say it was great.
Let's go, baby!
That's right, they finally gave me my own show. Watch the Launders Show exclusively on Blast TV.
I was not even doubting at all.
Oh my God! And as always, it's been a blast.
That was good.
Round 2. Let's go for a rival, I guess.
So we got one from Europe. So now I'm beating the game, and I think we're going to North America. So I am going to say Elish. Okay, never mind.
Let's type bit. He's AK-47.
Older than 25.
He's not from Ukraine.
So there's a big chance he's a guy from Brazil. So I'm actually gonna say Cold Zero. But is Cold Zero old enough?
I'll go for Shocks. Rain. I will write Rain.
He's older than 27.
The mystery player is older. Let's go, guess right. He played more than 14 majors. Insane, who is this guy?
Actually, a European guy, maybe. And he's very old. Maybe it's myself. Damn, I'm getting old.
The Major has 3 phases. The qualifications phase, which includes both the RMR qualifiers and the RMRs, a playoff phase consisting of challengers and legends, and a finals phase called champions. The RMRs take place in April and are played offline in each respective region. The European and Americas RMRs are a Swiss format, with the Asian RMR played in a double elimination format. Initial matches are best of 1, while all elimination and qualification matches are best of 3. The Asian RMR is an 8-team tournament with 2 teams advancing to challengers. The American RMR is a 16-team tournament with 4 teams advancing to challengers and 1 team advancing to legends. The European RMR is split into 2 16-team tournaments, European RMR A and European RMR B. From A, 4 teams advance to challengers and 4 teams advance to legends. From B, 5 teams advance to challengers and 3 teams advance to legends. 1 further team advances to the challenger stage from a last chance playoff. Stay tuned to see who will advance from the RMRs to the playoffs phase in Paris. Find the full format explainer, along with schedules, team info, articles, and the best live viewing experience of the Blast TV Paris Major on blast.tv/major.
And round 5, who do we get now?
Okay, so we got Elise, we're going Elise again.
I'll just try Carrigan, because I think Carrigan is gonna give me a lot of hints.
GKS, Justin Savage, Justin Kill Savage.
He's older than 24.
AK-47, more than 5 majors.
And it seems like he is not European.
It could be Nitro, but at the same time, I think he's been... I'm gonna try Nitro. So that's exactly the same result.
Not so familiar with all the NA players, so it's maybe a bit tougher on me, this one.
Okay, let's try
Nico. The team is not Liquid, so no one from Liquid could be it. Maybe Rush? We can try for Rush.
Twist, he's Canadian, so not that guy. Naf. But then again, it could be Naf, but at the same time, but maybe Canadian, I'm gonna try Naf.
Huxi. Wait, it's not Europe. Electronic. More than 8 majors, and it's not even close to the Russia or Europe.
Rush is not it, but I have the age, range pretty clear now.
American teams, it's Liquid. Liquid? Only Liquid.
It's not OC. Stop thinking Liquid. I'm only thinking Liquid. Who else is playing in North America?
And he's played a lot of majors, it seems like, so it seems to be like an obvious name, to be honest.
Stewie2K. He's from America. He's retired already. And he's younger than 27. Imagine. Maybe he's playing Valorant.
Which was the roster that Cloud9 won the Boston major? It was Stewie, Automatic, Rush, Skadoodle maybe? No, it's because the weapon is AK, so that wouldn't fit. Could it be Tarek?
Let's try Tarek.
Let's go.
Why was that one? That one was really hot.
Yes, it's Tarek.
It wasn't an arena, but remember the 1v1 I had against NAF?
Okay,
It was like the all-Canadian round.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that one was actually
All
funny.
right.
Yeah, rewatching that, I laughed for sure.
This is Canada versus Canada. Nothing can go wrong here. I've never been so apathetic to an outcome in my life.
Right. I'm going to apologize no matter what happens.
I'm already smiling.
I'm happy for whoever wins it and sorry for whoever loses.
Sorry. Oh, he's just bleeding time off the clock.
Oh, he's playing twist like a
God,
fiddle.
Canadians are so smart.
No kit either. It's done.
Oh, and in Canadian fashion, it's full pacifist. No one shoots each other.
Sorry I had to blow up your site, eh?
Yeah.
Oh, no problem. It's just your job.
That's wonderful.
Yeah, the most pacifist clutch ever. You both survived and walked away. It was
No
just,
damage taken
yeah.
from either opponent.
Okay.
a squeaker in that first map, but out from it emerged Solid. And now, Paqueta, onto their own map pick, will try and maybe bring this one back to bear. It was scrappy. It was sloppy. It was a little bit wild over on Inferno, Mark, but maybe a bit of sanity can be restored here as we head into Overpass.
Interesting images in my head, just based off the introduction alone there, Mike. But Solid looking to build off their map 1 victory. They were up with an incredible lead on their T side. It was their CT side where things started to fall apart a bit. They had a 10-5 half before they swapped over. Ended up finishing 16-14. And it very well could have gone into overtime. Here, though, it will be Paqueta's pick. And it is a map they are strong on 7-2 on the year thus far. And they do get the opener as well with the P250 of Nithon. Look at the bomb planted on this B site. And it is retake time. Here for the CT side, they do have a kit. It's in Danviet's hands. Some shots coming out, and it drops Venom's arrow down to just 41 HP. Kills going in both directions, but the chaos is favoring Paqueta currently. As I say that, 2 more kills come out before Nithon shuts it down. That's a 3K on the round with the P250.
There you go. All right, nice way to start. Get the juices flowing for your Opera. Nithon had some moments, some flashes, but the consistent picture wasn't there on Inferno. This is a map where you really would like the Op to have some impact. You would like him to fry and trying to get the energy flowing here. You see Ale getting loud early on, trying to propel his team forward, especially after, I mean, they were up so far on Inferno, right? 14-10 before they just start to let it slip away. And so they got to regain, got to reset, got to re-energize headed into this one. And Solid with the force buy, that's where things started to go wrong for Paqueta on the first, you'll remember. Up against the limited buy.
Danviet had a 4K in that round as well. Started things out with a pistol, upgraded to an M4, was able to turn the round around again. That was on their T side, though. Their CT side didn't have similar levels of success.
A little more suspect.
Did they?
Oh, rocking out Monster. Here they go. Right into Danviet. He'll start this one off again with a bang. The CZ enough. 2 headshots found, and this is chaos now. And with Nox already into the angle, this could get really spicy. Nithon is going to be prepared for the pinch. They haven't been able to bring a kill back just yet. They're desperately trying to find it to thin the herd. LCM with the scout is committed into Khan. This is a spicy angle, and he's going to be able to get the kill. Yell didn't know where that was coming from, was just spraying wildly. Now Nithon under pressure, being tagged up, dropped down. This is disaster. This is beyond just a round win. This is a dismantling. This is absolute disintegration of anything Paqueta is trying here. Ale, what do you have to just show us anything into this round? He's tagged his position known. He has the bomb at the very least. And there's a minute for him to work with. Flashbang to try and provide some space, but they don't want to let him out of this. He's tagged through the wall. And now the chase is on. And LCM will commit, burning alive just to secure that kill. It's starting already, Mark. We're back into the madness.
That was a team molly. All right, so the team molly comes through. It lands short. I'm pretty sure the T side on their execute as well banked a molly off the wall accidentally, or at least the smoke. It looked like it was supposed to be the short molly to prevent the push into water. Not that it's relevant anyway because there was no push coming through, but it's LCM in position with the scout who gets a free kill onto Yell. Yell didn't realize where he was. You could see he was starting to shoot towards the top of stairs, but it was actually just tucked into the corner. At that point, that allows the players to push down into water, but it all started with Danviet yet again here. Ooh. As these force buys are valuable.
That was a spicy swing out, damage back both ways. The scout finds a tag, but LCM gets out unpunished just yet. And considering how aggressive that peak was, I think he's a little fortunate for that one. Without the bomb plant there, I mean, Paqueta's in a tough spot, so this is why you get the buyout. It's double eco territory. It's such a tough situation for this T side, and now wrapping around the bathrooms. They'll be coming into the fray of a couple of rifles, a couple of the good guns, a third as well in support. It's a good hold here towards A. You got to lurk outside at B, but for the moment they want to probe. On control is valuable. A nice swing in, Venom Zera hitting a ripper of the dig. Okay, Ota indeed, and now the gun retrieved. He can back away off of this as well. They don't have to commit. There's still 45 seconds. There's time enough for a rotate down calm, but without information there, they're going to trust their first instinct and head on towards A. Recovery, maybe on deck. Nox tagged off of the scout. This could get rough around the dice box. Nighton forces the issue. Roz, what is he looking at? Gets overwhelmed from Optimus, and now this is falling apart. They need to try and save these remaining guns, but it seems like they're committed to try and bring this back, and no, they will bail out. They will back away. Another force by one. This was a scout and pistols brought through, and not a body lost from Paqueta.
All right. That's a start to a game for sure. Solid winning, or it's like Paqueta wins the pistol. Solid wins the force with just one player dying. And Paqueta forces, and now it's a 2-player save for Solid.
And because of how healthy it was in the last round, because of these 2 saved rifles as well, assuming they do in fact make it through, you're inevitably going to have Solid chase this right back down and try and keep the madness flowing here. So we are firmly into Force by War territory. We are firmly into the madness. What's really astonishing is just how little damage is coming back the other way on these ones. These aren't scrappy fights. These are overwhelming victories off of the pistols. And I mean, in that one, it was just Venom Zera getting up close, ringing the bell of one, upgrading to the rifle, and from there it just goes funneling down the drain.
Already a timeout coming in here from Team Solid. I'm not surprised.
They need to talk about this because it's like, okay, how far are we willing to chase this insanity? But I actually, you know what? I think they just called that timeout to figure out who's buying what in the Force. I think that's the idea.
Yeah, I mean, you could also just say, hey, Denviat, just do the thing again. Do the thing again with the CZ. Do that thing. You know, there's a world where that makes sense. The weapons will be dropped around. A buy will be funded. The purchase is coming in. You had kind of mentioned it. It doesn't exactly make the least sense. It's sensible to come in with this force.
Yeah, I mean, it's very good. It actually mirrors what your opponents have. You're limited more in the utility, but they even get a kit out for GBB, so a retake's not an impossibility. You've got a scout on the other side. It's still a little limited. It's a lot easier to keep those T-side buys up once you're healthy like this, but this one's potentially going to be spicy. See what we got here. Solid taking some control towards construction. That's going to be GBB posting up here. It's again the B-site duo of Don Viet and GBB, so they're keeping that consistent from the last map into this one. Roz is here to support them, at least for the moment. Paqueta look like they want to go for a monster pop. They got a little bit of presence just to hold aggression, keep a flank from developing over on towards A, but this is looking like it's going to be pretty straight committal.
Yep, there's the flash to lead them in. They've got a player currently toxic. He'll get the first one. It's Dan Viet who gets the headshot, then drops down. The molly's going to come through, but it's not going to do much due to the smoke that comes in. It's GBB from Catwalk now striking as well. And it seems like the T side is floundering a bit as they make their way into the site. They do come up ramp. They're looking for opening. It's LCM from Heaven with the scout, not an op. And back and forth we go. The seesaw going in both directions.
I think maybe some limitations on the utility, right? That Molotov in towards Toxic is way too late. Dan Viet's able to get the kill ahead of time. There's not a flash to blind him up, so he's just got vision, spams the angle. That's, wow. All right, Force by Wars continuing here. Without a bomb plant there, investment's going to be shaky, but it is single eco, and now Paqueta's going to take a timeout to talk about how they want to buy into this one, because they're inevitably going to chase.
When we didn't see any action from the purchase coming in on the T side, even though you guys are looking at the player cams, it was inevitable that we would see a timeout come, because they were talking it over, and they're like, okay, we need a little bit more time to figure this one out. Do we want to do this, or do we want to just hold up, play it a little bit slower? Yes, you might be giving them a little bit more control, but I do feel like even if you force here, you're actually not in that great of a position, because if you look at the money, you've still got a little bit of money here for the players on Solid. So
yeah,
depending on the outcome of this round, there might still be a situation where Solid saves 2 and buys again.
If Paqueta can win here, regardless of what happens, Solid is probably an eco unless they can save a certain number of guns. This is we're going to chase this until team can string 2. That's just what we're going to do. That's just how this is going to work. This is inevitably what happens with the Force by Wars. So we've got 3 rifles here. We got 2 techs. A faster play could absolutely work. And it seems like they're just going to funnel straight towards Monster. They're wasting no bones about this. Utility's over, but a Molotov, well, that'll make them halt. That'll make them slow up. And Venom challenging one of the Molotovs as well. He's down half. Is he tagged? No, he's got the kill. Nox instead strikes back, and now Venom Zera lost. Dan Viet can reclaim his position at Toxic, but that's red. A gap in the smoke actually winds up working in their favor. Nox nearly caught. Utility all over the place. Damage on, and Nox the next into the fray. Tags from on high. So much damage out from this scout. And Raw's looking to collect. He's not quite got it. Is there a nade? There's a molly. There's a molly. LCM, if he tosses it in, Nightthon's dead, but he's too late on it. And instead, Ali strikes this Molotov way too late. Nighthon can escape it. And in challenging, here's where Paqueta bring the force buy through. So we go again. But everybody died. This is the difference. Everybody died for solid. They actually have a choice here. There's no saved guns to light the way. Yeah, they're back into it. Why am I even acting like it's a question mark? They're right back into the force. GBB's got the rifle out. They're going for this. They're going for the force buy.
I mean, you kind of saw the writing on the wall, right? You knew that one player had enough for rifle armor. The second was close in Nulks. LCM has not had a problem with the scout thus far. Dan Viet doesn't even need the MP9. You might as well go to the CZ as it proved to be successful previously.
LCM's forced off based on utility. He backs away, but he's still got support from this player top con. They may not realize how close Destiny already is. Nulks looking to reposition, get back in the angle. They're not punished just yet. We've seen this a couple times where Paqueta show this early presence towards Fountain. They just make sure that they're not getting pushed, and then they're a little slower in the next approach. Perfectly reasonable. Problem is they've got no focus outside of B, right? So they don't give themselves options. A lot of teams you'll see, they leave a lurk outside B, they work some connector control, they work some bathrooms control, and then they make the decision. Here you're just not allowed a decision. It's going to be an A hit, or it's going to be a panic rotate with no info. And so we already start to see the rotation up because Solid are reading this. They're sending 2 players up. So far, it has always been the first read for Paqueta. Let's see if that holds now that the defense is very firmly in place.
They needed that kill from Nulks in order to make this a little bit easier because now LCM has to keep his head on a swivel. Watching both Long and the push coming through from bathrooms. And the kills going in the direction of Paqueta. It's all down to Dan Viet, who's coming through from underneath. A late rotate with the MP9. It looks like we may finally have a team winning 2 rounds in a row.
Is he really going to give this a look? Is he really? You can't do it. He's got to save. So this is the first 2 rounds in a row we've had so far. We're in round 6. And finally, Paqueta can do it. And the thing is, now it's such a huge opportunity to them. The money in shambles for Solid. An MP9 save through, that's barely anything. You're going to be on a double eco scenario. They're probably going to buy into this next one, but you'll put very little behind it. And Paqueta have a chance to really put the pressure on for Team Solid early here. The funniest part would be if Dan Viet died at the bomb there. But, you know, plenty of safe space in towards the bank. He's sticking around to see if he can't get that 1 kill. It's a little extra money, obviously, with the 600 coming through from the SMG. Always a benefit.
Don't be shy. Force up again.
Well, they're going to buy here. No. Actually, the money's better than I expected it to be.
No,
right, 2 lost in a row, 1,900 in. Here's the eco.
It doesn't make any sense for them to actually do that. I'm obviously speaking in jest.
I got so used to that being force buys that I just assumed they were on 1,400 loss. My brain forgot that it can, in fact, build, Mark.
Mm-hmm. Again, you did math on air. Never do that.
Never do that. Always a mistake. Always a blunder.
I still wouldn't count them out. I know that sounds crazy, but based on the rhythm of the game thus far, the way the series has played out, even though it's just USPs and an MP9, there is a world where this can turn.
This is a difference. We get some connector control from Venom Zero. We haven't really seen that so much, and that actually does afford Paqueta options, right? Because they've cleared this out. They know they can shift around. It is the stack on towards B. So it's just a question of whether Paqueta figure that out and figure out that there's actually no contest here on A because they're throwing a lot of utility. Meanwhile, all right, Dan Viet's got some space. He's got some vision. This might shift the stack on up. Dan Viet's got a bit of a cheeky angle. With the SMG, if they try and rotate through the squeaky door, he could punish.
This is like passive economic damage. You don't have to actually peek them, just let them throw all their utility. You're causing a little bit of econ damage by forcing them to throw mollies and smokes in positions you're not actually in. They did start to pull some resources back towards the A site. You've got the USPs on the site. We'll see what they decide to do with them. Got one back behind the truck, one at dumpster as well. And now the execute's going to come in. So here comes the smokes. We'll see what they can do with just these pistols. Maybe do a little bit of damage here. And you can already see the rotate as well coming through from underneath. You've got both these players stuck behind the truck. The USP is not able to do anything. The support that comes in from Roz doesn't as well. So Paqueta feel comfortable with the fact that they've gotten the plant off with limited damage.
Yeah, no problem. You identify the soft site. You avoid the one player with armor and a gun. Just USPs that you got to deal with, even if there's a few of them. Easy cleanup, easy control. And they'll even clean out Dan Viet. It's going to be a buy into the next round. But saving that armor, even if he didn't want to keep the SMG, would have been nice. not going to be an option for them here. Solid. They'll get a buy, but there'll be limitations here. We're not going to see an op. We may not see a kit. We're definitely going to see some limited utility and indeed no kit as well. So a tough spot here for your first gun round for Solid. I would like to see what they're going to do. If they're going to try and take some initiative, maybe get some aggression in here. The utility's limited, so you're really going to get one shot at that. D-Molotov in. This is maybe where they want to take the space, but no, it just sets up the connector dip. And it seems like a B lean early for Paqueta.
Ooh,
good tag.
Early fight there in connector. Almost produces success. This could be the position that capitalizes on it, but no. Good utility to open up the site. There's still one hanging out in pit. Great damage being dealt by Roz.
Tries to
still
snap
down
over.
to 2.
Tries to snap over, doesn't have it, but with Destiny low, there's going to be the temptation to go for this and actually to clear up onto Destiny. Now it's just the 2-on-2. They know the bomb's being committed as well. So they only have to think about these two players' site. A Molotov will slow up Nulks, allow Nython the chance to reposition and a force out from Yell. That's bold, but it works off. It pays dividends. Nython looking for this fight, solo play, and he will have it. So there we go, wasting no time there in that post plant. Nython and Yell able to bring this through. And Solid saving nothing. They're going to be staring at a very bare bones eco again.
The overpass road trip here for Paqueta may have started out with a couple of flat tires, but they've since repaired all the damage, and they've managed to secure 6 rounds here. Economically, they are looking strong, and Solid is not faring well on their CT side, but let's be fair, that's also what we said about Inferno. Map 1, neither team really had a successful CT. Solid able to get just a little bit more to push it across the finish line.
It's a nade. That is one of the nades that I've ever seen. That's utility usage has been an issue. Ali's going to get run down here. The nade wouldn't have actually made a difference. Everybody's already pushing through the monster tunnel at him, but it's just something to keep an eye on. LCM with the gun. Might try and save this, especially since he's got 6 HP. Oh, but they're still so far back. Minute 13 on the clock. Minute 13 on the clock. And the bodies are now stacked on the A site. There's no information for Paqueta about what's gone down below. So they're going to be very hesitant to rotate. I say that. They actually haven't rotated yet, I don't think, this map. So they're going to be hesitant to rotate regardless. But in towards the site they go, and this is where everything is. Can we get the meat grinder of the pistols? Cheeky angles down. Viet waiting for them to cross. One found. Only one. That's not good enough. The rifle in Roz's hands. He's going to try and commit this, it seems, but this is so risky on the smoke fade. Behind the dumpster, they may not realize he's out, but the bomb down now. They'll check, they'll face, and he will be eliminated. On fire are Paqueta, their 5th round found in a row here. Missed nades be damned.
Even if Dunviet gets another one, he's still got Yell coming up from mid, so they're from mid bathroom. So realistically speaking, damage would have been dealt, yes, but it still would have been manageable there. This is where you really need to see Solid find footing here in the first half. Because while it was chippy early on and it was going back and forth, ever since Paqueta was able to get 2 in a row, they've since taken control. You get that op shot early to drop Yell very low.
But here's the thing. This is their first actual buy, right? This
yes.
is the first op.
Full
this is the
buy.
first
yes,
all the
first
utility.
Full buy.
This is the first kit. This is actually where Solid get to show us what their plan was on the CT side. They just haven't left themselves a lot of margin for error. That op shot goes a little wide. Yell was tagged earlier, but it is going to send the LCM hurtling back towards a site. And this time, Paqueta are keeping their options open. That flashbang is brutal. Nox capitalizes. Absolutely exterminates Nython. And now Paqueta slowed down. A 5v4, we haven't seen a lot of these where you now have a lot of time to think about what you actually want to do. Paqueta spread along the sites. How do they want to approach this? Trying to take some control in towards bathrooms. It's Destiny moving forward. He'll find an encounter with Nulks here in the corner. And Nulks finds his second of the round. Down Viet, just a dry peek straight into his crosshair. That's going to be punished every day of the week. And now Paqueta might just be shifting these guns back for a save. They got nothing to light them a path into this round.
I mean, this is what we talked about, right? We needed to see Solid shape up just a bit here. But you had kind of mentioned it, you know, the money being weird as it's been thus far. We haven't really seen an opportunity where they could bring out the op, have very strong utility in the round. So Solid, once they get that in play, it's the early shot onto Yell and then just some follow-ups. Noak's finding 2 on the round. Danviet as well involved in the action. Yell being scratched up so early on kept him kind of pensive on the play. And Venom Zera and him will save. They'll be able to bring the op into the next round. I will say this, 7 currently for Paqueta. Pretty solid.
Yeah, I mean, it's already good. But
I gotta find another word to say other than solid. I feel like
this is the big trap. Every time you cast that team, trying to avoid saying big round, big moment, big play. It's the trap of anyone who has any sort of noun or adjective as their name. Just can't keep away from it. I think that this is going to be an interesting situation, right? Because I think there's a world where Solid show us that they actually did have a very good plan for this defensive half. They just haven't really given themselves the room to rumble by chasing those force buy wars for so very long. Now, what do we have? Pressure in towards B early. This does look to be the one-look move again. Got Yell providing some space in towards Connie. Wants the fight to take on the Maul. He's going to hear it, but he still can't get the kill. Big damage on a GBB, but damage is not a kill. Down Fiat out. He was the only defender here. The double con play. Seeing GBB, they know it's light B, and they just funnel straight in. They're absolutely correct. This bomb's going down. And I mean, yes, this is a 4-on-4. There's utility available for the retake, but prudence might dictate bailing out of this unless you find a kill early.
It seems like they're already kind of making that decision. GBB was running away. You've got a player sitting back in spawn. Yeah, they've given up.
You can't afford to get economically broken here, even with maybe one buy in store. They just have to recognize that they made a bold call, they made a bold play, and it was an error. In this moment, it did not pay out for them. And for Paqueta, I mean, an 8th found. We were already talking about, you know, 7's enough, 7's enough. 7's a good showing, and it's just getting better here. You're going to keep that pressure on towards Solid. You're going to continue to build in here as you look to take us to a 3rd map, look to take us to the decider. What is that decider, Mark?
Anubis.
Anubis. An interesting one if we get to it.
If we were to go there, Solid's played it 4 times this year. Paqueta's played it 3. So now, to be fair, I don't think that's really anything you can take against either team because a lot of teams just vetoing it outright. It's not really a map that a lot of teams even get to play should they want to. But Paqueta, again, continuing the trend that we saw set in map number 1. Very strong T sides. This is a really big round for Solid. They need to try to find more than what they've gotten thus far. Even though they walked away with so many guns last round that they're able to build out their money a bit.
Don Fiat is really playing committed into these monster fights, and he's been punished for it again. Now they're out. They're in towards the site. Draw is completely out of position for that one. I mean, this one's already wrapped up. Yeah, it's got to be. You've lost the site. You have no one even close enough to exert any influence on it. They're still controlling towards Khan as well. And this time, Paqueta is definitely going to be eager on the hunt, right? The bank has built up. You've got 3 players above 6K, 4 above 5. They're going to chase every gun they can take out of the hands of Solid. That's hugely valuable. Spot on the first. Yell will back away, having been dinked up. But his teammates, they're just going to tag in.
What's unfortunate is here, too, from Solid, is you got this really aggressive fountain control. You got a player in playground as well. They were positioned well if the push did come towards the A site, potentially, if there was a mid-round adaptation. But just the way things happen with Danviet dying so quick in the round and then Roz isolated and alone, he gets taken down over on the B site, and that quickly everything kind of falls apart.
2 guns out of play. 2 guns out of play there. The op lives, but that's it.
They did have good money, though, because if you remember in the previous round, they saved with 4. So ultimately, they didn't have to buy. So there's still, like, there's players with 8650. It's a lot of money built up. But at this point, money is not really what you're thinking about on your CT side. You're thinking about the fact that you have not been able to chain rounds together. You need to start putting rounds together.
They'll take the time out. They'll try and correct that issue, find where the errors lie, and see if they can't get back through. But, yeah, they are running out of opportunities here to make good on this CT side, to show us what they've really got on the defense.
Surely we don't get back-to-back 10-5 halves with a comeback in the second half. Surely not, right?
I hate to break it to you, Mark, but based on what we've seen from these teams, that does feel like a possibility.
I think you might be right there, Darth
They
Michael.
they like to attack. They maybe don't like to defend as much.
Is Darth Michael, is that your dad? Is he Darth Michael? Your
That's
Darth
not
Mike?
how first names work.
It could. Does your dad have a gaming name?
No, I can't say that he does. He's not much of a gamer. He used to play a little bit of like flight sims on our Windows 95 PC back in the day, I think.
Well, I mean, he's a sailor, and sailing's going to be in the Olympics.
Yeah,
That's
there
an
you go.
e-sport, so
Virtual regatta.
time to get your dad involved.
You ever played the game Descent?
Can't say that I have.
Well, a descent into madness seems to be on deck for this round. An early exchange in towards Connector. And now Danviet out by the toxic barrels. GBB close to the smoke. Molotov in to clear this. GBB collects. And so an advantage here for Solid as they look to make good. This is a ton of space for Destiny, but I don't know if he realizes there's still a player out towards long. Certainly Nithon doesn't. That's the bomb drop. Doesn't matter what Destiny does. Someone's going to need to get that C4. And they should know it's a possibility that Destiny is here. You can tell Roz is aware. He finds it, but with his face. And in doing so, now there's a chance for a recovery. Destiny looking for this. The op will be a little quicker on the spot. So, Yell, what do you got? What do you got? You got 50 seconds to show us if you can recover this round. Damage would even be useful. He's certainly going to give it a try. Money's not a concern in the remotest for Paqueta. 40 seconds to fight his way through, to find that C4, and they have no idea where he is.
A little bit of a wide jump from Billboard there.
Danviet has no clue.
Yeah, that's
no clue.
A free kill for Yell. The problem is, again, that the bomb is down over on long, and they've got an op holding it down. He's able to get across, but LCM is not going to miss that shot. That's 3 on the round for LCM, winning the round pretty much single-handedly as he drops the bomb long, and that's basically round over. And the CT side, at least getting a little bit of action towards the tail end. Again, very reminiscent of what we saw in Inferno.
Yeah, road to recovery coming through here. Just enough rounds to give yourselves a chance to fight for it. Means that I think, again, we're maybe set up for this to be an exciting one. You know, look, if you're looking at this as a neutral viewer, if you've maybe just joined the stream, you're looking at this and going, well, it's 9 rounds on the T side of Overpass. Surely that's just enough. But what we saw in Inferno says it's going to be attacking sides that dictate the pace. Nice nade in towards Playground early. Destiny suffering for that one. And LCM rerouting for the moment. But his op was deadly in the last. Let's see if he can get another crack at this. Another challenge. They run boost around towards long. No one there to meet them. But it will be Nox in the bathroom. And maybe LCM to join him on this peak. If he can get in position in time, this could be huge. A flashbang to set it up, and Nox is away, unpunished. They want to chase. The reload's not quite quick enough, and Destiny does equalize. 1 for 1 on that exchange. Oh, LCM a little wide on the shot, now under pressure. Molotov to keep him safe. Reinforcements in, 2 players with him. And Roz with that kill. This might trigger actually the first rotation we have seen from Paqueta this half. They've pretty much made a 1-read play every round, but we're getting a shift up. They're coming in towards B, 50 seconds on the clock, and just Danviet left to defend. Roz rotating in to support him.
Danviet has not had the greatest success playing towards Monster. It'll be the peek out to get the intel, and now decides to dive into pit.
It's about
He's done
time
everything
here.
he needs to do.
Molotov's going to make his life difficult, wants to get ahead of the utility. Now he's forced out of the action, but the flashbang's coming back in from his teammates. This stalls it up just a little bit. 25 seconds, clock going to be a big issue now. And from on high, LCM can have his say. Venom down for the count, 1 for 1. Might be good enough, but the bomb planted. Time no longer the issue, no longer the concern. The swing back in, but that shot doesn't land. And there we go. 5 on the board for Solid. They're well on their way to this recovery.
All of the utility coming in from the T side as well on that push, but they don't have the one thing they really needed, which was a smoke in heaven. And that allows the op to get that first shot through. And given the already weak front coming in from the T side of Paqueta, they needed every body possible. It was a good flash to set up the teammate there in bathrooms early on, as it was coming from LCM, who threw one deep. But it's a quick trade, he's no backup. LCM was so far out of position, he wouldn't have been able to help anyway, as he was able to throw that flash all the way from back towards Sign. Regardless, solid recover. And they do take their 5th round. It's still a full buy coming in here for round number 15, and Nithon wants to go fast up short. It seems the nade might do significant damage, and it does. Venom down to 58. Nithon and Ali both get hit by that one as well, but they miss the shots initially on the take. It's GBB to shut it down. Nithon there with a quick shot from the op. The P250 even comes out, and we find ourselves at a 3-on-3.
They commit? They commit? Back in? After Danviet almost dies on the jump, on the missed geometry. This is wild. And now we've got Nolks pushing the flank. Destiny's watching for it, but if Nolks is just patient, if he waits for some sort of contact to come through, he can control this round. He's not going to do that. He will go forward into the fight. Did Destiny
no, he did
spot
not
it?
see him.
Oh, he's no idea. He's no clue. Paqueta, they're freezing. It's the right call. Wait for something to come back from Team Solid. Give yourselves a chance maybe to reset, regain, discuss what you want to do, and see if a kill will come your way. And, well, with Nolks clearing all the way in towards Khan, he's not quite found the flank, but he also has no clue where they're coming from. You can actually see he's calling the concern. LCM's coming up to check A as well, because he hasn't seen anybody here, and he's thinking, did I miss them on this rotate? Are they on towards the site? No. So the ult back just in time. Silent through the monster tunnel. There's still utility here as well. Lots of flashes available for Solid. And, to be fair, for Paqueta as well. So here they go. Here's the execute. Here's the play. They're making a move in towards water. Raw is his vision clear, though. He's ready for it. And now, LCM chimes in. It's all going to be onto Destiny. Planting the bomb open. Trying to get the C4 to play off of. Needs to chase this damage. Good. And Nolks puts the final bullet in his skull. 6 rounds on the board for Solid. It took a long time for them to get this CT side sorted, to get their legs under them. But now they're looking to close it in just 2.
It wasn't an arena, but remember the 1v1 I had against Nav?
Okay,
It was like the all-Canadian round.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that one was actually
All
funny.
right.
Yeah, rewatching that, I laughed for sure.
This is Canada versus Canada.
Oh my, nothing can go wrong here. I've never been so apathetic to an outcome in my life.
Right. I'm going to apologize no matter what happens.
I'm already smiling.
I'm happy for whoever wins it and sorry for whoever loses.
Sorry. Oh, he's just bleeding time off the clock.
Oh, he's playing twist like a
God,
fiddle.
Canadians are so smart.
No kit either. It's done.
And in Canadian fashion, it's full pacifist. No one shoots each other.
Sorry I had to blow up your site, eh?
Yeah.
Oh, no problem. It's just your job.
That's wonderful.
Yeah, the most pacifist clutch ever. You both survived and walked away. It was
No
just,
damage taken from either opponent.
Okay.
I remember more Monesi clutches.
Right, yeah. You know, it was weird. It happened in Abu Dhabi. Obviously, last year, he starts with that, like, MIBR clutch.
Yeah.
But, you know, in Abu Dhabi, he had, like, a similar clutch from the same position and nearly the exact same kills versus outsiders.
Right,
Yeah, I thought that was so weird, where I was like, I've seen this exact moment before, right?
He had one good clutch against FaZe as well. For me, that one is the best because he played it out the best.
Okay.
I think it was last Lisbon groups.
I'm also thinking of like the Inferno clutch as well when he stole bomb from outside of apartments.
Yeah, it's against outsiders as well.
Yeah, right. Okay, he had two clutches, same maps.
He's just crazy in clutches.
Yeah.
Like even in practice, what he pulls off, it's I don't know how, but he just somehow makes it work.
You can't talk G2 clutch without bringing up Monasin.
Into the second half here. Into the second half. 9-6 the scoreline. A late recovery for Solid makes us really believe there's still a possibility that they deal with this in 2. But for Paqueta, it's about proving to us that they can have a disciplined CT side. I think that's what we need to see here, Mark. And, well, right now, their discipline is not having anyone in towards B in the late position. Not going to work for Nython. He was trying to stay alive for the retake. He can't do anything like that. Bomb down. Advantage found for Solid, and they're even battling into Heaven. Up on towards A. This is madness now. Don Viet going to go 1-for-1. These players Heaven need to hope this smoke clears, and it does in time. GBB here. Raw's coming down to support the peek on in. They had no idea of Nolx's spot, and it is over. It is done with, and that's the way you want to get started for Solid.
It's a team ace coming in from the T side, but let's not forget how the first half went. Pistol, force, force, force. So we saw a lot of round trading early on in that first half, and it certainly could be the case here. We will see the force. It's not a surprise coming in from Paqueta. Obviously, a lot of weight behind the buy coming in from Solid. You've got rifles across the board, pistols on the opposite side, plus, again, the scout being brought into play. And, oh no. It did look like initially they were going to be barreling into the B site, where you do have quite a hefty bit of artillery right now for the side of Paqueta. But it will be the side of Solid to strike first.
Oh,
Ooh.
that's a nade. That's a chunky one. Destiny, though, an answer back with the deke. Whoo! A little bit of spice, a little bit of intrigue starting to enter into this round. Minute 20 on the clock. Time of galore to deal with this. We did see a lot of rotations in the first half, and I don't know if Solid are looking to keep that trend up. Don Viet finds one. They want to battle back in against him, but he's going to swing straight to 2 crosshairs. Just a dry peek to try and retake the angle, and that is punished, and a gun is given over the other way. Nython finds Roz. This one's coming apart here, Mark. Do you smell a force by wall?
Oh, goodness, it does feel like that's going to be the case. You still got one sitting back behind Toxic Barrels, and they don't really have a way to flush him out of position. They do have the Molly, actually, in the hands of GBB. We'll see if they decide to use it.
Nython has the AK in Heaven. This could be interesting. Crossfire off this setup.
It's a dry walk. He's just going to crab walk his way up. This player who's sitting behind Toxic Barrels has no need to peek until spotted from Heaven, and then at that point, he can decide whether or not he wants to pop up. He hears the footsteps. He knows they're here. Surprise! It's party time for Paqueta as they pick up the force by victory. Will we see a follow-up from Solid?
Absolutely we will, but there's no bomb plant, so it's not very good. Well, it's double eco. It's double eco. They've got to.
You're right.
No bomb plant means double eco, means they're going in, but Paqueta have a chance. It was so good. They survived with 3, right? It's not the quite touch-and-go thing. They've got the rifles up. They've got every advantage into this round. Now, that didn't save us from the madness in the first. But could sanity be restored here? Paqueta certainly hoping so. Oh, my goodness. That'll do it. That'll do it. Venom gonna put this one to bed.
Venom with some bite as they try to make their way through. Why not find a 4th through the smoke? He wants the ace. We've seen one this series already. Trying to pick up another here. As Paqueta, they do not want to get into the force buy wars. Not this time around. It's going to be a strong half, and they're going to solidify a buildup of money on their front.
Can't stay away from it. Can't stay away from that word. It just lures you right back in, just like they were lured into the destruction of Venom, Zera, and his ace. Force buy, no buy coming through for Solid. Venom will deny it all, and you build up this early CT economy as well. It's not even just denying the force buy, it's taking it so very clean at that. Solid now going to be massively on the back foot, and Paqueta with a 4-round lead, they can just build towards that finish.
I don't think anyone from Team Solid even saw him in that round. I think all 5 of his kills, the player was looking away. I mean, he gets 1 through the smoke. He gets 3 blinded pushing through the smoke.
I think maybe he got a pixel, the last one.
Yeah, and then there is a fat nade coming out early. It's Nithon now who wants to surprise. He's got the nade coming out again to follow up. And it's significant damage being dealt across the board. Nithon does drop, but yeah, there you go. Cleaning things up in the end is Yell with a 3K on the round.
So you lose a scout, no harm, no foul. Congrats, you get an op this time. Plenty of money here for Paqueta. If anything, that's ideal. You take out the lesser buy. They emphasize the op over on the other side. LCM choosing to play Glass Cannon to bring out the big green, which is a bit interesting here. We'll see if that comes back to bite him when the damage comes through. He had some big rounds in the first half to get them back on the board. Now, they're going to put a lot of faith in that big green, in that AWP, to try and bring this one through. Destiny getting aggressive, hyper aggressive here. There's not utility for this necessarily. He's running full force in towards the playground. He's made noise as well in doing so. I don't know if Solid, their ears might have been a little bit ringing. No one's watching for him for the moment, but Don Viet, if he comes back in to clear this, he's not. They don't know. Mark, they don't know. He's giving it a lazy check, but they don't know, and the op and the bomb could be massively under threat if Destiny just turns this corner.
I don't want him to. One of the things that I like about this is he's able to hear everything he needs to hear. The call-out can be made. So he's hearing those footsteps. Now he can strike, and now he knows, okay, I have bomb down in this position as well, and he can actually pull into this position and make it so much harder for this T side to try to recover.
He has an idea that Dan Viet might be passed, but I don't think he knows it confirmed. They're going to push out of tunnel to try and bring a further advantage, and that might have been a blunder. Because Solid were just slow to react to this, because they held their positions for a moment, they anticipated the extra peek, and now Dan Viet clears it out. And so instead of this being a massive advantage for Paqueta, it leads to them unraveling here. And there's a further push. Nithon wants the angle. GBB just waited. They trusted on the Solid side that Paqueta could not resist the temptation to go for further advantage, and in seeking that out, it's their ruin. It's destruction. Now just Ali making noise on towards A, but he's alone, and he didn't even see Dan Viet. View model doing him dirty.
That was just sort of silly. I feel like Destiny gets that opening pick. You get the bomb down in such an advanced position, but I almost feel like you need to just give it back. You're alone. You need to find a way out, or if you're Destiny, you either need to move up or you need to get out of dodge, or you just let him die. You say, do your damage, do what you can do. But the fact that they push through Monster in that position for, I don't know what reason. That was a misread for sure. That was very bizarre.
So the assumption is definitely that the players who are potentially watching Monster are going to be focused back in, trying to reclaim that bomb, trying to crunch back in and reclaim the C4. You're thinking that's your opportunity to slip one out, but because Solid make the counter call and say, just wait, we'll get the C4 in a bit, we'll wait and see what they do. It's absolutely the right read. It's a gutsy call. And it does reflect a level of discipline that we haven't necessarily had for either team, frankly, in a lot of these rounds. So it's an encouraging sign for the Solid comeback into this map. There was money built up. It's not catastrophic just yet, Mark, but this is the swing round now. This is where Paqueta have bet a lot. And they're not going to have a cheeky opening pick in the first minute of the round. So in a 5-on-5, what do you got for us here on the defense? It's a heavy lean towards B early. 3 players here. Seem like they're itching for a fight to come through Monster.
Sneaking their way up mid currently is this T side of Solid. They get control of bathrooms uncontested currently. It's Venom Zero to drop GBB over towards Monster. And this is the success we did not see from Solid in that position. If you remember, Dan Viet actually struggled from that spot. It is a tag coming in from LCM's op. How does Nithon time this? Does he end up getting the backstab as he makes his way through into the bathrooms?
No one's watching for him. The rotation players even got knife out. They're not aware at all that he could just be here the whole time. Don Viet will get that kill, stem the bleeding at least a little bit, but my goodness, now they're under pressure. Roz needs to hold this space. He's got it. They're flying through the smoke. Oh, Paqueta giving up the opportunity again, time enough for the bomb plant, and they're going to challenge this again on the jump up smoke, this time 1-for-1, and Roz can't hold on. So one player surviving, but Paqueta will limp to the finish still. Yes, this might be a round win, but it's so touch and go again that we're just going to have another hugely impactful swing round, and you have to imagine Solid will chase this by.
Absolutely. You've got 3 players that can buy reasonably. You've got a 4th who's on the bubble, and Nolks is like, okay, maybe I don't come in with the strongest buy, but it's okay, we're going to make this one work. Because on the flip side, they are in just a difficult position. Destiny comes into this one with a FAMAS and a Flash, that's it. There will be no AWP from either side, but actually, hold on, Solid decide to go a little bit lighter. Even though they do buy, they do force up, it's just Tech 9s and armor with a little bit of utility. While they could have put AKs in the hands of 2 players, they realize that maybe there's a little bit more value here, because even if they lose this round, if they can take some bodies with them, that would be very punishing for Paqueta. It's just so deep in the game.
Oh, here they come rocking through. The hold is good. Yell and Ali, they've got it. They've got everything. This faster play in, revealing nothing. Paqueta content to wait for the hit to come towards them, and it works. Yeah, a little stinger from GBB, but this just doesn't matter. They just need the round. And you're right, Mark. It's so late in the game. 14 on the board for Paqueta. They're just 2 rounds away from taking us to Anubis.
This B site has been a bit of a brick wall as well, so it's an interesting decision to go in that direction, as Venom Zera has been locking down Monster Canal pretty effectively. We saw it in just a round prior. We've seen it in previous rounds. We saw it in the Ace. So the fact that they just sort of default their way back in towards the B site, even though they've hit a bit of a stopping force in Venom Zera over there, is an interesting decision coming in from Solid. But this one feels like it's basically it. You lose this round, the final round, or what could be the final round, would not be strong. So they come in with the op investment for LCM, and oh man, Nolks takes a ton of damage early from the molly, trying to get upstairs fast. GBB is going to go down. Danviet tries to get in and maybe find a kill. Nolks is going to get finished off by Ali. He's looking for one more in the water. It's Roz who at least gets a trade coming in for the side of Solid. But Paqueta off to a great start.
At least these 2 players can group up, but it seems like maybe they're still focused on towards B, and that's the heavy defense site. So they're waiting. They're hoping some sort of kill's going to come back their way. They've got a minute 15 to play this out. Destiny is withdrawn. He got the kill way deep in towards playground. He's back towards long now. Just the phantom of him will be enough to keep them off of A. Python rotated up, so maybe it's a little bit softer in the defense, but Yell and Venom taking passive angles. They're going to be very conservative on this. Trying to avoid giving up a pick, allowing them back into the round. Yell, he's the one who takes contact. They clear Venom. They do indeed, but he's still good for the kill. The bomb, it's a desperation measure. 40 seconds. LCM's trying to bait a response. He will do so, but is he good enough to deal with it? No, not at all. Shot is off. Map point found. Paqueta looking to take us to a 3rd.
The buy coming out of this one is it's definitely not great. They're going to do whatever they can to try to keep this game going as much as possible. It did feel inevitable that we would go to a map 3. Based on just the way that map 1 played out,
yeah,
it seemed like that was going to be the case. Paqueta's definitely kicking themselves, though, as they did potentially have a chance to bring that one to overtime, because this map always felt like it was going to be Paqueta's to take. Overpass is one of their strongest maps.
This isn't done just yet. Ali trying to force the issue, trying to take command here, and in that space, well, he gives it up to Danviet. Danviet spotted one. Oh! And instead of backing off, seeing the opera in the angle, he says, you know what? I'm good for 2. Going in for the swing. Ninth on low. He's hunted down, and this isn't done just yet, Mark. This is not done at all. A push out of construction to try and regain some sort of space, but meanwhile, if the bomb just makes its way towards A, there is no resistance, there is no defense. A damage further in. Destiny traded out. It's just going to be Venom in defense on A. Yell stuck down below. He's been spotted, so they know it's soft. They know the site is soft, and there's a huge kill coming through. This round is over. It's done with, and the money's all but swept away as well, as perhaps we shouldn't have been sleeping on this T side. Yell committed into this. Peek scan, LCM's got him, and indeed he does. No guns taken through. The money's not great for Paqueta. We could see a partial buy come in here, and we could see Solid, much as they did on Inferno, have a late chance into this.
Is this where we see the 6 straight rounds before it ends 16-14?
It would be 7 straight rounds, Mark. It would be 7.
True.
Oh, you mean 6 straight until it ends 16-14. Okay, yes. The fake comeback as opposed to the actual.
Yes,
I was misreading
the fake comeback. I felt like we had kind of prefaced that as a possibility coming into this one. As Solid, they just waited a long time to sort of wake up. They find a great round there, and you had mentioned it. Economically, this is a difficult round for Paqueta. And rather than say, okay, we have a huge pad of rounds, let's just wait.
It's not in their DNA.
They call a timeout and they just go for the hard force.
This is not in their DNA. They are going to buy any time it could feasibly be considered. And they're going to try and end it here, avoid any momentum building back up for Solid. Look, they've got the op, got 2 Famai, SMG and Deagle, maybe not so great. But we've certainly seen lesser buys pull something off in this series. So let's see if Paqueta can do it. They're betting on themselves. Destiny wants to get forward again. Ali tried it off the spawn last time. Didn't work so well, but Destiny's had success. Venom Zera's taking damage. Presumably that's just through monster spam. Gotta be wary about crossing this again. Think better of it. They've taken control towards construction instead, and no one's watching for this. No one's watching for this. Nightthon gets that for free. No vision on. Completely discounted the possibility of aggression, and now Solid down in the 5v4.
A nice shot to the backside of Raz. Gives Paqueta the early body advantage. You can see Solid is still staying over towards the B site. They've got one prep to go through, and that was a decision. Wandering right through the smoke into Venom Zera. There's at least a trade coming out as Nightthon's drop. That's the op going down. Danviet with a nice kill coming in as well. Now Ali strikes from distance, but
this is still on.
GB, what a shot.
They have to get around before Destiny gets into the angle, but I think they've just slipped the gap. This is getting really wild. They can't get caught here. They may not realize they're all behind.
Yeah, no way.
They're both flanking from Monster. Now the bomb goes down. They knew a player was in construction, so they should be aware. And as they see nothing in their front, now they're going to focus back around. But no, they're still not looking. Ali spotted the one. GBB waiting for him to wander into his crosshair. Destiny will try and take the initiative here. Dancing around. Now the op looking from LCM. The panic perhaps setting in of where are these players. He got confirmation, but at the cost of his life. And Destiny will put this one to bed. It was always the destiny of this series that we would go to 3. They close it. And we've got Anubis on deck now, Mark.
A much stronger second map than what we saw in map 1. Even though Team Solid walked away victorious on map 1, it was 16-14, and it was at times a little bit confusing. But here we have Paqueta taking their map pick in the series a little bit more decisively as a 16-9 victory on Overpass. Their T side definitely looked great. CT side, maybe you started to see some gaps forming, but not anything too serious to be concerned about. And in this final round, it did feel like there was an opportunity for Solid to continue this game, but both players going in towards pit, both focusing heavily towards spawn, not thinking that one could be behind them. I don't know if that's a miscomm, because I thought they were certain there was a player water. I thought they knew that there was at least one, but for whatever reason, both focusing in the same direction, and when they finally turned around, it was too late. They'd already made it up onto the site. They were already pillar, a missed op shot, and it's all falling apart.
This was a lot more encouraging for Paqueta.
Yes,
based on what we saw,
absolutely.
based on the way they played, based on how much more patient they were on towards their CT side. I mean, really, this was has you starting to believe into the team. Maybe Inferno, just a map where they didn't feel as comfortable, the nerves got to them, but they've settled into it over the course of this, and this is a little more compelling. For Solid, we had some moments, some flashes, but I think getting into that pit early after the Force Buy War, the 7-2 scoreline was just a little irredeemable for them, and even with that late resurgence in, it just didn't give them enough to fight, didn't give them enough to bring that spice through. We saw some moments, we saw some flashes, but let's talk about Anubis here, Mark. This is the newest map into the pool. It's our second Anubis here on this stream of the Blast TV. Americas RMR.
And again, one of the things we talked about coming into it too was just limited sample size for these teams is already rough enough on other maps, but the fact that we're coming into an Anubis that they have not really gotten to play a whole lot, and it's hard to say whether or not that's because they haven't been picking it, if they've been banning it. I don't really know what the scenarios are that play out, but it does feel like a lot of times there are teams who are willing to play it and they just don't get the opportunity because others are banning it out so early on because they just don't want to venture anywhere near that. So we do end up here on an Anubis where we've got Paqueta coming in at 1 and 2, 2 and 2 for Team Solid. Neither team has really had a massive sample size. So I don't know what to expect from these teams. I feel like based on what I've seen thus far, I give the nod to Paqueta. Even though obviously we see Solid make the win in map 1, there was a lot of mistakes from both teams. And I feel like there was times where Solid just sort of got the best of those exchanges. Whereas on map 2, Paqueta felt much more cohesive and solid, working together as a unit a little bit better.
I'm very intrigued to see what we get out of these defenses for both teams, right? Because Anubis is a really tricky map to make it work. It's a really challenging map to make the CT side work, and it's where we've seen both these teams struggle so far in these series. So that's what I want to see. I want to see good defense. I want to see patient play. I want to see sight holds. That's what I'm excited to see. We'll find out if we get it when we come back from this break.
Round 2. Let's go for a rifle, I guess.
So we got one from Europe. So now I'm beating the game, and I think we're going to North America. So I am going to say Elish. Okay, never mind.
Let's type bit. He's AK-47.
Older than 25.
He's not from Ukraine.
So there's a big chance he's a guy from Brazil. So I'm actually gonna say Cold Zero. But is Cold Zero old enough?
I'll go for Shocks. Rain. I will write Rain.
He's older than 27.
The mystery player is older. Let's go, get right. He played more than 14 majors. Insane, who is this guy?
Actually, a European guy, maybe. He's very old. Maybe it's myself. Damn, I'm getting old.
I remember more Monesi clutches.
Right, yeah. You know, it was weird. It happened in Abu Dhabi. Obviously, last year, he starts with that, like, MIBR clutch.
Yeah.
But, you know, in Abu Dhabi, he had, like, a similar clutch from the same position and nearly the exact same kills versus outsiders.
Right,
Yeah, I thought that was so weird, where I was like, I've seen this exact moment before, right?
He had one good clutch against FaZe as well. For me, that one is the best because he played it out the best.
Okay.
I think it was last Lisbon groups.
I'm also thinking of like the Inferno clutch as well when he stole bomb from outside of apartments.
Yeah, it was against outsiders as well.
Yeah, right. Okay, yeah, two clutches, same maps.
He's just crazy in clutches. Yeah. Like even practice what he pulls off, it's, I don't know how, but he just somehow makes it work.
You can't talk G2 clutch without bringing up Monosin.
the first guess. I'll do one of my teammates. Let's do Brokey. See what we get.
Nico.
All right, now I'm going niche.
Let's try. He's older than Sortuan. Another European player.
He's been at more than 10 majors. Cold Sarah, let's go Cold Sarah. We got this one. Nope.
I guess from my team, like Rain, Carrigan fit that narrative. I'll try for Rain. See what happens.
Has Cold Sarah only been at 9 majors?
Carrigan.
So he's from Europe. He's older than 32. Guys, we're going for Swedish legends or Polish legends now.
I think it might be Taz.
Nope, but it's one of the guys.
Yeah. I'm trying my best. Freiberg. No, he's 30.
I think Neo is playing with Taz, so it will be Pasha in that case.
Okay, let's try. Pasha beats. Yes, easy.
Let's go. I knew it, I don't know. I had a feeling.
That's so clever.
Pasha biceps was on point. Muscles.
So I just immediately like.
We saw some raccoons.
He started talking trash a bit about Copenhagen Flames. Oh no.
It's all come to this. Paqueta, Solid. It ends on Anubis, and one of these teams' run here at the Blast TV, Americas RMR, will come to an end.
The question is, which team will ride the high? Coming off of that last match, well, it's clearly going to be Paqueta as they pick up their map win, and they do it pretty strongly, but oh, good lord. The dually slaughter from LCM as they funnel through the doors. And now it's just one man remaining. It's Destiny, and he's on a mission.
Gonna be riding what high now, Mark? Because that has just been shut down right off the rip in this pistol. 2 kills to each of those 2 guns. LCM in mid makes good. He attempted to overwhelm, but no utility behind it. His vision was clear, and I mean, it was just a matter of time until the cleanup came through. Solid on the board first. No bomb plant here. Means finally we may actually get a second round without a force.
Not only that, 1 kill. So it's not even just the lack of a plant. It's the fact that they didn't really even scratch the surface of Solid. Because LCM, you can see it here. 1, 2, 3, and a 4th. So many bullets in the dualies. 2 guns is better than 1.
2 guns is absolutely better than 1.
Statistically speaking, double the firepower.
Math checks out. Math checks out. So we've just got mostly the Glocks, a couple PT-50s, not a drop of utility into this one. It seems like they want to take this up the canals and in towards Cave, at least off the rip, off the initial face. Maybe hoping for an overextension to come through. What do you think about how you mitigate having Glocks on Anubis. It's a tough one. But there's actually was a path towards a bomb plant on towards B. They gave it up. Don Viet just playing aggressive in towards B main. A check back in towards Temple in mid. Now they'll bring in a little bit more support. GBB grouping back up with his site mate. LCM back of cake here. Could be the first contact. He's got support from Roz. And around the corner they go. It's just going to be dry. So they are going to stack the bodies in this. LCM, oh, back-to-back multi-kill rounds. He's got 7 off the rip in this game.
Feeling pretty good about his performance thus far. Obviously just 2 rounds in, but the dualies hit him with the brat in that first round. He comes in the second round as well, stomps out the push. It was just Glocks coming in from the canals as well. So it's not really anything to be too concerned about right now, as Paqueta does end up funding in a full buy again. Just that 1 kill from the pistol round. And it was Destiny at a point when it was a 1v5. But this is when you need to see Paqueta wake up a little bit.
I mean, it's so early, right? But yes, absolutely. This mid aggression is going to be critical.
I don't even need to see them win a round. I just need to see a couple kills. That's what we need to see. Just make sure that they can get the guns online.
Nox has just given up the first, trying to get aggressive in towards mid, but without a lot behind it. That's what they were holding for. That's what they were waiting for. And this is interesting now. We've got the players sectioned off towards either site, isolated a bit. When the group up's going to come in, it seems like pressure wants to shift towards that A site. So Roz and LCM, they're going to be checked. And actually with the B players withdrawing further in towards Temple, this isn't a bad read from Solid. They're ready for this mid fight. They're going to have the quick react in towards A. This could wind up costing Paqueta. There's still a minute on the clock. Molly in, but it's not enough to shake them. But as I say that, Solid don't trust it. They're shifting back into a more traditional hold, and this could be an error now. This could be a blunder. Had the right idea. And that utility's going to need to be deployed quickly. They're not going to get too many more opportunities. Ross fumbling with the nades. He's got to bring the gun out. He does it just in the nick of time. LCM's committed, but he's got the first. That mid presence is late from Yell. He's letting a lot of time run off the clock. Nython, that's an important kill to find because Yell didn't want to move a muscle here. He wanted to play for the post plant. Got a player in heaven. GBB on the smoke fade. Don Viet taken out. It's just GBB. And he's not been able to figure out where they're playing from. So now he's going to try and back away and save the rifle.
One of the reasons we wanted to see Paqueta just wake up a little bit is just because of the rhythmic nature we saw in map 1, where it was long strings of rounds for both teams at points. Just want to see them make sure they still got those guns online, still got things working out for them. They come into the first full buy round, and they look strong on the execute. Maybe potentially a little bit of fumbling. Like you mentioned, Roz was flipping through nades as they were starting to make their way through. Ends up getting the gun out in time, though. But it will be the round for Paqueta, picking up their first here on our third and final map of Anubis. You mentioned it as well. This is an elimination series. Winner moves on, and the loser will go home mega sag.
So much writing on this. The last CSGO major. The Blast TV Paris major to wrap up the life cycle of a game we all love so very much. These players want to be part of that history. They want to vie for a chance to be there. So it all rides on the newest map, Anubis. Kind of weirdly fitting.
I would like to formally petition that Blast hire Sarah McLachlan to play I Will Remember You just before the grand finals of the Paris major.
Destiny, he's remembering Don Viet, checking him at the gates, but the trade is there. Destiny's not able to hold on to the position, so the commitment into B aggression, it's got a mixed bag. Mid's open, they realize that. Not seeing the op there, knowing that the aggression came through. They take this space. This is the response from Paqueta, and now pressure onto these A players. You can tell they're trying to get GBB around to support, but he may not have it. And actually, this is really interesting. All that room, they're going to shift back around. Now the flank is on. They've killed LCM. They were waiting for that aggression. They know that it's probably a light hold on towards B, if any at all, and out the cave they go, and they're absolutely correct. At this point, there are no defenders. It's going to be a save call for Solid. That is a brilliant bit of manipulation for Paqueta. That is something we, frankly, I don't think have seen from them across either map in this series. That is a plan to immediately manipulate the rotates and to be able to shift on a dime back into a different play. I love that. I love that play so much.
I thought for sure LCM's flank play would work out a little bit better than it does, but Paqueta is just prepared for the flank that's coming through from him, and once it does, the round's over. They started pulling resources away. As he has that hard flank, they assume that it's basically going to be a dedicated A play. It's not. And at that point, he dies. The B site is completely vulnerable. And you were right. It's just time for a save. They're only going to walk away with 2 of the guns as it stands currently. They're still hunting down the remaining 2, and they may possibly find them as Venomzera is right around the corner from both of them. No, he actually dies at the buzzer. So even though he goes down, the 2 guns do come into play here for Solid. How does that impact the buy? Because their money is still really rough around it.
Yeah, they're going to save. They're going to save here. Maybe an upgraded pistol gets dropped or something of that nature. But if you're Solid, you cannot afford to chase right here, right? That's what undid them on Overpass. Meant that they never really could get Solid on the CT side. So they'll go into this with the 3 USPs.
You got hit by it now.
I did it. Oh, no.
This is like time and time again. You just can't get away from that phrase.
I just stepped right into it. Now it's all over my shoes. Fortunately, it was rather Solid as opposed to runny. But we do have a play in towards A. It seems straightforward on this one, and it is just a pistol to hold him at bay. So good luck, Roz, on the USP. Where's the rifles? Okay, they're coming in towards Bearing, trying to do something. That's a lot of impact. Roz finding one with just the pistol. Now Nox chewing through them. Uh-oh, they're getting stalled out. They're getting stalled out, just 2 players. Roz delaying so much time, waiting for his teammates to get back over. They have to know that the rotation could be in, and now it's a catastrophe. Roz has been the absolute hero of this one. Destiny down to 66, and they want to cut his rotates. They're trying to anticipate this, trying to beat him to the punch. They're just going to leave Roz here. Still just on the USP. And meanwhile, Destiny's just taking a chill pill. It might just re-aggress straight back into the site and still find a duel with just 1 pistol. That's exactly what he's going to do. He's calling their bluff, calling their rotation, anticipating it. He might even think this is entirely vacant, but they figured it out as well. I think Roz might have caught wind of him, and now they know Roz coming in, harassing with the USP. This lowly pistol has done so much into the round, and they have to force, they have to face. He's got it with the USP, he's got it with the pistol, fittingly to put it away. Nothing to aid him on the site, but it's just enough to sneak the round through.
Roz never even had to move, really just dancing in that position.
Bursting out of the cake.
Just
like a real surprise.
Little safety dance action. Knowing that he's fine in that position, they can't push. He's just staying alive, giving his team time to rotate over. Even if he only ever got that 1 kill, that 1 kill wasn't really the impact that was felt. It was his position keeping them at bay. That's a round that Paqueta is going to wish they could get back.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they went... The thing is, they didn't even really go into the blender. They stalled out against very little in defense, and in doing so, allowed the rotation to come through. Utility wasn't there. That's been an issue for both these teams through the series. Maybe not having all of the nades that you would ideally like. Ali's low on this one early, so he's going to be a bit more timid than usual, perhaps. But they've left mid open. Solid don't want to contest it, and this is very interesting. They're pulling in towards A main as a response. It's going to leave a big threat potentially through for the B players. For all they know, there's a player in Temple right now, and as a result of that, the B defenders, they shrink back into the cave. This is really interesting. Aggression, LCM, it works. It works. It was so risky. It's no vision for what's going on in Canals. And now the cave players want to get activated. They're fighting. This is madness, and it works. GBB with 3.
Very interesting strat call there from Solid to get aggressive literally across the map. And it puts Paqueta now in a position where their money is not good. So they lose that round prior due to the play from Roz in the 1v1. And then they go hyper-aggressive, pushing all extremities of the map. And now their money is looking fantastic because that's a 5-up round.
It was a necessary response. You had to get some sort of vision elsewhere because you've given up that mid presence, but they just, it works out beautifully, right? Because that op finds the first pick, everyone's focused over that way. Paqueta, they lose the discipline to keep an eye on their flanks, and, well, they're punished for it. Now just the pistols, the Glocks. We saw it come to Canal last time, and OGB is dinked. It's, again, just Glocks on the other side, so he's still feeling a bit ballsy on this peak, and, well, the lame bot's coming out. A little bit of a shooting gallery set up for him.
He got dinked by the Glock down to 67, and a body shot to Venomzera put him at 67 too. So yeah, you can start to see why he feels confident in this situation. Ends up getting 2 out of it as well. It looks like they want to go for a little bit of a cannonball off the bridge. The smoke's going to come out just a second too late as they start to make their way in. Here's the support from Dan Viet, the star from map 1. And even though they'll get 1 kill out of the round, This is a fantastic start for Solid. A rebound after losing 2. They're really building up a lot of money. You can see 4 players sitting above 5K. Raw's almost at 9,000 off the back of that pistol play.
He's earned it. He's deserved it. Whatever he's getting paid, give him a raise for that round. Woo! I'm still thinking about it. Just a lowly USB.
I'm thinking about the fact that you said cake, and I've just been thinking about cake ever since. I'm like,
That's the round spot on B.
I'm just saying I just want cake.
You just want cake? We can probably make that happen. We can probably make that happen. But for now, we're going to have their cake and eat it too into this round. Doesn't really make sense as a metaphor, but I'm going to stick to it, Mark. And Nulx, he's not going to stick to this mid control. He's backing right out through the Molotov, taking a lot of damage to do so, but he did not want to get caught. And to be fair to him, that is exactly what Paqueta were seeking. And this time, instead of just giving up mid and being content to play in riskier positions, Team Solid are going to come back in to clear this. This is going to get very interesting. Venom holding outside the doors, Vision back in. Don Viet's cleared this. So do they want to try and press that now forward and encounter Venom, or are they content to fade back in towards sites? Seems like this is going to end towards B based on the posturing of Paqueta right now, but this duel with Venom could really determine the round.
This is a hard B exec, and they're going to lose Nulx, which is huge.
That's a big kill in. Don Viet wants to bring it back, but that's going to be tough to do, and Venom is actually just backing away now. Utility sailing in towards this B site. This is cheeky through the smoke. Venom, is he going to challenge? LCM getting this kill. Now the kill comes through as the smoke fades. Venom Zera cleaned up. It gets a lot easier to defend. You've just got 2 to deal with. And that op still hasn't been dug out. Nithon's position is good, but it's only for 1. Ale now flanked out, and there we go. Solid again controlling it. Even with that wobble in towards mid, they recover immediately.
And it's no surprise that you're going to get a timeout here, as the T side is struggling to find openings. Solid may have looked rough on their CT side in rounds past, but right now on this 3rd and final map in the series, they are looking rock solid.
I thought you were going to say hard, to be honest with you.
Part of me debated just throwing in a different noun.
All right. Unwavering, like stone, they are. But no, it's interesting here, right? I mean, there's been a lot of oscillation in terms of different teams and whether you dictate the pace on your defense or your offense. And right now, Paqueta have not really been decisive to this point. They're kind of taking this mid control. That's giving them some opportunities, but they're not sticking around. And having seen that a few times, Solid have now gotten willing to fight back in to reclaim it, which is a problem. If you take mid and then you threaten through the temple once, you're going to force Solid to respect it, but we haven't seen that yet. This is going to be a straightforward B play. What do they got?
Well, the molly does get dissipated pretty quickly, but it does do damage. The follow-up comes in as well, but they've made their way onto the site.
Oh,
Look at the pistols. You know, we didn't get a chance to preface this, but pistol rounds have been so damaging, and you can see why. It comes down to Nulx in a 1-on-3. The bomb's been planted.
And he knows there's a player all the way through and towards spawn, so he's got to be wary of Venom Zera's angle. Venom Zera haven't already gotten 2. He's willing to withdraw. This is the smart play, right? You guarantee the round. The economic damage would be nice, but you don't need this fight. Time off the clock is so much more valuable, and well, it's just going to be the op recovered and Nulx out of there. This is a huge round coming through. Venom Zera, the young gun, the promising young player delivering for his team off of just the Tech 9s, and that is Solid caught with their pants down.
So it's very similar B exec that we saw previously. The difference was the pace, just really moving things up, not waiting so long. Maybe a little more reckless abandon coming in from Paqueta. So they sort of just fly into the site, and the pistols get immediately into the face of the players playing defense for Solid. And it works out nicely for them. But remember, we've seen rounds like that in the past, where for whatever reason, a full buy just does not produce the success one would expect. But when they come in with pistol armor, it's like the change of pace and play, the change in style, works out well for both of these teams. So it's still a world where you can see Solid turn things around here and take control again.
That is a nade and a half. Oh, Yell jumping to try and avoid it. I think he was trying to do a little rocket jump off of it, but it's not that kind of game, Yell. Maybe in Source 2.
Maybe.
Maybe. Down a half, though, is the reality. There's the kills coming through, though. These are the 2 B-site defenders, and they know it. That's been consistent actually across all 3 maps. If you clear those 2 out, you got B for free, and why not take a little bit more? Nothing doing in this round as they unravel LCM. How do you try and save this up, knowing that they've taken every possible position on the map, and they are in fact going to threaten Ali on the smoke fade. Going to come hunting. There's a player even in spawn, Destiny, looking for it, so there is no safe haven. No tiny scrap of land he can hope to cling to. Not the right read, but he's been spotted. First shot on. Now the Wolves are howling, baying for blood.
He's desperately just clinging to this op with white knuckle grip right now. That nade, ooh, sails a little bit further past him. That's Paqueta chaining some rounds together, and you can actually hear the excitement currently coming in from the other side as they're realizing, okay, this is it. We're finally picking up some steam here. We've broken the economy of Solid, and that's why you'll see the timeout coming in here from the CT side as well.
There's a possibility to go for a bit of a force, but it's going to be very shaky if they do so. So partial buy here likely. And we'll see the gap close. They want to discuss the adjustment. It's also because the last 2 rounds, they have not really been able to put up a fight, right? They haven't been close contests. It started with the pistols from Paqueta, but then it continues here in the gun round. The B players getting caught on aggression, getting punished for it. They need to change up maybe a little bit of that lean towards B. Maybe shift the players around the map, play 3 in early. There's some options here just to give a different look so that Paqueta can't quite trust what they see before their eyes. It will be the conservative play, just Deagle's out. I like this. You've been good with guns in hand. Give yourselves the opportunities. I think they've learned some lessons from Overpass. Let's see if the Deagles can make this interesting. Nolx, his is not so much. Mid's given up. See if Paqueta actually pressed through mid this time instead of shifting back like we've seen so many times.
The jiggle timing there for Nolx is what ends up getting the best of him. So he just swings out and comes back, and as he's coming back, he's spotted by the op and both AKs that were coming through from mid. Look at the player, Raz, in this position again. We've seen him back behind the cake. Can't have his cake and eat it too, though. Not this time.
This time they take a slice out of him. And the push back in, Don Viet, a little bit of intrigue, but immediately answered upon. Not even the opportunity to snatch that gun and hold it in his hands for just a moment. They won't even let him entertain the thought of the save. So just 1 round separates these teams, but the investment will come back in. Conservative call on the last means they've got a pretty darn good buy for this. There's even a kit on Nolx. Keep an eye on that for the retakes. Op is out for LCM. He's had a good map so far. Been really good with the big green. How do they try and activate him here? Aggression in towards mid. This is the answer. Don Viet's been shifted up as well. He's their hyper-aggressive player. They're going to try and let him off the leash a little bit. And what better position to do it in than mid? Venom on the other side wants to bring this fight.
It's got a pop flash for him.
There is, but Venom's head down. He might not be caught by it. Nade out. Oh, that's so good. That's what they're holding for. But Nolx right back in with the response. And there's the double setup. There's the punish on. They knew it was coming, but they just couldn't stop it. Nolx even more aggressive. Few more bullets out. He hears the dink. He hears the dink. He's got confirmation. He knows they're coming his way, but this is so much damage done early here, Mark. And the push out into canals gains a lot of information as well. They're not looking for this, but they're not looking up. GBB now, he strikes, he catches the one, the second as well. The bomb dropped down into the waters, and Ali, what can you even hope to do from this position? He was supposed to give them that option to play in towards A, but now he is the only option in the round.
He's able to at least drop 1. LCM holding with the op, and the canals are not safe territory for Ali. It's going to be the round going the way of Solid. It was that double mid setup that really got things going, but it was another chunky nade. We've seen a lot of strong early round nades coming in from Solid. It lands directly on Yell's face. He goes down very low on HP, and inevitably, it's going to be, a softened target coming their direction. Now, Nolx hits the nice flick. It was back-to-back headshots there on the initial trade. So the early damage may be negated a little bit, as it would have been a kill regardless either direction. But I'm really looking at these early rounds coming in from Solid. Strong damage being dealt very early on in the rounds.
LCM's been shifted all the way over here and towards A main. Ale, utility though, that's going to force him off. And See, hearing the aggression, and maybe this reads and propels them into something else. It looks like they want to pressure it towards B, and it is the right read. It's the light sight. You just got GBB playing pretty far back. The presence in towards mid instead. Now they need to shift up the ult, but fortunately for them, Paqueta have not chosen this moment to strike. They're holding for aggression. With the player worked into cave, that's a huge position. But they're going to wait and see if something comes their way. They tipped him into this round. Minute on the clock. Phantom's just waiting to be activated, waiting for his teammates to make that move out B main, and he'll come flying into the fray. Ali joining him. Full on take. What's the counter util? What have we got here? Molotov to stall that out. That's huge, but they're past it. They're past it. It will have been heard, and it's answered by Don Viet. Good play from Glyph here. He's under pressure. There's the swing. Bomb drop. Confirmation if it wasn't already. So they're trying to get this planted behind the obelisk. They plant it open. That's bold, but Ali will keep them safe. And now this is a really tough retake. Trying to fumble the nade, shuffle them around. Ali taking one more, now tilts it in their favor, even with his 1 HP. They don't like the look of this. They're backing away.
It's actually surprising that the AWP even sticks around from LCM as the rifle made the call. I'm done. See ya. LCM just wants to hold for the cross, try and catch one on their escape. Ali barely survives, just 1 HP remaining. You can understand the desire to try and do a little bit more damage here. But despite all the early successes from solid Paqueta, definitely finding a little bit more here towards the middle chunk of this first half in our third map in the series.
They're making it scrappy. They're dragging these rounds back. They're making it look like we might just have a long game on our hands. This might just be one with a little bit of legs to it here, Mark.
How many overtimes are we getting?
I ain't saying that word.
Well, I mean, that's sort of what you're implying.
It's looking scrappy. It's looking like this one.
You seem to be leaning towards it without directly saying it.
I ain't saying that word. Up here for LCM. Rifle saved as well on Nolks. What do they got for it? We saw this attempted aggression out A. He's looking for it again onto Ali. Last time it was the utility that forced him off. This time, they're bringing presence through. The AWP is here. There's not util. They're going contact on it. They don't want to tip anything off. So this could actually work if LCM trusts his read. They both... Oh, they're going to boost here? No, they're both playing from around cake. If a Molly comes in, they're ruined, but it's a little bit late. Now they know the AWP's here. They need this util. The Molly is going to sail forth.
They're still trying for that.
This is awkward. There's a space. There's available. Roz is away. And he's back on the angle, and he strikes. So it's falling apart here. Yell in towards mid. He might catch his kill, but they're already checking for it, and he only finds a pistol. Noak's still on the angle, but the rifle wins out. All on Ali. Normally, the guy who makes these A plays, he's all alone. Now, Mark, he's got no other dimension to his approach. And if he peeks around this corner, even with the bomb, well, there's two holding for him. This stack should be A-okay, and indeed, neither one drops. Massive round for Solid.
The early round look coming in from Solid was to aggress towards the canals, towards boat, get an early pick. It's not worked out for them when we've seen in the past, and it doesn't really do that here. They actually back off, but it's, again, the cake.
It's the cake.
Gotta watch out for the cake.
It's always about that cake. It's always about that topper. And it's always about Roz, man. Great at getting out of that position. Yes, LCM takes the first contact. That, I don't think, is the team that we have in the server right now. But Roz does...
If it is, that's impressive. To
LCM
play this well with not sitting down at your PC.
Gets those early kills, but it's Roz when he's on fire, under pressure, manages to snatch that up, sneak away, and get that one extra kill that tilts in their favor. He's only got 7 on the board, but I think all 7 of these have just been massive impact in defensive A.
Well, LCM, yeah, does the dirty work. Roz was sitting in that position like, all right, go ahead. You can jump on my head anytime now. And he's still there. He's like, you can do it. LCM dies. The Molly comes in. He grabs the AWP and gets away somehow. He'll find another kill, and that's the crushing blow that makes things that much more difficult for Paqueta. So we're coming towards the tail end of the first half. And what's worked well for them has been their B exec at times. It does seem like they've stalled out once or twice, but overall they have found a greater level of success in that direction.
Don Viet, about to take contact. He's got it as well. They'd gained so much space in towards mid. They were starting to get a little cocky with it, but Don Viet holding from the temple here. He's ready for the contact. Destiny trying to give him the slip, taking damage as a result. Don Viet's toying with them. He spots the ball going in. They line up. They stack up. That's a little bit of obliviousness coming through from Nython. And now Yell in an impossible situation means 9 on the board for Solid to send us to the halftime break.
I remember more Monesi clutches.
Right, yeah. You know, it was weird. It happened in Abu Dhabi. Obviously, last year, he starts with that, like, MIBR clutch.
Yeah.
But, you know, in Abu Dhabi, he had, like, a similar clutch from the same position and nearly the exact same kills versus outsiders.
Right,
Yeah, I thought that was so weird. Where I was like, I've seen this exact moment before, right?
He had one good clutch against FaZe as well. For me, that one is the best because he played it out the best.
Okay.
I think it was last Lisbon groups.
I'm also thinking of like the Inferno clutch as well when he stole bomb from outside of apartments.
Yeah, it was against outsiders as well.
Yeah, right. Okay, he had two clutches, same maps.
He's just crazy in clutches.
Yeah.
Like even in practice what he pulls off, it's, I don't know how, but he just somehow makes it work.
You can't talk G2 clutch without bringing up Monosin.
Nine rounds for Solid coming out of that half. It is a very firm result now. And the question becomes, what can Paqueta do on this defense? Because this has been the half that has occasionally eluded them. And, well, Anubis gives a lot of chances for the T's to control the pace. They're going to bring it back in towards mid. It was here that they found a massive 4K off the dualies in the first half. And it seems like they want to stick with what was working. But it's a drop down from the canal straight in towards this B hit. The aggression to B main nets a frag means that this is the only dimension to the approach. But the first kill in. Let's see what they got. Trades are there. They've got the site. There's no one back in towards spawn. A chance at the plant, and they will take it. No, they're leaving.
Oh,
they realize they got space
this.
A. That is such a huge read and such a huge call from Roz. He says, I want back into my comfort spot. Let me get behind this cake. He's caked up.
Yeah. Dude's going to be walking away with diabetes after all this cake. You got Roz in position. He's actually not behind the cake. And, oh, man, the Glock just does not reign true as the dualies come around. That extra firepower, it's now on LCM, and oh no, this is starting to fall apart a little bit. It looked promising from Solid as they did take that backside route over towards the A site. They get the plant after all, despite having control of the B site, and now it just quickly crumbles.
So it goes. So it goes. I mean, look, they try and take some forward positioning, right? But it doesn't mean that the players are very isolated. They can't help each other. They can't really trade off of each other. They can't play together into the pistols. They just trusted the individual crosshairs on the aim, and that trust, it betrayed them. It betrayed them quite a bit. Roz maybe thinking, you know what, I should have stayed cake after all.
Well, you know what time it is, Mike.
Forced by wars. Well, no, it's just a forced by normal now. Bomb plant means that you've got quite a bit here for this T side.
Of course.
To play with.
But do you think they would have still forced regardless?
I'm not going to answer that.
I feel like just based on what we've seen thus far, it would be surprising if we didn't see the full brunt of a force buy. Now, Solid spent a lot in this one, and they're able to come away with 3 rifles out of that as well. The MAC 10 and a Tech 9 to boot.
Oh, this B main aggression. This time, Don Viet's looking to punish it. The MAC 10 makes it tough.
We've already seen this as well from Paqueta. They did it in the last round as well. They pushed one in.
And they caught him that time.
Yeah.
So now the response is to take the space in towards mid to try and take this control and pinch A, and it's the right read, but the response is rapid from Paqueta. They're already trying to flow back in. Yell might have this flank right off the rip, and he does indeed. He's caught 2, and that's disaster now. The bomb dropped down. They thought they might have a chance towards A, but the window, it was so very slim, and they could not squeeze through it. Roz wants to make this interesting. He's the impact man, but he finds the impact of an HE on his face, and that is too much to bear down. Viet unable to do anything more. So the force by unsuccessful. Paqueta can build early.
I think my favorite part of that nade kill was the sound made from the team. Ah! I just heard an ah yell out like, haha, gotcha. It will be the save coming in from Solid now as Paqueta is looking to tie things up at 9 apiece. For all the rockiness that we saw from them at times, they did end up walking away with a couple of rounds there on their T side. And we'll see what Solid brings to the table here with their T side executes. This one's a double flash. They're likely just trying to pop their way into B. There's the flashes coming out. Oh, and Venom Zera just clotheslines them. That's a 4K. He found an ace previously. He's not going to get it this time. It'll be the 4K as Destiny gets the last one, making it look easy as they try to funnel their way into the B site.
You don't need to be able to see if you can just hold the line and you got your spray pattern down. That's what Venom Zera is demonstrating here. Remember, folks, work on those spray patterns because, whoo-wee! Okay, he also wasn't blind.
No.
That helps.
No, yeah, he was not blind.
Yeah, well, you know, thought the flashbang might have caught him.
You know what they say, though? Closed eyes, full mag, can't lose. Isn't that the saying?
I'm not familiar with it. Okay. I'm not saying it's not.
It's not. Clear eyes, full hearts, can't lose. Clearly you didn't get the reference. Thanks again.
Didn't get that one either, no.
Yeah, that's cool. You're uncultured, I get it.
Ooh, just a hint of an ankle spot, and he's excited. Don Viet can't bring this kill through, but he's sticking around for the fight, and Venom Zera will punish. So yes, damage on a Nightthon, but that's not quite good enough for what they were hoping for. It's pressure in towards A. It's Ali and it's Yell to defend. Ali back a cake, playing the Roz spot. And Yell, he's been spotted, but that's just going to activate Ali, bringing down his teammates. Roz and LCM bring that one back. But Yell just repositions. He can't find his kill. He can't find the shots. He can't connect. And that means a bomb plant goes down. Venom right back into this. Not going to be cowed. He's going to chase this right on in. What can they find for the damage? What can they get? Oh, almost the lineup. The utility's so good. And now Nox. He's alone. Everyone coming his way, but 2 players very low. This is doable still. The op shot misses. He's able to get away back around the corner. Time starting to become an issue here. Destiny wants to get on that, and he's back behind the cake, but Destiny, the healthy player, is able to withstand the brunt of the bullets. A lead taken here for Paqueta.
That wide swing off the reposition from Yell that doesn't produce success, that's one of those moments when you're just like, what's happening? It looked promising, the initial hold, but it sort of just falls apart a little bit. Ali from behind cake does get one, does significant damage to the rest, but if you actually looked at that 1v3, that was incredibly winnable, given the fact that 2 of those players were so low on HP. Destiny really had to take the brunt of the hard work there, and that's what ends up happening.
Venom Zera's getting a little heated here. Energy starting to flow, and that's what they need to propel them in as this becomes, you know, the marathon game in the best of 3. This is the last one. These last moments keep the energy high, and LCM He'll answer with some energy of his own. 2 kills found. The B main aggression this time punished. Before they were bullying Don Viet on this time he brought friends to the party. He's ready. He may not be able to beat you, but his buddy LCM, he certainly can. Problem is Don Viet sticks around a little bit too long. Still, advantage found, and Destiny might not want to stay in this aggressive posture.
LCM having a hell of a game here as well on our 3rd and final map. It'll be Yell who responds again, and you can see the damage that's currently dealt. Look at the low HP of both Raz and LCM, and just a little bit too far. It goes to the left just a little bit. It doesn't matter. He clears the corner knowing that he didn't get the kill anyway.
How they brought this back. I mean, it was such an early advantage here for Team Solid, but now they're just trying to make a little bit of a play off of a lurk smoke. The bomb's not even grouped here. They got 44 seconds, but they got no information elsewhere on the map, so they're not comfortable rotating. And Ali is tightening the net around them. It's gone the distance. A peek around the smoke. This is risky from Destiny, but it works. He's not punished. He's trying to back away. 25 seconds. No time to spare. Flank drawing ever closer, but they're ahead of it at the very least. They want to kill Destiny. The bomb will play into this. This is such a risk. Such a risk. And LCM, it just may not have the opportunity. He's just going to commit behind the obelisk, but he has no idea where he's playing from. Might just have time to get this down, but he's trying to win the round, and he's running out of clock. He has to commit to the stick this time, and he pulls off of it. Wouldn't have had the time for the plant regardless, and he'll lose his life in the exchange.
He was playing the peek, knowing that he was so low on time, so he taps the bomb, expecting that last player to peek out from the position he was holding the whole time. It doesn't end up being the case, but LCM, I mean, got that round started, just couldn't get it finished. You know, he gets those first 2 kills. It feels like potentially the round should have been easier for Solid, but it's the mid-round that starts to fall apart, and even though he finds himself in a clutch scenario, at that point, everything's just falling apart here. And the buy coming in for Solid, suboptimal. It will be pistols and armor. There's actually a lot of utility behind it, so there's a chance they could go for a set piece, and it looks like they want to lean towards this A site at least early on.
Aggression in the pop around. Nython ready for it. The pistols might be able to overwhelm this off, but slow peeking in. Definitely not going to be the ticket now. He's got support as well through the smoke. Another one found, and this is looking like it's over before it even begins. They just want to fight. They just want to swing back in. They know they got the advantages here. Everybody on the line. No hesitation there. And 4 kills found for Ali.
The noise building currently from the Paqueta side, and you can understand why. They watched map 1 go an interesting way. We'll just call it interesting.
They were unable to close.
Yeah, we'll just call it that. They went down 10-5 in the first half. It was a very rough first half for them, but then they brought it back, losing in the final round, 16-14. They go to overpass. They feel much more comfortable there, and clearly that is the case here. Even though the first half did at times spiral a little bit, they find themselves on solid ground. Haha, yet again. And it's Solid, though, who go into the timeout knowing how valuable this round could be.
I think it's more that they're trying to put Solid in the ground.
That too.
And this round could be the one to do so. The money's built up for Paqueta. You're not going to be able to break them here. You have to find some answers, do Solid, and thus the timeout comes through. But this may be the most important round of the game from Solid's perspective. It's not do or die just yet, but it's really not going to look good.
Yeah.
If you can't crack through right here, right now, and stem a little bit of the tide of this Paqueta defense.
Dire consequences to a loss here. It would put them down 13-9. The money at least would be building a little bit with the loss bonus, obviously, but still not an ideal situation to find yourselves in. And again, we talked about Solid's early round nade damage in the first half. Look at what we're seeing here. GBB's at 31. The round has only just begun.
Ali's starting to take some aggression here. They haven't done much of this at the A main. Roz is holding for it. Not going to get it here either. They'll chill. And Solid were hoping for some sort of aggression to come through, right? They were holding for that early B main push. Didn't get it this time around. That's the adjustment from Paqueta. Now it comes in late. The flashbang's perfect on Viet's collected again. He has been shut down in this half of play. And considering the impact he was having before, This is quite a tragedy. The flashbang's so good. Yell collects another. Mid-control firmly in his grasp. VenomZero with that information. A player on pillar as well. Might just be setting up more utility to give Destiny another peek here.
Oh, look at the fat nade around the corner. That does so much damage. Destiny down to 3 health playing that pillar. VenomZero supporting from Obelisk as the push comes through. They'll use that smoke to isolate the 1v1 fight. You've still got 2 players here, though, and they're trying to do what they can. Nithon in position with an op, but there's players coming in from both angles. This is so uncomfortable, and you can feel the pain as it plays out. A missed opportunity to get a double there, and it's actually
Look at the clock. Look at the time. There's only 10 seconds. They have to plant this bomb. LCM has to cross, and it's in the open. The flashbang wasn't enough to clear it, and now there's no time to win this round, and they'll even get the final kill. Oh no, that patient attempt in towards the B site comes back to haunt them as the time just drips away, and they're forced into terrible choices.
LCM ends up with the bomb and the op. In that situation, he just wants to get that kill. He knows if he does, things will be so much easier. But then there's that moment of realization, oh my God, I have the bomb and there's only like 7 seconds left. So he goes for the cross, and as he does, significant damage is dealt. And a promising round comes to an end in favor of their opposition. So again, we talked about the consequences. Despite the fact that they're at full loss bonus, it will be pistol armor coming out here for Solid. Paqueta's just a few rounds away from closing out the series and eliminating Solid from the Americas RMR.
Well, we've seen some spicy force buys, we've seen some spicy pistol rounds, but for Solid, unable to do anything since the halftime switch. They better be hoping there's a little bit of heat to this one. Clear out in towards mid. This is going to be the focus, but they're not being given a fight. Yell shifting back to address it late. He's going to hear the information. He knows it's a wrap in towards A, so he's going to reposition, actually help in defense of the site. And with this Nithon control towards A main, they got a position to fight from. Yell, though, deleted. That's a problem. He was a little bit late to this. Kills have to come back the other way. It's even now, but Nithon under control. Under control, and because Destiny got that kill, they've got this position to fight back in from. A duel in mid. Nolks completely isolated. But he's holding at least one player occupied, setting up an opportunity for LCM to do something, but with just the Glock, it's never going to happen. Ooh. They know where Nolks is playing from. They're going to hop on the defuse. He's not got the positioning, and the op's on the angle. The op, it was not on the angle. The USP is instead. Defuse on, round over, either way. However it ends, Paqueta on top. They continue this unbroken string of rounds.
In any other situation, that would have been a great round, a great eco. You know, good damage being dealt. They get a bomb plant out of it. But given the point in the game that it takes place, it's irrelevant. They need round wins, and they need it here. Another strong buy coming in from Solid. The op will be included in the purchase. LCM was really good in that first half, seeing if he can find the same level of efficacy here in the second.
Thing is, it's the last. Well, they actually have more money than perhaps they should at this point.
Because of the plant, yeah, and the full loss bonus.
But close to the last buy that they will get. It'll be a little haggard in the next. Paqueta, though, flawless in the defense here. Don't want a blemish on their permanent record. They're vying for this chance. For the opportunity of Paris. For the dream of joining the last CSGO major. And Yell, well, he's going to have a lot of time to dream in this round as he is deleted, stuck into the smoke, blinded up, jumping around. The response is they're trying to go for B main aggression, but LCM's holding this. He can't quite land it. They want to stick around?
I don't know if they saw the double. I think he did.
I think he did. He's got to be aware. This is usually they've gone for the double push, but the flashbang's lethal and he just stays in the open, and so VenomZero can collect. Great use of the flashes again. The hit's going to come towards A. Probably a little uncomfortable, but now support in the form of Nithon. And actually, the temple path is open. Neither team's really been willing to exploit that. We have not seen a lot of wraps from temple in towards B. Instead, it's always been A. The object of their attention, and it will be once more. Nithon to take first contact. Oh, the reposition is so costly. He comes off the ankle at the wrong moment. Now he's a dead man, but they have no idea Ali's still here. One kill found at least gives the possibility of this retake, but that might just end it. Nox on the spot at the time. Destiny with one, looking for more. He won't find the GBB to seal the deal, and we are going to get a little bit of an opportunity here for Solid.
What timing? I mean, that is exceptionally cruel. And you're actually going to see a timeout coming in from the CT side as well, because their money is weird. You would think, based on the fact that they've won 8 rounds in a row, that they'd be sitting on like Scrooge McDuck levels of gold coins. But instead, they've actually got players that can't even really buy here. Venom Zero's on 2,700. Ollie's on 3,400. Destiny 3,900. Nithon's the only one that's as rich as you'd expect a player to be coming into this.
And the question was, does he sacrifice the AWP to get some guns up? And actually, somebody else has bought him the AWP. Yell will deal with the lack of armor into this round. So Yell's just going to play on the Deagle. The in-game leader's taking the sacrifice, putting himself on the line to make sure his AWPer is going to be happy, is going to have the chance influence this round. It hasn't been the AWP that's lit the way, right? It's been Venom Zero on the rifles. It's been Destiny. It's been Ollie as well. Let's see if that changes into this round.
I think it's a realization from Yell, too, that the roles he's going to be fulfilling, he needs to be able to sacrifice. He's been having a rough series as well. His stats not necessarily doing great, so Nithon gets that early pick.
That's huge. That's massive. That's the AWP having immediate impact in. That's why they emphasize the investment. Ooh. So now you've got Nulks out of play. You got GBB to follow, trying to make the play through the smoke. Gets caught. This is now a very dangerous situation for Solid. Their money's not built up either. And this would be series point found for Paqueta. This was your chance to break them. This was your chance to make this so very close, neck and neck going to the end. But instead, you're seeing that chance whittled down to just a sliver. The round's still in question. A minute to play it out. The utility is good, and Ali now eliminates another option. Roz collected. It's just these two players outside B main. What have they got for it? There's even a world maybe where they think about the save, because a 2-on-5 is feeling nigh on impossible in their guns. Their guns, their armor, their utility, it'll be far more valuable whenever they're getting going into the next round. So they're backing off.
Yeah, rightfully so.
They're clearing the space. They're going to concede map point over to Paqueta. Series point over to Paqueta. The elimination of Solid rests in the balance of these next 5 rounds. Their journey at the Blast TV Americas RMR could come to a close here and now. And Don Viet, he won't be able to save his gun through, so that's not even going to be collected. Fortunately, he dies. Well, no. Before this timer runs out, a little bit of cash extra made. LCM will save his AWP, but that's all they bring forth. What kind of an investment goes around it? It's okay. It's decent. It's not bad by any measure, but it's do or die now for Solid all the way through these next 5.
I'm not sure if Solid has a timeout left at this point, but if they did, I'm surprised that they're not taking it. There you go. I was going to say, I feel like they have one. It would be foolish not to take it in this scenario. They've still got one more left after this even. But that last round, the roll of the dice for Yell to go for just a deagle buy, knowing that the AWP has had tremendous value. They give it to Nithon. He gets that early pick. And it proves to be pivotal in the round. And now Solid has to talk things over. They are at the end of their rope, the precipice of defeat, as Paqueta looking fantastic on this CT side. You know, almost flawless. Just that one round lost.
One round, and we haven't seen much, to be fair, to push them off of it. Paqueta have been able to get away with a lot. The B main aggression has been so consistent.
Yes.
They've gotten a pick down Don Viet round after round after round. They've held on towards mid effectively. Ali has been having a lot of success over towards A main as well. There's been very little to point to for Team Solid as something that they can build upon. They're going to sit in canals here, maybe a little bit of a util exchange in towards mid, but Yell even wants to challenge us. Got to be careful about the spam. He's not got the silencer on his gun. There's serious risk here, and they've left Ollie alone for the moment. Solid, though. Not eager to go for the fast fight, right? Understandable. Everything hangs in the balance. Maybe a little hesitant for this first engagement.
That nade. Oh my gosh.
Talk about something to make them a bit more timid. That is punishing. Ollie's still alone, though. Even if his utility is his friend.
Ouch.
Really use his second player, and as they go for that B main look, when they see nothing, they'll rotate, but it might just be too late. Ollie tucks beneath the cake, but they have to be expecting him to be here. He's dancing around, still finds a kill. Yes, he's traded, but that's decent impact considering the circumstance. This mid-play late, though, is going to be interesting. They're trying to clear back in for this rotation. Nulx is here. Don Viet close at hand. There's Nulx striking, though. He doesn't get anything. Ross is cleaned up in the meantime, and this bomb's down, but it's starting to fall apart here. Don Viet's nowhere close. He needs to come in and help out his teammate because right now he's on an island. I know this island is going to be washed away, flooded with CTs. It's all on to Don Viet. He's played the late game and he's unable to capitalize. Paqueta survive. Sorry, Team Solid, but your journey here at the Blast TV, America's RMR, it's done. It's over. Paqueta find their strength.
Very good CT side here. Everything that I was concerned about on Inferno, the utility that was a little bit sloppy at times, the communication that was clearly off, coordination that just didn't feel like it was there, I've forgotten about that. Because what we just saw on Anubis was a completely different team. Very coordinated. Communication was clearly on point. Peaking together, a lot of great utility. Honestly, from both teams, I would say that towards the tail end, though, Paqueta's utility outside of just the early nades that we were seeing from Solid in the first half, we saw a lot of great flashes that were coming out for setups as well. It just felt like Paqueta was doing everything they needed to do to shut down Solid consistently.
They were. I mean, again, there's a few things that you can point to. Ollie in this last round highlights it beautifully, finding this one kill in a really tough spot where he's the isolated player. That nade earlier on as well, setting up his teammates to come back in. And you had that repeated B main aggression, just catching kill after kill after kill. It felt like we had Team Solid starting on the back foot in so many rounds. And once that momentum started to build for Paqueta, you could feel the energy, you could feel the noise coming over the wall here. Just excitement, a belief starting to build for a team that had such a slow start to this game, to this series, right? Inferno was a punishing one. And now they can forget about it entirely. They've made it through. They live to fight another day. Elimination still on the line. This is just the first step in the journey. 2 more series will be required of them, but it's an important first step to give yourself a chance to keep fighting here.
Looking at this, too, it's important to point out just the separation between those top 3 players. Venom, Zera, Destiny, and Ollie all stepping up big time in the third and final map. While LCM did everything he could with the AWP, in the second half, it just didn't really feel like he ever had an opportunity because the AWP was consistently ripped out of his hands or his team was down at a disadvantage fairly early on. It was brutal. They were definitely struggling to close out those scenarios that they needed so desperately to maintain success. The second half really was just all Paqueta. Like, Solid never really felt like they even got a foot in the door.
No, they did not. Now we've got Yell coming in to join us for an interview, as he's going to discuss the team and, I mean, what they managed to find here, because it was impressive. Congratulations, man. Welcome to the desk. That was a heck of a victory on Anubis. You guys like that map, huh?
A little bit. I mean, the map is, of course, T-sided, but our T-sided was really bad. We managed to do 6 rounds, and to be honest, I was kind of scared because our C-side in practice wasn't that good, but we played really good CT side, and we finished the game.
Take us back to Inferno. There was times on Inferno where
he doesn't want to go back.
I'm not gonna lie, man.
Doesn't want to go back.
And even I'm like ripping my hair out. I'm seeing smokes landing out of position. It felt like a lot of just small mistakes cost you guys rounds that probably could have closed the series out 2-0. What was going on?
Yeah, you're right. I think we were a little bit nervous because it was if you lose here, you're out.
Right.
But I think Inferno, our T side was really good. We lack a little bit on CT side. Inferno is a map that we don't like to play a lot, but when we did the bootcamp in Europe, we practiced a lot. It was our most practiced map, but as you can see, it's not like really good. So I don't know. It was a hard game. The guys played really well from the other team, and props to them to win Inferno. But I'm glad that we managed to revert the situation and win the match.
What was the mentality like coming into map 2 after map 1? almost came to overtime, but didn't. Was it like soul crushing to know that you almost had that game?
A little bit, but Overpass is our best map, and we really like to play it. So we were sure that we were going to win Overpass, and Nubis was like, it's a good map for us, but as I said, we have a lot of mistakes to fix, and I think as the tournament goes on, we have a lot of things to rewatch and try something new.
Well, you guys get another chance, right? You get to live to fight another day, a chance to keep working and improve those things. What's the mentality going forward, right? Because as you mentioned, elimination's on the line all the way through here, but you've taken that first step.
Yeah, that's right. I think the mentality is like play game by game. We know it's hard. A lot of good teams and low spots in this event. And we're gonna come tomorrow with the mentality that we can grab this spot as we did in the beginning. We always thought that we could grab one of those spots, and we still think that we can, and we're gonna play our game.
Well, you've inspired faith in us today. Congratulations on that win. That was a
Thank you very
heck
much,
of a
man.
long series. We are going to say goodbye to Yo. Congratulations, man. And yeah, wow. What a series. What a day. What a wild run in the round 2, in the day 2 of this action. We've had some wild games coming through here, and I think it's time for us to say goodnight. It's time for us to say goodbye, but not quite yet, Mark. Got a little bit of time here to talk. Well, let's look back at what we had. We had Liquid taking care of Flamengo. Not really of concern in that one. Complexity, Pain, a little bit more of a banger, but Pain just looked irresistible, uncontainable. MIBR making moves, looking good. Insani with an unreal day. And then to wrap things up, a wild series here between Paqueta and Solid, ending in that 16-10 over on Anubis. And on the A stream, there's still stuff going on. There's still action going on here. We've had FURIA over EG, Fluxo besting BESTIA, Imperial onto Team 1. Now you're at Nouns, still competing for that next day of competition.
Yeah, that Fluxo Bestia game, very reminiscent of the Fluxo game from the day prior. As it seems like Fluxo just really likes the close games. Even went to Zeus afterwards. I was like, dude, what's going on? You guys are having a hard time. He's like, I just got to put the new heart to test. He's just putting it through its paces. But we'll hopefully see them find a little bit more of a solid victory moving forward, potentially, because that was a team that even Skulls told us on the desk, hey, this is a team to watch out for. This team is so incredibly good. So to see them struggle back-to-back maps, but still find the wins, promising, but maybe some things they need to fix. And also a big congratulations to Paqueta, who even Yell says, hey, we made some mistakes. We have a lot to learn, but we found the win, and we've only got one more in our path. We just head down, keep grinding, and hopefully make our way into this final CSGO major.
That's the way to do it. I mean, there's nothing like a Cinderella story at an RMR. It's what we love to see, teams making their way in, making their dreams a reality. And tomorrow, we'll find out which dreams might still have a chance to do that. We'll be crushing some more dreams, too. It's two sides of the same coin. We'll see you tomorrow for all of that, for a little bit more of this wonderful drama here at the Blast TV, America's RMR. Good night, everybody.
Rules are meant to be broken. Forget everything you thought you knew. This is where everything changes. New histories will be written. A major future redefined. The time has come for a major evolution.